My name is Chun Mo, living in a parallel world whose trajectory differs from our original one. This is a postmodern era. After the World Wars, capital-centric liberalism was exalted. The concept of nation-states gradually withered as traditional government structures were replaced by multinational corporations and monopoly conglomerates. The wealthy became like feudal lords of old, controlling economies while also assuming governmental functions. The tide of technological advancement brought the rise of genetic engineering. Extreme genetic modifications made superpowered individuals possible, but the transformation procedures were prohibitively expensive, accessible only to a privileged few. After the emergence of superpowered individuals, the authority to maintain public order shifted from traditional police to their hands, and they became the heroes upholding social stability. However, ordinary criminals were no match for them at all. After all, without money, one couldn't acquire superpowers, and once wealthy, people rarely turned to crime anyway. But 8 years ago, a superpowered individual named Tartarus became a villain who specialized in hunting down superheroes. Like a phantom under the night sky, he brutally took the lives of 2 superheroes in a single day, the first recorded deaths of superheroes in human history. Panic spread instantly, many heroes dared not leave their homes, and the police were forced to return to patrolling the streets. Legend has it he hunts heroes to steal their superpowers, but no one knows the truth, leaving behind only bone-chilling tales. None of this had anything to do with me originally. I was just an average guy, average looks, average height. When the Tartarus incident shocked the world 8 years ago, I just graduated college and was scrambling to find a job. Later, after passing rigorous screenings, I became a designer at a company that outfits superheroes with equipment. 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. I was nearly 30 now, working an ordinary job with an ordinary salary, my body untouched by any modifications. After much struggle, I'd finally risen from a junior employee to a team leader, managing 6 or 7 people. My savings were just enough for a down payment on a small apartment in the suburbs. These 8 years, I'd worked mechanically like any other corporate drone, no relationships, no girlfriends, just shuttling daily between home and office. Life wasn't great but not terrible either, ordinary yet with some faint glimmer of hope. Until that day when everything changed. That day I was called into my boss Li Jin's office like any regular workday. Li Jin was the design department manager, a middle-aged man with an oily face. His son was in middle school, and word was he was saving up for his son's memory-enhancing genetic modification surgery. After I sat down, he smiled at me and asked, "Chen Mo, you've been with the company almost 8 years now, haven't you?" His words immediately sent a ripple of unease through me, but I kept a polite smile as I replied, "Yes, managerly, 8 years already." He continued, "Time truly flies. I still remember when you first joined the company, so young and full of drive, always coming up with creative equipment designs." His words only deepened my unease. Then he sighed and said, "The company's undergoing some new changes. There'll be personnel adjustments from above." His words trailed off, followed by another heavy sigh. I bluntly asked, "Managerly, are you trying to fire me?" He quickly shook his head and said, "Not firing, just a transfer, merely a transfer. Want you to go to the warehouse, if you don't mind." From being a team leader in the design group to a warehouse supervisor, what a drastic change in treatment. I couldn't understand what mistake I'd made. I was both furious and distressed, but with my mortgage to pay, I dared not risk losing my job. So I swallowed my pride and agreed. It wasn't until I left the office that I learned I'd been replaced by someone named Zhao Xiang. He was the son of a director at the Lin Corporation, a company affiliate, with overseas education credentials. Fresh from receiving top-tier genetic modifications, he had become a superpowered individual and now, a superhero. The news left me with a profound sense of abandonment, years of effort dismissed, my worth reduced to nothing. With my last shred of hope, I went to seek out Li Jin once more. But he responded icily, "To be honest, it's not just because of his status. Zhao Xiang has undergone genetic modification, his memory, intellect, and physical prowess all surpass yours. Not to mention, he's a superhero. Who do you think I should choose? The answer is obvious." His words shattered my last shred of hope and self-respect. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Give it up. We're just small fry. Do your job well in the warehouse, at least you won't have to put up with their rotten faces every day." That night, I didn't go home, instead I drove aimlessly through the streets, my mood hitting rock bottom. Eventually I stopped in front of an abandoned construction site, looking at this ruined building and feeling its fate was exactly like mine. I climbed up and sat on the cold concrete, opened a bottle of hard liquor and gulped it down. As the alcohol burned through me, I felt nothing but rage and helplessness. I hurled the empty bottle down the building, wanting to scream. Those rich people who can modify themselves into superhumans, those superheroes, everything is built on money, having nothing to do with ordinary people like me. Somehow, I thought of Tartarus, the supervillain who killed 2 heroes 8 years ago. That was the first time I witnessed a hero fall, the first time I saw fear on their faces. I thought to myself, if only he were still here, if I were Tartarus, I'd make these tyrants pay dearly for their cruelty. I shook my head with self-mockery, took another swig of liquor, and roared like venting rage, Tartarus, destroy this damned world. The moment I shouted, a beam of light crashed into the unfinished building where I was, shooting down like a meteor. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the building shook violently, and I nearly lost my footing and fell. Terrified, I scrambled to my feet, my face full of panic, completely bewildered by what was happening. Whatever that meteor-like thing was, it had struck the floor below me, and then I heard the sounds of a battle coming from downstairs. I wondered, could this be superhumans fighting? After calming down, I tiptoed downstairs. Downstairs, two eccentrically dressed individuals were engaged in frantic combat. Their movements were lightning fast, fists and feet colliding with explosive force, unmistakably superhuman abilities at work. Peeking from behind a ruined wall, I recognized one of them, the newly emerged hero Silver Dragon who'd been frequently appearing on TV lately. A Tier 4 strength-type superhuman, specializing in fist and leg techniques. The other figure seemed less familiar, though his outfit was impossible to forget once seen. Clad in a black trench coat over form-fitting nano-armor that shimmered faintly with a metallic sheen, his hood concealed a ghastly skeletal mask peering from the shadows, eerie and terrifying. He swung the two retractable violet razors extending from his forearms like mantis blades, launching alternating strikes at Silver Dragon. As the battle progressed, he gradually gained the upper hand. The plasma blades repeatedly slashed across Silver Dragon's body, tearing through his combat suit and leaving charred wounds in their wake. Suddenly, Silver Dragon roared, "Tartarus, why are you here?" So it was true, he really was Tartarus, the only superpowered villain. Watching this scene, I was both terrified and awestruck. My name is Chun Mo, and I witnessed the entire process of Tartarus killing Silver Dragon. At that moment, Tartarus didn't even answer Silver Dragon's question. Like a black specter, he continued his relentless assault without pause. His speed was astonishing, every swing of his light blade accompanied by the sound of air bursting. The Silver Dragon barely managed to dodge and counterattack, but each of his strikes was effortlessly deflected by Tartarus. The enemy's light blades moved like lightning, continuously breaching the Silver Dragon's defenses and leaving deep gashes across his body. With each relentless assault came another crushing blow, steadily exhausting the Silver Dragon's stamina until in their final exchange, Tartarus's luminous blade pierced clean through his abdomen. With agonized scream, the Silver Dragon stumbled backward, only to receive a brutal kick from Tartarus that sent his body hurtling into the concrete wall. The impact shattered masonry in an explosion of rubble. He lay weakly on the ground, blood continuously bubbling from his mouth, his internal organs spilling from his abdomen. Even so, he struggled to shout, "You can't escape. You can't stand against everyone. They'll find you and kill you." Tartarus didn't respond. He swung his radiant blade once more, severing Silver Dragon's throat. Then he crouched down, plucked the Hero Association badge from the corpse's chest, and pulled out an old journal from his coat. Flipping to a page, he pasted the badge inside and took out a pen to write, as if documenting the hunt. I was stunned. Part of me had hoped Tartarus would wipe out those so-called superhumans, but witnessing his brutality firsthand terrified me. After all, he's a supreme supervillain who couldn't care less about the lives of people like me. I had to get away before he noticed me, but as I backed away trembling, I accidentally stepped on an empty liquor bottle. The crisp crack made Tartarus freeze mid-motion, his head turning as his gaze locked onto me. In that moment, an icy hand seemed to clutch my heart, my breath solidified, and fear drowned all reason like a tidal wave. I wanted to run, but my legs felt as heavy as lead. Then, he darted in front of me at an imperceptible speed and punched me square in the stomach. A sharp pain surged through me, and everything went black as I lost consciousness. In a daze, I dreamed of my childhood, watching superheroes on TV and shouting to my mother that I would become one of them someday. Then the memories shattered, dissolving into stars that vanished in the darkness, as I gradually lost myself in the abyss, forgetting. I don't know how long had passed when I woke up. Looking around curiously, I stood up. The wind on the rooftop was strong, fluttering my black trench coat and casting distorted afterimages in the moonlight. I found a highly sophisticated nanosuit beneath the trench coat, my head covered by a hood and mask. The strange attire, the equipment, and my own bizarre state left me utterly bewildered. Who am I? Why am I dressed like this? I strained to remember, but my mind was blank, devoid of any recollection. Then, my fingers brushed against the diary. Is this my journal? Filled with unanswered questions, I opened to the first page, where bold words declared, "They stand above, they oppress the masses, they proclaim themselves gods, blinded by arrogance. But all that ends here, because I have arrived. I am their nightmare, I am their hell, I am Tartarus." I am Tartarus? My mind was filled with confusion. I had lost my memory, except for retaining basic knowledge of this world. I couldn't remember anything from my past. The name Tartarus rings a bell. He was the world's only superpowered supervillain, infamous 8 years ago for consecutively killing 2 superheroes. How could such a person possibly be me? Yet the clothes on my body and the diary in my hand don't lie, I truly am that notorious archvillain. In my panic, I accidentally activated the weapon device on my hand. Two mantis blades swiftly extended, their purple energy blades flickering with heat I could feel even from a distance. I hastily retracted the dual blades and began examining myself. The form-fitting armor beneath my trenchcoat surpassed standard military-grade specifications, bulletproof yet lightweight. Besides the mantis blades, I was alarmed to find a loaded pistol holstered at my waist. I was fully armed, but why? And how did I even get here? I couldn't recall anything at all. What's even stranger is that I reeked of alcohol, as if I'd been drinking heavily before losing my memory. My hands were shaking violently, my heart pounding wildly. Stay calm, the priority now is figuring out what happened. I pulled out my phone, hoping to find some clues. After unlocking it with facial recognition, I scrolled through photos and memos but found nothing about Tartarus beyond daily snapshots and work schedules. Of course, this was a secret identity. Who'd store such information on their phone? I kept searching the apps. 2 mobile games, an online shopping platform, WeChat, and a food delivery service. From the latter, I managed to find my home address. I also unlocked the car through the electric vehicle app, hearing the headlights of a white BYD electric car light up beneath the abandoned building. I opened WeChat again to check the chat history but still found no useful clues. After scrolling through most of the records, I felt like just an ordinary office worker with no connection whatsoever to the supervillain Tartarus. Perhaps it's precisely because of this flawless disguise that I've remained at large all this time. I sighed, giving up my search and deciding to head home first. Wandering around in this outfit was far too conspicuous. I walked downstairs planning to get in the car when it suddenly occurred to me that I'd been drinking. Drinking and driving constitutes drunk driving, and in serious cases could lead to criminal detention. Just the thought of it made me shudder. But then I thought again, the almighty Tartarus, feared no killing, so why should I fear drunk driving? Yet the concern felt justified. Carrying real weapons, I couldn't explain myself if stopped by the authorities. Keeping a low profile was crucial now. All that mattered was making it home safely. After some hesitation, I opened the app and called a designated driver. 20 minutes later, a young man with dark skin rode an electric bike and found me via the GPS location. He was startled by my outfit and asked, "Bro, what's with the getup?" I put the skull mask back on to hide my face, though I knew it was just psychological comfort. After all, he already had my license plate, and records would inevitably be left online. I quickly explained, "It's cosplay. I just attended a comic convention this afternoon." Oh, the designated driver nodded with sudden understanding. "A homebody, huh? Not surprising at all. Yeah, actually I'm not that into it anymore. Just looking for an excuse to gather with friends, since we rarely get time together nowadays." I adopted a leisurely tone. "Totally get it, everyone's so busy these days, hardly anyone has time to hang out." The driver chuckled. True, we exchanged a few more words during the ride. Not wanting to leave too strong an impression, I pretended to doze off from drunkenness only to genuinely fall asleep and get woken by the driver when we reached home. I paid the bill and went upstairs according to the address on my phone, then opened the door to see a 40-square-meter bachelor apartment. Entering through the front door was the kitchen, connected to the bathroom on the side, and further in were the living room and a bedroom. There was nothing particularly special about the room. It looked like most ordinary people's homes, but I did notice physical collector's editions of related movies. I knew it wasn't because I was a superhero fan, but rather because I had intentionally collected these as reference materials to understand these heroes' abilities and characteristics. Once again, all of this proves that I am Tartarus. I feel somewhat powerless, even a bit afraid. 8 years, I haven't made any moves in 8 years, so why am I showing my face now? As Tartarus, what kind of superpowers do I possess? It would be a lie if I said I wasn't curious. I sat there, lost in thought, until suddenly I stood up, raised a hand toward the mirror in the room, and shouted, "Fire!" Nothing happened. Lightning. Still no reaction. Frost. After about half an hour of this, I more or less understood. I don't seem to have any superpowers. Or if I do, they're definitely not the obvious kind. So how exactly did I become this villainous arch-nemesis? I looked up information about myself online and learned that Tartarus was once a notorious hero killer who murdered 2 superheroes 8 years ago, incidents I still remember. Beyond that, whispers claimed Tartarus's superpower was stealing others' abilities, which also seemed to be his motive for killing. But if that's why I can't use any powers now, that doesn't add up. 8 years ago I already killed 2 heroes, theoretically I should possess both their superpowers, yet I can't manifest anything. And what's more, I've actually killed people. For some reason my stomach churns with nausea, my heart heavy with unnamed dread. I can't figure it out, and I don't want to. It's been 8 years since I killed 2 superheroes. In these 8 years, I seem to have never committed another crime. Does that mean I've long since retired from my old ways? Thinking this, I feel a bit more at ease. But what happened today? Why did I reappear as Tartarus? Was it a comeback, or did the intense battle cause memory loss? That seems most likely. The thought makes me tense up again. This can't go on. I'm sick of this constant feeling of unease. At this moment I made a decision. No matter who I was before, I'm going to abandon the identity of Tartarus. Perhaps this amnesia is giving me a chance to start anew. From today onward, I'll be an ordinary person living a normal life. To hell with being a supervillain or a superpowered assassin. There will no longer be a supervillain named Tartarus in this world. With this thought, I unbuckled the pistol at my waist and threw it to the ground. The moment it hit the floor, it accidentally discharged, firing a single bullet. The bullet ricocheted off a nearby metal lamppost and landed at my feet, striking the floor less than a centimeter away from my toes. I leaped up in fright, quickly noticing the bullet shattered on impact. A white gas rose from it and spread, carrying a sickly sweet scent. Strangely, the moment I inhaled the gas, I felt lightheaded, my body growing weightless, limbs turning limp. Was this a tranquilizer round? Damn it! That was all I managed to yell before overwhelming drowsiness hit me. With a thud, I collapsed to the ground and plunged into deep unconsciousness. I slept straight through until dawn, and the morning alarm woke me up, still clad in that armored suit. I realized it was almost time for work, so I quickly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and ate a few slices of bread. These tasks were completed almost reflexively, as if repeated so many times they'd become muscle memory. Then I changed clothes and got ready to leave. I headed downstairs into the underground parking garage, turned on the car navigation, and set the destination. I knew the destination because there were only 2 addresses in the food delivery app. One was my home, and the other, well, goes without saying. I walked all the way with unease, worried that I wouldn't recognize the way to the office or remember my workstation when I arrived at the company. In fact, everything went much smoother than I had imagined after entering the company's front door. I had feared that my memory loss would make it impossible to find my workstation, but apparently, that concern was unnecessary. Like brushing my teeth and washing my face in the morning, work had also formed muscle memory. Without even thinking, I walked to my desk, sat down, powered on the computer, and opened the designs I needed to adjust recently. Everything seamlessly fell into place. By the time I realized it, I was already revising the design drafts out of sheer habit. It astonished even myself how proficient I remained despite the memory loss. However, I soon realized my amnesia was limited only to personal life memories. My professional knowledge and general understanding of the world remained intact, so I could still perform my job competently. Even so, I could sense the unusual glances from those around me, their gazes tinged with faint sympathy. Shortly afterward, Li Jin emerged from the manager's office. Spotting me, he said, "You're here. Come to my office, let's talk." Nodding in confusion, I followed him in with uneasy trepidation. We seated ourselves at a solid wood Chinese-style tea table, adorned with a playful tea accessory, a figurine of a child urinating. Li Jin brewed a pot of tea and poured it over the figurine's head. I stared blankly as the stream of water arched from between the bronze boy's legs, splashing onto the stone table before trickling down along the grooves at its edge. After rinsing it once, he poured fresh water into the teapot, gave it a few swirls, and then filled a small cup for me, followed by one for himself. He took a sip from his cup and said, "So, Zhao Xiang will be arriving shortly. I hope you two can complete the handover smoothly, without any hiccups." I nodded, though I didn't quite understand what he was talking about. At times like this, it's best to just smile. All I wanted was to get through this day peacefully without any trouble. As I stepped out of Li Jin's office, I saw someone from the team approaching me. He stopped and said anxiously, "Hey Lao Chun, are you really just going to give up like this?" I glanced at his employee badge. His name was Lu Feng. Judging by his tone, we must have been on good terms. "Let me tell you, you should raise hell with the company. At the very least, you should demand compensation." He continued, "Old Lu, aren't you just putting our team leader on the spot here?" Another person nearby retorted, "I meant that our entire team should stand up for our leader. Put pressure on that bastard Li Jin, that two-faced." Lu Feng kept shouting. "The manager actually has it pretty tough too," a female employee replied timidly. "He's not struggling, he's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, sucking up to those above him and punching down at those below. After all these years working together, what a joke." The group kept talking over each other, leaving me completely baffled. Slowly, I raised my hand and asked, can someone explain what's going on? "Lao Chen, what's wrong with you? You can't have forgotten, right?" Well, Lu Feng was spot on. I really had lost my memory. Then Lu Feng added, "You're about to be transferred to the warehouse. How are you so calm about it?" I roughly understood what was going on, but it didn't matter to me now. I was Tartarus, a heinous supervillain. All I wanted now was to live a peaceful life. The warehouse was fine, just let me abandon all grudges, live under the radar, and I'd be content. Thinking this eased my mind, mainly because I didn't know what my past self was like, so now, all I wanted was a quiet life. No big demands. At this thought, I scratched my face and casually said, "Actually, it's no big deal. If you ask me, you're just too nice, that's why they bully you like this. All these years, so many years of effort, what was it all for?" Lu Feng's voice was brimming with indignation. Hey, it's just life. Having a steady job and living out my days peacefully is satisfaction enough for me. I smiled, and at that moment, everyone fell silent. But it wasn't long before the silence was broken by Zhao Xiang's arrival. The first to enter were two bodyguards in black suits, who unceremoniously pushed the door open and shoved aside the people in the aisle to clear a path. Then I saw Zhao Xiang, dressed in a well-fitted white shirt paired with dark blue jeans, his feet clad in pristine white sneakers. Beneath the casual attire was a robust physique and long, lean legs. He wore a faint smile on his face, exuding both confidence and approachability. His slightly tousled hair added a touch of youthful vibrancy and energy. I watched as Zhao Xiang walked in, the epitome of a golden boy, with striking handsome features and a flawless physique, standing in stark contrast to us ordinary folks. Close behind him streamed a horde of reporters and photographers, filing into the cramped office until it was packed to the brim. Then Li Jun emerged from his office, all smiles, and exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Xiang, you're here. Why didn't anyone give me a heads up?" "Welcome, welcome." Zhao Xiang replied, "Brotherly, you're laying it on too thick, I'm your subordinate now." Li Jun hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes." "Just a subordinate," Zhao Xiang added. "I chose this job to rely on my own efforts, so don't give me any special treatment." Li Jun nodded and bowed in agreement, then introduced to everyone, "This is our newly appointed superhero, Sonic Leg, young Master Xiang." I thought to myself, Sonic Leg must be his superhero alias, with abilities focused on his legs, most likely a strength-type superhuman. I shook my head and reminded myself I'd already sworn off being a supervillain, so why even think about this? Li Jun added, "Young Master Xiang just returned from studying abroad in Japan, specializing in finance. He'll be your colleague from now on." A bearded director clapped his hands and said, "Managerly, let's get started quickly, you must have already received orders from above." Li Jun nodded repeatedly. The director continued, "The Hero Association wants to film a promotional video for the newly recruited hero Sonic Leg, focusing on a down-to-earth theme. Next, we'll be shooting some daily work footage, so we hope everyone will cooperate." Li Jun shouted, "Don't worry, no problem." Then he turned to his teammates and said, "Did everyone get that? Make sure to coordinate properly." He pointed at me and said, "This is Chen Mo, the team leader of Group C." Then he addressed me, "Chen Mo, young Master Xiang is here. Could you brief him on the work matters?" I nodded, but the bearded director interjected, "Work can wait, let's start filming first." Li Jun quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes. Filming takes priority, filming takes priority." They even asked for my cooperation. I nodded again as the director stepped forward and instructed, "You two sit together, you guide him through the work." Then he said to Zhao Xiang, "Young Master Xiang, try to be as humble as possible, like a student asking a teacher for advice." Zhao Xiang nodded and asked me, "May I call you senior?" I was momentarily surprised but then indifferently nodded in agreement. The director said excitedly, "That title is perfect, it perfectly captures the theme." Master Xiang really lived up to his reputation as a top student returning from studying abroad. Even his way of speaking is exceptional. Lu Feng scoffed, "Tisk such shameless flattery." I simply shook my head with a wry smile. During the filming, I learned that the media wanted to portray Zhao Xiang as a civilian hero to inspire the public. I stood there dumbfounded, watching as the camera flashes went off and Zhao Xiang smiled effortlessly for the cameras, handsome, wealthy, and a superhero, utterly different from everyone else. I thought to myself that subordinates with such a leader would have a bright future ahead. Later, journalists interviewed colleagues, and everything went according to the script, with everyone praising Zhao Xiang. When the reporter handed the microphone to Lu Feng, he glanced at me and grinned. I had a bad feeling about this. Then he said with a sarcastic tone, "Yeah, without relying on parents, others work hard for 8 years to earn their position, while he effortlessly takes it with just one word. Truly worthy of our superhero." The reporter froze, and the director called for a stop, instructing the assistant to cut out that segment. Before long, it was lunch break. The director told everyone to go eat while he pulled Zhao Xiang aside to discuss the next steps. I was eating my boxed lunch on the steps outside the office when Lu Feng came and sat beside me. "Tartarus," he said, and I nearly choked on my food. What did you just say?" I asked in alarm. He continued, "I meant if Tartarus were still around, he'd never let someone like Zhao Xiang get away with this." My racing heart settled as I let out an awkward chuckle. Lu Feng kept saying he hoped Tartarus would teach Zhao Xiang a lesson, but I warned him against saying such things, it could be dangerous. He brushed it off, so I told him to be careful. "Got it," he said nonchalantly. After lunch break, we all played along for Zhao Xiang's staged photos. Though Lu Feng grumbled, he cooperated much better than in the morning. I sighed in relief. Filming continued until 6 p.m. when the director announced wrap. As I was packing up to leave, I saw Zhao Xiang approach Lu Feng. Zhao Xiang smiled and said, "So you're Lu Feng." I had a bad feeling and quickly signaled Lu Feng to back down, but he didn't notice. Looking up dismissively, he asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Xiang accused him of deliberately causing trouble and wasting time during filming. Lu Feng responded with open contempt. Zhao Xiang smiled and said he wouldn't need to be careful in the future anymore, then suddenly kicked Lu Feng, chair and all, straight through the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering glass everywhere. No one reacted in time. Lu Feng was still looking bewildered in midair before he crashed heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The director roared, "What are you staring at? He fell by himself, got it?" The reporters nodded hastily in agreement. I stood frozen, staring at the shattered window and the bloodstains on it. We were on the 8th floor. Survival was nearly impossible for an ordinary person falling from this height. Our colleagues were terrified. Some shed tears, but none dared to speak honestly. After all, the other party was an enhanced individual, a superhero. I looked at Zhao Xiang again. There wasn't a trace of remorse on his face, only contempt. At that moment, only one thought consumed me. I wanted to kill, to slaughter the beast standing before me. Suddenly, I understood why I had become Tartarus. Only a single sentence echoed through my mind. I am Tartarus. Those high and mighty bastards who fancy themselves gods, they're tyrannians here. What happened next unfolded exactly as I'd expected. The ambulance arrived, frantically loading Lu Feng onto a stretcher. Then the police cars arrived, and several uniformed officers began taking statements from everyone. They weren't real police, though, just local corporate hired peacekeepers, called the Security Corps, tasked with maintaining order in the city. But people still called them cops. Real police had long vanished from the world. These guys worked for paychecks, not moral duty. The investigation concluded with no surprises. Lu Feng had killed himself. Simple case, Lu Feng was an unmodified baseline human, stuck with primitive biology, emotionally unstable, poor impulse control, prone to agitation and violent tendencies. He had conflicts with Zhao Xiang at work and wanted to harm him. When he failed, he impulsively jumped off the building. The case was settled just like that. Lu Feng brought it upon himself, and his extreme actions also placed immense psychological pressure on Zhao Xiang. His family even had to compensate for emotional damages. Everyone, that's how it happened, right? The team leader shouted loudly to the people in the office. The surroundings instantly fell silent as everyone lowered their heads and remained quiet. I said that's how it happened. He suddenly pulled out a pistol and slammed it heavily on the table. It was like this. A female employee stammered in fear. I saw Lu Feng jump down himself. It had nothing to do with anyone. A male employee also spoke timidly. I looked at all this in silence. Everyone was being forced to lie against their conscience, but I couldn't blame them. They had no choice. The team leader, however, wouldn't let it go. He stepped up to me and demanded, "What about you? Why aren't you saying anything? What did you say?" I raised my head and met his gaze, sensing boundless malice. He was clearly trying to provoke me on purpose. How should I respond? A mere mortal dares to threaten me, threaten the mighty Tartarus. Should I endure it, or teach him a lesson? While I was still deliberating, Zhao Xiang spoke first. "Captain, that's unfair. This isn't an interrogation. No need to be so menacing. He's my senior, after all, and I still have many questions to ask him." "Right, senior? Oh, why yes, sorry, I spoke too harshly." Young Master Xiang, the captain immediately bowed his head, his tone softening. He exchanged a few more words with Zhao Xiang that I couldn't quite catch, but judging by his expression, the earlier ferocity was gone, replaced by an oleaginous fawning. Noticing my gaze, Zhao Xiang turned to flash me a triumphant smirk. As I stared at him, I sighed inwardly before suddenly resolving, Zhao Xiang must die. That said, how exactly does one go about killing him? After returning home from work, I carefully perused that journal. The journal clearly classified superhumans into 4 major categories based on their abilities: strength-based, transformation-based, energy-based, and psychic-based. Each category was further divided into tiers from 1 to 9 based on power level. Tier 1 represents the lowest level, where one has just become a superhuman. Aside from being able to use their ability, their physical constitution remains at ordinary human levels. As their tier increases, superhumans gain enhancements in their abilities, defense, strength, and speed. For example, a Tier 2 superhuman's body can withstand small-caliber firearms, while Tier 3 individuals can endure direct hits from heavy machine guns or even autocannons. Power-type ability users are an exception. They possess superhuman physique from rank 1, effortlessly withstanding cold weapons and small-caliber pistols. Sonicro Kick. Zhao Xiang was clearly a power-type ability user. My online research confirmed it. Zhao Xiang, rookie superhero, codenamed Sonicro Kick, rank 1 power-type ability user. Reading this, I sighed slightly. He wouldn't be easy to handle. According to the diary, power types clearly outmatched other categories in the early stages. However, their disadvantages would surface later once everyone's physical capabilities improved. But that wasn't my immediate concern now. I need to figure out a way to deal with Zhao Xiang. Hurting him is difficult. Using a gun would be pointless unless it's a large caliber weapon. After all, I am Tartarus. Those 2 laser mantis blades were specifically designed to deal with superhumans. They should probably be able to hurt him. The problem is, grappling head-on with a strength-type superhuman is practically suicide. Over the past couple of days, I've almost confirmed that I have no superpowers myself, just an ordinary person. I couldn't help but wonder why I was able to hunt down superpowered individuals and how I became Tartarus. After pondering it all day, I nearly gave up. How could an ordinary person possibly kill a superhero? Closing my eyes, the image of Lu Feng being kicked off the building surfaced in my mind. If ordinary people just left superheroes alone, they could still find their own happiness. Maybe I should just let it go, live a peaceful life and stop looking for trouble. A man has to accept his fate. I was just about to do that when I received a call from the hospital in the evening. Lu Feng had died. No one could survive a fall from that height. The next day, I was uncharacteristically late. When I entered the office, I saw everyone with their heads bowed, faces full of dread. "What's wrong?" I asked, but no one answered, so I wisely kept quiet. As I passed by a female colleague's workstation, she gently tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Lu Feng's wife is here. She doesn't believe his death was suicide, she's demanding answers." "Where is she?" "Been taken away. Security claimed she was disrupting public order and hauled her off." "Senior, what are you all talking about?" Zhao Xiang turned his head and stood before me with a smile, leaning in closer to the female colleague. "If it's something interesting, let me in on it too." "And nothing?" The female coworker trembled like a sieve, bowing her head without daring to breathe. Zhao Xiang looked at her and laughed, then turned back to me. "Look how scared you are, senior. What's gotten into you acting just like them now?" "I still have so much to ask you, don't worry. I'll hand over everything before I leave." "But senior, I think you've been a bit too lenient with your subordinates before. They've all become so outspoken, it could easily lead to trouble later, don't you think?" I nodded, then turned and shouted to everyone, "Get back to work, all of you, no more gossiping." "That's more like it." Zhao Xiang clapped his hands cheerfully. As expected, only senior's words carry real weight. "Then let's proceed. Speaking of which, there are a few points here I've never quite understood. I'd appreciate your guidance, senior." "All right. Do I still want to give up and live an ordinary life? In this world, I'm the only Tartarus. If even I abandon this path, who will seek justice for friends? Who will punish these devils? I don't want to think about anything else now. There's only one thing I know for certain, Zhao Xiang is dead. I, Tartarus, have decreed it, not even the gods above could save him." Chapter 5, High-End Nightclub. Before I knew it, nearly half a month had passed, and the handover of work with Zhao Xiang was almost finished. Once he fully mastered everything, I would be booted to the warehouse. Time was running out for me. Yet, Chen Mo still had no concrete plan, no idea how or when to make his move. At the moment, he was slumped in front of his computer, staring blankly at the screen, which displayed the official webpage of East City's most expensive KTV City of Nightlights. He knew Zhao Xiang frequented this place after work. It was the only lead Chen Mo had managed to uncover in the past fortnight. Maybe getting him drunk and seizing the opportunity then, that could be a viable approach. His thoughts drifted aimlessly until a familiar voice suddenly spoke up behind him. "Senior, what are you looking at?" He immediately shuddered before reflexively closing the page and turning his head. "Nothing?" Zhao Xiang stood behind him at that moment, wearing a meaningful smile. "City of Nightlights? It's arguably the best nightclub in this area. Might you be a regular visitor as well, senior?" "How could that be?" Chen Mo laughed. "I definitely can't afford this kind of place." "Oh, so you're just browsing then?" Zhao Xiang nodded meaningfully. "Hey, even if I can't go, I can still look, right? Just feast my eyes." Chen Mo continued smiling. Though it was just an excuse he came up with, it wasn't far-fetched. The Nightlight City's webpage featured introductions and displays of their signature hostesses, mostly in swimwear or even lingerie photoshoots. It was actually quite eye-catching. Right now, all he had to do was play the role of an ordinary working-class man with modest dreams. Does senior want to go? I could treat you," Zhao Xiang offered again. "Invite me?" Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He'd just been thinking about how to create an opportunity to strike, and now his target had delivered himself right to him. At this thought, he immediately put on an obsequious expression. "Really? Thank you so much, young Master Xiang. Don't mention it, after all, you were my senior first." Inside the VIP room of the Nightglow City, the lights sparkled brilliantly. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while the walls were painted a deep crimson. Strangely out-of-place sculptures and oil paintings adorned the surroundings. A genuine leather sofa, a marble tabletop, and an array of fruit platters and drinks spread across the entire table. The entire atmosphere gives off a particularly nouveau riche vibe. Zhao Xiang casually waved to the waiter with practiced ease, revealing a faint smile. Moments later, the private room's door was gently pushed open, accompanied by the pungent scent of perfume. A group of elaborately dressed young women entered, clad in revealing short skirts that displayed their slender legs. Chen Mo's gaze flickered slightly, yet his expression remained outwardly composed. The girls wore standardized smiles as they took their seats beside Chen Mo and Zhao Xiang, their movements graceful and subtly alluring. A tall woman in a little black dress settled beside Chen Mo. With a faint smile, she cradled the champagne bottle, first filling Chen Mo's glass before pouring her own, then asked in a soft voice, "My name is Xiao Mai, and you?" Her eyes shimmered with a gentle expression. Chen Mo froze for a split second before nodding slightly as he accepted the glass, offering a faint smile. Chen Mo. On the other side, a lively short-haired girl sat down next to Zhao Xiang, picked up the whiskey, and poured a full glass for both herself and Zhao Xiang. Lightly tapping the rim of her glass with her fingers, she grinned. Xiang Xiao, you haven't shown up in days, did you miss us to death? Her voice was crisp and cheerful. Zhao Xiang was clearly in high spirits. He casually picked up his glass and downed it in one go, then glanced at Chen Mo with eyes brimming with pride. He waved his hand casually, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Seems like you're all eyeing the money in my pocket. Not at all, young Master Xiang. You have no idea how many of us sisters here admire you, the girl fawned. Xiao Xiang merely snorted at the girl's words before pointing at Chen Mo and introducing him to the girls. Let's not talk about that. Today, I'd like to introduce you to a friend. This is Chen Mo, a senior from my company. This is his first time coming to a place like this. Better treat him well. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with undisguised superiority. Upon hearing this, a woman seated in the middle immediately lifted a glass of red wine. She cast a complicated glance at Chen Mo and murmured softly, Mr. Chen, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Her voice was quiet, carrying a faint tremor, as though concealing some unspoken emotion. Zhao Xiang laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the private room, don't stand on ceremony, senior. Enjoy yourself. And you girls, make sure to take good care of senior Chen Mo. His words, though seemingly addressed to Chen Mo, carried a distinctly commanding tone meant more for the hostesses. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly boisterous, Zhao Xiang's booming laughter, the hostess's flattery, the crystalline clink of glasses, and the soft background music all blending into an intoxicating haze. Chen Mo sat quietly amid the revelry, observing everything with ice-cold detachment. He knew that this performance had only just begun. Just as everyone was drinking, Zhao Xiang suddenly stood up, his eyes scanning the private room for a moment before finally settling on Xiao Mai. With an amused smile, Zhao Xiang said to Xiao Mai, Come, Xiao Mai, be sure to accompany senior Chen Mo properly, you are the star attraction here. Xiao Mai's body stiffened slightly, but she soon regained her professional smile. She nodded to show she understood. Zhao Xiang still wasn't satisfied. He spoke again, his voice rising an octave with exaggerated enthusiasm, At least give us some kind of show. Zhao Xiang turned back to the other girls and shouted, What do you all think we should do? Kiss, kiss, kiss. The surrounding girls instantly caught on and began chanting in unison. Their voices grew louder and louder, as if they were about to blow the roof off, instantly pushing the atmosphere in the private room to its climax. Zhao Xiang wore a triumphant, mischievous smirk as his eyes darted back and forth between Chen Mo and Xiao Mai. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder with one hand and wrapped the other around Xiao Mai's neck, ruthlessly shoving the two together. Chen Mo felt a sudden chill on his cheek, followed by an irresistible force as his lips collided with Xiao Mai's in an unexpected impact. Xiao Mai let out a startled ah, clearly taken by surprise, her lips stinging from the collision. Tears welled up instantly in her reddening eyes, though she fought hard to keep them from falling. Chen Mo's lips throbbed with pain as well, but his expression remained blank, his eyes flickering with a trace of imperceptible detachment. Around them, cheers and whistles rose and fell like waves, as if this farce were merely seasoning for their revelry. Zhao Xiang let go, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, patting Chen Mo's shoulder. Senior, that must have been your first kiss. Then he glanced at Wheat again. Xiao Mai, you really hit the jackpot. You snatched away your senior's first kiss that's been 30 years in the making. Wheat awkwardly wiped the corner of his mouth, forcing out a smile as his voice trembled slightly. Senior, is that really true? Chen Mo didn't answer, merely gazing quietly at the scene before him. His past memories had long grown hazy. Whether this was truly his first kiss, even he couldn't say, but none of that mattered now. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Zhao Xiang grew even more smug. Of course it's true. How could a penniless loser like you ever get a girlfriend, let alone experience a first kiss? Right, senior? Chen Mo nodded, then picked up his glass and slowly rose to his feet. Young Master Xiang sees right through everything. Truly worthy of being young Master Xiang. Allow me to toast you. Zhao Xiang was delighted by Chen Mo's flattery even after being humiliated, throwing his head back to drain his cup with a booming laugh. Chen Mo watched him coldly, also bringing the wine to his lips. Then he picked up a napkin, pretending to wipe his mouth while discreetly spitting out the alcohol bit by bit. After finishing his drink, a faint flush spread across Zhao Xiang's face as he turned to the girls and said, That's why I brought him here, to broaden his horizons. Don't pick on him now. You flatter us, young Master Xiang. We wouldn't dare. The girls flashed their professional smiles in unison. Chen Mo silently refilled both their wine glasses once more. I really must thank young Master Xiang for this. Without you, how could I ever afford such a high-end place? Young Master, this toast's for you. Excellent. I always admire seniors with your temperament. Watching Zhao Xiang take yet another drink, a cold glint flashed once more in his eyes. Keep drinking, keep pouring. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. As Zhao Xiang downed another glass, his face grew increasingly flushed, his gaze even beginning to blur. Pointing unsteadily at Chen Mo, he slurred, When you think about it, I killed your best friend, Senior. Don't you hate me for that? The words pierced Chen Mo's heart like a sharp blade. His fingers trembled slightly, yet his face maintained that deferential smile. Hate you? How could I? After all, you're my junior. Zhao Xiang froze for a moment, as if unable to believe Chen Mo's answer. Really no hatred? Why? Chen Mo chuckled inwardly but maintained a gentle tone as he replied, Young Master Xiang flatters me. Since you've been so considerate, of course I can only express my gratitude. As he spoke, he deliberately put on an obsequious expression. Zhao Xiang's interest only seemed to grow at the sight, his laughter becoming even more unrestrained. Then, how about this? He suddenly picked up the wine glass and emptied its contents over Chen Mo's head. The liquid trickled slowly down Chen Mo's face, his damp hair clinging to his forehead. Expressionless, he quietly savored the cold sensation of the alcohol streaming down his skin. The surrounding girls froze for a moment, exchanging glances, but all chose to remain silent. Such scenes were already all too familiar to them. Chen Mo lowered his head, a trace of ferocity flickering in his eyes. He licked his lips, a faintly sweet taste. Premium whiskey. Consider it an early celebratory toast for Zhao Xiang's impending downfall. When he raised his head again, however, that vicious glint had vanished, replaced once more by an ingratiating smile. You must be joking, young Master Xiang. How could I possibly be angry when you've brought me to such a fine place? I'm overjoyed. I still need to rely on you in the future. Zhao Xiang burst into laughter upon hearing this, his eyes growing increasingly unfocused as he absent-mindedly swirled his wineglass, spilling its contents onto the carpet like scattered dark red petals. Pointing at Chen Mo with an intoxicated gesture, he slurred, Old-timer really is nothing but a dog. Come, drink with me. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Time crept by slowly, as if this particular night were dragging on endlessly. Chen Mo watched Zhao Xiang, listened to his drunken ramblings, witnessed him collapse in a stupor. By the time he helped Zhao Xiang out of the private room, it was already midnight. Zhao Xiang's face was flushed with drunkenness, his lips still mumbling incoherent words. You're drunk, young Master Xiang. Let me take you home, Chen Mo said coolly, guiding Zhao Xiang into the back seat of the car. In the night, Chen Mo's expression finally turned icy cold, his eyes revealing an unfathomable depth. He glanced down at Zhao Xiang, then abruptly slammed the car door shut before turning to take his place in the driver's seat, his fingers gripping the steering wheel until they turned pale. Outside the car window, the night deepened as the neon lights of the city cast a mottled glow across the vehicle. Chen Mo slowly started the engine, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel in a motion that seemed relaxed and effortless, as if tonight were nothing more than an ordinary drive home. He glanced at the rearview mirror, where Zhao Xiang, too drunk to even hold his head up, slumped weakly against the back seat, still slurring fragmented words amid which terms like dog and trash could still be heard. Chen Mo watched all of this with a calm, razor-sharp gaze. Then, he turned the steering wheel, and the car slowly veered onto a desolate road at the city's edge, leaving the bustle of the downtown district behind. Chapter 6, Combat. The vehicle slowly drove into the familiar ruins, the roar of the engine echoing through the empty grounds before finally fading into silence. Chen Mo parked the car steadily. This was the unfinished building complex, the place where he had awakened, and the turning point of his fate. All around was pitch black, with only the faint glow of the distant city barely outlining the broken silhouettes of the abandoned structures. No residents, no disturbances. He turned off the headlights, opened the car door, and stepped out, feeling the icy touch of the night wind. He donned the combat armor, draped himself in the trench coat, and put on the mask, pulling up the hood to conceal his head. From this moment onward, he was no longer the meek and submissive Chen Mo, but the dreaded superpowered assassin known as Tartarus. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves. It's fine, he was Tartarus now. This wasn't his first time doing this. Though his memories were gone, the skills honed over years surely remained. Then, he approached the rear car window and gave it a light tap. Senior, aren't we home yet? Zhao Xiang's voice came from inside the car, thick with drunkenness and exhaustion. He groggily opened his eyes and peered out the window, only to see pitch darkness. Chen Mo didn't answer, silently extending his arm instead. Two razor-sharp mantis blades slowly unfolded from his forearm with a faint SSSKK sound. The blade took on a sinister purple hue, shimmering with an eerie glow in the darkness like the scythe of death. He jerked open the car door and without hesitation swung his mantis blades toward Zhao Xiang's neck. The searing light blade sliced through the air, carrying the scent of death straight for Zhao Xiang's vital spots. Zhao Xiang instinctively recoiled, his pupils contracting sharply as his body slid downward into the chair. The glowing blade narrowly missed his cheek, leaving behind a scorched mark as the smell of burnt flesh hung in the air. The searing pain and terror instantly sobered Zhao Xiang, who let out a horrified scream. Without thinking, he kicked off desperately, using his body's momentum to roll out from under the cockpit seat. His body slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, but he ignored the pain, scrambling frantically to escape from that death trap of a vehicle. Chen Mo watched Zhao Xiang's frantic fleeing figure with a flicker of regret flashing through his heart. The ambush had failed, he'd underestimated Zhao Xiang's reflexes. Even in a drunken state, an Esper's physical capabilities far surpassed ordinary humans. Zhao Xiang stumbled to his feet, swaying unsteadily, clearly still not fully recovered from the numbing effects of alcohol. Staring in terror at the dark-shrouded figure before him, he stammered, who are you? Don't you know who I am? Chen Mo stepped out from the shadow of the car, gazing coldly at Zhao Xiang as if looking at a dead man. Sonic leg, Zhao Xiang, today is your day of death. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying undeniable killing intent. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he swung his mantis blades again, charging toward Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang staggered backward in terror, his back hitting the car's body, nowhere left to retreat. The scorching light blade came slashing again, this time aimed at the car door. The mantis blade sliced effortlessly through the metal door with a piercing screech, sending sparks flying in all directions. With a resounding crack, the solid car door was cleanly bisected, the cut surface mirror smooth with molten metal still dripping from the severed edges. Zhao Xiang stared at this inconceivable scene before him, completely shattered. He let out a hysterical scream. What the hell is this? Who the fuck are you? Chen Mo slowly retracted his mantis blades. Through the skull mask, his voice became unnaturally hoarse and terrifying, every word seemingly rising from the depths of hell. Tartarus. What? That's impossible. When he heard this name, Zhao Xiang's voice began to tremble, and his body kept retreating out of fear. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Chen Mo, as if trying to etch the man's appearance into his very bones. You've been gone for so long, the notorious, the infamous supervillain, why come for me now? He stammered, each word squeezed from his throat, thick with disbelief. But soon he grasped the gravity of the situation, terror flooded over him like a tidal wave. No, don't, please don't. He turned to flee, but his legs felt as if cast from lead, each step an excruciating effort. Stay away from me, he shrieked, his voice now completely unrecognizable. He began staggering as he tried to flee. Chen Mo chased after him from behind, watching Zhao Xiang stumble drunkenly. His balance was completely off, yet despite this, his running speed was astonishingly fast. For a moment, Chen Mo actually couldn't catch up. Then suddenly, Zhao Xiang spun around, summoning all his strength to kick an empty plastic bottle by the roadside with a flying strike. The bottle tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it shot straight toward Chen Mo. This sudden attack caught Chen Mo completely off guard. He instinctively tried to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. With a loud bang, the bottle struck Chen Mo's chest with tremendous force. Although it was just an empty bottle, Chen Mo felt an intense pain in his chest, as if he'd been hit by a speeding truck, and his breath caught instantly. The massive impact sent him flying backward, knocking him to the ground. His back slammed hard against the icy wall, emitting a dull thud. His bones felt like they were about to shatter in that moment, excruciating pain radiating through his entire body. His chest felt as though it was being torn apart, every breath like a knife cutting into him. He collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, groaning in agony. It seems I still underestimated the terror of superpowered individuals. Even a drunken counterattack could be this formidable. He tried to struggle to his feet but found all his strength drained, leaving him completely immobilized. Zhao Xiang, who had been fleeing in panic, suddenly halted at the sound of Chen Mo's groans. Slowly, he turned around to face the direction of the noise. He saw Chen Mo kneeling on the ground, his hands braced against the floor as if trying to stand, only to collapse weakly again. Zhao Xiang hesitated for a moment before slowly moving closer to Chen Mo, his eyes filled with both fear and cautious probing. The two remained locked in tense silence, one struggling in pain, the other uncertain and alarmed. Suddenly, with a crisp clatter, the skull mask on Chen Mo's face fell to the ground, revealing his pale and ordinary features. Zhao Xiang froze, his eyes widening as he stared intently in disbelief. Seconds later, an expression of utter incredulity spread across his face, swiftly transforming into wild elation. "Senior, is that you?" he stammered, his voice brimming with shock and bewilderment. As if suddenly comprehending everything, the terror on his face instantly vanished, replaced by the triumphant glee of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. "You're not Tartarus, nor are you someone with superpowers," he yelled, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. Then, he burst into hysterical laughter. Ha, ha 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 ha. A stupid cosplayer, a worthless mortal, actually dares to pretend to be Tartarus to scare me. Ha 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 ha. Following that, he delivered another kick, hitting an empty liquor bottle on the ground squarely. The bottle shattered instantly, breaking into countless sharp shards that flew towards Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo had no time to worry about the pain. Gritting his teeth, he rolled desperately to the side in a rush to dodge. Although his reaction was quick, he still couldn't avoid getting injured. With the speed enhanced by that high-velocity kick, the glass pieces flew faster than bullets, piercing his armor and leaving bloody marks across his face and body. Excruciating pain radiated from all over his body. Zhao Xiang's laughter grew even more arrogant. "Old man, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." He staggered forward while laughing uncontrollably. Chen Mo, stay calm, don't be afraid. You're Tartarus, remember? You're Tartarus. You've defeated superhumans before, you can do it again this time too. He panted, silently psyching himself up. Since close combat wasn't working, he'd try ranged attacks. With this thought, Chen Mo immediately drew his pistol. The gunshots rang out as bullets struck Zhao Xiang's chest, yet upon impact they disintegrated into powder, leaving only trails of white smoke that dissipated in the wind. Bullets? Zhao Xiang was momentarily astonished before breaking into laughter. Senior, I'm a strength-type superhuman. Bullets never worked on me from the start. While mocking Chen Mo, he kicked debris from the ground toward him. Under the force of his legs, those small stones and fragments became as deadly as bullets. Chen Mo dodged with difficulty as objects kept grazing past him, leaving wounds wherever they touched. Was it really too much to ask after all? Zhao Xiang was an ability user, even if he was just the lowest rank, while I was nothing. If he hadn't been drunk, I wouldn't have stood a chance. No, there's no point dwelling on this now. There's no turning back at this point, either fight or die, no other choice. After emptying a magazine, Chen Mo rolled to the side, dodging a flying soda can, while simultaneously drawing a fresh magazine from his waist and reloading. If you're so eager to stand up for others, then you can die. Zhao Xiang didn't stop his assault, kicking aside trash as he continued closing in on Chen Mo. Shooting, keep shooting. Bullets continuously struck Zhao Xiang's chest, but not a single one could penetrate his body, each one shattered upon impact, scattering plumes of white smoke that thickened with every shot. Elder, why keep resisting? Wouldn't it be easier to just accept death? Zhao Xiang continued to mock. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly swayed unsteadily and stumbled to his knees. Ugh, he then let out a belch before struggling back to his feet. Seems I really did drink a bit too much. Too much drink? No, it wasn't alcohol. Trank darts. The anesthetic rounds had finally taken effect. Now he realized why he had been issued a gun, and why all the bullets were high-potency tranquilizers. Ordinary ammunition had no effect on superhumans, but tranquilizers were a different story. He had personally experienced it, just one dart had knocked him out cold for an entire night. And how many rounds had Zhao Xiang absorbed already? Even superpowers couldn't withstand enough anesthetic. If the dosage hit critical levels, anyone would go down. Don't worry, even drunk, killing you would still be child's play. Ignoring Zhao Xiang's words, he continued firing his gun relentlessly. Only through continuous shooting could he accumulate enough dosage to push Zhao Xiang to his limit. This was his only chance to win. Chen Mo thought as he reloaded his magazine and fired again. He had no idea how long this state lasted. While maintaining distance from Zhao Xiang and dodging the objects kicked his way, he kept firing. His stamina was draining rapidly, his body beginning to disobey him. It seemed he'd reached his limit. He feared he couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, Zhao Xiang suddenly halted. Clutching his head with both hands, his face twisted in agony. Ugh, why can't I use any strength? He muttered, his voice tinged with confusion and bewilderment. Is the alcohol hitting harder than expected? He tried to reason, but his body swayed uncontrollably. He frantically shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts and stay awake. Yet, caught off guard, he fell to his knees once more. This time, he struggled to stand up, but his arms felt limp and completely devoid of strength. He tried several times, only to fail each time, left powerless on his knees. It worked, the tranquilizer dart worked. Chen Mo beside him let out a relieved sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. Yet, he still didn't dare to let his guard down completely. He raised his pistol and fired 2 more shots at Zhao Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck Zhao Xiang's body but didn't penetrate. Instead, they transformed into 2 wisps of white mist. The white mist rose and was drawn unreservedly into Zhao Xiang's lungs. Then, he softly coughed a few times, the sound weak and feeble, and only then did he finally begin to realize something was wrong. What did you do to me? He lifted his head and looked at Chen Mo, a trace of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Tranquilizer dart, Chen Mo replied in an even tone. Tranquilizer dart? Zhao Xiang repeated, as if he couldn't quite believe it. Don't worry, this won't kill you, it'll just leave you temporarily immobilized. Chen Mo continued speaking in a matter-of-fact tone, as if stating an undeniable truth. But this is different. Then, without warning, he brandished his mantis blades. The purple blades began shimmering ominously under the dim lighting, radiating a cold and deadly glow. Wait, elder brother, hold on. At this moment, Zhao Xiang finally felt true fear. He sensed the looming shadow of death and began waving his remaining strength at Chen Mo, desperately trying to stop him. Simultaneously, he scurried backward like a crab, attempting to put distance between himself and Chen Mo's glinting mantis blade. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Here I am right in front of you. Chen Mo's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, sending a shiver down Zhao Xiang's spine as he stood nearby. No, you misunderstood, senior. I was just joking with you earlier. He forced a smile that looked even uglier than tears, desperately trying to diffuse the tension. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly added, You said yourself you need me, I can arrange excellent work for you. Wait, Li Jin, how about I give you his manager position? As he spoke, he kept observing Chen Mo's expression, hoping to sway him. Looking at Zhao Xiang's pleading face begging for his life, Chen Mo finally realized even someone like him could wear such an expression. Is this what they call a superhero? All they know is bullying the weak, immediately turning into cowards when facing actual threats. Calling such people villains would be an insult to the word villain itself. Chen Mo's heart swelled with contempt and disdain. You still don't seem to grasp the situation. Chen Mo spoke slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. What? Zhao Xiang froze, not understanding Chen Mo's meaning. I am Tartarus. Chen Mo enunciated each word with a deep, resonant force. The embodiment of hell, specifically here to collect scum like you. The mantis blades in his hands slowly rose, their tips pointed directly at Zhao Xiang. No, don't. As the twin luminous blades drew closer, Zhao Xiang let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhao Xiang was dead, slain by his own hand. His fingers still sticky with warm blood. He had truly killed a superpowered being. A mere mortal had slain a so-called god. An irrepressible thrill surged through him. He wanted to shout, to make everyone see, especially Lu Feng's family, to show them how this hypocritical hero had paid the price. But reason quickly returned. Now, it was time to finish what he'd started. He took out that diary again, flipped to a certain page, and began reading. When his eyes reached one particular passage, they lingered on the words as he reread the contents once more. After killing my first superhuman, I discovered a secret within their body. A superhuman's abilities generally stem from extreme mutation in one of their organs. I'm inclined to call it their superpower organ. This means I merely need to kill them, extract the organ, and then I can obtain their abilities, no longer needing to bow before anyone. Superpower organs? According to the diary, the reason each superhuman exhibits different abilities is precisely because their mutated organs vary. Judging by the diary's contents, it seemed he had acquired others' powers this way in the past. Could this be his own ability? He wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. At this thought, he turned his gaze once more to Zhao Xiang's corpse, since his ability was in the legs, but the question was, how to identify it? However, when Chen Mo cut open the flesh around Zhao Xiang's calf, the doubt vanished. Beneath the skin, the two soleus muscles were faintly emitting a blue glow. Fighting back nausea, he sliced them out, wrapped them in cloth, and stashed them in the car. Chapter 7, The Thunder Valkyrie. After killing Zhao Xiang, there remained one crucial problem: how to avoid becoming a suspect himself. Of course, he had already devised a countermeasure. As an ordinary person who'd undergone no modifications, what could be more advantageous than this? Who would ever believe a mere mortal could take down a superhuman? Stowing the equipment and Zhao Xiang's superpowered organs at the pre-arranged hiding spot. All I need to do is tell the truth, that Zhao Xiang was killed by Tartarus. But who would believe that the only supervillain with powers is actually me? He even took the initiative to call the police, claiming he had been attacked by Tartarus. As soon as the call connected, Chen Mo gasped breathlessly, his voice trembling with feigned panic. Help! I've been attacked. The operator's professional voice came through, trying to calm Chen Mo. Sir, please remain calm. Tell me your current location and who attacked you. I'm near an abandoned factory in the suburbs. It's Tartarus. He's trying to kill me. Chen Mo's voice trembled with fear and despair. Tartarus? Are you sure it's Tartarus? The operator's voice noticeably rose a few pitches, clearly shaken by the name. I'm sure. I saw him with my own eyes. He also killed Xiang Xiao. Chen Mo continued, his voice brimming with terror. Please stay where you are and remain on the line. We're sending someone over immediately. The operator responded swiftly and began dispatching the nearest security team. After hanging up, Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear more frightened and helpless. When the security team's patrol car located Chen Mo, he was curled up inside his vehicle, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were wide open, his face a mask of terror as if he had experienced something truly horrific. Upon spotting them, Chen Mo felt as if he'd grasped a lifeline and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes, it's Tartarus. He killed Hero Xiang and tried to murder me too. Help! Help! He shouted while pointing in the direction of Zhao Xiang's corpse, his face etched with terror and despair. Then he saw two members of the security team walk up to him. One of the team members pointed a gun at Chen Mo and barked, "Hands on your head, get down on the ground." Chen Mo's body stiffened. He never expected security personnel to treat a victim this way. Before he could react, another crew member ruthlessly slammed the rifle butt into the back of his head without hesitation. The next moment, a brutal rifle strike sent him crashing to the ground. The interrogation room's lighting was dim yet harsh, the air thick with oppressive tension. Chen Mo sat handcuffed to a cold metal chair, facing several solemn-looking officers. No, they didn't deserve to be called officers. These were just city-hired security forces, lackeys serving entrepreneurs and the wealthy. Among them, he noticed a middle-aged man, probably in his 50s, with streaks of gray at his temples. One of the officers rapped the table, his voice laced with menace. Chen Mo, you'd better come clean, or else. Another immediately slammed the table and roared. Speak, did you kill Sonic Leg Zhaoxiang? Everything before Chen Mo's eyes felt utterly absurd. He shook his head calmly. It wasn't me. I told you before, it was Tartarus. He appeared suddenly and attacked Xiang Xiao. Then why are you still alive while my son lies dead? The middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, his voice brimming with fury. Your son? Chen Mo turned his head curiously toward the man, but immediately heard another officer say, This is Zhao Hong, Chairman Zhao, the father of Sonic Leg Zhaoxiang. You better behave and answer his questions honestly. Zhao Xiang's father? He'd heard back then that Zhao Xiang replaced him precisely because his father was one of the directors of Lin Corporation. Never imagined their first meeting would be under these circumstances. I don't know, he just straight up fought Xiangxiao. I was so scared at the time, I just ran for my life. Damn it, you just left my son there and ran away by yourself? Zhao Hong roared angrily. If you ask me, there's no such thing as Tartarus at all. You're the one who killed him. You held a grudge. One of the officers immediately chimed in. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. Were these people brainless? Or perhaps not, maybe they were just accustomed to this kind of irresponsible interrogation. He replied coldly. Have you even considered this? Xiang was a superhero, and I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly have killed him? Keep playing tough, huh? No problem, we've got plenty of ways to deal with you. An officer said while pulling out an electric baton and waving it in front of Chen Mo. Last time I'm asking you, who killed Sonic Leg Zhaoxiang? It was Tartarus. You're fucking asking for death. The baton was raised high, about to come down when suddenly a bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air, striking the security guard squarely. He let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground in a heap, the baton clattering from his grasp. Who did that? At that very moment, the interrogation room door burst open with a crash. Following the commotion, Chen Mo turned to see a young woman striding purposefully into the room. She appeared to be in her early 20s with skin like freshly fallen snow and delicate, refined features. The most striking feature was her heterochromatic eyes, like two rare gems embedded upon this exquisite visage. Yet upon closer inspection, her features weren't those of a Westerner. The cascade of jet black hair declared her Asian heritage. She was tall, even towering a head above Chen Mo. Perfect body proportions, long and straight legs. But what truly sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine was her attire. A sleek silver-white combat suit clung to her voluptuous figure, accentuating curves that quicken pulses. Emblazoned across the chest was a striking lightning emblem. Golden-fringed epaulets adorned her shoulders, while a golden cape cascaded from her back. This outfit, this insignia. Countless images flashed through Chen Mo's mind like lightning. On television and the internet, he had seen this figure countless times before. The woman's arrival instantly silenced the entire room, with everyone, even Zhao Xiang's father, displaying reverent expressions. Just as Chen Mo was wondering who this person was, he heard Zhao Xiang's father speak first. Chairman Lin, what brings you here? At the mention of Chairman Lin, Chen Mo immediately retrieved the woman's information from his memory. Lin Yunqi, chairperson of the conglomerate that owned their company, the true power behind the throne. She was also a registered superhero codenamed Thunder Valkyrie, a Tier 7 energy-type super. Instead of directly answering Zhao Heng's question, she merely swept her gaze around the room before speaking coldly. What are you doing? President Lin, we're interrogating a suspect, one of the officers stammered. A suspect? Lin Yunqi glanced at Chen Mo, handcuffed to the table, then turned to the others. You think he killed Sonic Legs? No one answered. Lin Yunqi's gaze was so sharp that everyone lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding her eyes. After glancing around the room, her gaze settled once more on Zhao Heng. Director Zhao, do you share the same opinion? Director Lin, Zhao Hong found himself at a loss for words. Don't call me Director Lin. I'm here representing the Hero Association this time. After 8 years, heroes are dying again, more than one. The association takes this very seriously. Yet all you want is to find a scapegoat and sweep this under the rug? Lin Yunqi's voice remained frosty, laced with anger. No, we were just... Someone tried to explain, but she ignored them completely. She simply walked straight up to Chen Mo, suddenly grasped the handcuffs restraining him, and with a gentle twist, snap, the cuffs broke apart. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Then, under the collective gaze of the onlookers, she helped Chen Mo to his feet and declared, I'm taking this man with me. Tell your chief that if he doesn't give a satisfactory explanation for this matter, he'd better start preparing his resignation letter. But Chairman Lin, he's the prime suspect in my son's murder. At this moment, Zhao Hong nearby spoke up with evident anxiety. Lin Yunqi glanced at the man, her eyes momentarily flashing with disdain before she replied. Chairman Zhao, do you honestly believe an ordinary man without any strength could be your son's killer? I understand your current emotions, But would you rather pin this on a scapegoat to close the case, or see the real murderer brought to justice? Even if it wasn't him, he's still involved. The killer was right there at the scene, why did he survive? Zhao Hong continued vehemently, when my son was suffering, why didn't he lift a finger to help? When the phrase witnessing death without rescue was mentioned, Lin Yunqi suddenly raised her head from the side, her eyes flashing with a chilling intensity that inexplicably made Zhao Hong take a step back in fright. However, the girl then spoke in an even tone. Chairman Zhao, your son was a superhero who unfortunately encountered the most evil superpowered villain in history, Tartarus, and met a tragic end. Yet here you are, blaming an ordinary person for not saving him? Why yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. Zhao Hong immediately lowered his head under her questioning. Let's leave it at that then, she replied coldly, before glancing at Chen Mo and adding, I'll take you back first. Chen Mo watched the woman warily. What did she want? Playing the good Samaritan? Upholding justice? He didn't believe in her goodwill. If she were truly someone who stood for justice, she should have stepped in when Lu Feng got into trouble. Yet Lu Feng's death had been as insignificant as an ant's. No one cared, no one batted an eye. But now that Zhao Xiang was dead, all these so-called superheroes suddenly couldn't sit still. Even as these thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a humble facade, nodding as he replied, Director Lin, thank you. Don't thank me. I'm merely doing my duty. Did the security team really think they could just grab some random person to take the fall? Have they forgotten who exactly died here? Lin Yunqi replied, speaking bluntly without any polite formalities or pretense. Perhaps in the eyes of someone like her, Chen Mo's existence was too insignificant to warrant any disguise or decorum. Strangely enough, this straightforwardness actually put Chen Mo at ease. It practically eliminated him as a suspect. The thought made him exhale in quiet relief. Soon after, he was ushered by his companion into a Mercedes-Benz supercar. With a stomp on the accelerator, the roaring sports car lurched forward. The garage security hurried to raise the barrier, but Lin Yunqi didn't even give them the courtesy of waiting. Instead, she floored it, shattering the precinct's garage barrier in a reckless burst before speeding away. The move left Chen Mo utterly dumbfounded. This girl really had no bounds to her audacity. But after encountering Zhao Xiang earlier, he wasn't entirely surprised. If anything, he supposed all these so-called superheroes shared the same arrogant disregard for others. The car drove on in silence. As Chen Mo gazed at the skyscrapers blurring past outside the window, he suddenly heard her speak after what felt like an eternity. I can understand how you feel, and I've heard about the incident, but that still doesn't justify helping a criminal. Chairman Lin, what exactly do you mean by that? Clearly, no good would come of this. The other party hadn't sent him out of kindness. Meanwhile, Chen Mo deliberately played dumb. Let me put it this way, you didn't actually kill him, but you're hiding something about what happened, Lin Yunqi continued. No, I did kill that person, Chen Mo grumbled inwardly. I've said all I should say, honestly nothing's hidden, he replied, putting on a cowardly act. Tartarus is no savior, he's just a complete terrorist whose very existence threatens the whole world. The woman's voice was frigid, her tone almost accusatory. I think so too. He kept his head down, replying meekly as before. Really? Lin Yunqi turned to glance at him, then flashed a meaningful smile. He's the real villain. You all are the true superheroes. You know what? I've idolized you since I was a kid, whether on screen or in real life, using superpowers to fight crime and maintain peace. That's what everyone dreams of. You're everyone's role models. Was this bootlicking a bit too much? Even Chen Mo himself felt it sounded disgustingly fake. Then suddenly, Lin Yunqi said, we don't need worship, nor do we deserve it. Ha! Chen Mo looked at the woman in confusion. Was this conversation even worth having anymore? But then he noticed a shadow of gloom passing over Lin Yunqi's face. Then she shook her head and added, forget it, pretend I never said that. The sports car continued its journey forward as the two sat in silence, with only the lyrical music drifting from the player. Time seemed to blur, and before either could tell how long had passed, the vehicle came to a stop right at Chen Mo's residential complex. Without waiting for him to open it, the car door swung open automatically. Then came Lin Yunqi's icy voice. We're here. Thank you. He was about to leave when the girl pulled him back again. Then he heard her say once more, give me your WeChat. Ha! He took out his phone in surprise. After adding each other as friends, Lin Yunqi finally let go. Now we can stay in touch anytime. I hope you'll think it over carefully, just tell me whatever comes to mind. With those words, she closed the car door, stepped on the gas, and the roaring sports car sped away from the neighborhood. Chapter 8, The Application of Superpowers. After Zhao Xiang's accident, the company unexpectedly granted Chen Mo 2 days off, which wasn't entirely surprising, considering the gravity of the incident. The son of one of the directors had died, and not just any son, but a newly risen superhuman. Despite the break, Chen Mo didn't remain idle. After confirming he wasn't under surveillance or being followed, he drove to retrieve his own equipment and Zhao Xiang's superhuman organ, then began studying it at his desk. The diary had mentioned seizing and utilizing such organs to gain power, but it said nothing about how, leaving Chen Mo perplexed. How exactly was he supposed to harness Zhao Xiang's abilities? Did he have to eat the organ? Staring at the two smooth, muscle-like tissues, their centers still faintly pulsing with that same blue glow since their extraction, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. He then conducted a series of experiments attempting to cut them with a knife, for instance, but failed immediately. The two soleus muscles proved incredibly tough, even surpassing Zhao Xiang's own physical strength. Ultimately, Chen Mo also tried using the mantis blade's energy edge, but that too failed. Indestructible, that was the conclusion Chen Mo arrived at. This description wasn't just about their hardness but also their vitality. Despite having been separated from the body for an entire night, the muscles still looked fresh, their tissues brimming with life. Chen Mo was certain they were still alive, capable of independent survival even outside the body, no decay, no destruction. Further experiments with electrical shocks confirmed this hypothesis. The muscles contracted and functioned immediately upon receiving electrical signals. Though it startled Chen Mo, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After these tests, he roughly pieced together a few facts. Superhuman organs were indestructible and could survive independently outside the body. He theorized that they possessed enormous internal energy to sustain their vital functions, akin to a miniature nuclear battery. Additionally, they reacted intensely to electrical signals. Based on this, mimicking neural signals might allow them to function normally. Yet, even knowing all this, he still couldn't figure out how to make use of them. They were still just two pieces of flesh alive, yes, and controllable through electrical stimulation, but ultimately useless as they were. During his short break, he devoted almost all his energy to studying the two muscle tissues, yet apart from learning some basic characteristics, he made no further progress. After that, he returned to work at the warehouse. Logically, with Zhao Xiang's death, there was no longer any need for his transfer, but the company still upheld the original decision. Li Jun quietly informed him that this arrangement was deliberately maintained by Zhao Xiang's father, Zhao Heng. You escorted his son home, only to end up delivering his son to his demise instead. Now he resents you, Li Jun whispered to him. Chen Mo wasn't surprised by this. During the incident at the security bureau, he had already witnessed the man's pettiness. Besides, working at the warehouse suited him just fine. He was greeted by a young girl. When he arrived, he saw her seated on a chair with a set of mechanical leg braces on the table. She held a wrench in her hand, occasionally tapping at the braces or reinforcing certain parts. Hearing someone enter, she set down her tools and turned to look. Chen Mo gave her a friendly wave, only to hear the girl say, "Finally here. So you're the one replacing me?" Seeing Chen Mo nod, she spoke again. "Hand over your employee card, I need to log it in here." Chen Mo handed over his employee card, which the girl quickly took and inserted into the card reader. She then began typing rapidly on the keyboard while continuing her conversation with Chen Mo. Chen Mo, from the design team? I've heard all about what happened over there." She paused briefly before continuing, "But what I don't understand is why they're still sending you here when that Zhao Xiang is already dead. Maybe I'm not very likable?" Chen Maja waved his hand helplessly. Alrighty, the girl sighed, tapped the enter key, then pulled out the employee card and handed it back to Chen Maja. "Done logging in. From now on, just use the company app to clock in for work." After a brief pause, she continued. "So, do you know what this place does? Isn't it a warehouse?" Chen Mo asked curiously. "It is a warehouse, just a scrap warehouse," the girl replied. "A scrap warehouse?" Chen Mo looked puzzled. "This is where all the discarded items are stored, scrapped proposals, discontinued projects, and unused prototypes. You could say it's the worst place in the entire company," the girl explained. "The pay is low, benefits are minimal, but the upside is no overtime and having weekends off." Actually sounds perfect for me," Chen Mo replied with a chuckle, scratching his cheek after hearing her explanation. "You're quite the optimist," the girl laughed. "Work starts at 9 a.m., ends at 6 p.m. You can leave early if you want, you'll be the only one here anyway." Chen Mo nodded, then asked further, "Is there anything else I should be aware of?" The girl frowned in thought before continuing. "Just don't let those scavengers sneak in and steal things. Oh, one more thing about the surveillance room. Well, half the cameras are broken." "All broken? Doesn't anyone fix them?" "This is where we keep the junk, who cares?" the girl said with a laugh. "Though they're all discarded items, they're still company assets, lots of them are weapons. If anything ever goes missing, remember to report it." Chen Mo nodded again before focusing his gaze on the leg brace in the girl's hand. "What's that?" he asked. This? Leg assist machinery. Originally designed for strength-based heroes, they enhance leg power," the girl answered. "So why was it abandoned?" "Because it didn't meet the strength requirements," the girl explained. "Do you have any idea how much force a high-level hero can generate with just one kick? The equipment we developed couldn't even match their raw power, so naturally, it was useless." couldn't match raw power? Chen Mo stared at the mechanical leg braces. To be precise, it was a power issue. Such a small device had limited kinetic output. The materials used were also problematic. Traditional mechanical structures indeed couldn't compare to high-level superhumans in terms of force generation, and they lacked explosive power. A sudden idea struck him. What if they replaced the power components with Zhaoxiang's two leg muscles? As superpowered organs, they wouldn't require any additional energy supply, and the force they generated would fully meet the standards. With this thought, a preliminary reconstruction plan took shape in his mind. Then he heard the girl say, "Alright, I've told you everything I needed to. Now it's up to you. Thanks to your great fortune, I finally escaped this miserable existence." Chen Mo simply smiled and nodded at the girl's words. After watching her leave, he began the reconstruction shortly after her departure. The original power system and transmission mechanisms were removed, replaced with two luminescent muscles. This modification even lightened the leg brace's weight, no longer requiring two massive batteries or complex mechanical structures. All that remained was installing a set of smart sensors to detect leg movement and provide real-time feedback. For the next 2 or 3 days, he remained holed up in the warehouse without even returning home. Chen Mo was completely immersed in the joy of creation and design, forgetting meals and sleep. With the place to himself and most surveillance broken, no one noticed him. He meticulously adjusted every component to ensure perfect integration. At last, the mechanical leg design was complete. Chen Mo carefully strapped it to his leg and began testing. He took a deep breath and suddenly kicked out. The leg brace performed perfectly, with tremendous force. A large section of drywall was sent flying. The drywall slammed hard into the wall, shattering into countless pieces. Chen Mo felt a slight numbness in his feet, and the joints ached slightly from the pull of the mechanical leg braces. Yet a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The mechanical leg braces were successfully made. He knew this was just the first step. More adjustments and improvements would be needed next. After that, he carried out a series of modifications, connecting the mechanical leg braces to the boots of his battle armor. To further enhance their performance, he added another layer of mechanical structure on the outside. This layer not only provided additional support but also better protected the delicate components inside. Chen Mo gazed at his masterpiece, his heart swelling with pride. He finally understood how he had stolen the abilities of those superhumans. It all made sense now. He was an equipment designer, after all. He had taken the superhuman organs from those heroes and repurposed them as gear for himself. It was through this method that he had become the dreaded Tartarus. When he put on these specially modified boots, the mechanical devices driven by Zhao Xiang's muscles began to function. These devices could instantly enhance the movements of his legs, making every kick brim with power. Now, his kicks, whether in speed or strength, were completely identical to Zhao Xiang's from before. It could be said that he now possessed Zhao Xiang's superpower. The only difference was that his body's resistance to physical attacks remained at an ordinary human's level. Chen Mo looked at the finished product he had created, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. But then, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, hadn't he already decided to retire from his old life and live as an ordinary person? Yet here he was, falling back into the same old patterns. Maybe he was just wired this way. Perhaps it was something he couldn't change. With this thought, he plopped onto a chair with a resigned sigh, a wry smile creeping onto his face. What Chen Mo didn't know was that during these days he shut himself in the warehouse, someone was already plotting against him. In a penthouse luxury apartment at the heart of the city's upscale district, Zhao Hong secluded himself in his study, his face twisted with rage. Zhao Xiang was dead. The son he'd painstakingly groomed had died just like that. Of course, he had more than just this one son. Over the years, leveraging his status and wealth, he'd kept numerous mistresses outside his marriage, all of whom had remarkably competed to bear him children, contributing their part in continuing the Zhao bloodline. But here was the problem. While he had many sons, only this one had awakened supernatural abilities to become unempowered. Becoming empowered wasn't something money could buy. Ordinary genetic modification might be accessible to anyone, but truly gaining powers required an extremely rare physical compatibility. Among all his sons, only Zhao Xiang had possessed this gift. Now he was just gone. How could Zhao Hong accept this? By all reasoning, with his abilities being strength-type powers that made him bulletproof, accidents should have been least likely. Thinking of this, Zhao Hong felt waves of heart-wrenching pain, his fists involuntarily clenching. This couldn't stand. His son would not have died in vain. However, the one who killed Zhao Xiang was Tartarus, that most heinous superpowered criminal in history, a genuine empowered. Not even the Superhuman Association had managed to capture him. How could Zhao Hong, a mere ordinary person, hope to intervene in such matters? But if he couldn't deal with an empowered, dealing with an employee was well within his capabilities. That fellow named Chen Mo, he was the one who escorted his son home that night, and then the boy was gone. He'd made inquiries. His son had killed Chen Mo's close friend. Who could say whether that guy had secretly collaborated with Tartarus to deliberately trap his son? Thinking of this, he pulled out a phone from the drawer and dialed a number. A sharp voice came from the other end of the line. Is this Boss Zhao? Long time no talk. Wang Lizzy, I need you to help me get rid of someone. Chapter 9 The Punk. The successful modification of his leg wrappings put Chun Mo in high spirits. After finishing everything, he stretched and left his seat to wash his face in the bathroom. But when he looked up, he nearly scared himself. The man in the mirror had a stubbled face, greasy, disheveled hair, and dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly worn out. Come to think of it, I really stayed in the warehouse for far too long. For several days in a row, I poured all my focus into refining the equipment, completely neglecting everything else. I didn't even contact anyone during that time, or, to put it more bluntly, I didn't speak a single word to another living soul. Is this what my personality used to be like? Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. It felt like being some socially awkward shut-in who only cared about things that interested himself. He pulled out his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was over a dozen unread messages on WeChat. Opening them, he was startled to find they were all from Auntie Lee, the head of the residential committee, sent in the apartment owners group chat. Xiao Chun, a group of people came to the apartment claiming to be your friends. They look absolutely menacing. What's going on? Don't take this the wrong way, but those friends of yours, they show up outside your door every day making a scene. The neighbors can't even rest properly anymore. You need to have a word with them. If this continues, it's already disrupting public order. I'll have to call the police. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you replying? A friend? And sounding so aggressive at that. Suspicion rose in Chen Mo's heart, though he couldn't quite be certain. In the end, he could only reply, got it, I'll be careful. Putting down the phone, his doubts only grew stronger. Just to be safe, he put on the newly modified gaiters he'd been working on and found a white lab coat in the warehouse to use as disguise. He tidied his appearance, trying his best not to look too haggard. Leaving the warehouse, Chen Mo started his car and drove toward his apartment. The entire way, he was thinking about who these so-called friends could be, and why they would come looking for him. Arriving at the apartment building, he parked his car, looked up at his floor, and mentally prepared himself for any situation he might face. Chen Mo stepped out of the car and instinctively tightened his white lab coat against the biting early spring wind. He walked steadily toward the apartment hallway, his footsteps measured, betraying no sign of panic. As expected, several young men loitered in the hallway. Their flashy outfits and multicolored hair marked them as anything but upstanding citizens. All six were sprawled on the floor or leaned against the walls, cigarettes dangling from their mouths as smoke filled the narrow space. Their eyes locked onto Chun Mo in unison, radiating open hostility. Chen Mo kept his composure as best he could, surveying them with calm eyes. He walked step by step toward his room as if nothing around him concerned him. Just as he reached his door and was about to take out his keys to unlock it, a voice came from behind him. Hey, you're Chen Mo, right? The voice was rough and hoarse, edged with impatience. Chen Mo stopped what he was doing and slowly turned to face the speaker. It was the leader of the group, tall, with a long scar running down his face that made him look particularly menacing. What's wrong? He asked calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. What, don't you remember me? The scar-faced man spoke again. Seeing Chen Mo shake his head, he grinned and hooked an arm around Chen Mo's neck, saying, I'm your neighbor, Wang the Scabby. Sorry, don't know you, Chen Mo replied bluntly. Seems like you've forgotten some things. Brother, no worries, just come with us, it'll all come back to you. Wang Lizzy snorted coldly, his tone laced with threat. And what if I refuse? Chen Mo retorted, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glint of cold light flashed within them. This isn't up to you. Wang Lizzy curled his lips into a cruel smile, then turned his head and gave a meaningful glance. A young thug immediately stepped toward him. The man was slight in stature, but his eyes burned with a ruthless intensity. He suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist, the sharp blade glinting coldly under the dim light. The dagger pressed against Chen Mo's waist, its icy touch making his body stiffen slightly. Let's go. The street thug deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke. Faced with the sudden danger, a flicker of vigilance flashed through Chen Mo's mind, yet he showed no panic. His expression remained composed, his eyes even carrying a trace of disdain. All right then. With that, the group made their way downstairs and boarded a beaten-up van parked by the roadside. With a shove from Wang Lizzy, he was pushed into the back seat, immediately flanked by two young thugs who squeezed in on either side. The interior was cramped, permeated with the pungent stench of cigarettes and sweat. Chen Mo sat in the back, immobilized between them. The scenery outside the window sped by in reverse as streetlights cast fleeting shadows across the van's interior. The van drove on, passing through several bustling streets before turning into some secluded alleys. It was impossible to tell how long they'd been traveling. Finally, it came to a stop by a deserted riverbank. Chen Mo looked outside. The area was overgrown with weeds, utterly desolate. Not far away, the crumbling arch of an abandoned bridge loomed eerily in the gloom. Get out! Suddenly, Wang Lizzy spoke up. His voice cut sharply through the quiet riverside, startlingly shrill in the stillness. With a loud bang, the car door was forcefully yanked open, letting in a gust of cold wind that carried the stench of mud and rotten leaves. One by one, several people got out of the car. So, what's this about? Chun Mo asked calmly. Wang Lizi stepped forward, his smile not reaching his eyes. Nothing personal, buddy. Someone paid to take you out. Chen Mo showed no fear upon hearing this. Instead, a chilling darkness crept into his expression. You're planning to kill someone in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Caught? Wang Lizi burst into laughter at these words, rocking back and forth with mirth. He pointed around them. Know why we brought you here? Because there are no surveillance cameras. Oh, is that so? Then I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo finally let out a long sigh of relief, his face breaking into a relaxed smile. What did you say? The smile on Wang Lizi's face instantly froze. Before the thugs could even react, he had already raised his leg and kicked straight at one of their heads. Thud, a dull sound echoed as, with the aid of his mechanical leg brace, the thug's head burst open like an overripe watermelon, flesh and blood splattering across the ground in an instant. Chen Mo's kick not only shocked his opponents but also left him slightly stunned. The force far exceeded his expectations, the real-world effect was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Right now, in their eyes, he must already be considered a superhuman. A deathly silence fell over the vicinity as everyone was stunned by the sudden eruption of violence. Wang Lizi's face instantly turned ghostly pale, and several of the thugs retreated in fright, some even trembling uncontrollably. The metallic scent of blood filled everyone's nostrils. Moments ago, they had been laughing about how to deal with Chun Mo, but now, not a single one dared to step forward. You, what the hell are you? Wang Lizi finally snapped out of his shock, his voice dripping with terror. Chun Mo didn't answer, his expression remaining eerily calm. Though that kick had already demonstrated his dominance, the danger was far from over. His equipment might have granted him Zhao Xiang's strength, but his body was still fundamentally human, no superhuman reflexes, no bullet-fast reactions, and the thugs were all armed. If they rushed him at once, he'd be hopelessly outnumbered. That was precisely why he had to end this quickly, before they even realized what was happening. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at another thug, another brutal kick. This one landed squarely between the legs with a sickening crunch. The man howled in agony, and Chen Mo felt something burst beneath the impact. The force sent the thug flying before he crashed heavily to the ground, his groin a ruined mess of flesh and blood. By the time he landed, he was already dead. It's a superhuman, he's a superhuman, someone screamed. Run, run now. Nobody knew who shouted at first, but then everyone started running toward the van. No, nobody runs. Attack, all of you attack. Wang Lizi kept shouting orders, but nobody was listening to him anymore. Don't let them escape. If he let them escape, there was a high chance his identity would be exposed. Thinking this, Chun Mo immediately gave chase. He saw one of the thugs running toward the driver's seat, reaching for the door handle. Without hesitation, he aimed at the man and sent a stone hurtling through the air with a forceful kick. The stone shot through the air and struck the man's back with tremendous force, accompanied by a scream and the unmistakable sound of shattering bones. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips as the impact sent him crashing violently into the van. His head smashed through the window, lodging itself in the jagged, broken glass. His face was already a mangled mess, torn apart by the shards, a sight too gruesome to bear. The remaining two people were so shocked by the sight that they stumbled backward and fell flat on their backsides. You can't escape, you can't escape. We're done for, we're all going to die. Then they saw Chen Mo approaching them step by step. In despair, the two closed their eyes. As the last thug was killed, the surroundings fell into utter silence. Panting, he scanned the fallen figures with a hint of satisfaction. Now only Wang Lizi remained. Just then, he suddenly turned around and saw a mix of fear and anger flashing across Wang Lizi's face, and in his hand, a pistol, aimed directly at him. Chen Mo's heart sank. Damn it, he wasn't wearing his combat suit, just those mechanical leg braces. And now, the gun was pointed straight at his head. The distance was too close to dodge, yet just far enough to be out of kicking range. The situation was beyond precarious. How could he have overlooked the possibility of the thug having a gun? Was Tartarus, of all people, really about to die at the hands of a lowly gangster today? Chen Mo looked at Wang Lizi, who was trembling all over, aiming a gun at him with both hands but hesitating to pull the trigger. That's right, now he was being treated as a superhuman, a strength type one at that. At least in the other's perception, guns were useless against superhumans. Stay calm. Staying calm was crucial now. There was still room for everything to turn around. Chen Mo forced himself to calm down, then spoke in a deliberately icy tone, feigning indifference. What, you want to shoot? Wang Lizi seemed to tremble even more violently than before, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to continue. You should know guns are useless against me, came the same icy voice, his eyes even feigning contempt. Go ahead, pull the trigger. I promise you'll die in agony. Wang Lizi's face showed hesitation, the gun in his hand trembling slightly before finally lowering. Damn it, fuck. He never told me I'd be dealing with superhumans. Otherwise, I'd never have taken this job. Chen Mo looked down at him, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. Who hired you? I said it. Will you let me go? Wang Lizi asked. That depends, Chen Mo replied coldly. Hearing this response, Wang Lizi lowered his head in thought for a moment before lifting it again to reply. It was Zhao Heng. He wants you dead. I was just hired help. Zhao Heng? Chen Mo had already guessed it was him. This entire affair stemmed from Zhao Xiang. Clearly, Zhao Heng believed Chen Mo was somehow implicated in Zhao Xiang's death and had used Wang Lizi as his knife to eliminate him. Chen Mo remained silent for a moment before speaking coldly. Call Zhao Heng and tell him the matter has been settled. Arrange a meeting to pay him. Then can you spare me? Wang Lizi asked again. As long as you do as I say, Chen Mo replied. Wang Lizi felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. With trembling fingers, he hastily pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Heng's number. Boss Zhao, it's done. Yes, you can come over now, he whispered, terrified of angering Chen Mo. After hanging up, Wang Lizi lifted his head to look at Chen Mo. I've done everything you asked, can I go now? His eyes were filled with pleading. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Wang Lizi let out a sigh of relief. But the moment he turned around, Chen Mo suddenly raised his leg and kicked him square in the spine. Amidst a sharp cry and the sickening crunch of bone, Wang Lizi collapsed to the ground. Before he could even react, Chen Mo had already closed the distance in 2 strides and stood over him. Without hesitation, he brought his foot down with brutal indifference, another surge of force exploding through his limb, crushing Wang Lizi's skull into a bloody pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Sorry, but I can't leave any witnesses. The surroundings were eerily quiet. A gentle breeze carried the scent of blood through the air. He stood there, watching everything with indifference, before striding away from the scene. Chapter 10, Zhao Heng's death. The night hung low as the city's neon lights flickered dimly. Under an unmonitored overpass, Zhao Heng steered his luxury car slowly into the shadows. This Wang Lizi, what a hassle. Money could have been transferred directly, yet he insisted on meeting in person. Zhao felt a twinge of irritation, mingled with a vague unease. What's the big idea, dragging me out here? Grumbling under his breath, Zhao parked next to Wang's shabby van, not even bothering to step out of his car. He rolled down the car window and impatiently tapped on the van's window. The money's already been transferred. You shouldn't have asked me to meet. Zhao Heng's tone carried a hint of impatience, along with the arrogance of someone in a superior position. Inside the van, there was only dead silence, no response whatsoever. Zhao Heng's brows furrowed tightly, the sense of unease in his heart growing stronger by the moment. Just as he was puzzling over it, the van's door suddenly creaked open with a drawn-out squeak. A figure emerged from the vehicle, and in the dim light, Zhao Heng could make out the silhouette. But it wasn't the wretched face of Wang Lizi that greeted him. Instead, it was Tartarus. To be precise, it should be Chen Mo, now clad in combat attire with a black trenchcoat billowing in the night wind, his face concealed behind a skull mask that revealed only a pair of icy eyes. Zhao Heng froze instantly, his pupils contracting violently as if an invisible hand had clenched his heart, nearly stopping its beat. His mouth opened soundlessly, producing only a guttural rattle in his throat. His trembling hands instinctively reached for the steering wheel to flee, but his body seemed frozen solid, utterly refusing to obey. It was already too late. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he suddenly raised his right leg. With a force of crushing weight, he delivered a vicious kick squarely into Zhao Heng's luxury car. Thud! An ear-splitting boom tore through the silent night sky like thunder from a clear sky. The car flipped through the air like a ball kicked by a giant before crashing heavily onto the ground. The vehicle was completely mangled, crumpled into a heap of twisted scrap metal. A massive footprint was horrifyingly visible on the deeply dented door, while all windows had shattered, their fragments scattering everywhere, reflecting the cold street lights. Inside the wreckage, Zhao Heng felt his world spinning violently, his internal organs seemingly displaced by the impact. The brutal collision left him dizzy and disoriented, his ears ringing. When the airbag abruptly deployed, pinning him against the seat with suffocating pressure, he fought desperately to push open the warped car door and crawled out of the cockpit on hands and knees. The moment he hit the ground, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed out. Lifting his head, he saw the figure standing before the car under the dim light of the overpass, like the incarnation of death. The black trenchcoat fluttered wildly in the night wind, and the eyes behind the skull mask were icy, devoid of any trace of human emotion. You're Tartarus? Zhao Heng's voice trembled with disbelief and fear, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth. He never dreamed in his worst nightmares that this infamous demon would appear right before him. Aren't you the hero killer? Don't you only murder those superpowered heroes? Zhao Heng screamed in terror, his body involuntarily scooting backward, trying to distance himself from this horrifying presence. Why would you target an ordinary person like me? His voice was saturated with despair and confusion. Chen Mo gave no reply, merely advancing step by silent step. Each footfall seemed to crush Zhao Heng's heart, suffocating him with dread. He stepped in front of Zhao Heng, then suddenly raised his foot and stomped down violently on his leg. Crunch, Zhao Heng's right leg instantly bent at a grotesque angle, white bone fragments piercing through the skin as blood immediately soaked the ground. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night's silence. He writhed in agony on the ground, curling into a fetal position. The excruciating pain made his vision blur in waves as cold sweat drenched his entire body. He couldn't understand, couldn't fathom at all why Tartarus had targeted him. I'm just an ordinary person, you've got the wrong man. Zhao Heng shouted hoarsely, trembling as he pulled out his phone from his pocket, desperately trying to dial the familiar emergency number, his last hope. Chen Mo didn't give him the slightest chance. Slowly stepping forward, he looked down at Zhao Heng with the indifference reserved for a dying insect struggling in vain. Another brutal stomp followed mercilessly. Crack! The phone screen shattered instantly, sending fragments flying in all directions. Along with it shattered Zhao Heng's hand bones. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable as the phone instantly exploded into fragments, components flying everywhere. Zhao Heng's hand twisted at an unnatural angle, blood gushing forth to stain the concrete ground red. Zhao Heng's screams reverberated beneath the empty overpass. Writhing in agony on the ground, his face became a grotesque mess of tears, snot, and spurting blood, a picture of utter wretchedness. Please, don't kill me. Zhao Heng's voice was hoarse and trembling. Supporting himself with his uninjured hand, he desperately scrambled backward. I'll give you money, all the money I have. Name your price. Just spare me. His incoherent pleas spilled forth, eyes filled with primal terror of death. Chen Mo slowly crouched down, gazing coldly at the squirming figure on the ground. His stare held all the warmth of someone observing an insect beneath their shoe. The flickering overhead lights cast his elongated shadow across the pavement. Did you ever think, when you hired assassins to kill, that one day you'd face this yourself? Chen Mo spoke, his voice icy, each word like a sharp blade piercing Zhao Heng's heart. Zhao Heng froze at first, the excruciating pain bringing a sliver of clarity to his muddled mind. He suddenly raised his head, his clouded eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Mo as blood vessels crept across his eyeballs. Was it because of that brat Chen Mo? His voice turned shrill with fear and fury as he roared like a desperate beast in a cage. He was connected to you after all. It was him. He helped you kill my son, didn't he? Chen Mo watched him quietly, observing his agonized struggle against despair. No, Chen Mo didn't help me. Chen Mo spoke slowly, his tone eerily calm. Zhao Heng froze, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't comprehend Chen Mo's words. Because. Chen Mo's voice paused, as if steeling himself for something. He is me. With these words, Chen Mo slowly removed the skull mask from his face. In the dim light, Chen Mo's ordinary face was revealed, but now it bore an expression of cold indifference and resolve, completely unlike the meek employee he usually appeared to be. Zhao Heng was utterly astonished, his pupils dilated to their limit as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable thing in the world. He stared fixedly at Chen Mo, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. You're Chen Mo? Tartarus, is actually Chen Mo? Zhao Heng's voice was hoarse and trembling, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying a hint of desperate madness. He couldn't comprehend it, let alone accept it. This can't be. How could this be? A nobody, a worthless corporate drone. How could he be Tartarus? It's impossible. It's impossible. He simply couldn't believe, or perhaps refused to believe, this truth. That someone he wouldn't even look at twice could have a true identity towering above his own. And facts remained facts. In the end, he pointed his only remaining hand at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with both fear and rage, before finally erupting into maniacal laughter, harsh and shrill, echoing beneath the empty overpass. The laughter was filled with despair and resentment, as if mocking his own folly while simultaneously railing against the cruelty of fate. Chen Mo stared at him quietly, watching him teeter on the brink of collapse without uttering a word, his gaze growing even icier. The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid, leaving only Zhao Heng's bone-chilling laughter echoing through the stillness. He slowly raised his foot, poised above Zhao Heng's head, now twisted with terror and despair. Thud! A dull thud reverberated through the silent night sky. A single footfall, clean and decisive, utterly merciless. It's all over now. Zhao Heng's skull was crushed beneath the heel. Blood mingled with white brain matter, splattering in all directions and staining the cold concrete in a horrifying crimson spectacle. Chen Mo withdrew his foot and turned to leave. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his knee joint. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp and involuntarily collapsed to his knees. What's going on? Why am I injured? Chen Mo pondered. The most likely explanation was that kick he'd delivered to the car earlier. The force behind that kick had been excessively powerful, and the mechanical leg brace lacked proper protective measures, causing his joint to sustain damage from the unbearable strain. Perhaps due to the adrenaline, he hadn't noticed the pain until now. After killing Zhao Heng, as the excitement subsided, the pain flooded his awareness uncontrollably. His knee had completely seized up. At worst, it might even be fractured. This won't do. Looks like I'll need to install an additional shock absorption system to protect the knees. Chen Mo endured the excruciating pain as the thought crossed his mind. Limping heavily, he hobbled toward Wang Lizi's van and hauled himself inside with great effort. He started the car and slowly drove away from this dark place. The wail of police sirens pierced the night sky, their alternating red and blue lights casting an eerie glow beneath the overpass. Patrol cars roared in one after another, swiftly cordoning off the scene, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Lin Yunqi stood inside the police tape, her expression as cold as frost. Here, she appeared in her identity as the hero Thunder Valkyrie, clad in the emblematic supersuit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Even amidst the chaos, she exuded an unmistakable aura of inviolable authority. She knelt slowly, her gaze falling on Zhao Heng's gruesome corpse. The shattered skull and splattered viscera were horrifying to behold. The nearby luxury car hadn't escaped unscathed either. A deep footprint dented its bodywork, a chilling testament to the perpetrator's strength. Only someone with superhuman abilities could have left such a mark. Tartarus. Lin Yunqi's crimson lips parted as she uttered the icy name. She was almost certain this was the handiwork of that infamous supervillain. First brutally murdering Zhao Heng's son and stealing his sonic leg superpower, then using that stolen ability to torture Zhao Heng to death. This cruel and twisted behavior sent waves of chills down Lin Yunqi's spine. Yet one thing puzzled her. According to past patterns, Tartarus's targets were always registered superheroes or espers. Though wealthy, Zhao Heng had ultimately been just an ordinary man. Why would he kill Zhao Heng? Lin Yunqi frowned deeply, unable to make sense of it. Logically speaking, his targets have always been espers. Her gaze slowly swept across the scene, finally settling on Zhao Heng's phone, which had been crushed to pieces. The screen was completely shattered, its components scattered across the ground. Lin Yunqi carefully picked up a larger fragment, her fingertips lightly brushing over it. Suddenly, her eyes turned sharp, like a hawk's. She knew the answers might very well be hidden within this destroyed phone. Chapter 11. The body is discovered. The hospital reeked of pungent disinfectant. Chen Mo leaned on crutches with his right leg encased in a cast, his diagnosis being a dislocated knee joint. The doctor had insisted on at least a month's rest. He sighed helplessly. Seems like having too much power isn't always a good thing. In this current situation, even going to work would be problematic, let alone fighting. But upon careful consideration, did he still need to keep fighting? Zhao Xiang was dead, his father Zhao Hong was dead too, and he'd already avenged Lu Feng. He had no enemies left anymore. Perhaps it was time to return to normal life. With this thought, he picked up his phone and dialed his department manager's number. Hello? Manager Su? It's Chen Mo here. I'd like to request some leave. I'm injured, dislocated knee. The doctor says I need a month's rest. The phone emitted an impatient burst of noise, as if coming from some bustling venue. Then Manager Su's voice suddenly boomed through the receiver. A whole month? You might as well not come back at all. It's not a month, I just need 2 days off. Chen Mo quickly explained. 2 days is out of the question. Don't you see what time of year it is? Year-end is the most critical period. Everyone's pushing hard to meet quotas, and you pick now to ask for leave? The manager's voice was sharp and grating, like a rusted saw scraping back and forth. But, I'm just in charge of the warehouse. The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds, as if Chen Mo's words had choked them up. What's wrong with managing the warehouse? Aren't warehouse workers human too? When the company needs you, you damn well step up. The manager's voice grew sharper, carrying a hint of hysterical frenzy. Chen Mo was left speechless. In short, no leave is permitted. The manager rudely hung up the phone, leaving only the beep 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 of the dial tone. Chen Mo slowly lowered his phone, at a loss for words. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and sigh. So this is what they call an ordinary life, huh? Meanwhile, within the towering skyscraper of the telecommunications company, cold metal and glass constructed a modern yet indifferent space. Lin Yunqi stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. Her expression was frighteningly dark, like the sky before a storm. The nearby clerk trembled as they printed out a record and handed it to her. She took the document, casted a frosty glance, and said coldly, Wang Lai, is this the last person Zhao Hong contacted before his death? Yes, Chairman Lin. The salesperson replied with trembling fear, nearly suffocating under the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yunqi. Lin Yunqi nodded, then added, pull up the call logs. The tone brooked no argument. I'm afraid, that won't be possible, Director Lin, the customer service representative suddenly said in a hushed voice. What? Mr. Zhao Hang purchased our company's highest-level encryption package. According to the agreement, we must guarantee his communication privacy. No one has the right to access it, he explained, his voice even quieter than before. The man is dead, and you're still lecturing me about privacy? Lin Yunqi whirled around abruptly, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixing the trembling representative with an unrelenting stare. Her voice wasn't loud, but each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth, carrying a suffocating pressure. The business staff member trembled under Lin Yunqi's aura, yet he forced himself to speak. Director Lin, this is company policy. We can't do anything about it. Can't do anything? Lin Yunqi let out a cold laugh, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. She walked slowly toward the business officer, each step seeming to land directly on his heart, leaving him gasping for breath. Do you know what my other identity is? Lin Yunqi's voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling threat. The business officer's face instantly turned ghostly pale before he managed to force out 4 words, Thunder, Battle Maiden. Then do you know, I represent the Hero Association. Lin Yunqi fixed him with an icy stare, her gaze sharp enough to pierce straight through him. The salesperson stood there in a daze, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet he kept repeating the same phrase. Company regulations, we must protect client privacy. Lin Yunqi stared at this stubborn idiot, an uncontrollable fury rising in her chest. She wanted to beat him senseless, wanted to force the answers out of him through brute strength. But in the end, she restrained herself. She took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, and slowly spoke. Forget it, let it be. She turned to gaze out the window, her eyes growing profound and complicated in expression. Zhao Heng's insistence on encryption was clearly suspicious. Now the confidentiality measures he personally established have become the greatest obstacle to investigating his death, a certain irony in that. Still, it wasn't a complete waste, at least she'd learned the name Wang Lizhi. Wang Lizhi, a thoroughgoing local ruffian. She knew exactly where to find scum like that. At this thought, Lin Yunqi's gaze instantly sharpened. She turned and walked out of the telecom company's building, the cold wind tugging at her clothes. The city, with its towering skyscrapers, was like a vast steel jungle alive with noise yet utterly indifferent. She took a deep breath and walked forward without looking back. The next day, Chen Mo left early for work. Though he walked with a limp, his mood was unexpectedly light. Finally able to return to ordinary life, it didn't feel half bad. Though with his impaired mobility, driving was out of the question. Now he had to take the bus. Leaning on his cane, he hobbled step by step toward the station. As he passed by an alleyway, he suddenly stopped. There he saw a group of high school students surrounding a thin, frail boy, pushing, yelling, their vulgar language unbearable to the ear. The one leading them had a rather refined appearance, tall, handsome, exactly the type of popular figure at school who'd be adored by female students. A world apart from someone like Chen Mo, who had always been virtually invisible. Yet this so-called golden boy was actually leading the bullying of weaker students. Was this schoolyard bullying? Chen Mo frowned and couldn't help but take a few more glances. The ringleader noticed Chen Mo's gaze and suddenly turned his head, glaring at him fiercely. Stop fucking staring, or you'll catch these hands too. The voice was utterly arrogant, disregarding Chen Mo entirely. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. If you keep this up, I'm going to call the police. Then he pulled out his phone and waved it around. He thought this would scare off these brats. Unexpectedly, the leader of the bunch became even louder. Damn you, do you know who I am? I'll beat the shit out of you. He yelled while advancing toward Chen Mo, clearly intent on throwing hands. Damn, are students these days always this reckless? Seeing his aggressiveness, Chen Mo's temper flared. He was the mighty Tartarus, someone who'd taken lives. Since when did he fear some snot-nosed kid? But then it struck him, in his current state, he genuinely might lose this fight. His leg was crippled, he carried no weapon, and the guy towered over him by a full head, built like a tank. Fortunately, the guy's lackeys had at least 2 brain cells to rub together and hastily pulled him back. Forget it, boss, don't stoop to this cripple's level. Yeah, we've got more important things to handle. Persuaded like this, the leader seemed to cool down a bit. He glared fiercely at Chen Mo, then turned his gaze toward the bullied boy on the ground. Pa, you got lucky today, kid. Next time, you won't get off so easy. With that, he swaggered off with his crew in tow. What kind of people are these? Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He turned his head to look at the skinny boy still sitting on the ground. You should hurry to school too, don't be late. The boy lowered his head, mumbled a quiet thank you, then hurriedly ran off. Chen Mo shook his head and continued walking toward the station. He felt a pang of emotion. These days, even children act so arrogantly. This world is becoming harder and harder to understand. After riding the bus for nearly an hour, he finally arrived at the warehouse. The empty warehouse held only him. Silence surrounded him, broken only by the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. Bored out of his mind in his office chair, he made up his mind to start designing a shock absorption system for leg straps. Though he'd resolved to live an ordinary life, some preparations were still worth making, just in case. With that thought, he pulled out paper and pen from the drawer and buried himself in sketching blueprints. The pen tip moved swiftly across the paper as intricate mechanical parts gradually took shape beneath his hand. Soon he became completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time and everything around him. Only the scratching sound of his drafting echoed through the empty warehouse. The setting sun stained the sky blood red, casting a shocking crimson hue across the abandoned riverbed. 6 corpses lay strewn haphazardly along the riverbank, mutilated and gruesome in death. Some had shattered skulls, their brains mingling with blood spreading across the ground. Others had twisted, severed limbs exposing gleaming white bones. The thick metallic stench of blood hung in the air, nauseating to the extreme. Lin Yunqi stood by the riverbank, her face as pale as paper. She bit her lip tightly, struggling against the churning nausea in her stomach. Her gaze swept over the rows of corpses before finally settling on a young hoodlum kneeling on the ground, retching violently. The hoodlum's face was deathly pale, tears and snot running freely as he kept whimpering between sobs. Dead, all dead. How could this happen? How could this happen? He had originally been an underling of Wang Lizi. That day, when Wang Lizi received Zhao Heng's business deal and took a group of his men out to handle things, this young hoodlum had been spared because he had urgent matters to attend to. Later, when Lin Yunqi came knocking, faced with the oppressive aura of the Thunder War Maiden, he didn't dare play any tricks and immediately led her to this river where Wang Lizi usually took care of problems. But he had never imagined that what awaited him would be this sight straight from hell, his boss and his brothers, all brutally slaughtered here. Lin Yunqi took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock raging inside her. She crouched down and carefully examined the corpses. Each bore clear signs of brutal kicking, bones shattered at the impact points, internal organs ruptured. The killer's methods were exceptionally cruel, and every victim had been kicked to death. The answer is already on the tip of one's tongue. Lin Yunqi abruptly stood up, her icy voice echoing across the desolate riverbank. Who did Zhao Heng order you to deal with? The young thug beside her was already terrified out of his wits, trembling uncontrollably and sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Yunqi raised her voice, demanding sharply once more, I'm asking you a question. It seemed to be called Chen Mo. The thug finally managed to stammer out a sentence. Chen Mo. Lin Yunqi's pupils abruptly constricted, the name struck her like a bolt of lightning. It's him again. Why is it always him? Chaos swirled in Lin Yunqi's mind. She clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her palms. Paying no further attention to the thug now slumped on the ground, she turned and strode briskly toward the red sports car parked nearby. The roar of the engine, matching her accelerating heartbeat, shattered the riverbank's deathly silence. Chapter 12, Lin Yunqi. The setting sun gradually disappeared, dimming the warehouse. Chen Mo rubbed his sore eyes and carefully put away the last blueprint. He let out a long sigh of relief, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. For these past 2 days, he had worked almost without rest, finally completing the design for this buffer system. With this, he could solve the problem of excessive leg strength causing self-injury during fights, and would no longer have to fight with such restraint. Of course, he didn't believe there would be any more battles ahead either. For now, he was only doing this as an insurance policy. After all, this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Knock knock knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Chen Mo's train of thought. He looked up to see a middle-aged man standing at the doorway, dressed in a sleek suit with his hair slicked back. It was Manager Su. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Chen Mo, you seem perfectly fine to me. Manager Su walked in, his gaze sweeping across the empty warehouse before finally settling on Chen Mo's leg in a cast. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a look of concern. Oh dear, you really did injure your leg? I already told you that before. Chen Mo glanced at him indifferently and spoke in a calm tone. Manager Su's hypocritical attitude was something he'd heard about before coming here, one just had to get used to it. Cough cough. Manager Su coughed awkwardly twice, cleared his throat, and began his performance. Chen Mo, I know your leg is inconvenient, but still, as a company employee, work should be your top priority. You say you. Manager Su kept on talking, wearing a pained and regretful expression. Chen Mo let his words go in one ear and out the other, completely ignoring him. He even rolled his eyes inwardly. What a drama queen, what a shame he wasn't in theater. Just then, the roar of an engine approached from the distance, shattering the stifling atmosphere in the warehouse. Zoom! A red Mercedes sports car came roaring in, executing a perfect drift before coming to a steady stop right in front of the warehouse entrance. Manager Su's reprimand abruptly stopped mid-sentence as he gaped at the flashy sports car, his eyes popping wide. Chen Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. The car door opened, and Lin Yunqi stepped out, her long legs striding forward. She was dressed in a dark gray suit with a white silk shirt underneath, the collar slightly open. Her long hair cascaded freely, and her striking face carried a faint trace of aloofness. Manager Su's eyes instantly widened, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. He could never have dreamed of encountering the company's chairwoman here. Chairwoman Lin. Manager Su rushed forward in a flash, bowing and scraping, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. My goodness, look who's here. What brings you to grace us with your presence? Couldn't you have given us advance notice? Chen Mo, why haven't you poured Chairman Lin some tea yet? Lin Yunqi didn't even glance at him, walking straight toward Chen Mo instead. Chen Mo. Director Lin Chen Mo's eyes involuntarily flashed with a hint of vigilance. He quickly lowered his head, putting on a humble facade while his heart pounded anxiously. Why was she looking for him? Had his identity been exposed? Lin Yunqi's gaze lingered on Chen Mo's cast-bound leg for several seconds, a complex emotion flickering through her eyes. Then suddenly, she reached out and firmly grasped Chen Mo's arm. You, come with me. Lin Yunqi's voice was icy and brooked no argument. Chen Mo froze, still processing her words when she abruptly yanked him to his feet. What are you up to? Chen Mo struggled, trying to wrench his arm free from her grip. But Lin Yunqi possessed surprising strength. Resistance proved utterly futile. I have something to tell you. Lin Yunqi coldly uttered a single sentence before decisively scooping Chen Mo into her arms without another word. That's right, it's a hug. Princess Carrie. Chen Mo was utterly stunned, his mind completely blank. What's going on here? Get in the car. Lin Yunqi carried Chen Mo to the sports car, opened the door, and unceremoniously tossed him inside. Thud. The door slammed shut and the engine roared to life again. The red sports car shot forward like an arrow from a bow, leaving only Manager Su standing dumbfounded in place, utterly bewildered in the wind. His mouth hung open for a long moment, his mind a complete muddle. Chen Mo and Chairman Lin. Just, what exactly is their relationship? Bzzz. The sports car roared down the highway, the engine's growl reverberating through the cabin, yet failing to break the suffocating silence. Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, his sense of caution growing ever stronger. He observed Lin Yunqi from the corner of his eye. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, focused on driving, her coldly beautiful profile revealing nothing. But inside Chen Mo's chest, a storm of turmoil already raged. What exactly does she want to do? He was a supervillain, while the other was a renowned superhero. Their relationship was like fire and water. Chen Mo felt his heartbeat quickening, yet a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Did Wang Lizi come looking for you? Lin Yunqi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Her voice remained cool, yet carried a scrutinizing tone. Chen Mo's heart sank abruptly. Was this really happening? Had his identity truly been exposed? Perhaps killing Zhao Hong hadn't been the wisest choice, but truthfully, he'd had no choice. The other party had struck first. Stay calm. What I need most right now is composure, no panic allowed. Chen Mo forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart, struggling to maintain his cool. Your leg. Lin Yunqi's voice rang out again, interrupting Chen Mo's train of thought. Chen Mo's heart leaped to his throat. She really did know his identity. He even steeled himself for a desperate fight to the death. But could he really win? He was just an ordinary person without any equipment. Facing him was a 7th-tier superhuman, and on top of that, he had lost a leg. Yet even so, he was still Tartarus, the hero slayer. He absolutely couldn't show weakness in front of a superhero. Since escape was impossible, it would be better to die heroically. With this thought, a flash of resolve crossed Chen Mo's eyes. Lin Yunqi's next words, however, froze Chen Mo in his tracks. Was it Wang Lizi who did this? His tense nerves suddenly relaxed. As it turned out, Lin Yunqi hadn't suspected him at all. Chen Mo let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he'd just narrowly escaped death's door. He nodded. Did you know Wang Lizi is dead? Lin Yunqi immediately dropped another bombshell. Chen Mo's heart was in his throat once more. This was yet another test. Lin Yunqi was testing his reaction to Wang Lizi's death. How should he answer? Feign ignorance and disavow any connection? Or maybe? Chen Mo's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. Ultimately, he made a bold decision. I do. Chen Mo's voice was calm, as if he were talking about something insignificant. You know? Lin Yunqi's tone carried a hint of surprise as she turned her head and gave Chen Mo a deep look. Chen Mo's answer had clearly taken her by surprise. And then, his next words utterly shocked her. It was Tartarus who killed them. The carriage fell into silence once more. Only the roar of the engine echoed through the empty space. They were trying to kill me when Tartarus suddenly appeared and saved me. Chen Mo continued, his voice low and hoarse, as if recalling a past too painful to remember. The best lies aren't completely false, those woven with half-truths are far more convincing. Chen Mo understood this principle well. Lin Yunqi seemed to believe Chen Mo's explanation, but she still raised a question. If such a thing happened, why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you go to the police? Her voice remained cool, but carried a trace of confusion. He saved me. Do you expect me to betray him? And besides, that's Tartarus we're talking about. I don't have a death wish. Chen Mo's voice held a mix of resignation, fear, and gratitude. Lin Yunqi fell into deep thought. Her brows knitted slightly, like two crescent moons hovering above her frosty eyes. She pressed her lips tightly together, as if digesting Chen Mo's words, or perhaps weighing some unspoken consideration. The roar of the engine inside the carriage gradually faded, as if sensing the heavy atmosphere. The scenery outside the window raced backward, shifting from the clamorous city streets to tree-lined suburban roads. After a long silence, Lin Yunqi finally spoke slowly, her voice low yet carrying a hint of hardly noticeable gentleness. I understand. Rest at home these days and focus on healing. Chen Mo felt a weight lift from his heart, then pretended to be troubled, lowering his head and stammering. But, Manager Su won't approve my leave request. Lin Yunqi turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade as she stared directly at Chen Mo, then spoke. I'm approving your leave request myself, isn't that enough? Her voice wasn't loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. The crimson sports car sped through the streets before finally stopping in front of Chen Mo's apartment building. Lin Yunqi didn't get out, nearly watching as Chen Mo limped into the hallway until his figure disappeared into the darkness, then slowly withdrew her gaze. She started the engine, and the red sports car let out a low roar once more as it turned around and sped away into the distance. Chen Mo collapsed onto the sofa the moment he returned to his apartment. He gasped heavily for breath, feeling as though he had just finished running a marathon. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. That was too close. Chen Mo patted his chest, his heart still pounding with residual fear. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Yunqi harbored suspicions about him. One slightest misstep, and he could be exposed at any moment. And she was none other than the renowned Thunder Valkyrie, a 7th-tier superpowered individual, the most elite superhero in this city. This really can't go on any longer. It's time to abandon this identity of Tartarus. Chapter 13 New Troubles. In the dimly lit alley, several high school students formed a circle, pushing a skinny boy into a corner. The leader was a handsome young man with an upright demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. Hands shoved in his pockets, he looked down at the trembling boy on the ground, a sneer curling at his lips. Money. I've already given you all my money. The frail boy's voice trembled, his face twisted with fear. The money's paid this time, but what about last month's compensation? The lead boy said slowly, his tone dripping with mockery. Last month? The scrawny boy froze, clearly not understanding his meaning. Stop playing dumb. The ringleader leaned down, his eyes turning dangerous. That office worker who stood up for you before? Have you forgotten? The frail boy paled and shook his head hurriedly. I really don't have any money left. The leader straightened up, giving him a cold glance before signaling to the others. Several companions immediately stepped forward, raining down punches and kicks. The skinny boy curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Actually, the lead boy stood to the side, his tone casual. I don't really care about your money. I just don't like you, that's all. The thin boy was beaten nearly unconscious, but his fingers accidentally brushed against a stone. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the stone and smashed it hard into one of their heads. Ah! The boy screamed, clutching his head as he fell to the ground. The others froze for a moment before crowding around to check on him. Seizing the opportunity, the thin boy scrambled to his feet and bolted. Damn it, you dare run? A flash of anger crossed the lead boy's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and 2 blinding laser beams shot from his eyes, piercing straight through the thin boy's body. The skinny boy stumbled and then collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. Everyone froze, the air seemingly solidifying. Even the lead boy looked momentarily surprised, but his expression quickly regained composure, even carrying a hint of indifference. Why worry? He shrugged, his tone casual. It's just a death. My dad's got my back. Besides, I'm a registered superhero. Who dares touch me? The others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a joke. That night, the red and blue lights of police cars shattered the street's tranquility. Inside the alley, caution tape had been strung up as several officers stood nearby with grave expressions, speaking in hushed tones. On the ground, the slender boy's body was covered with a white sheet, the bloodstains glaringly vivid under the dim streetlights. Chen Mo's leg injury healed faster than expected. Within just half a month, the cast could already be removed. The doctor praised his robust physique and astonishing recovery ability while removing it, though still cautioning him to avoid strenuous activity for the next month or two. Chen Mo simply nodded with a smile. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital entrance, he saw that familiar red Mercedes sports car parked at the curb. Lin Yunqi leaned against the side with her arms crossed, her gaze resting lightly on him. Congratulations on your recovery. Lin Yunqi smiled faintly, her lips curling slightly as she spoke in a casual tone, as if merely greeting an old friend. She gestured toward the passenger seat. Get in, let's find somewhere to celebrate. Chen Mo was both flattered and startled. He hadn't expected Thunderbolt Valkyrie to seek him out again. Wary yet awkward, he scratched his head and said, shouldn't we be heading back to the office this time of day? Lin Yunqi shot him an exasperated glance, irritation flashing in her eyes. Without bothering to argue, she decisively yanked open the passenger door in one swift motion. Less talk, get in the car. Her tone carried a hint of command, leaving no room for argument. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't dare say anything more and obediently climbed into the passenger seat. The red Mercedes sports car started slowly and drove smoothly away from the hospital entrance. Inside the car, Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Lin Yunqi beside him. The girl wore a trench coat with a high-neck sweater underneath, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Chen Mo understood perfectly well, someone like Lin Yunqi, who held such an esteemed position and regularly interacted with high-profile figures, wouldn't possibly have the time to personally concern herself with a lowly employee like him. He knew exactly why she had sought him out. After a moment of consideration, he spoke up proactively. Director Lin, regarding Tartarus, I truly know nothing. I'm afraid I can't be of any help to you. He kept his head lowered, his tone sincere and tinged with apology. Lin Yunqi froze for a moment upon hearing this, apparently not expecting him to suddenly bring up the matter. She then rolled her eyes at him, her gaze tinged with a trace of helplessness. "You're overthinking it. I came to see you today purely as a friend, nothing more," she said flatly. Chen Mo felt a surge of shame upon hearing this, as if he'd measured another's character by his own petty standards. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I overinterpreted things." Lin Yunqi shook her head slightly. She was just about to ask Chen Mo where he wanted to eat when the phone on the center console suddenly rang, disrupting the quiet in the car. Lin Yunqi picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and frowned slightly. She answered the call and calmly said, "Hello." However, within moments, her expression changed. "What?" she exclaimed, her voice jumping an octave higher, clearly shocked by the other's words. Her eyes then grew furious. "That brat's rebelling," she shouted. She then took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and continued, "You guys keep him contained, I'll be right there. Don't take any reckless action." After hanging up the phone, she turned to Chen Mo with a hint of apology on her face. "Sorry, but we'll have to make a quick stop first. Do you mind?" Her tone had softened somewhat, but the urgency was still palpable. Chen Mo quickly shook his head. "No problem at all, please take your time." The car soon entered an affluent villa district. The road was lined with lush green trees, and the lawns were neatly trimmed. Looking along the path, one could see an orderly arrangement of diverse-style villas scattered about. A red Mercedes sports car drove up the road, venturing deeper into the area. Chen Mo spotted a villa not far ahead, illuminated crimson by flashing police lights. Several security bureau vehicles were parked there, cordoned off by caution tape. The atmosphere at the scene felt somewhat oppressive. At the villa entrance stood a male student dressed in a prestigious high school uniform. Though young, his face was brimming with arrogance as he screamed hoarsely at the police officers. "What do you think you are? How dare you arrest me?" His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted. Flecks of spittle flew while he pointed at the officer's nose with an utterly domineering attitude. "Do you even know who I am? The Heroes Association will be here any moment," he shrieked, his voice sharp and piercing. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back and glossy. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he looked relatively refined, yet he was pointing at the police officer and loudly reprimanding him. "This is an abuse of power. My son is a registered hero, you have no right to lay a finger on him." Chen Mo studied them carefully. That high school student looked somewhat familiar. He racked his brain until recognition finally struck him. Wasn't this the bully he'd encountered near the bus stop before? To think he was actually the kid of a wealthy family. Recalling how he used to bully classmates, even boldly attempting to hit Chen Mo despite his threat to call the police, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. A police officer who seemed to be the leader stepped forward, facing the arrogant father and son with restrained tones. "We're just following protocol. We've received reports that your son is involved in malicious assault. Please cooperate with the investigation." "Following protocol?" The high school student seemed to hear some kind of joke, the corner of his lips curling into a scornful sneer as glaring red light began flashing in his eyes. "You're asking for death." With his furious roar, a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Chen Mo's heart clenched as he instinctively sensed a hint of crisis. Just as he was about to shout a warning, he saw Lin Yunqi dart forward with a flicker of movement, already positioning herself in front of the police officer. The next second, two dazzling laser beams erupted from the high school student's eyes, radiating scorching heat as they precisely struck Lin Yunqi's body. However, the lasers only burned a small hole in her sweater, lingering near the base of Lin Yunqi's neck. The high schooler froze, his previously arrogant expression instantly stiffening into shock. He hastily retracted the lasers, his tone suddenly turning extremely deferential. "Be battle princess. Your arrival is most timely. These insolent commoners dared to arrest me." Lin Yunqi's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her exquisite face carrying a trace of icy coldness. "I've come to arrest you as well." Her words were spoken softly, yet carried an authoritative weight without anger, each syllable striking the high schooler and his father's hearts like a heavy hammer. Then she turned her head and addressed the police officer, saying, "Cuff him." Both the high school student and his father were dumbfounded, their expressions as if they'd been slapped hard across the face, filled with utter bewilderment. They simply couldn't believe what they'd just heard. But under Lin Yunqi's overwhelming authoritative presence, they dared not speak another word of protest. Like a deflated balloon, the high school student could only obediently extend his hands, allowing the officers to clamp the handcuffs around his wrists. After it was all over, Lin Yunqi returned to the car, her expression visibly darker. "Who is that?" Chen Mo asked. "Electro Eyes Li Tianyao," Lin Yunqi replied, but didn't continue further. After a brief silence, she finally asked, "Have you decided where to eat yet?" Chen Mo looked at her, hesitating as if he had something to say but ultimately just nodded in assent. "As you wish." The car slowly drove away from the villa area, and the atmosphere inside was somewhat heavy. Chen Mo stole a glance at Lin Yunqi and noticed her gaze fixed straight ahead, her eyes seemingly concealing emotions he couldn't decipher. Chapter 14, Aftermath Handling. It was yet another ordinary morning. Chen Mo was jolted awake early by his phone's alarm. He picked up the phone to turn it off but didn't get up right away. After several mental struggles, he finally opened his eyes and habitually began scrolling through the news on his phone. Electro Eyes, Li Tian Yao. He murmured to himself, fingers swiping across the screen as he searched for the latest updates on this young hero. However, the search results made him frown. Just yesterday, occasional reports about Li Tianyao's bullying and killing of classmates were still visible, yet overnight they had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. In their place were trivial entertainment news and reports glorifying Li Tianyao's heroic deeds. This, how? A strange irritation crept over Chen Mo as he vaguely sensed a powerful force manipulating public opinion behind the scenes. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, his heart filled with doubt and unease. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Justice Association, Lin Yunqi stood before the massive conference table, facing several high-ranking officials of the association, reporting on recent work. Regarding Tartarus, we still have no new leads, but I will continue the investigation. Lin Yunqi's voice was cool and resolute. An elderly man with graying hair nodded. After lying low for such a long time before resurfacing, our top priority now is to stabilize morale. In my opinion, we shouldn't pursue the investigation too aggressively either. Sometimes holding back is the best way forward. We should wait for them to reveal their weakness naturally. The person beside the old man suddenly interjected. I know exactly how to handle this matter, Lin Yunqi responded. The elderly man then nodded in satisfaction and said, well, we usually feel at ease with how you handle things. Lin Yunqi also gave a polite nod, paused for a moment, then continued. But there's one more thing, about Electric Eye Li Tianyao. Oh, what about him? The old man looked up and asked. He bullied his classmates, resulting in the victim's death. Now the evidence is irrefutable. Lin Yunqi spoke with solemn gravity. I've also heard some rumors about this matter. What's your take on it? The elderly man nodded thoughtfully before asking. I believe we should hold a public trial to demonstrate justice. Lin Yunqi replied calmly. Someone nearby suddenly exclaimed in uncertainty. One of them glanced toward the source of the voice and replied. But Li Tianyao is, after all, a registered hero under our association, and he's still very young with limitless potential. A public trial would greatly damage his future and our association's reputation. Perhaps, we should reconsider this matter? Another elderly man with graying hair spoke slowly, a trace of helplessness in his tone. This should be handled discreetly when dealing with the public, someone suggested. But Li Tianyao did commit a grave mistake after all. Internal disciplinary action is necessary to serve as a warning to others, someone else chimed in. Lin Yunqi's expression darkened. She never expected these high-ranking officials, who constantly preached about upholding justice, would so blatantly shield a murderer. Internal disciplinary action? What kind of punishment is that? Lin Yunqi's voice rose several decibels, tinged with palpable anger. Just because he's a registered hero, does that mean he can escape legal consequences? Yunqi, calm down, the elder tried to soothe her. We admire your strong sense of justice, but some matters are more complicated than you realize. The most pressing issue right now is Tartarus. Everything else can wait for now, the middle-aged man also persuaded. Besides Sonic Leg, Silver Dragon has been missing for almost a month. We suspect he's also fallen victim to Tartarus. Public morale is at an all-time low. Every registered superhero feels their life is under threat. This is our top priority right now. Do you understand? Lin Yunqi clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms as she was overcome with a sense of helplessness and fury. They weren't wrong, Tartarus was indeed the greatest threat at present, but none of that should serve as an excuse to protect Li Tianyao. I understand. Lin Yunqi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, and spoke slowly. I'll focus my efforts on tracking down Tartarus, but I reserve my opinion. With that, she turned and left the conference room. In the corridor, Lin Yunqi's footsteps echoed as disappointment and rage filled her heart. Although she had anticipated some favoritism from the association, the lightness of the punishment still struck her as unbelievable. They wouldn't even let Li Tianyao face a lawful trial. She couldn't comprehend why the world had become like this. Was justice truly just a pipe dream? In the following days, Chen Mo continued his 9-to-5 routine. The warehouse job was so idle it drove him restless. There was nothing to do but mindlessly scroll through vapid short videos or lose himself in mobile games. Time seemed to stand still. The days should have just slipped by like this, until one evening after work, Chen Mo saw a large crowd gathered at the street corner ahead on his way home, bustling and noisy. Curious, he squeezed through the crowd to see what was happening. The sight before him froze him in an instant. A middle-aged couple knelt on the icy street, sobbing uncontrollably, holding up a black and white photograph. In the picture, a young boy wore a shy smile, his eyes clear and bright. Chen Mo's heart clenched violently. He recognized him. It was the bullied boy he'd encountered on his way to work that very day. The couple sobbed their hearts out, their voices hoarse as they kept screaming, "Give us back our son's life." The murmuring crowd around them wore expressions of sympathy and anger. Suddenly, several security bureau vehicles came roaring in, their shrill sirens tearing through the oppressive atmosphere. Uniformed officers jumped out and roughly yanked the couple up from the ground, shoving them toward the police cars. "What are you doing? Let us go. We just wanted justice." The couple struggled desperately, but were no match for the officers' brute strength. The onlookers could no longer stand by, they began loudly condemning the officers' actions, expressing outrage and indignation. "What right do you have to arrest people? They just want justice for their son, what's wrong with that? Is there no law anymore?" The officers turned grim-faced, barking loudly, "Shut up, all of you. Obstructing official duties, everyone gets arrested." The crowd was furious, but faced with the weapons in the officers' hands, they only dared to voice their anger. No one actually stepped forward to intervene, and in the end, they could only watch helplessly as the couple was dragged into the police car. Just as the officers were about to close the car doors and leave, a cold voice rang out, "Stop." Chen Mo recognized that voice, it was Lin Yunqi. The young woman walked toward the crowd, and wherever she passed, people instinctively made way for her. She finally stopped in front of the police car, her sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings with an imposing aura that made it hard for anyone to meet her eyes. The officers paled at the sight of Lin Yunqi and immediately adopted deferential expressions. "Battle Maiden, what brings you here?" they asked respectfully. "Let them go." Lin Yunqi's tone was icy and brooked no argument. The officers exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obediently opened the car door to release the married couple. "It's Lightning Valkyrie. It really is Lightning Valkyrie. Now we're saved." A cheer erupted from the crowd. Lin Yunqi stepped up to the couple, her gaze sweeping over the photograph in their hands as a glimmer of sorrow flashed through her eyes. Then she turned her attention to Chen Mo, pausing slightly in surprise before giving him a smile. "You're here too? Director Lin." Chen Mo nodded slightly by way of greeting. "Thank you, Lady Thunder Valkyrie. Thank you for saving us." The couple fell to their knees before Lin Yunqi, weeping with gratitude. Lin Yunqi hastily helped them up, saying softly, "Please rise first. Let me escort you home." Then she turned back toward Chen Mo and added, "Perfect, you come along too." "Me?" Chen Mo looked puzzled. Then he saw Lin Yunqi give a firm nod. The group boarded Lin Yunqi's car and left the bustling street behind. The car slowly entered an old residential area and finally stopped in front of a peeling building. They escorted the couple back to their home, a cramped rented apartment. The room was small, simply furnished with a few worn-out pieces of furniture, yet meticulously kept spotless. A family portrait hung on the wall, the boy in the photo beamed radiantly, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. The mother rummaged through a cabinet and produced a tin box, carefully opening it to reveal some homemade pastries. Holding the box, she approached the two men with slight unease. "We don't have much to offer here, but these are pastries I made myself. Please try them, sirs." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of hopeful anticipation. "This is more than enough," Chen Mo said softly, gazing at the humble pastries. He could sense the mother's heartfelt sincerity. Lin Yunqi's gaze fell on the family portrait hanging on the wall. Staring at the boy's smile in the photo, she asked softly, "What was his name?" "Zhou Xiaoyu." The mother's eyes instantly softened, as if she could see her son's lively figure again. "My child was studying at Xingda High." "Xingda High?" Lin Yunqi's brows furrowed slightly, seeming somewhat surprised. "Is there a problem?" Chen Mo noticed Lin Yunqi's expression and asked with confusion. "Mingda High is a top-tier municipal school with exceptionally strict admission requirements," Lin Yunqi explained. "Generally, those who haven't undergone brain gene modifications can't pass the entrance exams. Even if they do get in, they might not keep up with the curriculum." "Ah," sighed Zhou Xiaoyu's mother, her eyes revealing deep regret. "We never expected Xiaoyu to actually get into Mingda back then. In truth, we were all against it, worried he wouldn't keep up even if he got accepted. His father even said we shouldn't compete with the wealthy families, that getting into an ordinary high school and securing a decent job would be enough. But that stubborn boy just wouldn't accept his fate. He insisted hard work could compensate for shortcomings. At the time, we didn't want to crush his confidence, but now it seems, it would have been better if he hadn't gone at all." Her voice choked up as tears spilled down her cheeks. "Don't say any more. It's all my fault. I should have stopped him back then." Zhou Xiaoyu's father slammed his fist against the wall, his voice hoarse with guilt and remorse. Lin Yunqi listened quietly without speaking. The fading sunlight streamed through the window, casting her elongated shadow across the room. Her eyes brimmed with complex emotions, guilt, anger, and helplessness. Zhou Xiaoyu's mother wiped away her tears, forcing back her grief as she raised her head to look at Lin Yunqi and said, "It's okay, Xiaoyu's father. Lady Thunderbolt will surely see justice done for us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunqi felt a tumult of emotions, as if something was stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. She could only stare silently at the grief-stricken couple before her. Inside the car, the atmosphere was unbearably stifling. Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, gazing through the window at the streets whizzing past while the image of Zhou Xiaoyu's parents, overwhelmed with sorrow, replayed incessantly in his mind. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low, hoarse voice. How will this matter ultimately be handled? Lin Yunqi's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. She remained silent for a moment before answering slowly. Xiaoyu's parents will receive compensation. The amount won't be small. What about electro-optic? Chen Mo pressed, his tone carrying a barely detectable edge of anxiety. How will he be dealt with afterward? Lin Yunqi's expression turned icy as she replied coldly, the Hero Association will discipline him. Chen Mo snapped his head around, staring at Lin Yunqi with eyes full of disbelief. You mean, he won't face legal consequences? This would damage the association's image. Lin Yunqi's voice was devoid of any warmth. The association doesn't want this matter made public. Chen Mo's chest heaved violently. He couldn't comprehend, much less accept such an outcome. Damage the image? Chen Mo's voice rose an octave, laced with fury. A human life, just casually brushed aside with the phrase damage the image? Lin Yunqi slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt by the roadside. What do you want? Lin Yunqi turned to glare at Chen Mo, her voice burning with suppressed fury. Even if this goes to court, he's a minor. He'd still get sentenced. Isn't it more practical to ensure Xiaoyu's parents have financial security for the rest of their lives? She took a deep breath, struggling to steady her emotions before continuing in a calmer tone. These matters don't concern ordinary people like you. The car fell silent again, the air thick with suffocating stillness. Chen Mo slowly lowered his head, lost in thought. He had once considered returning to an ordinary life, partly for self-preservation, but also because of Lin Yunqi. In her, he sensed genuine integrity. When he saw Lin Yunqi apprehending Li Tianyao, he truly began to believe that justice existed. As long as people like her existed, the world could become better. Yet reality had slapped him in the face once again. His hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white from the force, veins bulging on the back of his hands. The words from his diary echoed once more in his mind. They stand high above, they oppress the masses, they proclaim themselves gods, blinded by arrogance. But this ends here, because I have arrived. I am their nightmare, I am their hell, I am Tartarus. Yes, Li Tianyao. If the law cannot punish you, then let the messenger of hell deliver your judgment. Wait for me, I, Tartarus, am coming for you. Lin Yunqi slightly turned her head, as if realizing her earlier words had been too harsh, and she wanted to apologize to Chen Mo. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze froze the moment it met Chen Mo's. She saw the look in his eyes. What kind of look was that? Cold as a bottomless vortex. Lin Yunqi's heart abruptly shuddered, an inexplicable chill shooting from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. Is this really the gaze an ordinary person should possess? She parted her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. With a trace of doubt, she quietly turned her head away and continued driving forward. Chapter 15 The Assassination Plan. Easier said than done. Dealing with Li Tianyao would prove far more difficult than dealing with Zhao Xiang. After all, Chen Mo was acquainted with the latter, whereas this electric-eyed stranger had no connections with him whatsoever. He understood that considerably more preparation was needed before making his move. At the very least, he knew which high school his target attended and where he lived. For several consecutive days, Chen Mo drove to stake out the school vicinity. His observations revealed Li Tianyao was virtually a campus celebrity. Girls flocked to him like moths to a flame, while boys competed to curry his favor. That guy really is popular, Chen Mo muttered under his breath. But it was to be expected, after all. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a rich, handsome superhero with superpowers? To learn more about him, he then registered an account and browsed their school's forum. The discussions about Li Tianyao flooded every corner, mostly from girls who fawned over him like devoted fans chasing an idol. Some even openly sold his phone number. Chen Mo immediately contacted the seller and spent a chunk of money to buy it. Is the number real? He double-checked after the purchase. Would I lie to you? Just call and find out yourself, the seller replied. To confirm, he deliberately obtained a prepaid phone card from the black market and dialed the number. Sure enough, Li Tianyao's impatient voice came through. Who is this? Chen Mo remained silent and simply hung up. A faint cold smile crept onto his lips. So it really is true. Of course, beyond gathering intelligence, he needed more direct yet covert means to monitor Li Tianyao. Perhaps the warehouse might hold what he required. After all, this was where all the equipment developed for superheroes was stored. Then he began rummaging through the mountain of equipment. Fortune favors the persistent. He actually managed to find a listening device as tiny as a micro button. One day after school, he deliberately timed it right, waiting on the path that Li Tianyao always took. When Li Tianyao and his gang came into view, Chen Mo took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and pretended to be absent-minded as he walked straight toward Li Tianyao. Thud! The two accidentally bumped into each other, sending the books in Li Tianyao's hands scattering to the ground. Fuck you! Are you fucking blind or what? Li Tianyao exploded with curses, his voice dripping with impatience and disgust. looking to die? You dare bump into our boss. The lackeys on the side joined in the scolding like a chorus. Chen Mo kept apologizing profusely, his face a mask of fear and remorse. Sorry. I didn't mean to, really sorry. As he spoke, he hastily helped Li Tianyao pick up the books that had fallen to the ground, discreetly planting the eavesdropping device into his backpack in the process. Li Tianyao snatched his backpack back, glared at Chen Mo with hostility, and stormed off while continuing to mutter curses under his breath. For the next few days, he began eavesdropping on their conversations, from the way they continued throwing their weight around with their lackeys after school, all the way until they returned home. That guy, what the hell is he wearing? Makes me sick just looking at it. Totally. Don't you think he reeks of something foul? People like that deserve to die. Even breathing is a waste of air for them. You little brat. All you do is cause trouble for me all day long. Such a huge incident, and you're still fooling around outside every day without a hint of remorse. Li Tianyao father roared, his voice so loud it made Chen Mo's eardrums ache. Enough. Isn't our son fine after all? What more do you want? Li Tianyao's mother shrieked, her voice brimming with indulgence and obstinacy. Dad, you have no idea how disgusting that Zhou Xiaoyu is. He hasn't undergone any genetic modification, just an ordinary person's intelligence. He can't even memorize 400 words a day. How does someone like that deserve to study at our school? I just couldn't stand it and taught him a lesson, that's all. Exactly, our son is right. People like that, if they can't afford the surgery, should just stay in their place and go to a commoner school. What are they doing in a key institution? They're just dragging the class down. Our son is absolutely right. Mom supports you on this one. You can teach him a lesson, but why did you have to beat him to death? It was an accident. He threw stones at my brother, and I just lost my temper. That's right. It's not like our son did it on purpose. Why do you keep bringing it up? You. Oh, a doting mother raises a spoiled child. You'll spoil him rotten one day. After some time of tailing and eavesdropping, Chen Mo had roughly figured out Li Tianyao's daily routine. After school, Li Tianyao wouldn't return home immediately. Instead, he'd usually hang out late with his gang. Sometimes, he'd even bring along a few girls, and given his appeal, the girls were more than happy to tag along. This provided Chen Mo with the perfect window of opportunity. But how exactly should he deal with him? His first thought was to use a gun. However, though he did possess one, he had already exhausted all his tranquilizer bullets when dealing with Zhao Xiang earlier. Now, he had no means of replenishing his ammunition. For a moment, he seemed at a loss. Hot Beam, Li Tianyao, a level 1 energy-type superhuman whose ability allowed him to shoot high-temperature rays from his eyes. Eyes as weapons? Chen Mo pondered. According to martial arts novels, the best way to deal with an opponent's eyes was to throw lime powder. But would something like that actually work against a superhero? He had his doubts, but even so, he bought some online and packed it into small bundles for easy carrying. After days of patient surveillance, Chen Mo finally seized the perfect opportunity to strike. That night, Li Tianyao took his usual entourage of underlings and a few junior girls to a KTV for their regular merrymaking, unaware that a car had silently followed them there. Under the cloak of night, the neon lights of the KTV flickered with a mesmerizing glow, casting airy reflections across the surrounding streets. Chen Mo parked his car in a shadowy corner nearby. Inside the vehicle, he had already changed into a pitch-black combat suit, concealed beneath a bulky hooded overcoat that completely obscured his silhouette in the darkness. A baseball cap sat low on his head, its brim pulled down, and a mask covered his face, leaving only his cold, piercing eyes exposed. He sat motionless in the car, listening intently through a wireless bug to the commotion erupting from the private KTV room. Li Tianyao and his pack of cronies were indulging in their usual debauchery, the raucous laughter and vulgar taunts grating against Chen Mo's frayed nerves. Time ticked by minute until Li Tianyao's voice came through the earpiece. Call a car, we're about done for tonight. Chen Mo knew the opportunity had arrived. He acted swiftly, locating the ride-hailing car Li Tianyao had ordered before the latter could come downstairs. The driver was scrolling through his phone with his head down. Chen approached the car window and knocked lightly. The driver looked up, then rolled down the window. The last 4 digits are 5786, Chen Mo replied in a voice both low and hoarse. The driver checked his phone and nodded. You're the one who called the ride, please get in. Chen Mo pulled open the car door, and the moment he sat down, the mantis blades on his arms unexpectedly extended, pressing against the driver's throat in an instant. The purple energy blade stopped mere centimeters from the man's skin, radiating scorching heat like flames from hell. What? The driver was instantly petrified with fear, completely unaware of what was happening. He'd never seen weapons like these before. This was definitely not something an ordinary person would possess. His brain short-circuited, rendering him unable to even speak. Don't scream. Listen carefully. Have you ever heard the name Tartarus? Chen Mo's voice was low and icy. I've heard of you, the superhero killer. The driver stammered in reply. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction before continuing. I am Tartarus. Upon hearing this, the driver's face turned deathly pale, his phone nearly slipping from his hand. He stuttered, "Be big bro, I'm just a driver, please don't kill me." Chen Mo gave him a cold glance, his tone softening slightly. "Relax, I only target superheroes, not you. Do as I say, and I guarantee you'll be fine." The driver nodded frantically like pounding garlic. You say it. I'll do whatever you tell me." Chen Mo retracted the mantis blades, yet the purple light edges still flickered intermittently in the darkness, as if ready to ignite again at any moment. He said in a low voice, "I need to borrow your car temporarily. Get out now, and call the police after 20 minutes. When I finish my business, the police will naturally find your car. You won't suffer any losses." The driver kept nodding, his voice trembling. Understood. I'm getting out now." Fumbling with his seatbelt, just as he was about to push the car door open, Chen Mo added one final cold remark. "Remember, if you dare call the police in advance, or try any tricks." The driver hastily cut him off, voice frantic. "I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly? Besides, matters between superpowered folks like you folks, calling the police wouldn't do any good anyway." Chen Mo nodded slightly, signaling that he could leave. The driver looked as though he'd been granted amnesty, nearly stumbling out of the car in his haste. He vanished into the night without once looking back. Chen Mo shut the car door and slid into the driver's seat. He adjusted the rearview mirror to ensure his face remained completely hidden beneath the shadow of his cap and mask. The interior of the car was so quiet that only his breathing and the faint strains of music from the distant KTV could be heard. He waited in silence, his gaze fixed on the KTV's exit, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The purple light blade shimmered faintly in his hand like an omen of the impending storm. Chapter 16 Battle. Li Tianyao staggered out of the KTV, his face still flushed with alcohol. He walked while staring at his phone, humming a tune under his breath, clearly in good spirits. A few underlings and junior female students trailed behind him, chatting and laughing. "Boss Yao, your ride's here." One of the underlings pointed at the car-hailing service vehicle parked by the roadside. Li Tianyao glanced up and waved dismissively. "Alright, you guys head back on your own. I'm off first." He pulled open the car door, plopped into the back seat, and without looking up said, "Driver, to Splendid Garden." Chen Mo didn't respond, silently starting the car instead. His cold gaze swept over Li Tianyao in the rearview mirror. The passenger was engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to the driver's unusual behavior. The car slowly left the KTV district, heading toward the suburbs. At first, Li Tianyao paid no attention, but as time passed, he gradually realized the surroundings were becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Seated in the back, Li Tianyao had initially been humming a tune, but bit by bit, he sensed something was amiss. "Hey driver, this isn't the way to my place." Li Tianyao's voice carried a hint of accusation as he frowned, staring at the back of Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo didn't respond, silently accelerating instead. "Stop the car. Are you fucking deaf?" Li Tianyao's tone grew increasingly impatient as he began pounding forcefully on the back of the front passenger seat. Suddenly, a purple light flared inside the car. Chen Mo jerked the steering wheel while slamming the brakes, causing the ride-hail vehicle to emit a screeching wail as it came to an abrupt halt by the roadside. The sudden stop caught Li Tianyao off guard, throwing him uncontrollably against the front seat by inertia. Furious, he began cursing. "You looking to die? Who brakes like that?" His answer came in the form of two violet beams of light. Whoosh! The mantis blades snapped out instantly as Chen Mo whirled around, the twin luminous blades pointing directly at Li Tianyao's throat. Li Tianyao paled in shock, yet his body reacted instinctively at this critical moment. Almost as the blades approached, he leaned backward abruptly, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. This was something Chen Mo hadn't anticipated. Who'd have thought this kid could react so damn fast? Then came the sharp zzzzt of electrical discharge. Li Tianyao's eyes suddenly lit up as two blinding laser beams shot from them, but Chen Mo had anticipated this and swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the beams as they grazed over his head, shattering the windshield into pieces. Chen Mo then kicked the car door open and rolled out of the vehicle. Li Tianyao followed closely, leaping out after him. Both men tumbled on the ground twice before steadying themselves. "Who the hell are you?" Li Tianyao roared, the faint glow still flickering in his eyes. "Tartarus." Chen Mo's voice was low and icy, like a demon from hell. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyao's pupils constricted violently, a flash of terror crossing his face. Tartarus, of course he knew that name. The superpowered killer, the supervillain who had shocked the world 8 years ago. A figure that could be considered infamous in a way. But how was this possible? Why would the notorious Tartarus come after him? Sure, he was technically a superhero, but he was still just a rookie. In the eyes of ordinary people, he might shine like a supernova, but within the hero community, he was about as remarkable as a grain of sand. He couldn't believe it, didn't dare to believe it. What had he possibly done to attract the attention of someone like this? Then again, dwelling on that now was pointless. Tartarus was here. What was he supposed to do next? What do you want? Fear began to spread through him, even making his voice tremble as he took slow, faltering steps backward. Chen Mo didn't respond. Step by step, he advanced toward Li Tianyao, the mantis blades in his hands shimmering with an eerie violet glow. Don't come any closer. I'm a registered hero with the Hero Association. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Hero Association will never let you go, he continued to bluster. His words were met with Chen Mo's cold laughter. The Hero Association? Sorry, but it's association members I specialize in killing. Then Chen Mo suddenly accelerated, his mechanical leg braces unleashing tremendous force as his entire body shot toward Li Tianyao like a bolt of lightning, his right leg whistling through the air with a fierce swipe aimed at Li Tianyao's head. Li Tianyao let out a startled cry, forced to react. Though terrified, his combat skills didn't falter. In fact, fear unlocked his latent potential. His reflexes were astonishingly quick. With just a slight sidestep, he evaded Chen Mo's devastating kick. Thud! Chen Mo's leg struck empty air, slamming hard onto the ground. The solid concrete pavement instantly spiderwebbed with cracks under the impact. What? Chen Mo froze in disbelief, and so did Li Tianyao. He hadn't expected to actually dodge Tartarus' full-powered strike. Was it just luck? The thought left him dazed, so much so that he forgot to counterattack entirely. Only when Chen Mo withdrew his leg did Li Tianyao finally snap back to reality. Missing the first strike didn't discourage Chen Mo. He quickly adjusted his stance and launched another attack. This kick utilized nearly the full capacity of his mechanical leg, slicing through the air with ruthless speed and power. Li Tianyao's face paled in shock. His body instinctively arched backward as he executed a backward somersault, narrowly evading the kicking technique once more. He dodged it again. This clearly wasn't just luck, Li Tianyao pondered. Chen Mo was equally surprised. Wasn't this kid supposed to be an energy-based ability user? How was his reaction speed so formidable? Yet he didn't dwell on it. After his missed kick, he seamlessly transitioned into slashing at his opponent with his mantis blades. This time, Li Tianyao didn't dodge backward but rushed forward instead, throwing himself into Chen Mo's embrace. Raising his arm in sync with the motion, he perfectly blocked Chen Mo's sword-wielding arm while simultaneously clenching his other hand into a fist and delivering a powerful punch. With a dull thud, the punch landed squarely on Chen Mo's chest, sending him staggering backward from the sheer force. The impact was so overwhelming that it clearly couldn't have been delivered by an ordinary person. Despite steadying his stance and regulating his breathing, Chen Mo couldn't hide his inner astonishment. Fast reflexes were one thing, but that level of strength was completely unexpected. Both his reaction speed and raw power far surpassed that of a normal human. Asterisk, is he really an energy type? The diary mentioned that level 1 energy types don't enhance physical abilities. Asterisk. Yet, how could he have known? All of this was made possible by the immense wealth of Li Tianyao's family. Beyond just awakening his supernatural abilities, Li Tianyao had undergone numerous general genetic enhancement surgeries, drastically improving his physical constitution. Though these modifications paled in comparison to true superhuman powers, they were more than enough to effortlessly overpower any ordinary person. And not only that, but from his fighting style, it was evident that Li Tianyao had undergone professional combat training. His punches, kicks, and dodges were all precise, with seamless transitions between moves, clearly the work of a trained martial artist. In contrast, Chen Mo's combat skills were far cruder, his attacks chaotic and often driven by instinct. Already disadvantaged in strength and speed, his technique was worlds apart. Even if the mechanical leg braces granted astonishing power, that was practically his only advantage. No matter how strong the force, if the strikes didn't land, it was useless. His mantis blade swung repeatedly at empty air, while Li Tianyao seized every opening to hammer Chen Mo with a barrage of punches, forcing him into retreat. Across these lightning-fast exchanges, Li Tianyao's initial tension gradually eased, replaced by an irrepressible satisfaction. He began re-evaluating the mysterious Tartarus before him, his fear dissipating like an ebbing tide. So this was the legendary superhero killer? The supervillain who once shook the world? Seems like he was all hype. Probably just got lucky back then, nothing but an empty reputation. The thought emboldened Li Tianyao, his lips curling into an involuntary smirk of derision. He even deliberately spread his hands. He struck a lazy pose, glaring at Chen Mo with a challenge. Is that all you've got? Before his words had even fully faded, Li Tianyao's eyes suddenly blazed to life, their piercing radiance slicing through the night's curtain like twin swords. A sizzling sound zzzzzt filled the air as two scorching laser beams shot from his pupils, streaking straight toward Chen Mo. Though Chen Mo had been on guard, the instant the lasers fired, there was a moment of visible fluster, his body lagging behind his thoughts in reaction time. He could only roll aside in a clumsy evasion, barely avoiding the deadly attack by the narrowest margin. The laser beams missed their mark, instead striking the wall of the abandoned factory behind him. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded as the hardened concrete wall instantly melted under intense heat, leaving behind a charred hole with wisps of smoke curling from its edges. The air was thick with the pungent scent of scorched material. Chen Mo then realized this role had inadvertently created distance between him and Li Tianyao. His heart sank. Distance was precisely where Li Tianyao held the advantage. Meanwhile, a flicker of predatory excitement flashed through Li Tianyao's eyes, gleaming like a leopard stalking its prey in the darkness, his pupils dancing with bloodthirsty flames. Today appears to be the perfect opportunity for Electro Eyes to make his mark. His voice trembled slightly with a mix of exhilaration and confidence. Personally defeating the notorious hero killer Tartarus, once this news spreads, my standing in the Hero Association will skyrocket. Die now. ZZZT. Li Tianyao activated his electric eye once more. Twin crimson laser beams split the night sky, carrying scorching heat as they raced straight toward Chen Mo. Unable to dodge in time, Chen Mo took a glancing blow to his shoulder. With a sizzling sound, his combat suit instantly burned away, revealing charred flesh beneath. A surge of electric agony coursed through his entire body, causing him to stagger and nearly collapse. Chapter 17, The Killing Blow. Damn it! Chen Mo gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as beads of sweat the size of peas dripped from his forehead. He was locked in a desperate battle. Li Tianyao's strength had completely surpassed his expectations. The precise combat techniques, overwhelming physical prowess, and terrifying laser eyes all filled him with waves of helplessness. He had to think of something quickly, or he might genuinely meet his end today. The problem was he'd already exhausted all his moves. The fight had proven he was completely outmatched. What else could he do? What other method remained to defeat his opponent? Just as he was about to give up, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Wait, the lime powder. Hadn't he prepared that earlier? He'd nearly forgotten about it since the battle began. Since his opponent was an evolved human, he doubted this street thug's dirty trick would work anyway. But with no alternatives left and all techniques exhausted, even knowing it might prove useless, he resolved to try this last desperate measure. With near-suicidal determination, Chen Mo grabbed the powder packet from his waist. Pulling the cord, he violently hurled it toward Li Tianyao, the white powder tracing an arc through the air. Li Tianyao showed no fear at the sight. Instead, he let out a cold laugh as his eyes flashed once more, unleashing two crimson laser beams that shot toward the powdered lime like glowing red blades fresh from a forge. Boom! The lime powder was struck by the laser, instantly bursting apart like a firework explosion. It transformed into a cloud of white dust that rapidly filled the air, enveloping both men in its haze. Li Tianyao's lightning vision was powerful enough to melt steel. Something like powdered lime naturally couldn't harm him. To his surprise, the exploding dust under the high temperature successfully obscured his vision, leaving everything in a blinding white haze where he couldn't even see his own outstretched hand. Cough cough, what is this? Li Tianyao coughed violently, covering his nose and mouth with his hands, but the sudden dust cloud caught him completely off guard. Chen Mo was also stunned. He never imagined that the lime powder he tried on a whim would actually work. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now's the time. Chen Mo roared inwardly, his adrenaline surging wildly as the excruciating pain in his shoulder seemed to dull slightly. The mechanical braces on his legs burst forth with astonishing power once more, propelling his entire body toward Li Tianyao like an arrow released from its bow. He leaped high, his body carving a sharp arc through the air with his right leg taut as steel, delivering a thunderous kick aimed straight at Li Tianyao's head. This kick concentrated all of Chen Mo's strength and resolve. It was his desperate, all-or-nothing killing strike. Though Li Tianyao's vision was obscured by the powdered line, he was still a superhuman after all. His keen combat instincts allowed him to sense the incoming danger the instant it arrived. The surrounding air seemed to freeze as he clearly sensed a powerful oppressive force descending from above, the aura of death. Instinctively, he raised his arms, crossing them to shield his head. Snap! But Chen Mo's kick carried the full force of Zhao Xiang's supersonic legs. Li Tianyao's arms stood no chance of withstanding it. A sharp, sickening crack of bone echoed, unnervingly clear and piercing. Li Tianyao's arms twisted at an unnatural angle in an instant, hanging limply by his sides. Ah! An overwhelming wave of excruciating pain crashed over him as Li Tianyao let out a piercing scream of agony. Yet he refused to surrender. His eyes began frantically gathering energy, with crimson light pulsating in their sockets, the telltale sign of imminent electro-optic beam activation. Chen Mo was fighting desperately now. He knew if Li Tianyao fired that laser again, there'd be absolutely no chance of survival. Some unknown force surged through his body, pushing him beyond his limits. Both mantis blades thrust forward simultaneously. This was his final counterattack. The strike came impossibly fast and precise, a performance beyond his normal capabilities, driving straight toward Li Tianyao's now unprotected eye socket. Thwack! The razor-sharp mantis blade plunged effortlessly into Li Tianyao's eye socket, sinking deep within. Li Tianyao let out an even more piercing scream, more agonizing than any that came before. The laser beams originally concentrated in his eyes lost control, scattering wildly within the socket. Boom! At last, the laser exploded within Li Tianyao's eye sockets, creating such a powerful shockwave that it shattered Chen Mo's mantis blades and sent both men flying backward simultaneously. Chen Mo crashed heavily onto the ground, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered. Gasping for breath, he struggled to his feet. Looking toward Li Tianyao, he saw the man lying in a pool of blood, his once handsome features now twisted into a grotesque mask. Both eye sockets had become charred, hollow pits, his eyeballs having fallen to the ground, smeared with dust and gore, forming an unsettling sight. My eyes, I can't see anything. Why would this happen? Cried out Li Tianyao in despair. His voice echoed through the empty night sky, filled with endless fear and resentment. Chen Mo slowly stood up, looking down at him from above with eyes as cold as ice, devoid of any trace of pity. You're already blind. Chen Mo's voice was utterly calm. Blind? Impossible, this can't be. I have electro eyes. How could I possibly go blind? Li Tianyao shook his head frantically, refusing to accept this cruel reality. I'll kill you. He struggled to stand up, but his body refused to obey, leaving him squirming helplessly on the ground. Yes, he was blind. Not only had he lost his vision, but also the superpower he took such pride in, reduced to an ordinary person, even more wretched than most. Why is the renowned Tartarus targeting me? He kept shouting, his voice thick with confusion. Chen Mo looked at him coldly, then said slowly, don't you remember what you did? You killed someone and escaped judgment. What? Because of that? Just because I killed some lowlife, he continued shouting. Lowlife? So this was what he truly thought, feeling no remorse for murder, showing no repentance. Chen Mo felt a surge of anger. You know, if you were willing to face legal judgment, I wouldn't be here today. Yet he understood all too well that Li Tianyao was a minor he'd get at most a decade or so, likely released early for good behavior. Upon release, he'd still be a superpowered individual, a wealthy young master living a life most could only envy. Frankly, it wasn't fair to the deceased, but such was the law. Even if the outcome felt unsatisfactory, if Li had truly accepted his sentence, Chen Mo would have let it go. But this bastard couldn't even endure that minor punishment, attempting to evade it entirely. In that case, he'd settle this himself. Chen Mo thought this as he raised his foot above the boy's head. Oomph, what right do you have to say that? You're nothing but a villain yourself, Li Tianyao shouted defiantly. Everyone knows your power is stealing others' abilities. All this talk about justice is just a front for your own selfish gains. How are you any different from me? The shout made Chen Mo halt his intended downward stomp. A villain? Truthfully, he couldn't remember. He couldn't recall what he'd been like before, but one thing was certain, they were all wrong. He wasn't what they assumed. He had no superpowers, hadn't even undergone any genetic modifications. He was just an ordinary person, so ordinary he could vanish in a crowd. So why had someone like him become the notorious Tartarus? What turning point led him here? Though he couldn't remember, it definitely wasn't the way Li Tianyao told it. For some reason, he recalled his conversation with Lin Yunxi. When he'd spoken to her about judgment, she'd responded like this: even under a fair trial, Li Tianyao, as a minor, would receive a reduced sentence. A fair trial seemed utterly meaningless in their eyes. Ha! He exhaled softly, withdrew his foot, adjusted his stance, and delivered a sharp kick to Li Tianyao's lower back. Li Tianyao let out another heart-wrenching scream. What have you done? He asked in a trembling voice, his body convulsing violently. I broke your spine, Chen Mo replied in the same icy, emotionless tone. From now on, you'll be completely crippled, unable to move or see. What? You might as well kill me, just end it. Li Tianyao shouted, his curses mingled with desperate pleading. No, I won't kill you. Chen Mo slowly shook his head. I want you to live like this, no longer a superhero, not even equal to an ordinary person. This is the punishment for your crimes. Having said that, he bent down and picked up the two blood-stained, dust-covered eyeballs from the ground. These must be Li Tianyao's superpower organs, the source of his strength. He held the eyeballs in his hand, feeling their cold texture. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Li Tianyao alone in the darkness, howling in despair. No, come back, damn you, come back. His voice grew fainter and fainter, until it finally dissipated into the boundless night. Chapter 18, Heading to the Hospital. The smell of charred flesh rose from the wound, making Chen Mo feel as if he were being torn apart. Every jolt sent violent spasms of pain erupting from his shoulder wound, like countless red-hot steel needles being simultaneously driven through muscle and bone. He clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, barely managing to suppress the agonized moan threatening to escape his throat. He gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Struggling, he opened his phone and called a ride, then mustered his last ounce of strength to peel off the sticky combat suit. He then changed into casual clothes. The process was excruciating. Every movement that tugged at his wounds felt like being sawed apart with a blunt knife. The pain was so intense his vision nearly blacked out, and he almost passed out again. But he knew he couldn't collapse, at least not now. He had to get to the hospital as quickly as possible, or this arm might be beyond saving. The night was as dark as ink, the frigid air gnawing at his injured body. The streetlights flickered dim and blurry, blood staining his clothes. The driver who arrived was so startled by his condition that he nearly froze in shock. The driver quickly ushered him into the car, and like an arrow loosed from a bow, the vehicle shot into the night. Chen Mo slumped against the seat, enduring the jolts that worsened his pain. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. He couldn't afford to black out now. After what felt like an eternity, the car finally arrived at the hospital. Staggering inside the emergency room, he was hit by the pungent smell of antiseptic that sent a wave of dizziness through him. The on-duty nurse was also startled by his appearance and hastily called her colleagues to help him onto a gurney. "What happened? How did you get so badly hurt?" the nurse asked urgently, her voice tinged with a tremble. Chen Mo's consciousness was fading fast. Summoning the last shred of coherence, he forced out a premeditated excuse between labored breaths: "Work accident, welding torch, punctured, my shoulder." The words barely escaped his lips before darkness swallowed him whole. When he woke again, it was already the next morning. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes as the harsh sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, causing him discomfort. He instinctively tried to raise his hand to block the light but accidentally agitated the wound on his shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through his entire body. Only then did he realize he was lying on a hospital bed, the pungent smell of antiseptic lingering in his nose. The snow-white ceiling, sheets, and blankets, everything was unnaturally clean. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts raced wildly like unbridled horses, completely beyond his control. Last night's operation was a success, but it left too many hidden dangers. Coming to the hospital for treatment was undoubtedly exposing himself to danger, but given the circumstances, he had no other choice. He had somehow appeared as Tartarus again. He had clearly decided to quit the game for good. With a wry smile, he opened his phone and sent a leave request to the company. The night in the city was devoured by boundless darkness, leaving only sporadic streetlights. On the other side, at the Hero Association branch, Lin Yunqi received an emergency call informing her of Li Tianyao assassination. Her face instantly paled as an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She abruptly stood up, grabbed her coat, and rushed out of the office like a gust of wind. The police siren tore through the night silence, alternating red and blue lights illuminating the chaotic scene. The ride-hailing car stood alone by the roadside like a wounded beast, its body dented and windows shattered, a shocking sight. Li Tianyao himself had already been taken away by an ambulance. The driver, pale-faced, stammered as he answered the officer's questions, explaining how Tartarus had threatened him. Only after a harrowing 20 minutes had he mustered the courage to call the police. His eyes kept darting nervously toward his wrecked car. Lin Yunqi strode over, the sharp clicks of her heels echoing distinctly in the quiet night. She scanned the surroundings. The ground bore terrifying cracks, spiderwebbing outward, and the walls showed multiple shattered sections where kicks had landed, evidence of an unimaginably intense fight. The air carried a lingering stench of something scorched, nauseatingly foul. Her gaze finally settled on the shattered remains of the mantis blade on the ground, its silver fragments glinting coldly under the streetlights. Her brows knitted tightly, her thin lips pressed into a firm line. She crouched slowly, tracing the fragments with her fingers, then her heart seized with a sudden chill. The material and craftsmanship of this weapon are not something an ordinary person could possess or wield. Tartarus's identity is indeed far more complicated than I imagined. The hospital reeked of disinfectant, the scent so intense it was suffocating. After being rushed to the hospital, Li Tianyao underwent emergency treatment overnight and barely managed to escape the clutches of death. However, the price he paid was devastating. His eyes had been cruelly gouged out, his spine shattered by a vicious kick, rendering him completely crippled. He lay on the hospital bed in the intensive care unit, his body connected to an array of tubes and machines that sustained his faint vital signs. On the monitor, the waveform of his heartbeat flickered weakly, emitting intermittent beeps, beep, beep. When Lin Yunqi walked into the intensive care unit, Li Tianyao's parents were keeping vigil by the bedside, both looking utterly exhausted. The mother's eyes were red and swollen from crying, tears soaking into her clothes. The father sat silently beside her, gripping his wife's hand tightly. Seeing Lin Yunqi enter, the two men seemed to spot a savior. They quickly rose and bowed to her respectfully, their voices hoarse. "Battle maiden, you've come." Lin Yunqi nodded and walked to the hospital bed, staring at Li Tianyao's deathly pale face with mixed emotions. Was this retribution? Though he had escaped legal punishment through his connections, he had unexpectedly become a target of Tartarus's attack. But why would Tartarus attack such an obscure rookie hero? Could it be to deliver justice? No, impossible. Leaving aside whether Tartarus was that kind of person, Li Tianyao's misdeeds had been swiftly contained by the association before public outcry could spread. Very few should have known about them. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, then asked, "Li Tianyao, can you hear me?" Li Tianyao's eyelids trembled slightly as he struggled to open them, but his sockets were hollow, only two bloody cavities remained. His voice emerged feeble and raspy, as if forcibly dredged from the depths of his throat. Battle maiden. Tell me about what happened last night. How much do you remember?" Lin Yunqi asked directly. Li Tianyao lips moved with difficulty as he summoned all his strength to speak in fragments. Tartarus attacked me. I used my flash eyes, wounded him. Lin Yunqi's gaze instantly sharpened. She never would have imagined that flash eyes, a mere first-tier superhuman, could actually injure the notorious Tartarus. Did you shoot him? She asked once more to confirm. Li Tianyao's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty once more. Yes. Where were you shot? Lin Yunqi pressed urgently, leaning slightly forward as she stared intently at Li Tianyao's ashen face. Shoulder. Li Tianyao's words came out fragmented, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth, spoken with immense difficulty before he fell unconscious once more. Seeing this, Li Tianyao's mother began weeping again. Battle maiden, you must stand up for our Tianyao. Don't worry. Lin Yunqi gave an icy nod, but her thoughts lingered on what Li Tianyao had said. Shoulder wounds? The injuries caused by electric eye were very distinctive. She needed to immediately notify the association to collect records of patients seeking medical treatment for shoulder burns during this period. Though she doubted the perpetrator would actually visit a proper hospital, they still had to check. Simultaneously, she'd have security bureau personnel conduct sweeps of underground clinics one by one. Lin Yunqi's brow furrowed tightly, her eyes glittering with complex emotions as she rapidly strategized. This time, there seemed to be real hope of catching their quarry. Chapter 19, Lin Yunqi's suspicion. Upon learning that Chen Mo was hospitalized again and had requested leave, Manager Su immediately set aside his work and rushed over in a frenzy. Since witnessing Chen Mo's relationship with Lin Yunqi, he had confirmed their close connection and felt he might have stumbled upon an opportunity. This Chen Mo was definitely someone not to be trifled with. The corridor was empty, filled only with the smell of disinfectant and the occasional groan. Manager Su walked briskly, the sound of his leather shoes echoing in the hollow hallway. He pondered what to say when he saw Chen Mo, wanting to appear concerned without being too obvious. Rounding a corner, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure stepping out of a hospital room. Who else could it be but Lin Yunqi, with her tall stature and striking, aloof demeanor? Manager Su's eyes lit up as he hurried forward, his face breaking into an ingratiating smile, his tone laced with surprise and sycophancy. Oh, President Lin, are you here to see Chen Mo too? Lin Yunqi had just emerged from Li Tianyao's hospital room, deep in thought about the case. Upon hearing Manager Su's voice, she paused slightly, turned her head, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Did you say Chen Mo was injured? Her voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible edge of vigilance. Ah, do you mean you didn't know? I thought you came to the hospital for. Manager Su seemed somewhat taken aback. Lin Yunqi quickly adjusted her expression and then changed her tone to reply. Of course I know. It's precisely because I heard he was injured that I came here. Seeing this, Manager Su immediately bent his back in deference. Well then, perfect timing. He's in Ward 10, Chairman Lin. Please allow me to escort you there. Lin Yunqi didn't say anything, just nodded. The two of them walked one after another to the hospital room door, then pushed it open. Inside the hospital room, Chen Mo was idly scrolling through his phone. The door suddenly opened, and when he looked up, Lin Yunqi and Manager Su were actually standing there together. This startled him so much he nearly dropped his phone. To be honest, Manager Su's appearance wasn't particularly surprising. Ever since Chen Mo called him that morning to ask for leave, the guy had been fussing over him non-stop and even asked for his room number. But what he never expected was that Lin Yunqi would come too. And he'd only been admitted to the hospital yesterday. How did she already know he was injured by today? As the chairman of a major corporation and a superhero, why would he pay such close attention to a minor employee's situation? He didn't believe it. The only possible explanation seemed to be, he had been exposed. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Coming to the hospital was clearly a mistake. An injury this obvious would be impossible to hide, yet at the time, he had no other choice. Stay calm, Chen Mo. You must stay calm. Things might not be that bad yet. If he had truly been exposed, she would have appeared directly in her Thunder Valkyrie form, not casually dressed like this. With this in mind, he forced down the panic rising within and strained to put on a natural smile. Chen Mo, are you alright? Manager Su stepped quickly to the bedside and asked with concern. He spoke loudly, as if deliberately letting Lin Yunqi hear. Chen Mo smiled and replied lightly. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. He tried his best to appear as usual, not revealing the slightest flaw. What small injury? I've asked the doctors already. They said you were seriously hurt. If you came any later, you could have died. Manager Su said from the side. His words shocked Lin Yunqi nearby, and she suddenly asked. What happened? How did it get this bad? It's nothing. Manager Su was just exaggerating. Chen Mo laughed, trying to brush it off. However, Manager Su continued relentlessly. Exaggerated? The doctor said your bones were burned through. Burned through? This phrase seemed to jolt Lin Yunqi awake. In an instant, her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on Chen Mo. Chen Mo's heart began to race. He could sense the suspicion and wariness in Lin Yunqi's stare. The Thunder Valkyrie he'd known from the start. This woman had been watching him, harboring doubts about him. Then he smiled and said to Lin Yunqi, "Don't listen to his nonsense, this guy loves to exaggerate." Lin Yunqi nodded thoughtfully, and just as Chen Mo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly asked out of the blue, "Where were you injured?" Chen Mo froze. He hadn't expected Lin Yunqi to ask that question. Then, feigning composure, he replied, "Shoulder." Lin Yunqi's brows furrowed slightly as she nodded thoughtfully. To Chen Mo, this was actually an unnecessary question, less of an inquiry and more like a probing test. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Yunqi's voice sounded again. "Can you tell me how you got injured?" Chen Mo was startled and abruptly looked up, only to see her staring at him with piercing eyes, as if trying to see right through him. He pondered, maintaining a smile on his face. "It's nothing serious, just accidentally got stabbed by a welding torch at work." He tried hard to keep his tone light and natural, as if discussing some trivial matter. Lin Yunqi narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze growing sharper. "Why did you weld the spearhead?" Her voice was quiet, yet carried an intangible pressure. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing to find a suitable excuse. He looked up at Lin Yunqi, who continued staring at him with increasingly frosty eyes. When their gazes met, a fleeting sharpness flashed through his pupils before he quickly reverted to an innocent expression, replying, "Well, you see, ever since I got assigned to the warehouse, I've had too much free time on my hands. I just wanted to tinker with something to pass the time. Hope I didn't embarrass you, Director Lin." "Is that so?" Lin Yunqi's voice remained icy cold, devoid of any warmth. The atmosphere in the hospital room instantly became tense, the air seeming to freeze solid. Manager Su stood to the side, glancing between Lin Yunqi and Chen Mo, acutely aware that something was off between them, but he completely misunderstood the situation, slapping his forehead with a laugh as he said, "Oof, guess my observational skills failed me today. You chat, I'll go grab some water." "Director Lin, what would you like to drink?" Lin Yunqi didn't even look at him, casually replying, "Just mineral water will do." Alright, I'm going right now." With that, he turned and quickly left the ward, gently closing the door behind him. Inside the ward, only Lin Yunqi and Chen Mo remained. The already cramped space felt even more suffocating with Manager Su's departure, as if the air had frozen solid. Lin Yunqi stared intently at Chen Mo. She shouldn't have doubted an ordinary person like him, but if he really was Tartarus, then everything would make sense. He had gone with her to Li Tianyao home. He knew what Li Tianyao had done, and after realizing the law couldn't punish Li Tianyao, he took matters into his own hands as Tartarus to deliver justice? No, she refused to believe Tartarus did any of this for justice. That was impossible. She had to confirm it. Confirm everything. Then she walked straight to the bedside. "Let me take a look at your wound." Chen Mo's heart lurched violently, his body instinctively shrinking back as his gaze sharpened once more. Then he reined in his expression, forcing a semblance of calm before putting on an awkward pretense. "Chairman Lin, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Something feels off." Lin Yunqi's tone remained icy. Men and women should avoid physical contact." Chen Mo replied. "What era is this?" Lin Yunqi shot him a cold glance, completely ignoring his refusal. Her fingers had already reached for Chen Mo's hospital gown, and with lightning speed, she yanked open his shirt. "Hiss!" Chen Mo gasped, not from pain, but from tension and guilt. His upper body was now fully exposed to Lin Yunqi's gaze, thick bandages wrapped around his shoulders concealing the wound beneath. Then she carefully examined Chen Mo's bare upper body. It was the physique of someone who had long lacked exercise, pale skin, flaccid muscles, and even the beginnings of a slight belly. His figure couldn't be called good, but not bad either. To put it plainly, it was ordinary, the physique of an average person. Lin Yunqi froze. In her understanding, this absolutely couldn't be the physique of a superhuman. It was merely that of an ordinary person approaching middle age, already showing signs of weight gain. Yes, she had lifted his clothes not to check his wounds, but specifically to examine his body. In this era where genetic modification technology was highly advanced, achieving a toned and fit physique wasn't difficult at all. It could be done with the most basic genetic procedure. Yet Chen Mo's current build could only mean one thing. He hadn't even undergone the most basic modification. How could someone like him have possibly received superhuman enhancements? Could it really be that I overthought this? She began to doubt her own judgment, questioning whether she had been overly sensitive. Maybe everything was just a coincidence after all. How could this person in front of her possibly be Tartarus? At that moment, the ward door was pushed open again, and Manager Su returned carrying several bottles of mineral water. He had intended to exchange pleasantries, but the scene before him left him rooted to the spot. There stood Lin Yunqi beside Chen Mo's hospital bed, her hand still resting on his shoulder, while Chen Mo appeared rather disheveled. The whole scene looked somewhat suggestive. Countless thoughts flashed through Manager Su's mind instantly, and he immediately realized he had interrupted their private moment. With an awkward smile, he hastily said, "Oh, don't mind me, carry on. I'll just step out. I didn't see a thing." With that, he turned to leave. Only then did Yunqi Lin realize her behavior had been improper. She quickly withdrew her hand, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Clearing her throat lightly, she tried to mask her embarrassment. No need, Manager Su. I was just leaving. Chen Mo also hurriedly scrambled to put his clothes back on. Outwardly, he maintained his composure, but inwardly, his mind was in turmoil. He even felt a secret relief, grateful for Manager Su's timely appearance. Yet Lin Yunqi hadn't completely let her guard down. She walked to the door but suddenly stopped, pondered for a moment, then turned back and said, "By the way, Li Tianyao was attacked." "What?" Chen Mo feigned surprise upon hearing this, then asked further, "Was it Tartarus again?" Seeing Lin Yunqi nod, Chen Mo thought for a moment before putting on an indignant expression and saying, "Damn right he's dead." "No, he's not dead," Lin Yunqi replied. "Not dead?" Chen Mo's expression turned puzzled again. "However, his current state is worse than death," Lin Yunqi answered, studying the man's reaction closely without detecting any flaws. Had she indeed been overthinking this? After all, Tartarus was a superpowered individual, and this person before her didn't resemble. But could it truly be so simple? Perhaps this was all an elaborate act? She had to make the final confirmation, only then could she be at ease. At this thought, she took 2 steps forward again, drawing closer to Chen Mo, and suddenly said, "You know, I think I see a white hair on your head. Let me help you pluck it out." It was an incredibly clumsy excuse, but she didn't care. Without waiting for Chen Mo's response, she approached and gently plucked a strand of hair from his head. Her touch was so light that Chen Mo barely felt any pain. To Manager Su, who was watching from the side, this looked like an intimate gesture between lovers. He stifled a chuckle, and when Lin Yunqi turned around, he immediately resumed an expression of having seen nothing. Lin Yunqi didn't care much about the person next to her. She carefully placed the strand of hair into her pocket, then composed her face back into its usual calm indifference as she said blandly, "Alright, you get some rest. I'll take my leave now." With that, he left the ward with Manager Su, leaving Chen Mo alone to face the empty room by himself. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yunqi didn't delay a single moment. She took the hair sample and drove straight to the Superhero Association headquarters. Now she had only one purpose, to determine whether Chen Mo was actually a superpowered individual through DNA sequencing. The corridor light stretched her shadow long, the crisp tap of high heels echoing with each step. Though she no longer truly believed Chen Mo was Tartarus, as a superhero, she had to eliminate every possibility, even if the odds were 1 in 10,000, she had to be certain. Chapter 20, Visiting the Patient. Several days later, Chen Mo's DNA sequencing results arrived. The report lay quietly on Lin Yunqi's desk, its black-on-white text clearly stating, "No superhuman gene sequences detected in the sample, confirmed as an ordinary human." There wasn't even a trace of genetic modification. At the sight of the report, Lin Yunqi's taut nerves finally relaxed. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long exhale, feeling as though a boulder had been lifted from her chest. For days, she had been tormented by the thought that Chen Mo might be Tartarus. She had even scrutinized his identity, background, and family history. Yet despite finding nothing unusual in any of the intelligence gathered, she couldn't completely dismiss her doubts until now, when every shred of suspicion vanished like mist in the sun. To be honest, even she herself didn't understand why she had suspected Chen Mo. Upon careful consideration, it seemed utterly impossible. After all, Chen Mo was just an ordinary person, from an ordinary family with an ordinary background. With his financial means, there was no way he could have had the opportunity to undergo superpower modifications. The real Tartarus, on the other hand, must have been born into a wealthy family, or at least must have once been affluent. It was precisely for this reason that, in recent days, her investigation into Tartarus's identity had largely focused on those with power and influence. How could I have suspected him? Lin Yunqi murmured to herself, rubbing her temples. Then, glancing at the calendar on her desk, she added, "Come to think of it, he should be discharged from the hospital around today." She raised her head and looked out the window, where the sunlight was glaring. It was already noon, and the light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting her shadow across the desk. After a moment of thought, she stood up, grabbed the car keys from the table, and left the office. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had nearly recovered from his injuries and was preparing to complete his discharge procedures. Carrying a light bag of belongings, he walked to the hospital entrance. Just as he was about to open his phone to hail a ride, a clear voice called out, Senior Chen Mo." He turned towards the voice and saw a young, attractive girl standing not far away, looking at him with joyful surprise. She wore a light pink dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. She was the kind of cute, bright-eyed girl who immediately stood out. Beside her stood a tall man in a sleek suit, sporting an expensive-looking wristwatch, their arms linked. They appeared to be a couple. The girl jogged up to Chen Mo and eagerly grabbed his arm. "Senior, it's really you. Do you still remember me?" Chen Mo stared at her face, familiar yet strange, feeling somewhat lost. Having lost his memories, he naturally didn't recall who she was. Yet, for some reason, her features gave him a vague sense of warmth, as if he might have seen her photo in his phone. After a pause, he nodded anyway. That's great, senior. You still remember me. The girl's smile brightened even more as she turned and pulled the man beside her forward, introducing him to Chen Mo Sr. This is my boyfriend, Li Zixuan. Then to Li Zixuan, she said, Zixuan, this is the Chen Mo Sr. from our anime club that I told you about. Li Zixuan froze for a moment upon hearing the name Chen Mo, then a teasing smile crept onto his face. He gave Chen Mo a once-over, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Oh, so you're the Chen Mo Sr. who chased after our Shioya for over 2 years back in university. Chen Mo was stunned. He never imagined he had once pursued the girl standing before him. As he took in her delicate features, a bitter chuckle rose in his heart. His past self certainly had good taste, but he couldn't remember any of it now. Faced with Li Zixuan's slightly provocative tone, he could only nod awkwardly. The girl at Xiaoya seemed to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere. She lightly patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said in a coquettish tone, Zixuan, why do you always bring up the past? Then, Xiaoya turned to Chen Mo with a hint of pride in her tone. By the way, senior, Zixuan is amazing, he manages his family's business, and their company is huge. Chen Mo nodded. He didn't know what his past self was like, nor did he understand what exactly had happened between him and Xiaoya. Still, since they were acquaintances, he might as well wish them well. After that, he listened as the girl named Xiaoya began to boast enthusiastically about her boyfriend, how impressive he was, how expansive their family business was. Li Zixuan seemed to eat it up, nodding repeatedly as she praised him. After listening for a while, Chen Mo grew a bit bored and interrupted. By the way, what brings you all to the hospital? Xiaoya seemed caught off guard by the interruption, momentarily stunned. Instead, Li Zixuan beside her stepped in first, a hint of pride on his face. Oh, Xiaoya underwent anti-aging genetic modification a few years ago. Today she came for an age sequencing test to check the results. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya eagerly displayed the report in her hand, her voice brimming with boastfulness. Senior, look, rigorous gene sequencing shows my current biological age is only 22. Zixuan treats me so well, She then launched into an endless stream of praise for Li Zixuan, her words overflowing with admiration and dependence on her boyfriend, bordering on nauseating sweetness. Chen Mo listened absent-mindedly, merely nodding politely in response. Sounds good. By the way, senior, are you still working at that same design company? Xiaoya suddenly asked. Chen Mo nodded. So what position have you reached now? I'm working in the warehouse now. Chen Mo's voice was calm as water. He'd always been quite satisfied with this warehouse job. It was easy work, even helpful for keeping a low profile. Xiaoya immediately adopted an outraged for justice expression and turned to Li Zixuan. What? How could they make someone as talented as senior work in a warehouse? This is completely unacceptable. Was he really talented? Well, yes, after all, ever since losing his memory, he'd already taken out 2 superheroes. He did have talent for being a villain. Chen Mo mentally scoffed at himself. Then Xiaoya spoke again. Actually, Zixuan, why don't we bring senior to our company? Li Zixuan immediately wore a triumphant expression. Great, Xiaoya's right. Senior Chen Mo, if you're willing, you can come to our company anytime, pick whatever position you want. Chen Mo felt somewhat helpless. He opened his mouth to find a polite excuse when a deafening engine roar suddenly tore through the hospital's tranquility, cutting off their conversation. A sleek red sports car streaked toward them, executing a sharp drift that kicked up a swirl of dust before coming to a perfect stop in front of the trio. The gullwing door lifted, and Lin Yunqi stepped out, her long legs unfolding as the hem of her black trench coat swayed slightly with her movements. The moment Li Zixuan recognized the newcomer, his triumphant expression froze over as if frosted, instantly replaced by an almost servile humility. Leaning forward exaggeratedly, he bent his waist into an obsequious bow toward Lin Yunqi. Hello, Chairman Lin. Xiaoya was still clueless. She looked at Lin Yunqi, who was radiating authority, then at Li Zixuan, whose expression had instantly changed. Curious, she tugged at Li Zixuan's sleeve and whispered, Zixuan, who is she? Li Zixuan didn't have time to explain. He pressed down on Xiaoya's back, forcing her to bow alongside him to Lin Yunqi with such force that Xiaoya nearly stumbled and fell. Lin Yunqi swept a cold glance over them, her gaze sharp as a blade, finally settling on Chen Mo. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes signaling him to get in the car with an air of unshakable authority. Chen Mo froze for a moment, glancing between Lin Yunqi and the flashy sports car before understanding dawned. Wordlessly, he walked toward the vehicle. Director Lin, pardon me, but what's your relationship with Senior Chen Mo? Li Zixuan ventured cautiously, his tone probing as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Yunqi paused mid-step. Turning slowly, she arched a playful smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. He's my cousin, she said. With that, she pulled open the car door and slid into the driver's seat with swift, decisive movements. Chen Mo promptly followed, taking the passenger seat. The sports car roared to life like an enraged beast, speeding away and leaving Li Zixuan and Xiaoya standing dumbfounded, staring at each other as the wind whipped dust against their faces. Inside the car, Lin Yunqi suddenly slammed the steering wheel and blurted out, "That was too much." "Ha?" Chen Mo turned his head toward her with a baffled expression. "What was too much?" "Those two back there, of course," Lin Yunqi replied, her tone as cold as ever. "Oh, you mean that?" Chen Mo smiled, then shook his head. But then Lin Yunqi added, "I actually arrived a long time ago and was watching from the side, waiting for the right moment to appear." She paused, then added, "At first I wanted to say I was your girlfriend, but then I thought claiming to be a relative might work better." "Never thought, Director Lin. How should I put this?" Chen Mo was just thinking about how to stop this conversation when he heard Lin Yunqi add, "Who wouldn't enjoy slapping a snobbish woman in the face?" Chen Mo could only shake his head with a smile. Truth be told, he didn't particularly care about such matters. What concerned him more was Lin Yunqi's sudden appearance. "What brings you here today?" To be honest, in Chen Mo's view, since Lin Yunqi had appeared before him again, it meant that he was still under suspicion. "Of course it's to celebrate your discharge from the hospital," Lin Yunqi replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Come to think of it, this is your second hospitalization, isn't it? You really do get injured easily." Hearing this, Chen Mo's body tensed slightly. He looked at Lin Yunqi, his gaze carrying a trace of inquiry. Do you still want to ask about Tartarus?" Lin Yunqi unexpectedly shook her head and said in a relaxed tone, "No, not this time. I was overthinking before. I believe you have no connection to Tartarus." "I'm sorry for my suspicion, I apologize." It's nothing." Chen Mo slightly turned his head, shifting his gaze from Lin Yunqi's delicate profile to the rapidly passing streets outside the window, trying to conceal the turmoil within. He exhaled gently, as if wanting to breathe out all that tension and unease. Lin Yunqi didn't turn to look, still focusing on the road ahead, but her tone was unusually sincere. "But I still owe you an apology." Percent. The red sports car streaked like a flash of lightning through the city's clamor, racing toward the distance. Inside the car, Chen Mo's tension finally eased as Lin Yunqi apologized, as if the boulder pressing on his chest had been lifted away, making his breathing smoother. He leaned back gently into the seat, closed his eyes, and savored this rare moment of peace. Chapter 21, Even a hero is helpless without a penny. Chen Mo returned to his daily routine, heading back to work at the warehouse. Using the warehouse equipment, he discreetly began studying Li Tianyao's eyeball. Carefully placing the eyeball on the lab table and connecting fine electrodes to its nerves, he experimented with electrical signals at specific frequencies. To his amazement, the eyeball actually emitted a dazzling laser beam. Success! Chen Mo muttered excitedly under his breath. He eagerly adjusted the signal strength, and the laser beam from the eyeball fluctuated accordingly, now intense, now weak. So that's how it works. Adjusting signal strength controls the laser's firing power. Chen Mo murmured to himself, his face lighting up with sudden comprehension. He now understood how to use these eyeballs, but a new problem presented itself. Where should he install these two eyeballs? He needed to transform them into usable weapons, but he glanced at the eyeballs again, slimy, slippery, and springy to the touch. How could he possibly modify such things into weapons? It's not as if he could gouge out his own eyes and replace them by popping these in. As he agonized over this, his arm accidentally knocked the eyeballs off the lab table. They rolled away and upon hitting the floor, landed precisely on the button connected to the electrical signal receiver. "Oh no!" Chen Mo cried out. The out-of-control eyeball rolled around wildly while scattering laser beams in every direction. Two beams of light zigzagged chaotically through the warehouse, slicing shelves and cargo into pieces. The clanging of metal and shattering of objects rose and fell like waves, turning the entire warehouse into instant chaos. Chen Mo dodged frantically, scrambling between shelves in a desperate attempt to evade the deadly beams. While avoiding the lasers, he risked approaching the control panel, trying to shut down the electrical signals. "Quick, turn it off!" Chen Mo panted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, summoning all his strength, he lunged at the control panel and slammed the shutdown button. The electrical signals cut off abruptly, and the wildly sweeping lasers vanished instantly. Chen Mo slumped to the ground, gasping for breath while staring horrified at the wrecked warehouse. Only then did he realize the two eyeballs had been incinerated by their own laser beams, leaving behind nothing but two thin, nearly transparent corneal membranes. So, the superpower organ isn't the eyeball itself, but the cornea. Chen Mo murmured as he gazed at the two filmy remnants, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. This actually makes things easier, Chen Mo thought. Perhaps he could mount these corneal membranes onto his skull mask, while fashioning them into a handheld weapon might be more convenient for use. Li Tianyao's supernatural ability was after all the electric beam eyes. To maintain the illusion that Tartarus had stolen his victim's powers would make him far more intimidating. But wouldn't sticking these directly onto my eyes risk blindness? Chen Mo muttered to himself, a trace of concern crossing his features. The last thing he wanted was to die before accomplishing anything. For safety's sake, he decided to conduct a series of tests first. Carefully placing the corneal lens into the eye socket of the skull mask, he added a layer of sunglasses between the mask and his eyes as protection. Start with the lowest power first. Chen Mo took a deep breath, activated the electrical signal, and held his breath while nervously watching the mask. A faint beam of light shot out from the mask's eye socket, leaving a dim light spot on the wall. Chen Mo's heart pounded wildly as he slowly aligned his eyes with the mask's sockets. Then to his amazement, he discovered his eyes were completely unaffected by the laser. When the beam shot forward, he could still clearly see his surroundings. It seemed to be a kind of one-way light that wouldn't scatter backward. What thrilled him even more was that the light beams emitted from his eyes perfectly aligned with his line of sight. This made his shooting extraordinarily precise. Simply by maintaining eye contact, he could direct the laser wherever he turned his gaze with pinpoint accuracy. Perfect! Chen Mo couldn't suppress a low exclamation, his voice brimming with irrepressible excitement. Now free of all hesitation, he began modifying the mask. In just one day, Chen Mo completed the modification of the mask. After several rounds of testing to ensure everything worked flawlessly, the previously upgraded mechanical leg braces had already granted him formidable close-quarters combat abilities like adding wings to a tiger. Now, with the laser eyes, he had filled the gap in his long-range attacks, making him truly unstoppable. Future battles would undoubtedly be much easier with these enhancements. With this thought in mind, he carefully stored the mask away. The following days passed without incident, sinking into the dull monotony of daily life. The warehouse work was so idle it unnerved him each day. He either daydreamed or aimlessly gestured at the air before lapsing back into complete idleness. The days passed like this until payday arrived. Chen Mo opened his payslip with eager anticipation, only for his smile to freeze instantly. This is way too little, he couldn't help exclaiming. Only then did he notice that the warehouse salary was significantly lower than what he used to earn in the design department. This normally wouldn't have been a big deal, except he'd bought a house. After paying the mortgage, what remained seemed barely enough to cover meals. Staring at his empty wallet, he suddenly felt like life had him by the throat. The fact that he was the supervillain Tartarus didn't seem important anymore compared to this predicament. So this is what they mean about being defeated by mere pennies? The great Tartarus himself, ultimately worried over a few banknotes? Chen Mo mocked himself bitterly. Just as Chen Mo was at his wit's end, sighing over his empty wallet, the iron door of the warehouse creaked open. Well, look who we have here, little Chun. What's got you sighing all by yourself? The unmistakably greasy voice of Manager Su rang out as he walked in, smiling, with 2 bottles of beer and a bag of peanuts in hand. Chen Mo looked up to see Manager Su. Quickly putting away his wallet, he forced a smile and said, Manager Su, what brings you here? Ever since Lin Yunqi's last visit, Manager Su's attitude toward Chen Mo had done a complete 180-degree turn. Now he addressed him affectionately as little bro at every opportunity. A manager sounds so stiff, just call me Su. Dishing, Manager Su said as he plopped the beer and peanuts onto the table and dropped into the seat across from Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the beer and peanuts. What's this? Hey, nothing much. Just sneaking some free time and thought I'd come find you for a drink. He grinned, opening a beer on his own and handing it to Chen Mo. If you've got anything bothering you, kid, you can tell your big bro. Chen Mo took the beer but didn't feel like drinking. He just held it in his hand, fingertips tracing the chilled glass. What's on your mind, Chen? We're practically family, aren't we? Su Dishing mumbled through a mouthful of peanuts. Chen Mo sighed. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed his financial troubles truthfully. After all, there was no point hiding it. Su Dishing listened, raised an eyebrow, and slapped his thigh. Hey, and here I thought it was something serious. Just this? Leave it to me. He put down the liquor bottle, leaned closer to Chen Mo, and lowered his voice. Kid, how about this? Let me speak to Li Jin for you, get you back to the design department. He owes me a personal favor, shouldn't be too hard. Chen Mo was taken aback. To be honest, returning to the design department would indeed mean a significant pay raise, which sounded like a good option. But, it also meant his future movements would become more restricted if he wanted to continue being Tartarus. Wait, no, he had already decided to give up that identity, so why was he still hesitating? Truth be told, even he couldn't explain it clearly to himself. After pondering for a while, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Brother Su, thank you for your kindness, but I've already made up my mind not to go back. Seeing Chen Mo's refusal, Su Dishing didn't insist. He just scratched his head and started brainstorming again. How about this? Su Dishing's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands. Little bro, why not try driving for a ride-hailing service after work? I happen to know the boss of a ride-hailing company. I can introduce you. Guaranteed, you'll learn more than you do now. Chen Mo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That was actually a brilliant idea. Brother Su, that's a great idea. I'll really appreciate your help then, Chen Mo said gratefully, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Chapter 22, A Business Meeting. With the help of Su Dishing's remarkably well-connected friend, Chen Mo swiftly completed all necessary procedures and started his side gig driving for a ride-hailing service after work hours. Buddy, getting into ride-hailing these days isn't easy. You've got to pass the platform's background check first, then go through training courses. Look at all this crap. Su Dishing operated the computer while pointing at the densely packed terms on the screen, spittle flying as if he'd personally written every clause himself. But don't worry, my friend took care of everything for you. Full service package, guaranteed satisfaction. Chen Mo watched manager Su's enthusiastic demeanor with some resignation. He knew the man was trying to curry favor ever since Lin Yunqi's hospital visit. Su had mistakenly assumed they had a special relationship. Still, Chen Mo didn't refuse. Extra income was always welcome, at least it meant no more sighing over his empty wallet. After several days of training and review, truth be told, Chen Mo hadn't absorbed a single word from those instructors. He finally obtained his ride-hailing qualification. Thus began his side hustle career, thinking this would finally free him from his financial woes. On his very first night, Chen Mo received his first ride request, though the pickup location gave him pause. It was City of Neon Lights KTV, the same place he'd once visited with Zhao Xiang, and where he'd first acted after becoming Tartarus. What a coincidence, Chen Mo murmured softly, a complex swirl of emotions rising in his heart like overturning a spice box, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty all rushing up at once. He drove to the entrance of the KTV. The city of nightlights was wrapped in colorful neon, flickering lights illuminating the crowds coming and going. The clamor of music and laughter poured out through the open doors, starkly out of place against the surrounding quiet. Chen Mo eased his car to a stop by the curb, waiting for his passenger. Before long, a familiar figure emerged from the KTV. He focused his gaze. It was Xiaomai, the hostess who had first greeted him. Xiaomai wore a sequin dress that glittered in the night, a delicate little bag dangling from her hand. Fatigue lingered on her face, barely concealed. She walked over to the car in high heels, tugging open the door before sliding into the back seat without even looking up. "Let's go, driver," she said. Chen Mo froze momentarily. The world really was too small, before quickly collecting himself and replying softly, "Got it." Xiaomai heard his voice and suddenly jerked her drooping eyes up, staring at Chen Mo in the driver's seat through the rearview mirror. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, it's you!" Chen Mo merely smiled in response. "Long time no see." Xiaomai was clearly exhilarated, her tone even carrying a hint of reproach. "Senior, why haven't you been coming to the shop lately? You didn't even contact me. I thought you'd forgotten about me." As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, as if trying to see Chen Mo more clearly. Chen Mo smiled and casually brushed it off. "Work's been busy lately. You know how it is, life isn't easy." Xiaomai pouted, clearly skeptical, but didn't press further. She leaned back in her seat again, though her gaze remained fixed on the back of Chen Mo's head, as if contemplating something. The car moved slowly along with the navigation, and silence filled the interior, broken only by the faint hum of the engine and the sound of wind rushing past the windows. Suddenly, Xiaomai spoke up abruptly. "Senior, do you know Tartarus?" Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Why was she asking this so abruptly? His hands nearly jerked the steering wheel off course. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his shock and forced out an easy laugh. "Tartarus? How would someone like me know such an important figure?" Xiaomai nodded thoughtfully but said nothing more. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo, her eyes filled with undisguised suspicion. A flicker of unease passed through Chen Mo's mind, though he kept his focus on the road, maintaining an appearance of calm. His fingers, however, betrayed him with an unconscious rhythmic tapping against the steering wheel. The car eventually pulled up in front of a suburban villa. Nestled within a dense grove of trees, the property was illuminated by a few dim street lamps, giving the surroundings an eerie tranquility. Xiaomai stared at the luxurious residence and exhaled softly, her expression subtly conflicted, somewhere between envy and resignation. After a brief hesitation, she finally pushed open the car door and stepped out. "Senior, let's keep in touch when you have time." Xiaomai turned back and said to Chen Mo, her voice tinged with expectation while complex emotions flickered in her eyes. Chen Mo nodded politely in response. "Sure, I definitely will when I'm free." He watched Xiaomai's figure clad in high heels gradually disappear toward the villa, then glanced at the mansion again, feeling an inexplicable wave of emotion rising in his heart. Money still rules the world after all. Chen Mo muttered under his breath before turning the car around and driving into the vast night, leaving only the roar of the engine echoing through the empty streets. Xiaomai took a deep breath and pushed hard against the villa's heavy door. A wave of warmth instantly enveloped her, laced with the pungent odor of cigars and cheap perfume that made her grimace involuntarily. In the spacious living room, a massive crystal chandelier poured down harsh light. Several familiar figures were already sprawled lazily on the sofas, her fellow City of Nightlights KTV hostesses, all wearing the same forced smiles as she did. "Xiaomai, you're finally here." One of the heavily made-up girls waved at her, her voice laced with exhaustion. Xiaomai forced a smile that looked more painful than tears, dragging her feet as she approached. Only then did she notice that besides their group of nightingales, there were two men sitting in the living room. One was obese, his belly protruding like a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, his greasy face flushed red. Xiao Mai recognized him. This was Zhou Tianhao, the owner of the villa. The other man was an unfamiliar figure with snow-white hair, meticulously combed back, his face as cold and chiseled as if carved by blade and hammer, his piercing gaze as sharp as an eagle's. It felt as though he could see straight into one's soul. The moment she was spotted by him, Xiao Mai felt her heart suddenly drop like a lead weight, as if squeezed by an invisible hand. She couldn't even understand why she had this reaction. Suppressing her alarm, she quickly forced herself into a practiced, seductive professional smile. "Good evening, President Zhou," Xiao Mai cooed with exaggerated sweetness, sashaying her hips as she approached Zhou Tianhao. She picked up the wine bottle on the table, skillfully poured Zhou Tianhao a full glass, and handed it over with attentive courtesy, then poured another for the silver-haired man. "Hello, boss," she said in a sweet, honeyed voice that could melt bones, every syllable dripping with syrupy charm. "I'm Xiao Mai. Please take good care of me." The other girls quickly gathered around like a flock of fawning kittens, crowding the two men with tinkling laughter as they coaxed them to drink, each vying to be the most alluring. Zhou Tianhao's thick arm looped around an underdressed girl as his groping hands wandered greedily over her body, his crude laughter making one's stomach turn. The white-haired man merely cast them a cold glance, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if they were nothing more than lifeless dolls. Then the two men began to chat. "You're living quite the comfortable life these days," the white-haired man remarked as he lifted his glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within, his tone indifferent. "Not bad, just getting by. Bought an entertainment city, now it's just eating, drinking, and having fun every day." Zhou Tianhao shrugged nonchalantly, his flabby flesh trembling. "Surely my old friend didn't come all this way just to drink?" "Tartarus." The white-haired man slowly uttered these 5 syllables, his voice icy as if emerging from the depths of hell. Xiao Mai's heart skipped a beat, almost causing the wineglass in her hand to slip. She looked up at the white-haired man again. Though she didn't know who he was, the content of their conversation alone made it clear this man was no ordinary figure. Her gaze shifted to Zhou Tianhao, who maintained his usual indifferent expression, quietly sipping his drink as if completely unfazed by the name. "That bastard has surfaced again," the white-haired man continued, his voice low and restrained. "The higher-ups have decided to form a special ops team specifically to deal with him." The white-haired man finished speaking and looked up at Zhou Tianhao, his gaze razor-sharp. Zhou Tianhao set down his wineglass, his chubby cheeks trembling. "What does this have to do with me?" "I'm considering letting you join," the white-haired man said solemnly before taking a sip of wine. "Ha?" Zhou Tianhao froze for a moment before giving it some thought. Then he asked again, "Who else is already on the team?" "Still under discussion, but the team leader position should go to Thunder Valkyrie," the white-haired man said, taking another sip of wine. "Oh, the young mistress of the Lin family," Zhou Tianhao nodded thoughtfully. "With her here, this matter is as good as settled. Her abilities are sufficient, but she's still young and inevitably careless in handling matters. Some things still require a steady hand from seasoned members like you," the white-haired man replied emotionlessly. "You flatter me, old brother," Zhou Tianhao responded, then added somewhat guiltily, "but with my mediocre skills, going up against Tartarus, will the higher-ups even agree?" "What, don't you trust me?" the white-haired man retorted. Not at all, Zhou Tianhao immediately replied with an apologetic smile. "How could I not trust my elder brother here?" The white-haired man snorted coldly, then added, "Besides, your abilities are well known to the higher-ups. Weak as they may be, they're genuinely useful and crucial to the entire team." "Brother speaks true wisdom." Zhou Tianhao chuckled once more. "After all these years, how much of your former skills remain?" the white-haired man asked casually, as if the thought had just occurred to him. Zhou Tianhao's face still wore that Mithril-like smile, though a sharp gleam flashed briefly in his eyes as he humbly replied, "I still train these old bones from time to time. Wouldn't claim any improvement, but I haven't let everything slip either." He spoke, his plump fingers extending seemingly casually toward the smooth wall beside him, lightly pressing on an almost imperceptible indentation. A low mechanical humming sound followed, and one corner of the living room wall silently slid inward. Behind it was revealed a concealed room, an arsenal of various firearms meticulously arranged on specialized racks. From compact pistols to rapid-fire assault rifles, along with sniper rifles and shotguns, all were impeccably maintained, without a speck of dust. This was clearly an armory, surrounded by cold metallic walls, standing in stark contrast to the lavish atmosphere of the living room. The white-haired man's sharp gaze swept across the displays in the secret chamber, his eyes devoid of any ripple of emotion. He merely gave a slight nod, serving as his sole acknowledgement of the exhibition. Seeing this, Zhou Tianhao extended his finger once more and pressed that concealed switch. With mechanical whirring, the sliding walls slowly closed again, fitting together so seamlessly it was as if nothing had ever happened. The living room returned to normal, the only lingering traces being the faint scent of motor oil and metal in the air, proof that what had just occurred wasn't an illusion. "The arsenal is complete enough," the white-haired man nodded approvingly. Still just conventional weapons though. Fine for dealing with ordinary people, but Tartarus, you think he'd fear this kind of firepower? Zhou Tianhao's voice carried a note of self-mockery. No issue. Combat isn't your role to begin with, the white-haired man replied. Zhou Tianhao nodded. Then, as if remembering something, the white-haired man spoke again. Oh, one more thing. What? The white-haired man paused at this point, lowering his voice before continuing. Shadow Alliance. As he said this, the white-haired man's tone dropped even lower. Zhou Tianhao's face showed astonishment. There are still survivors? Weren't they all wiped out long ago? They should have been wiped out, but now it seems someone is using that name to stir up trouble. Ah, the grass may wither but the roots remain. With the spring breeze, it grows again. The white-haired man sighed deeply at this point, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the coffee table. Humph, just a bunch of rabble, we'll simply exterminate them again. Zhou Tianhao snorted disdainfully. Don't take this lightly. Both matters are highly valued by the higher-ups. They need someone to handle them, not just complete the tasks, but execute them flawlessly, the man added. That goes without saying, Zhou Tianhao replied. The two continued their conversation as time ticked away. On the wall, the ornate clock's hands slowly approached 1 o'clock in the morning. Finally, the white-haired man rose to his feet, preparing to take his leave. Then it's settled. He walked to the door, giving his final instructions. Many thanks for your kindness, elder brother. I, Zhou Tianhao, shall never forget this great favor. Zhou Tianhao escorted the white-haired man out of the villa's main gate. Xiaomai and the other sisters also felt as if they'd been granted clemency, preparing to leave that suffocating place. Xiaoli, you stay. Zhou Tianhao suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. A tall, strikingly beautiful girl froze in place, her face turning deathly pale. President Zhou. Xiaoli's voice trembled noticeably, like a startled fawn. The other girls all wore expressions of fear, yet none dared make a sound, terrified they might be the next one left behind. The white-haired man glanced back at them, then sighed. You really ought to curb these bad habits of yours from now on. Zhou Tianhao grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and responded nonchalantly, heh, it's just a little hobby. I'll definitely change. Xiaomai and the other girls didn't dare stay a moment longer. They fled the villa as if escaping hell, disappearing headlong into the thick night without looking back. Chapter 23, The Invitation. The days in the warehouse were as dull as ever. Chen Mo sat at his desk, flipping idly through a magazine as time seemed to stretch endlessly, each minute and second crawling by at an agonizing pace. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Chen Mo absent-mindedly picked up his phone. A WeChat message flashed on the screen, and the sender's name made him pause. Xiaomai. Senior, do you still remember me? Chen Mo felt a sudden surprise. Xiaomai, the girl who had accompanied him drinking at City of Nightlights (KTV), had exchanged WeChat IDs with him after that night with Jia Xiang, yet they'd never contacted each other since. Remember, hello there. Chen Mo replied, feeling a bit puzzled about why the other party would suddenly reach out to him. Just after sending it out, I saw Xiaomai's messages flooding in one after another. Hey, how have you been lately, senior? How's work? Busy these days? The tone was unusually enthusiastic. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tapping the screen. Same old. And you? I'm the same every day, nothing much changes, Xiaomai replied, then quickly sent another message. Senior, could we meet up sometime? Just for a meal or something. Chen Mo frowned slightly. This sudden invitation felt somewhat abrupt. While having a beautiful woman take the initiative to ask him out wasn't necessarily bad, considering her profession, it was likely just a standard recruitment tactic. Not for the KTV though, just a private meeting, Xiaomai added, seemingly reading Chen Mo's thoughts. Alright, when? So it wasn't for the KTV? In that case, there really wasn't any reason to refuse, Chen Mo thought before replying. So, are you free tonight? Right after work. The message from the other side came again. Isn't this moving a bit too fast? Chen Mo grumbled inwardly, though it wasn't entirely out of the question. He could indeed make time after work, since ride-hailing was just a side gig anyway. Sure, you pick the place. After settling on the time and location, Chen Mo put down his phone, but a trace of unease surfaced in his heart. He truly couldn't fathom why this woman would reach out to him proactively. Was it just a casual date? Honestly, he didn't believe that. Or perhaps it was precisely this question that piqued his curiosity enough not to refuse her. Night fell as city lights began to glow. With a hint of caution, Chen Mo drove to the appointed restaurant and immediately spotted Xiaomai standing at the entrance. Today, Xiaomai wasn't heavily made up. Instead, she wore a simple white dress with her hair casually tied into a ponytail, looking fresh and natural, a far cry from her KTV appearance. Senior, you're here. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Mo as she jogged eagerly toward him. With a polite smile, Chen Mo nodded. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just arrived too. Xiaomai shook her head and tugged at Chen Mo's arm. Let's go, I've reserved our table. The restaurant's lighting was soft, the music soothing. The two sat by the window, and when the waiter handed them the menu, Chen Mo's first instinct was to check the prices. Not too expensive, even surprisingly affordable. He couldn't help but exhale in relief. Xiaomai seemed to notice his reaction and asked curiously, "Senior, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's nothing," he smiled awkwardly. Then he began ordering dishes, perhaps because they were so inexpensive, he unwittingly ended up ordering quite a few. The two chatted idly, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Chen Mo realized that outside the KTV environment, Xiaomai was actually quite an interesting girl, articulate and surprisingly well informed. He couldn't tell how long they'd been eating, but though many dishes still remained on the table, Chen Mo found he couldn't eat another bite. In contrast, Xiaomai dabbed her lips lightly with a napkin, appearing to have eaten rather modestly. She lifted her gaze, her eyes settling on Chen Mo's face with just the right hint of anticipation. "Senior, do you have plans later?" "Not really," Chen Mo replied. "Then how about catching a movie? There's a new sci-fi film that's gotten pretty good reviews," Xiaomai suggested warmly. Chen Mo's fingers gripping the water cup paused slightly. Going to watch a movie? This dating routine felt almost too perfectly scripted. As he looked into Xiaomai's sincere eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. "Sure," that was his eventual response. Later, the two went to the cinema. It wasn't until the movie started that Chen Mo realized it wasn't a science fiction film at all, but a superhero movie. He was somewhat taken aback. Would a girl actually enjoy this? He instinctively turned to glance at Xiaomai. In the dim lighting, her profile appeared soft, her gaze intently fixed on the screen with an unusual intensity. When the movie ended, they followed the crowd out of the theater. The cool night breeze greeted them, dissipating the stuffy air inside. Neon lights flickered on along the streets, sketching the city's silhouette against the darkness. "Senior," Xiaomai tugged at her collar and suggested, "it's still early. How about we go for another cup of coffee?" So what exactly was this woman up to? To be honest, Chen Mo was beginning to feel a bit confused. He absolutely refused to believe she had any real interest in him. A woman in her line of work must have seen all sorts of men. What could she possibly see in someone like him? An ordinary-looking, utterly unremarkable man like him. At least he had enough self-awareness to recognize that much. Yet despite this, he didn't refuse. Instead, he passively followed Xiaomai into the cafe, ordered coffee, and sat across from her in silence as upbeat jazz played in the background. After a long while, he couldn't help but speak up to ask, only to hear Xiaomai take the lead first. "How did you find the movie, Senior?" "Ha?" He froze momentarily, then thought about it before replying. "Well, the plot was a bit cliched, but the overall effect wasn't too bad." "Really?" Xiaomai tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing at her lips. "I thought the same. It was pretty good, but the protagonist was a bit too perfect. It felt unrealistic. The villain was way more interesting in comparison." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "That idiot who's hell-bent on destroying the world? An idiot?" Xiaomai muttered softly, as if pondering something. "But I think he just wanted to change this unfair world, just like Tartarus." Tartarus, the name slid into Chen Mo's eardrums like a fine needle. A flicker of alertness flashed unwittingly across his eyes before vanishing as swiftly as it came. In the cafe, jazz music gently flowed as Xiaomai stirred her latte, suddenly looking up to ask, "Senior, do you remember what happened at the KTV that day?" "Which day?" "The day you came with young Master Xiang." Xiaomai stared straight at Chen Mo, as if trying to read something from his face. "Oh, I remember. What about it?" A flicker of vigilance inadvertently passed through Chen Mo's heart. "Nothing much, just curious about how young Master Xiang died," Xiaomai said casually. "Zhao Xiang?" "Naturally, he was killed by Tartarus," Chen Mo replied. "So Senior actually saw Tartarus. What does he look like?" Xiaomai's tone seemed casual, but his gaze was unusually focused. Who knows," he replied calmly as ever. "He wears a mask, no way to see his face." "So, Senior, what kind of person do you think he is?" Xiaomai continued to ask. I don't know, I only know he killed Zhao Xiang," Chen Mo replied. "So, is this a good thing?" Xiaomai suddenly asked. "Ahem." Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo coughed awkwardly twice before putting on a stern, righteous expression as he replied solemnly, "Zhao Xiang died protecting me. He fought until his very last moment." But then Xiaomai looked at him, a smile reappearing on her face before she shook her head. "I don't believe you." "Well," Chen Mo felt somewhat awkward for a moment. "Anyway, that's the truth. That's what I told the security bureau too." Xiaomai propped her chin in her hands, seeming slightly disappointed by this answer, but then she looked up and asked, "Then, can you still find him, Senior?" "Find him? Why would I want to find him?" Chen Mo took a sip of coffee and replied casually. "Well, to avenge young Master Xiang?" Chen Mo nearly spat out his coffee in that instant. "I'm just an ordinary person, so why are you so interested in this matter?" "Nothing much, it's just that he's been all over the news lately, so I was a bit curious," Xiaomai replied nonchalantly. "Don't think about him, that's beyond our reach," Chen Mo advised. Xiaomai didn't respond, merely nodding silently. The two continued chatting for a while longer, after which Chen Mo saw Xiaomai home. The car stopped at the entrance of an old residential area. Wheat unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Chun Mo with a smile. "Thank you for today, senior. I really enjoyed myself." "Me too," Chun Mo replied politely. "Then, shall we make plans next time?" Xiao Mai asked expectantly. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Watching Xiao Mai's figure disappear at the staircase entrance, Chen Mo exhaled deeply before starting the car and driving away. Back home, Chen Mo sat on the sofa, replaying everything from tonight in his mind, Xiao Mai's sudden contact, and her curiosity about Tartarus. What exactly is she after? Chen Mo murmured to himself. He took out his phone, scrolling through his chat history with Xiao Mai, trying to find any clues. But apart from those few questions about Tartarus, everything else seemed perfectly normal, just like an ordinary date. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Chen Mo smiled self-deprecatingly and tossed his phone aside. Meanwhile, Xiao Mai returned to the KTV. By the time she pushed open the back door, her smile had long vanished, replaced by a shadowy gloom. The neon lights cast mottled shadows across her face, making her gaze appear even icier. No sooner had she stepped into the employee hallway than the manager hurried over. Dressed in a black suit with slicked back hair, his face was full of displeasure. "Xiao Mai, where the hell have you been? Showing up this late?" The manager lowered his voice but widened his eyes. "A big client just asked for you by name for drinks. I had to say you took the night off. Do you even want to make money anymore?" Xiao Mai stopped in her tracks, her eyes locking onto the other person with a voice as cold as ice. "Did Shelly come to work?" The business manager was momentarily stunned by her abrupt question, his brows furrowing as he parted his lips. "No." Hearing this answer, Xiao Mai's expression darkened further. She pressed her lips together tightly and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, the manager suddenly realized something. He quickened his pace to catch up, reaching out to stop her. "Hey, don't overthink it. Maybe they just didn't want to work anymore and went back to their hometown. People come and go all the time in this line of work, don't dwell on it too much." Xiaomi spun around abruptly, her eyes flashing with angry sparks as her voice suddenly rose. 3 days. Her finger sliced through the air in an arc. Her phone's been off for 3 days. She hasn't returned to the rental, hasn't touched her luggage. And you're telling me she just went back home? At the dimly lit end of the hallway, several uniformed girls peeked out cautiously, their eyes filled with inquisitive glances. But when he encountered Shiomai's furious gaze, he instantly shrank back in fear. The manager took half a step back under Shiomai's intimidating aura, his displeasure replaced by flustered panic as his eyes darted away. Then, maybe it was another reason. Perhaps she went traveling. His eyes rolled as if remembering something, then he hastily added, "Maybe she's just been under too much pressure lately and wanted to relax, to go on a trip?" Xiaomai let out a scornful laugh, her voice dripping with disdain. "Stop lying to yourself. We should have reported this to the police long ago." Reported what to the police?" The manager's voice was noticeably shaky, then came Xiaomai's slow, deliberate words. "Xiaoli went missing at Director Zhou's villa." The moment she finished speaking, the manager immediately covered her mouth, making a shushing gesture. "Don't spread rumors." However, Xiaomai turned her head away, shaking off the other's hand, then sneered coldly. "You're scared, won't even dare to talk about it?" The sheer force of her presence unnerved him. He instinctively took a step back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Glancing around to confirm there was no third party, he lowered his voice and said, "So what if she really did disappear? What does that have to do with us?" At these words, Xiaomai nearly widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the manager, only to hear him add, "You're here to make money, aren't you? Just focus on earning your cash and mind your own business." Xiaomi stared at him for several seconds, the fury in her eyes gradually freezing into ice. Without another word, she turned on her heel and strode towards the exit, ignoring the manager's shouts behind her as she pushed through the door without looking back. The moment she rushed out the door, the night's cold wind slapped against her face, scattering the heat from her cheeks but doing nothing to quell the fury in her heart. The neon lights around her cast kaleidoscopic reflections on the rain-slicked streets, illuminating her pale, resolute features. Her trembling hands pulled the phone from her pocket while her fingers slid across the cold screen, stopping at Chen Mo's WeChat profile picture. She fixed her sharp gaze on the profile picture. "Tartarus," she muttered under her breath, her voice ringing clearly in the empty alley. "Senior, you must know something." Chapter 24, The Confrontation. The days passed one by one, with Shiomai's calls and messages coming in like snowflakes, flooding Chen Mo's phone screen until it was almost entirely covered by her name. Her overly active pursuit made Chen Mo increasingly suspicious. At first, being favored by a beautiful woman, whether genuine or not, filled him with some smug satisfaction. But as time went on, that little spark of delight gradually faded, leaving only clear-headed rationality. One thing was certain. She definitely didn't truly like him, there had to be some ulterior motive. After racking his brain, he concluded the most likely possibility was that she mistook him for a hidden millionaire. Though he still found it somewhat unlikely, what else could it be? Especially coming from a woman from that kind of nightlife background. Not that he looked down on such behavior, loving money was just human nature, especially in times like these. But if that really was the case, then all of this was just a waste of both their time. The longer it dragged on, the more awkward it would get in the end. More importantly, they simply weren't on the same path, and those with different principles could never work together. So when he received another invitation from Xiaomai, he decided to lay things out clearly to avoid further misunderstandings. The two met at an ordinary cafe, its ambience simple and warm, with soft light spilling onto the wooden tabletops. Xiaomai had just taken her seat, her smile sweet, about to say something when Chen Mo abruptly cut her off. He folded his hands on the table, leaned slightly forward, looked Xiaomai straight in the eye, and spoke in a calm, firm voice. Xiaomai, let's call a spade a spade. I'm just an ordinary office worker with little money. Xiaomai's smile froze slightly, as if she hadn't expected Chen Mo to say this. She blinked her eyes, momentarily at a loss. Seeing her silent, Chen Mo decided to make himself even clearer. You know how meager my salary is, it can't possibly cover high-end places like the City of Nightlights. If you're trying to develop clients through me, you've got the wrong person. It would be a complete waste of time. Upon hearing this, a flash of annoyance crossed Xiaomai's face before quickly vanishing. She shook her head repeatedly in denial. No, senior, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I'm not blaming you. Honestly, there's nothing shameful about loving money. Chen Mo continued. Senior, you really have the wrong idea. I truly wasn't doing it for the money. Xiaomai kept protesting. I'm just telling the truth. You've really got the wrong person. I'm not some secret millionaire. Senior, please listen to me. Suddenly, Xiaomai shouted loudly, interrupting Chen Mo's words. He sat there dumbfounded, mouth agape, staring at Xiaomai. The shout also startled everyone around, turning their heads. The girl's face instantly reddened as she sank back into her seat, adjusting her posture. After a long moment of stunned silence, Chen Mo slowly asked, Then you are actually... Xiaomai bit her lip, seeming to hesitate about something, her hands tightly clasped together. After a long silence, she finally spoke, deliberately lowering her voice. Senior, do you still remember that villa where you dropped me off last time? Ah, the ride-hailing trip. Chen Mo nodded. I remember. What about it? Taking a deep breath, Xiaomai continued. That night, one of the sisters who went to that villa with me was called Xiaoli. She paused, as if recalling something unpleasant. When it was over, the owner of the villa, that man, asked her to stay with him. Ever since that night, Xiaoli never returned to the KTV. Not even once? Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. No, Xiaomai shook her head. No reply? Could it be that she didn't want to work anymore and just left? This sounded more like something a hostess would typically do. Xiaomai shook her head again, dismissing his speculation. The manager thought so too, but that's definitely not the case, she said firmly. I went to her dorm, all her belongings were still there, completely untouched. Clothes, makeup, even unfinished snacks. If she'd quit and left, it wouldn't look like this. So, you're suspecting. Chen Mo trailed off without finishing his sentence. But Xiaomai had already nodded, only to quickly shake her head in response as she replied. I don't know, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Chen Mo fell silent as he processed this information and all its potential implications. He now understood this woman's intentions. The real question was whether he should involve himself in this matter. After pondering for a moment, he leaned back in his chair again, putting some distance between them as he studied Wheat with renewed scrutiny. Even so, he continued, his tone regaining its previous calmness, even carrying a trace of detachment now. What's the point of telling me all this? Wheat hung her head low, her voice trembling faintly with helplessness. Because you're the only person who's actually seen Tartarus. Sure enough, this was their true intention. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Yet, he maintained an outward calm, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip. So what? Xiaomai raised his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. So, I was hoping to find him through you, senior. Silence. A long silence. Chen Mo simply watched him quietly, saying nothing, until under his gaze, Xiaomai uncomfortably lowered his head. After a long silence, he finally spoke again. How could you have such unrealistic thoughts? You should call the police when encountering such things. Xiaomai shook her head, her eyes filled with despair. Call the police? It's useless. The police won't care, and they don't dare to intervene. Chen Mo looked at her, a complex surge of emotions welling up inside him. He knew Xiaomai was telling the truth. This was a corporate society where money dictated power, and the lives of the poor were worthless. He took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. Even if we found Tartarus, he wouldn't bother with ordinary people's affairs. So senior really has connections with Tartarus? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiaomai abruptly raised her head, hope flickering once more in her eyes. No, that's not what I meant. I was just making a hypothetical statement. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chen Mo hastily corrected himself. Senior, there's no need to worry about that. This isn't ordinary people's business, Xiaomai said excitedly. The owner of that villa, he's a former superhero, Zhou Tianhao, hero codename, Bastion. Bastion, a superhero, yet another superhero. These people really are all the same, abusing their power recklessly just because they have strength. Chen Mo had already roughly guessed what was going on, but his expression remained calm. Even if you tell me all this, there's nothing I can do to help. You don't need to do anything, senior. I just need help contacting Tartarus. I can pay. Wheat suddenly said. I never said I could contact Tartarus, Chen Mo replied. But senior, you just. Not giving Wheat a chance to speak, Chen Mo interrupted and continued. Yes, I did encounter Tartarus that time, but that was all, nothing more came of it. After all, that was Tartarus, someone like me was just an ant in his eyes. Another pause fell between them, Xiao Mai's eyes glistening slightly. Chen Mo sighed before speaking again. So, why did you think to come to me? Because, I couldn't think of any other way, senior. You're the only one who's had contact with him. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Give it up. We're just ordinary people. Your friend. I'm sorry too, but this isn't something we can solve. You should live your life properly and forget about these unpleasant things. He stood up to leave after saying this. What would you do if something happened to a dear friend of yours, senior? Wheat suddenly stood up, her face flushed red as she shouted. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. He thought of Lu Feng, his own course of action had already answered that question. His thoughts drifted back to that afternoon, when Zhao Xiang kicked him down the stairs. And precisely because of that, he reverted back to being that terrifying supervillain, embarking on a path of vengeance. But the reason he dared to do this wasn't due to any exceptional courage, it was simply because he had the capability. He was Tartarus, the hero slayer. He possessed the power to judge them all. Even so, that fight had been extremely perilous. If Zhao Xiang hadn't been so drunk he could barely stand, there would have been no chance of victory. It was true for Sonic Leg Zhao Xiang that time, just as it had been for Electric Eye Li Tianyao. When hadn't his victories been narrow escapes? But this girl before him was different, just an ordinary girl. Chen Mo pondered inwardly that if he weren't Tartarus, but just an ordinary person, odds were he'd probably choose to swallow his pride. Finally, he gulped and uttered the most insincere words of his life. Haven't you already seen it? Weren't you there when Xiang and I came drinking? He deliberately made his tone ice cold. And not long before that, I saw him kick my best friend down a flight of stairs with my own eyes. He paused, looking at Wheat, and saw her eyes gradually widen with an expression of disbelief. Then he continued, but that didn't stop me from trying to please him, to suck up to him. If Tartarus hadn't killed him, I'd already be. He didn't finish the sentence because the implication was clear enough. Xiaomai's expression gradually shifted from disbelief to disappointment, even carrying a hint of disdain. That was enough, he had to say these words to her. It was for her own good. Finally, he added one last sentence. So, learn from me. With that, he turned and walked out of the cafe. The fading sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting his elongated shadow across the floor. He could feel Xiaomai's gaze following him, but he didn't look back. Instead, he quickly walked out of the coffee shop and disappeared into the bustling crowd, leaving Xiaomi alone at the table where the coffee had gone cold, exuding a bitter aroma. Chapter 25, Return to the Villa. As soon as Chen Mo arrived home, he immediately turned on his computer and began searching for information about the superhero Bastion. The flickering screen cast an uneven glow across his face. When he typed Bastion into the search bar, the results were flooded with moving tales of heroism, numerous stories, yet not a single one detailing his abilities. The most famous account told of how he alone stormed the base of a terrorist organization called the Shadow League, killing or wounding over 40 members and executing its leader. Now, the man had retired from his life as a hero. Chen Mo stared at the screen pensively, annihilating an entire base single-handedly, though for a superpowered individual, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Probably any superhero could pull off such a feat. This wasn't exactly valuable intel. He continued his search, this time typing in the name Zhou Tianhao. This yielded far fewer results, mostly just a middle-aged entrepreneur with the same name listed in an encyclopedia. What caught his attention most, however, was that upon searching the man's affiliated businesses, he actually found the Nightglow City KTV. His pupils constricted slightly in shock, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the mouse. So this guy wasn't just a superhero, he was also Xiaomai's boss. After scouring for a while longer with no further leads, he switched off the computer and walked to the window. Night had fallen outside, the city lights twinkling like scattered stars. Gazing at the scene, he exhaled deeply, lost in thought. With so little actionable intelligence, no knowledge of the target's abilities, let alone confirming their power tier, acting rashly now would be suicidal. Come to think of it, what does this have to do with me? He chuckled bitterly. It was true, Xiaomai was just a hostess, neither a relative nor even a friend. Besides, he'd already planned to wash his hands of this life and return to being an ordinary man. Last time dealing with electric eyes had already drained him mentally and physically, nearly costing him his life. So why go out of his way to invite more trouble now? For justice? To risk his life for such an abstract concept? Yes, he understood all too well, continuing down this path would inevitably lead to capture, even death. Besides, he had long passed the age of reckless fervor. 30 was a watershed moment. It changed one's personality, one's attitude toward life. Though his amnesia had erased memories of his past self, the man he was now preferred to go with the flow. Forget it, let it be. He was truly powerless now. Besides, Xiaomai's friend might not have been in real trouble, maybe it had all been a misunderstanding from the start. Yet when the weekend evening arrived, Chen Mo still drove to the vicinity of that villa without understanding why he felt compelled to go. He chose a relatively high hillside with an unobstructed view, perfect for surveying the entire gated community. After parking his car, he raised his binoculars and began observing. The breeze on the hillside carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. Chen Mo found a flat rock to sit on and set up his telescope. Through the lens, the full view of the lavish villa unfolded vividly, a 3-story European-style building, a spacious lawn, and high walls dotted with surveillance cameras encircling the property. There was also a private outdoor pool facing opposite the living room. But what drew the most attention were the black-suited bodyguards patrolling the perimeter, stationed both inside and outside the villa. The security measures are so tight, Chen Mo muttered to himself. Was this really necessary for a retired superhero? After surveying the area and confirming the number and positions of the guards, he was about to return to his car when he suddenly spotted a rideshare vehicle entering his field of vision. The car stopped in front of the villa, and as the door opened, a familiar figure stepped out. It was Xiaomai. Carrying a small purse and wearing a curve-hugging short dress that revealed her snow-white back, she looked completely different from when they had met. This time, she had reverted to her alluring hostess persona. Why is she here? Chen Mo frowned, adjusting the magnification on his binoculars to focus on her. He watched as Xiaomai approached the front gate, exchanged a few words with the guards, and was promptly led inside. With confident strides, she disappeared into the villa moments later. Chen Mo lowered the binoculars, lost in thought for a moment. Xiaomai stood before Zhou Tianhao's villa, gazing up at the extravagant structure. Chen Mo's rejection had not extinguished her determination. After careful consideration, she resolved to stop relying on others and face this dangerous situation alone. In the following days, she began actively reaching out to Zhou Tianhao on WeChat, doing everything possible to show attentiveness. The skills she'd honed over 2 years in nightlife venues finally came into play. In the end, she received an invitation from Zhou Tianhao. It wasn't as difficult as she had imagined, because for Zhou Tianhao, finding a beautiful woman for his desires was all the same anyone would do. Xiaomai understood this perfectly, but she didn't mind. This was enough to get her back inside that villa once more. At that thought, she took a deep breath and stepped inside. The wrought iron gate, adorned with intricate carvings, slowly closed behind her with a cold metallic clang, completely cutting her off from the outside world. Ahead lay meticulously trimmed hedges and a wide driveway leading to the main house. She was back. The young woman's heart pounded uncontrollably in her chest. She swallowed nervously, her throat dry. Her palms were slightly damp with sweat. But since she had already made up her mind, there was no turning back now. Xiaomai tightened her grip on the strap of her handbag, a flash of determination in her eyes. Straightening her back, she continued walking toward the building. The villa's interior was as luxurious as ever. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung overhead, and expensive carpets adorned the floor. The air was thick with the sweet, cloying scent of cologne and cigars. Zhou Tianhao sat on the living room sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, wearing his trademark smile. When he spotted Xiaomai, his eyes lit up, and his smile seemed to grow more genuine. "You're here, please sit," he said, patting the sofa beside him with a tone as warm as a benevolent elder. Xiaomai took a deep breath and gracefully walked over, settling into a seat slightly further away from him. "Mr. Zhou, you asked to see me." She tried to keep her voice natural, lacing it with just the right amount of bashful charm. "Nothing major, I just missed you." Zhou Tianhao swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid leaving trails on the crystal. "Truth be told, I've always thought you were special." His eyes roamed over Xiaomai like she was merchandise on display, from her face to her chest, then sliding down her slender waist and the curves outlined by her short skirt, finally settling on her pale, exposed thighs. The greed and lechery in his gaze made Xiaomai shiver, her skin crawling as if tiny insects were burrowing beneath it. Yet her sweet smile never faltered. "You flatter me, Mr. Zhou. There are plenty of girls at the club prettier than me. But you're the boldest one." Zhou Tianhao laughed heartily, setting down his wineglass and leaning slightly forward, placing a hand on Xiaomai's thigh. The rough touch made Xiaomai's body stiffen almost imperceptibly before relaxing again. Her smile remained unchanged, even tinged with a hint of shyness as she subtly shifted slightly away. "Speaking of which, President Zhou, your place is truly beautiful, far more luxurious than our club." Skillfully pivoting the conversation, she glanced admiringly at the surrounding decor, her tone brimming with wonder like a naive young girl seeing such splendor for the first time. "Like it? You're welcome here anytime you want." Zhou Tianhao withdrew his hand, took another sip of wine, and let his gaze grow even more brazen. My place offers far more freedom than yours. Do whatever you fancy here. Of course, Mr. Zhou, someone of your status. Xiaomai flattered him with saccharine sweetness, her voice dripping with honey. It's my honor to be here. Ha ha, you sure know how to sweet talk. Zhou Tianhao was clearly pleased by the praise. Sitting around is boring. Come on, let me show you upstairs. A meaty hand promptly settled on Xiaomai's exposed lower back as they ascended together. The staircase was spiral, with gilt-carved railings that were more ostentatious than tasteful. The second floor led to the master bedroom. When the door opened, a heavier scent washed over them, lingering cigar smoke, expensive cologne, and something indefinable, the musk of the room's owner. The room was so large it felt almost empty, with a massive round bed covered in dark silk sheets dominating the center. Zhou Tianhao released Xiaomai and casually pointed to a strangely designed floor lamp in the corner. This one, Italian designer, limited edition. He then walked to the window where a half-person tall blue and white porcelain vase stood, giving it a pat. This here's an antique, cost me a pretty penny to get it. His introductions were offhand, but his gaze never left Xiaomai's lithe curves, as if these possessions were merely props to flaunt his wealth and set the mood. Xiaomai played along with a few admiring gasps, her eyes roaming the room as they swept past the bedside table, the vanity, and the tightly shut closet door, searching for any telltale clues. But outwardly, she remained the dazzled little hostess, overwhelmed by the luxury. Mr. Zhou, your place is absolutely stunning. I've never seen such an impressive villa. Heh, this is nothing, Zhou Tianhao chuckled dismissively. You should see the places the real big shots live. A big shot? Isn't Mr. Zhou already a big shot? Not only does he have such a vast business empire, but he's also a household name superhero. Zhou Tianhao burst into hearty laughter. You really know how to sweet talk, but you've never seen the top-tier heroes from the association. Compared to them, I'm nothing. At this point, he suddenly fell silent, raising his head to gaze at the ceiling as if stirred by some memory. After a long sigh, he quickly regained his composure, placing a hand on Xiaomai's shoulder with a smile as he continued. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. We've finished looking at the materials, and time is precious. Shouldn't we get down to business now? Xiaomai smoothly stood up, deftly avoiding his hand while taking a step closer, her breath fragrant as orchid. Mr. Zhou, don't be so impatient. I'd like to prepare something first, to give you a surprise. Oh, what kind of surprise? Zhou Tianhao was indeed intrigued, eyeing her with keen interest. Why don't you go take a shower first and relax a bit? Xiaomai raised her eyes, lightly tapping Zhou Tianhao's chest with her finger, her gaze hazy with allure. When you come out, I'll be ready, guaranteed to satisfy you. She deliberately drew out her words, accentuating them with the practiced seduction of nightlife. Good, good. You always know how to please. Zhou Tianhao nodded in satisfaction before turning toward the bathroom connected to the master bedroom, his steps noticeably lighter. Then hurry up and get ready. Don't keep me waiting too long. Don't you worry, Xiaomai replied, watching his retreating back. The smile on her face faded slightly the moment he disappeared through the door, and she let out a soft sigh of relief. Soon after, the sound of running water reached her ears. By now, Xiaomai's smile had vanished completely, replaced by severity and urgency. She rose swiftly and began searching frantically around the spacious master bedroom. The massive walk-in closet, the luxurious desk, the bedside tables, she rifled through every possible corner where secrets might be hidden. The drawers held only expensive cufflinks and watches, while the filing cabinet contained nothing but irrelevant company contracts. Time ticked away relentlessly, the sound of running water from the bathroom drumming against her heart like a death knell. To be honest, she had no idea what exactly she was looking for, yet deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that there just had to be something. No one could possibly do evil without leaving behind even a single trace. But the reality proved otherwise. This aimless searching was utterly fruitless. Maybe she really was just being naive? A self-deprecating smirk curled her lips. Just as she was about to give up, her fingers accidentally brushed against an antique-style lamp on the bedside table. Its base felt slightly loose. A spark of intuition flashed through her, and she tried gently twisting it. Click! A faint, almost inaudible sound came from the walk-in closet. She approached, slid open the folding door, pushed aside the hangers, and then saw, impossibly, that the back wall of the closet had vanished. In its place gaped a pitch-black entrance just wide enough for one person, with faintly visible steps descending into the darkness. As she approached, a faint scent of formaldehyde wafted from the hidden door, making her sneeze uncontrollably. Her heart pounded wildly as an ominous premonition welled up inside her. Glancing toward the bathroom where the sound of running water continued, even Zhou Tianhao's off-key humming could be heard. She hesitated briefly before gritting her teeth, turning on her phone's flashlight, and cautiously stepping inside. The steps were made of cold metal, stretching downward a long distance. The air grew increasingly stale, the stench of formaldehyde so pungent it made one sick. At last, she reached the bottom. What she saw there froze the blood in her veins. This was an enormous basement, more like a horrific laboratory. Under the cold, unforgiving lights, rows of massive glass containers were neatly arranged. Floating inside those containers were the most chilling things, corpses of young women, one after another. They stood naked, their expressions frozen in horror. Even more terrifying, each corpse had its abdomen cruelly slit open, entrails gone without a trace, their eye sockets hollowed out, the eyeballs completely gouged. The pungent smell of chemicals mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, assaulting Shomai's senses. Her stomach churned violently, while rising to her throat as she nearly vomited. Forcing herself to move her gaze, she scanned the cold containers, searching for that familiar figure. Soon, her eyes locked onto one of the containers. Inside floated a girl with shoulder-length hair, though distorted by the preserving fluid. Xiaomai instantly recognized her. It was Xiaoli, her missing best friend. Xiaoli. Xiaomai covered her mouth as tears instantly blurred her vision. Overwhelmed by terror and grief, her legs gave way, sending her collapsing onto the icy concrete floor. Surprised, aren't you? A terrifyingly calm voice spoke behind her. Xiaomai whirled around to find Zhou Tianhao standing at the entrance as if he'd materialized there. Dressed in a silk robe with damp hair, his face still wore the gentle smile, as though the hellish scene before them were nothing more than ordinary scenery. Chapter 26. He's come for you. Mr. Zhou, you've finished your bath? Xiaomai's voice trembled uncontrollably, her gaze rigidly fixed on the silk-robed figure by the bathroom door. Zhou Tianhao wiped his damp hair with a towel, his movements leisurely as if he had just enjoyed an ordinary bath. He had even poured himself a glass of wine and was now holding the goblet, swirling the crimson liquid inside. Finished washing long ago. The moment I stepped out, I noticed the wardrobe door was already open, he said in a tone so calm it was unsettling. Xiaomai trembled as she pointed at the glass containers, her voice nearly shattered. These were all killed by you. Yeah, Zhou Tianhao nodded. Even Xiaoli too. Xiaomai's voice trembled with a sob as he said this. She was such a lovely girl. Right until the very end, she was kneeling and pleading with me, the way she looked was truly endearing. Zhou Tianhao recalled for a brief moment before speaking, as if describing the most mundane of matters. Monster! You devil! Why? Xiaomai screamed hoarsely, tears and saliva mingling as they dripped from his chin. Why would you do this? You lack absolutely nothing. Zhou Tianhao seemed to have heard an extraordinarily ridiculous question, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking arc. He leisurely adjusted the collar of his silk pajamas, his small eyes glinting with unmistakable cruelty. Why, he repeated with a light chuckle, his tone so casual it might as well have been small talk about the weather. Because it amuses me. The word floated down lightly, yet struck Xiaomai's heart like an icy hammer. Interest? Turning living people into cold collectibles through torture and murder, is that just interest? Zhou Tianhao gazed at her pale, distorted face, seemingly relishing the fear and breakdown he had single-handedly created. His eyes swept over the collection preserved in unidentified liquids, with a twisted appreciation and satisfaction. See, different expressions, different postures, how fascinating. Xiaomai felt her stomach churn, struggling against the urge to vomit as a chill shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. No, stay calm, Xiaomai, you must stay calm. Behind her back, her hand stealthily reached into her crossbody bag, groping for the cold phone. Guided by memory and instinct, her trembling fingers dialed the number she knew by heart, Chen Mo's phone. The call was placed silently. She tucked the phone back into her bag, took a deep breath, and forced herself to meet Zhou Tianhao's gaze. Aren't you afraid your collection will be discovered? Aren't you afraid the truth will come out? Expose? Zhou Tianhao scoffed as if hearing the joke of the year. Who's going to expose it? Those tabloid reporters? Or the keyboard warriors online? He shook his head, picked up the wineglass, and took another sip. Don't worry, the Hero Association will handle everything. They're experts at this. They'd never let any of their registered heroes, even washed-up ones, be tainted by scandal. So many people have died, they can't possibly protect you like this. Xiaomai bit her lip and shouted with all her might. Really? Zhou Tianhao raised an eyebrow before breaking into a smile. Indeed, you're right. Killing so many people could be considered utterly reprehensible. He paused momentarily before continuing. And then what? Who's going to arrest me? The Security Bureau? They wouldn't dare. And who'd dare judge me? The local court? They wouldn't either. No one dares interfere with association-registered heroes' affairs, especially veterans like me. He wagged his finger, his tone dripping with absolute confidence and arrogance. Besides, all these people you see were just prostitutes, beggars, and vagrants exactly like you. His razor-sharp gaze stabbed toward Xiaomai, stopping her heart mid-beat and making her entire body tremble. They're dead, who cares? Who would actually investigate? Just like you, he sized up Xiaomai with a provocative grin. When you disappear, apart from the Nightlight City folks complaining to me about losing another cash cow, who else would even remember? This sentence pierced Xiaomai's heart like a blade. Claiming to not fear death would be a lie. Terror coiled around her limbs like clinging vines. But stronger than fear was hatred, a seething resentment at witnessing the devil's atrocities while feeling utterly powerless against him. What had Xiaoli done wrong? What crime had any of these hostess girls committed? They sacrificed their dignity for despised work merely to survive in this frigid city, to live with a shred of decency. Yet now this devil in human skin would personally trample even this meager hope into dust. Unmasked fury burned in Xiaomai's eyes. With her final defiant strength, she shouted again at the top of her lungs. Even so, someday, someone will stand up and bring you to justice. But will there really? She asked herself despairingly. Does true retribution for evil even exist? Zhou Tianhao seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, theatrically patting his belly with dull thudding sounds. Justice? Who's going to deliver it? Superheroes? He deliberately paused, his beady eyes narrowing with mocking gleam. My apologies, I forgot to mention, I am the superhero. These casually spoken words pierced Xiao Mai's last shred of hope like an ice pick. Yes, he was a hero currently committing evil. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and powerlessness washed over her. This world felt like one colossal joke. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a name surfaced in her mind. Tartarus. This name became her final lifeline, carrying the girl's last remaining hope. Tartarus. Zhou Tianhao repeated the name while thoughtfully stroking his chin, as if savoring the word. There have indeed been rumors lately that he specializes in dealing with villains. But, at this point, he suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Mai, his smile turning airy. Little girl, you're not actually naive enough to believe he's some sort of righteous vigilante, are you? He straightened up, took 2 paces, and spoke with the smug tone of someone sharing a secret. Let me give you some inside information. 8 years ago, when Tartarus first struck, the Hero Association immediately formed a dedicated task force. The psychological profiler on that team created a profile of him right away. He tapped his temple with a finger. How did it go again? Ah yes, filthy rich, very young, arrogant beyond measure, utterly devoid of empathy, with a pathological obsession and craving for power. That's the Tartarus you're pinning your hopes on. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the containers before settling back on wheat. At the time, the association investigated his true identity, focusing exclusively within billionaire circles. I can't vouch for anything else, but he was definitely wealthy. Extremely wealthy. Finally, he flicked open his hands with a light chuckle. Power stealing, TSK, what an overpowered ability. If I had that power, I'd do the same damn thing. So no, he never killed for justice. He killed just to grow stronger. He paused again slightly before continuing. Wake up, reality isn't a fairy tale, and there never was any savior. Zhou Tianhao's words doused the last ember in Xiao Mai's heart like ice water. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on the satchel Xiao Mai was clutching tightly to her chest, the corner of his mouth curling into a knowing smirk. Talked so much my throat's gone dry. He sauntered slowly toward Xiao Mai, and under her terrified gaze, snatched the satchel from her. Xiao Mai instinctively tried to grab it back but was easily pushed aside. Zhou Tianhao pulled out the still-active phone from the bag, the screen clearly displaying the contact, Senpai. Tisk, so you've been holding back. A cat-and-mouse grin crept across Zhou Tianhao's face. Did you really think these little tricks of yours could escape my notice just because I've supposedly gone soft in the head? He pressed the phone to his ear and shouted at the person on the other end in a greasy yet threatening tone. Listen, I've memorized this number. Whoever you are, if you value your life, stay out of this. Hang up quietly, forget what you heard tonight. He didn't let him finish speaking, he suddenly hurled his phone to the ground, lifted his foot, and stomped down with brutal force. The screen shattered, the casing dented, releasing a piercing crack. Then, without any warning, he kicked Wheat squarely in the abdomen. She groaned and curled up on the ground, the excruciating pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Zhou Tianhao took a step forward and pressed his foot on the back of Wheat's head, pinning her face firmly against the floor. You know, you're kind of interesting. For a whore, I'll admit you've got more guts than most superheroes. Not sure if you can keep that tough act up, though. As he spoke, Zhou Tianhao began applying pressure, grinding his foot against the back of her skull, relishing her pained expression. Wheat gritted her teeth, fighting back any sound of agony. Just then, faint but unmistakable bursts of sound echoed from outside, like gunfire. Zhou Tianhao frowned, lifting his foot off Wheat's back as he strained his ears. Gunshots? Had some careless bodyguard forgotten to switch the safety on and fired accidentally? Useless idiots. Just as his displeasure mounted, his phone rang in his pocket. Irritated, he answered the call. What request? Through the receiver came a cacophony of gunfire and panicked shouting. Boss, something's wrong. Someone's broken in and enhanced. We can't hold them off. Ah! A scream was abruptly cut off by the dial tone, ending the call abruptly. Zhou Tianhao gripped his phone, the fat on his face twitching involuntarily. Breaking in? A superhuman? For his elite bodyguard team to utter the words "can't hold them off," the answer was obvious. But how could this be? He simply couldn't make sense of it. This can't be happening. This absolutely can't be happening. It's him, he's really here. Wheat, who had been slumped on the ground, now sat up again, his voice trembling with excitement as uncontrollable tears streamed down his face. It's Tartarus, he's come for you. No, This can't be. How is this possible? The color drained from Zhou Tianhao's face at a visible rate, leaving him deathly pale. He staggered backward several steps, his narrow eyes widening into perfect circles, but what filled them now wasn't mockery or cruelty, only pure, unadulterated terror. Why would Tartarus, of all people, set his sights on me? Finally, he could no longer control himself and let out a sharp, unearthly scream that sounded nothing like a man's voice. Chapter 27, Chen Mo's Decision. When Xiao Mai's call came through, Chen Mo, clad in body armor, sat inside the car listening intently to their conversation through his phone. Every word from the receiver rang out with crystal clarity. What was bound to happen happened. The girl had finally placed herself in danger. But the question remained, should he go to her rescue? This time, however, the information he had gathered was far too scant. He neither knew the other party's supernatural ability rank nor had any clue about the specifics of their power. Rushing in blindly might very well spell his own doom. And hadn't dealing with electric eyes last time already drawn Lin Yunqi's suspicion? She had only barely let it slide after a clumsy excuse. How many times could such luck possibly hold? As for Xiao Mai, he had advised her long ago, said all there was to say, yet she stubbornly refused to listen. It was her own choice, and now that she had landed in this predicament, what did it have to do with him? Yes, they were no kin of his. There was no need to risk himself for others. It was time to stop and live an ordinary life. Hadn't that been decided long ago? The conversation between the two on the phone continued, Zhou Tianhao's voice gratingly unpleasant, his tone brimming with arrogance. In the end, Chen Mo shook his head, released the clutch, and the car slowly began moving away from the direction of the villa. The conversation between the two on the phone continued, but it no longer concerned him. He heard Zhou Tianhao sigh as he recalled the psychological profile the task force had given him 8 years ago, wealthy, arrogant, utterly lacking in empathy. He laughed. They might have been right about the other traits, but when it came to wealth, they couldn't have been more wrong. The thought suddenly sparked a question in his mind. What would he have done back then, 8 years ago? Though his memories of that time were hazy, he suspected he would have acted, charged in without hesitation, beaten that bastard to a pulp. Not like his current self, cowardly, timid, perpetually second-guessing. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. What he'd lost wasn't just his memories, it was his guts. He also heard Zhou Tianhao mock Xiao Mai as just another prostitute whose death wouldn't matter to anyone. Yes, he knew the other man was speaking the truth. If he left it alone, Xiao Mai would die, and then that would be it. Just another cheap bar flirt, an insignificant nobody, destined to be forgotten by the world once she was gone. Lu Feng was the same, Zhou Xiaoyu was the same, even he himself was no different. No one cared about the lives of ants. Ants should scuttle through life timidly, and if they died by accident, they had only themselves to blame. No, this isn't right. The world shouldn't be like this. Somebody must care about these people. He cares. Tartarus cares. The car came to a stop. He couldn't even remember when he'd braked, only realizing it when his foot was already pressing down on the pedal. Damn it, he slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel. In the end, his old habit had flared up again. How many times had this happened now? Maybe this was just his fate. To hell with it. Pulling up the hood and donning the skull mask, Chen Mo's identity was completely concealed. From this moment on, he once again became Tartarus. The car roared back to life, its engine growling low before the accelerator was slammed down. With a sharp turn, the vehicle charged down the slope like a frenzied beast, barreling straight for the villa gates. The guard at the entrance froze in shock as he watched a white BYD hurtling toward the gates like a madman. Stop! Stop now! He screamed in terror, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the engine's deafening roar. Chen Mo stomped on the accelerator, slamming the heavy sedan like a battering ram into the iron gate. With a screech of twisting metal, the barrier was torn open. The moment he stepped out of the car, countless black-suited bodyguards surged forward like a tidal wave. Stay out of this if you value your lives, Chen Mo roared. His warning was met with a hail of gunfire. These bodyguards were impeccably trained, no wasted words, just the instant draw and thunderous volley of bullets whistling through the air. Several shots struck his body. Although the 9mm pistol rounds fell within the bulletproof vest's protective range, the tremendous impact still sent shocks through him. Excruciating pain radiated from his abdomen and ribs. Despite the bulletproof vest's protection, beneath the mask, he remained nothing more than an ordinary human with no superpowers. The physical pain was all too real. Not only did they refuse to surrender, they dared to open fire. In that case, he no longer needed to hold back. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his laser vision. You brought this on yourselves. He pressed a hidden switch on the side of his mask, and 2 scorching crimson laser beams erupted from the eye sockets, searing with hellish intensity like the gaze of the abyss itself. A laser swept across the body of the nearest bodyguard with terrifying precision. There was no scream, not even time to react. Instantly, the man was bisected at the waist. The upper torso lurched forward by sheer momentum while the lower half crumpled uselessly, blood and viscera splattering across the floor like a grotesque painting. This slaughter defying all reason left the other bodyguards still raising their guns frozen in horrified silence. Their movements stiffened into paralysis, pupils dilated with abject terror. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chen Mo pivoted sharply, his cyclopean lasers carving a lethal arc in his wake. The 180-degree fan of scorching beams became death's scythe, reaping lives without mercy. Several bodyguards within the encirclement were instantly pierced and severed. Upper bodies collapsed lifelessly onto the ground as the stench of charred flesh and spilled blood thickened in the air. It's a super. Fall back, retreat inside. The few surviving bodyguards finally snapped out of their shock. Against such power, their proud training and courage evaporated instantly. Professionalism, loyalty to their employer, everything became a joke in the face of absolute mortal terror. They let out shrill screams, scrambling and crawling toward the villa's interior, desperate to put as much distance as possible between themselves and that skull-masked demon. But Chen Mo clearly had no intention of giving them this chance. His steps never faltered as he calmly adjusted the direction of the laser beams. Each flicker of crimson light from his eyes was accompanied by a precise ray, methodically picking off the fleeing figures like a roll call. Some were pierced through the heart from behind, others had half their heads sheared off. Corpses littered the lawn and cobbled pathways, their blood staining the opulent courtyard scarlet. Having wiped out all resistance on the perimeter, Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of pain coursing through his body. He stepped forward, his combat boots squelching through sticky pools of blood with each stride. Pushing open the exorbitantly expensive door, the lobby's opulence was displayed in full view. The crystal chandelier cast a soft glow upon him as an antique record player continued serenading the air with a melodious tune. The remaining bodyguards mounted their desperate last stand. Gunfire erupted once more, bullets whizzing from behind marble columns and beside velvet couches. Yet attacks of this caliber no longer posed the slightest threat. Chen Mo didn't even break his stride or seek cover, he simply walked onward. The crimson glow within his mask's eye sockets flared again, synchronizing with the record player's melody as it pinpointed the final sources of gunfire with lethal precision. Several laser beams flashed by, accompanied by the sizzling sound of flesh melting under extreme heat. The gunfire abruptly ceased. The hallway returned to a deathly silence, with only Chen Mo's crisp footsteps echoing through the vast hall. Meanwhile, in the luxurious bedroom upstairs, Zhou Tianhao's smile had long vanished. Gripping Xiaomai's hair, he dragged her across the floor toward the window, shouting incessantly, "Why you? Speak clearly. What the hell is going on? Why is Tartarus showing up now of all times?" Xiaomai endured the pain in silence, unwilling to show any sign of fear before this beast. Yet, in truth, she had no idea what was really happening. At the brink of death, Tartarus had suddenly appeared. Could such a coincidence really exist in this world? At that very moment, the door burst open as a bodyguard stumbled in, crawling and scrambling, his face contorted with sheer terror. He shouted incoherently, "Superpowered beings! Superpowered beings are storming in!" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhao trembled from head to toe, his plump face quivering with fear. Instinctively, he bellowed, "Then why the hell are you here? Get back out there and stop them." The bodyguard who had burst in to deliver the message was clearly broken beyond repair. "Damn it all, that's a superhuman," he shrieked. "I'm fucking done with this." With those words, he turned to flee through the doorway. But just as he took his first step, a slender red beam suddenly shot down the corridor, piercing straight through his skull with deadly precision. The bodyguard suddenly stiffened, then collapsed onto the floor like a sack of mud, utterly lifeless. Zhou Tianhao stared in abject terror at the doorway, his pupils contracting violently from sheer dread. The next instant, the figure that chilled him to the bone appeared in the doorway's light. The figure wore a voluminous black trench coat, beneath which clung a form-fitting nanosuit. His hood was pulled low, concealing a metallic skull mask that gleamed with an eerie menace under the lights. He recognized the attire, and the skull mask beneath the hood 8 years ago. That guy had worn the exact same outfit. There was no mistaking it. Without a doubt, standing there was the very demon who struck fear into all their hearts, Tartarus. That bastard had truly returned. Chapter 28, The Battle with Zhou Tianhao. The air in the bedroom seemed to freeze, leaving only Zhou Tianhao's heavy panting. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he muttered the name of the person before him in slurred speech. Taras. Chen Mo, or rather, it was more fitting to call him Tartarus at this moment, stood at the doorway, his gaze icy as frost behind the skeletal mask. Why come for me?" Zhou Tianhao continued to tremble as he asked, his eyes brimming with confusion. Offering no reply, Chen Mo's figure surged forward like a phantom, stirring a fierce gust of wind. Then he launched a flying kick, carrying the sound of whistling wind, and viciously struck the bloated belly. Boom! A dull, thunderous impact. With the mechanical leg brace's enhanced assistance, this kick was extraordinary. Zhou Tianhao's massive frame was sent flying backward as if struck by a battering ram. He smashed through an ornate dressing table before finally crashing into the bedroom wall, causing the masonry to crumble and bury him under a cascade of bricks and debris. Chen Mo did not press the attack further. He retracted his leg and silently stared at the wreckage, but Zhou Tianhao showed no signs of movement. Was it really over that easily? The thought made him hesitate, but he didn't dwell on it. He quickly walked over to Xiaomai and extended a hand. Are you okay? He kept his voice deliberately low, careful not to be recognized. Xiaomai raised her tear-streaked face, gazing at the terrifying skull mask before her, yet an excited expression bloomed across her features. Tartarus? You're really Tartarus? Chen Mo didn't say anything more, merely nodding before helping her up from the ground. And right at that moment, the sound of shifting rubble reached their ears. Chen Mo turned his head abruptly, only to see Zhou Tianhao, who had been kicked flying, staggeringly rising from the pile of shattered bricks. He dusted himself off, his expression slightly distorted yet showing no visible signs of injury. Beneath his mask, Chen Mo frowned slightly. That kick had carried the full force of Sonic Leg Zhaoxiang, though, naturally, such an outcome wasn't surprising when facing a superhuman. Except Zhou Tianhao seemed to have undergone an emotional shift, no longer panicked as before, but now wearing an eerie calm. Rubbing his kicked abdomen, his plump cheeks twitching, he let out a low, peculiar chuckle. Hee, what's this? The mighty Tartarus is just SOSO, you really scared me there. As the words fell, Chen Mo's eyes blazed with red light once more. Two searing laser beams suddenly shot forth, striking Zhou Tianhao squarely in the chest. Yet contrary to expectations, the scene of piercing through flesh never materialized. The moment the laser touched Zhou Tianhao's body, the layers of fat on his chest trembled violently, then rippled outward like invisible waves. The two scorching red beams, capable of melting gold and iron, struck against them, yet not even a single scorch mark remained. The fat gently undulated as the energy of the laser vanished without a trace, swallowed up effortlessly like a clot of earth dissolving into the sea. Ha! Zhou Tianhao's face lit up with even greater joy upon seeing this, and he even burst into laughter. I know this move, the ability of Electro Eyes. What a shame, though, just a tier 1 ability user, not nearly enough to hurt me. He puffed out his chest as he spoke, his face brimming with pride. Chen Mo stopped the laser emission, his gaze lingering for a moment on the spot where the energy field had vanished. He calculated inwardly, judging by its appearance, it was most likely a defensive-type superpower. Energy absorption, or something else? He couldn't be certain yet. But he didn't believe his opponent could truly have no weaknesses. If it was energy absorption, then he'd just keep attacking with hand-to-hand combat. Thinking this, he turned to look at Xiaomai and whispered, "Find a safe place to hide." Still trembling but obedient, Xiaomai scrambled behind the bed, peeking out with just half her head visible, watching curiously. Chen Mo didn't pay her any more attention, focusing all his focus on Zhou Tianhao instead. He rolled his neck and pounced at Zhou Tianhao again. The mechanical leg braces emitted a low hum as his right leg, like a battle axe brimming with power, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek and smashed squarely into Zhou Tianhao's bulging belly. Thud! This impact sounded even more muffled than before. Zhou Tianhao's entire body flew backwards like a sandbag hit by a high-speed train, crashing straight through the bedroom wall into the hallway. Wood splinters and drywall fragments exploded outward in all directions. But that wasn't the end. The tremendous impact sent him flying down the hallway, smashing through the stair railings. A cacophony of crashes followed as Zhou Tianhao's bulky body tumbled down like an out-of-control meatball, finally landing with a resounding thud on the first-floor lobby, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upstairs, Chen Mo stood at the edge of the shattered wall, looking down at the scene below. Amid the swirling dust, Zhou Tianhao lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by what appeared to be fragments of broken decorations. Xiaomai, who had been hiding behind the bed, couldn't resist coming forward upon hearing the earth-shattering noise. Taking in the devastated scene below and Zhou Tianhao's motionless form, a flicker of satisfaction flashed through her terrified eyes, though disbelief still dominated. Could it really be over? Yet, in the very next second, the obese figure below stirred. Zhou Tianhao groaned a few times as he slowly got to his feet. Rubbing his dizzy head, he took another look at his surroundings before baring his teeth in complaint. Ouch! I gotta say, Mr. Tartarus, are you part of a demolition crew? You've got no sense of restraint. This flooring is imported from Italy, really expensive, and that vase over there, TSK, you'll have to pay for this. His tone carried a hint of genuine distress, but mostly it was playful teasing. How is this possible? Chen Mo's gaze instinctively turned solemn. Then he raised his head and looked at Chen Mo, that repulsive smile creeping back across his face. Is that all you've got? Seems I overestimated you. Chen Mo sighed softly. This was the consequence of acting rashly without fully investigating the opponent's abilities, but he had no choice left at this point. More importantly, he refused to believe this guy was truly unkillable. With that, he too leapt down and launched another assault on Zhou Tianhao. Kick, knee strike, stomp, each blow carried tremendous force, the air cracking with the impact. Zhou Tianhao's corpulent frame moved sluggishly, utterly unable to keep pace with Chen Mo's blistering assault. He could only endure the beating passively. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impacts echoed relentlessly. Each of Chen Mo's kicks landed as if striking modeling clay, their force dissipated by the rippling waves of his opponent's fatty flesh. Despite being pummeled into steady retreat, Zhou Tianhao's unchanging grin never left his face. Useless. Give up, Tartarus. With just this much power, you can't hurt me. Chen Mo's assault didn't stop, his leg whipped out in a sweeping kick aimed at the head, then instantly shifted to strike the knee, all while activating the mask's laser beams to fire simultaneously with his kicks. Yet, it still had no effect whatsoever. Enough. Still refusing to admit defeat? Zhou Tianhao was being forced back step by step and seemed to have grown impatient. Finally, he spread his hands and said, "You can't kill me. How about we talk this over instead?" Talk? Although Chen Mo didn't respond, he halted his attack. Zhou Tianhao licked his lips and continued. "How about you stop right now and just leave? We'll both pretend nothing happened today. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and stay out of each other's business. What do you say? Don't let him go. He's killed so many people. He was also conspiring with others to unite against you. I was there when they were talking." Hearing Zhou Tianhao's words, Xiaomai from the upstairs suddenly shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat?" Zhou Tianhao spat viciously upon hearing Xiaomai shout, cursing angrily. Chen Mo stiffened slightly behind his mask. His gaze flickered momentarily toward Xiaomai before swiftly snapping back to Zhou Tianhao. Truth be told, when Zhou Tianhao suggested calling a truce, he had been somewhat tempted. Though he appeared to hold the upper hand, his attacks thus far hadn't managed to land a single meaningful blow on his opponent. His initial plan had been to seize the opportunity to escape with Xiaomai. But now that their hostile intentions were clear, the situation had changed entirely. The battle resumed, but this time Chen Mo's offensive grew sharper, his strikes denser, fiercer, erupting with unprecedented brutality. "Didn't I say it's useless? Are you fucking deaf or something?" Zhou Tianhao's voice grew increasingly frenzied as he faced the relentless onslaught. Despite his formidable defensive capabilities, his offensive abilities were practically non-existent, leaving him no choice but to endure attack after attack. This frustrating helplessness left him seething with irritation. What grated on him even more was that the battleground was his own home, the priceless antique vase lay shattered, and the exquisite Persian rug was trampled into utter ruin. Zhou Tianhao was relentlessly pushed back by Chen Mo, stumbling over the sofa and knocking down the liquor cabinet. Chen Mo seized an opening and delivered another powerful sidekick with full force. The kick landed squarely on Zhou Tianhao's chest, sending him flying once again. This time, he crashed into the living room wall that concealed the armory. Boom! A deafening crash sounded. The wall shattered violently under the impact. Zhou Tianhao's burly frame tore through into the hidden space behind the wall before slamming against metal plating, sending dozens of mounted firearms clattering to the ground in chaotic disarray. Assault rifles, pistols, sniper rifles, they lay scattered across the floor. Zhou Tianhao coughed twice, bracing himself against the ground as he tried to get up, his palm landing squarely on the cold barrel of a gun. He froze for a moment, only to realize he had grabbed a double-barreled shotgun. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, instinctively snatching up the weapon and pulling the trigger at Chen Mo, who was still charging toward him. A point-blank shot. The deafening blast reverberated through the hall. The high-caliber buckshot erupted like a torrential downpour, slamming squarely into Chen Mo's body. Zhou Tianhao hadn't actually expected this to harm Tartarus, but what happened next made his eyes widen in shock. The anticipated scenario of bullets being deflected or blocked never materialized. The lead pellets tore through the air and struck Chen Mo's nano-armor at his abdomen, sending up a shower of sparks. Though most were stopped, a few surprisingly penetrated through the gaps in the armor. A spurt of scarlet blood sprayed out. Chen Mo's body shuddered violently as his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at his abdomen, where a gaping wound was gushing blood, staining the black battle armor crimson. Excruciating pain instantly flooded through his entire body. A muffled groan of pain escaped from behind the skull mask. He staggered back half a step, clutching his injured abdomen. Blood gushed continuously between his fingers, dripping onto the cold floor. Zhou Tianhao stood frozen, holding the still-smoking hunting rifle, staring at the scene in disbelief. Tartarus, injured? Although the weapons in the arsenal were specially crafted during his time as a superhero, with far greater power and performance than standard weapons on the market, even so, he never imagined they'd actually work in this situation. After all, it was Tartarus. Any superhuman of even minor rank would never fear bullets, let alone this infamous supervillain from 8 years ago. A flurry of questions raced through his mind. What was going on? Judging by this, Tartarus wasn't powerful at all, barely a tier 1 superhuman at best, or even, for some reason, a bold idea struck him. Could it be that the opponent wasn't a superhuman at all? But this doesn't add up either. The force behind that kick, the beams shooting from his eyes, at the very least, the guy definitely had superpowers. He once more looked at Chen Mo's abdomen, watching the continuous flow of blood. Forget it, what's the point in thinking about this? The important thing is that I can defeat my opponent, that's all that matters. At this thought, his fear completely vanished, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. His obese body trembled violently with maniacal laughter. Is this all? Just this? The so-called hero slayer, the great supervillain, utter bullshit. He pointed his gun at Chun Mo while reloading. Today, I'm going to butcher you with my own hands and make a name for myself. As he spoke, he finished loading the shotgun and pulled back the bolt. Chapter 29, The Final Battle. Blood kept oozing out. The excruciating pain in his abdomen came in waves. Chen Mo struggled to maintain his posture, refusing to fall. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, trickling down the edges of his mask. In his ears echoed Zhou Tianhao's shrill, maniacal laughter, echoing through the empty hall. You're done for. Zhou Tianhao's voice was distorted with excitement. He raised his gun at Chen Mo once again. Boom! The gunshot rang out. In the nick of time, Chen Mo rolled aside, enduring the searing pain in his abdomen as he flipped behind the living room sofa. Pretty quick reflexes, you rat, Zhou Tianhao cursed while reloading again. Chen Mo leaned against the back of the sofa, gasping for breath as blood stained the floor beneath him. He could feel his life force slowly draining away with his blood. He'd messed up this time, he'd really messed up. He'd barged in here completely unprepared and reckless. When Zhou Tianhao proposed a truce, he should have accepted. He could have even demanded to take Xiaomai with him as a condition, and the other party would most likely have agreed. But in the end, he'd chosen wrong. Just a single moment of misjudgment, often, that one moment is all it takes to plunge a person into irreversible ruin. And now, what should he do? Reflecting carefully, ever since losing his memory, he'd been acting like an amateur in every aspect, not just this time, but also during the incidents with Zhao Xiang and Li Tianyao. Even when he had absolute equipment superiority, he'd been overpowered in hand-to-hand combat and only won by sheer luck. But luck, in the end, tends to run out, just like now. This time, there probably wasn't any way out. He couldn't penetrate Zhou Tianhao's defenses, but the other man could effortlessly kill him. Another gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the couch, sending countless cotton fibers scattering into the air. The tiny projectile tore through the layers of fluff before ricocheting off his armor, flashing tiny sparks. Stop hiding. Come out and meet your death. Zhou Tianhao's shouts echoed in his ears. The pain in his abdomen continued to intensify, making even standing seem like an impossible effort. He decided to give up, to sit here and wait for death. This was far easier than fighting. Truth be told, he was exhausted. With this thought, a sudden sense of relief washed over him, and he quietly closed his eyes. No, it's not over yet. I can't die. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his heart. If you die, that girl won't survive either. The voice continued to roar. That's right. This time was different from before. It wasn't just about him anymore. There was another person involved now, Xiaomai. If he died here, she wouldn't survive either. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze regaining its steel. He had to think of a way, had to stay calm, had to figure out how to destroy this bastard. My gaze swept across the chaotic living room before settling on the shimmering private pool outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The pool wasn't large, filled only to waist depth, its dark blue surface appearing airy under the night's glow. A nearly insane idea flashed through his mind. This was probably his only chance to fight for survival in mortal danger. The plan crystallized instantly within him, its details unfolding at lightning speed in his thoughts. Boss Show, I can't go on. Maybe we could talk? He deliberately lowered his voice, feigning extreme weakness as if teetering on the brink of death. Hearing this, Zhou Tianhao raised his hunting rifle and gazed with amusement toward the back of the sofa, as if enjoying watching a farcical performance. Talk? Now you want to talk? Weren't you all high and mighty just now, Tartarus? Just let me go. I'll follow your lead from now on. Chen Mo struggled to control his trembling body, letting out a muffled groan. He inched forward bit by bit, moving closer to the window. TCH, the mighty Tartarus, reduced to such a pitiful state. Zhou Tianhao's voice was laced with mockery, clearly relishing the moment, especially when his opponent was utterly defenseless. Too bad, I don't need you. As he spoke, he prepared to deliver the final blow to this struggling, dying rat. At the very moment Zhou Tianhao squeezed the trigger, Chen Mo moved. The mechanical leg braces beneath him erupted with force beyond human limits, propelling his body violently from behind the sofa. The wound on his abdomen seemed to tear open, the excruciating pain nearly blacking out his vision. Yet he clenched his teeth, shooting forward like a cannonball straight through the floor-to-ceiling window. Amidst the shattering glass, he plunged into the pool. Bang! The shotgun blast grazed past his back, riddling the living room wall with a spray of small holes. Damn it! Think you can run? Zhou Tianhao froze momentarily before roaring in fury. He hadn't expected his prey to still have fight left. Watching Chen Mo floundering in the water, a cruel grin spread across his face as he swiftly reloaded the shotgun without hesitation, leaping into the pool after him. Plunge! With a tremendous splash, Zhou Tianhao's bloated body crashed into the water. The impact soaked his towel instantly, clinging tightly to his obese frame. The frigid water surged up to his waist, sending a shiver through his body as his grin stiffened slightly against the sudden cold. He had just steadied himself when he saw Chen Mo across the water raise his head, the eye sockets of the skull mask glowing with a blinding red light as energy rapidly gathered. "Humph, the same old trick. What's the point?" Zhou Tianhao instinctively wanted to mock. Yet before the words could fully leave his mouth, two scorching crimson beams shot out, but their target wasn't Zhou Tianhao himself, but the hunting rifle in his hands. ZZZZT. The scorching heat instantly melted and warped the gun barrel and mechanisms, accompanied by a pungent gas. Zhou Tianhao only felt a searing pain in his hands before instinctively letting go. The expensive hunting rifle turned into a pile of smoking scrap metal in an instant, sinking helplessly to the bottom of the water. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by surprise. Who would have thought the target was the weapon? But this surprise lasted only a moment before fading. A cheap trick, so what if he lost his weapon? The other still couldn't hurt him. As for the gun, there were plenty more where that came from. Oomph, just stalling time. With this thought, he raised his head, intending to mock, only to see Chen Mo already moving. Ignoring the pain, Chen Mo used the water's buoyancy to spin sharply, lashing out with a vicious whip-like kick aimed straight at the back of Zhou Tianhao's neck. Thud! The muffled sound of a blow rang out. Zhou Tianhao's thick neck fat trembled once more, absorbing all the damage, but the tremendous impact threw him off balance. His body lurched forward before he finally plunged knees first into the water with a splash. Chen Mo gave him no chance to react. His leg pressed relentlessly against Zhou's neck, using the momentum to force Tianhao's head deeper toward the pool's bottom. Gurgle! A stream of bubbles erupted from beneath the water. Only then did Zhou Tianhao realize the danger and began thrashing violently. Chen Mo had already adjusted his stance, using his knee to forcefully press against Zhou Tianhao's occiput, preventing him from getting up. Gurgle! Caught off guard, Zhou Tianhao's mouth and nose were instantly flooded with pool water. He struggled violently, his chubby limbs thrashing wildly in the water, stirring up large, murky splashes. His superpower could negate damage for him, but it couldn't prevent drowning. He wanted to cry for help, but could only let out a series of desperate muffled sounds and bubbles. Chen Mo pinned him down fiercely, pouring all his weight and will to survive into his knees. Beneath him, Zhou Tianhao kept struggling, his hands clawing wildly, even grabbing Chen Mo's wounded spot several times. Pain struck again, blood continuously gushing from his abdomen, spreading through the clear pool water. Yet Chen Mo kept pressing down relentlessly, showing no sign of loosening his grip. Zhou Tianhao's strength was rapidly draining away, his struggles growing weaker by the second. His small eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief. He couldn't believe he'd die in such a humiliating way. The suffocating sensation grew stronger as his consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. At last, Zhou Tianhao's body went completely limp and ceased all movement. A final stream of bubbles escaped from his nose and mouth, drifting upward until they burst at the water's surface. Chen Mo released his grip, his own body nearly drained of strength. He watched Zhou Tianhao's bloated corpse slowly sink toward the pool's bottom, his eyes devoid of any triumph's joy, only an icy indifference remained. He struggled to swim toward the pool's edge, gripping the freezing tiles with numb fingers. The porcelain was bitingly cold against his skin as Chen Mo clung there, gasping for air, each ragged breath sending fresh waves of agony through his abdomen. Soaked to the bone, his waterlogged armor clung heavily to his body, while blood from his wounds mingled with pool water, forming a murky red halo beneath him. Darkness threatened to claim his vision, but some remnant of rationality screamed that this wasn't over yet. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel the encroaching shadows. No, he couldn't pass out now. There was still one final thing to do. Gritting his teeth, he slid back into the water and seized Zhou Tianhao's icy ankle. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he hauled the deadweight inch by agonizing inch toward the edge, then somehow wrestled it onto dry land. Zhou Tianhao's corpse lay supine, his already swollen belly distended further by ingested water. Chen Mo saw it immediately, the faint luminescence pulsing at the very center of that bloated sphere. Panting, he steadied himself momentarily before raising his head. The crimson glow reignited behind his skeletal mask's eye sockets, locking onto that eerie radiance. There was no sizzling sound, it was more like an extremely thin scalpel slicing through skin and fat. As the incision deepened, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. The source of the glow wasn't an exotic internal organ as expected, but instead, a thick layer of fat tissue shimmering with an eerie radiance. This is their super organ, a layer of belly fat? Chen Mo couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, feeling the scene was both absurd and ridiculous. In the end, he gritted his teeth through the nausea and pain as he sliced off the entire flap of belly flesh. A large lump, still warm and glistening with grease. He glanced around, searching for something to contain it. Eventually, his gaze settled on a trash bag by the poolside. After dumping out the garbage inside, Chen Mo stuffed the lump of flesh into the bag and tightly tied the opening. Having done all this, he felt the last bit of strength drain from his body. Leaning against the pool wall, he almost collapsed. At that very moment, rapid footsteps sounded from the staircase on the villa's second floor. Xiao Mai hurried down. When she saw the bloody scene by the pool, she froze momentarily, her steps faltering, but she quickly regained her composure and rushed to Chen Mo's side. You? Xiao Mai's voice trembled slightly, though she immediately reached out to steady him. How bad are your injuries? Chen Mo could no longer speak, he could only weakly shake his head and gesture for her to help him leave. The two supported each other as they struggled through the wreckage of the living room and out the villa's front door. Every step was agony, the wound in his abdomen felt like it was tearing him apart. When they finally reached the car, he could hold on no longer. His body gave out, and he slumped weakly into the passenger seat. In his last moment of consciousness, he mustered every ounce of remaining strength to shove the bag containing the superpowered fat and the car keys toward Xiao Mai. Drive, go. With those final words, Chen Mo's head lolled to the side as he slipped completely into unconsciousness. Chapter 30, Xiao Mai's home. Consciousness rose slowly like a heavy iron anchor lifting from the dark, icy depths of the sea. Having no idea how long he'd slept, when Chen Mo opened his eyes, an unfamiliar ceiling greeted him, yellowish, with fine cracks. The air carried a faint blend of antiseptic and cheap soap. He flexed his fingers, feeling the rough texture of bedsheets beneath him. Where was this place? A dull, carefully tended pain throbbed in his abdomen, a reminder of all that had transpired. He looked down to see thick white bandages wrapped around his stomach, the edges faintly tinged with dark red seepage. Has the wound been treated? Who did it? Creak. The door creaked open lightly, snapping Chen Mo out of his thoughts. A familiar figure walked in holding a glass of water. It was Xiao Mai. Though her face showed traces of weariness, her eyes were clear, and she visibly relaxed upon seeing Chen Mo wake up. Senior, you're awake. Her voice carried a hint of joy. Chen Mo struggled to sit up but was gently pressed back by Xiao Mai, who swiftly approached. Don't move, Senior. Your wound was just treated, it's still deep. Where am I? Chen Mo's voice came out hoarse and dry. This is my rental room. Xiao Mai held a water cup to his lips. Have some water first. The warm liquid moistened his parched throat, and Chen Mo felt a slight return of strength. After a moment's thought, he asked, on the way, did you run into any trouble? Xiao Mai shook her head. I stuck to back alleys as much as possible. Thankfully it was late, didn't meet any traffic cops. That's good. Only then did Chen Mo exhale in relief before examining the bandages around his abdomen. With renewed puzzlement, he asked, my wounds, you treated them? Yeah. Wheat nodded, then added after a moment of thought, he used lead pellets. But don't worry, I've already removed them all. There shouldn't be any serious issues. Chen Mo stared at her in shock. You, no medicine? A KTV hostess actually knew how to treat such severe gunshot wounds? That was utterly unbelievable. Xiao Mai's eyes dimmed slightly, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Sort of. I learned a little before. She pulled over an old chair and sat down, her hands fidgeting uneasily. Actually, I used to be a medical school student. This answer took Chen Mo even more by surprise. Medical school? Then how could you? Chen Mo couldn't comprehend it at all. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. How could a medical student with such promising prospects end up as a hostess? Wheat lowered his head, his voice slightly muffled. I did get in, but only after entering did I realize it's completely not what I expected. Chen Mo's expression grew even more puzzled, but then he saw Wheat smile and explain further. Almost all the courses at the medical school are designed for students who've undergone brain gene enhancements. Their memory, comprehension, and reaction speed are beyond what ordinary people can match. How should I put it? If you're just a regular person, even if you only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day and spend the rest studying, it's impossible to keep up. Compared to those people, ordinary folks seem like idiots. She deliberately narrated in third person, as if to dull the pain of that memory. After a pause, she continued. And besides, the tuition was too expensive, completely unaffordable for an ordinary salaried family. So, I had to drop out. In the end, she deliberately forced a carefree smile, but it looked utterly strained. Chen Mo fell silent. He shouldn't have asked. These reasons were so painfully obvious at medical school, law school, those elite institutions were never meant for ordinary people like them. Without money for genetic modification, you just had to accept your lot in life. That was the rule of this world. Just then, Xiao Mai suddenly spoke up. But you, Senior, I never imagined you'd actually be Tartarus himself. You gave me such a shock. It's like a dream come true. Well, Chen Mo wasn't sure how to respond when Xiao Mai continued. That day at the cafe, everything you said was against your true feelings. Far from being a sycophant, you personally brought the killer who murdered your friend to justice. Ugh, Chen Mo was at a loss for words again. He had a nagging feeling that he might have steered things badly, but in the end, he just said, anyway, don't follow my example. It's not something an ordinary person can handle. Xiao Mai pursed her lips and then asked further. So, Senior, you're actually rich? Chen Mo was stunned. Why would you say that? Because, Senior is an esper and Zhou Tianhao also said it. Your ability, isn't something ordinary wealth could ever obtain. Xiaomai's tone carried a note of matter-of-fact certainty. You? Chen Mo opened his mouth, staring at Xiaomai in astonishment. She was gazing back at him with eyes full of admiration. She still hadn't discovered the truth, it seemed. He glanced toward the bedside table where his battle armor lay, along with the mechanical leg braces and mask neatly arranged together. Apparently, the girl had been too busy saving him to pay attention to the secrets hidden within that equipment. What? Xiaomai asked curiously. Nothing. After some thought, Chen Mo decided against telling the girl the truth. He believed Xiaomai wasn't a bad person. In fact, she possessed a sense of justice and courage rarely seen in ordinary people. But, this world is too complex, and human hearts are inscrutable. Unless absolutely necessary, never test human nature. However, I'm really not some wealthy person, Chen Mo then mumbled vaguely. Xiaomai merely smiled in response. Alright, whatever you say, senior. Anyway, you need to rest properly now. The wound is deep, and you've lost a lot of blood, you shouldn't move around. Chen Mo nodded, then seemed to remember something and asked again, what time is it now? 8 a.m., Xiaomai replied. No, I have to go. Chen Mo shook his head, struggling to sit up. Go? Where? In your current condition, Xiaomai hastily stopped him. Go to work. Chen Mo's tone was firm. Work? Xiaomai almost thought she'd misheard. Senior, you're injured like this, how can you possibly go to work? Zhou Tianhao has been dead for over a night now. For a villa that large, with disturbances of that magnitude, both the police and the Hero Association must have already begun investigations. If I take leave and don't show up for work at this precise moment, Chen Mo trailed off. Truth be told, he'd acted far too recklessly this time, arguably with even less regard for consequences than before. Lin Yunqi had likely already begun suspecting him again. If he coincidentally failed to appear at the company now. At this thought, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, trying to prop himself up, but the sharp pain in his abdomen struck like a bolt of lightning, forcing out a muffled groan as he collapsed back onto the bed. Beads of sweat immediately broke out across his forehead. Senior, Xiaomai exclaimed in alarm, hastily supporting him. I told you not to move recklessly. What if the stitches tear open? Her tone held a touch of reproach, but overflowing worry dominated. This wound won't let you get up for at least a day or two, that's the bare minimum. No, Chen Mo gasped, his face pale, I have to go to the company. But your condition? Xiaomai frowned, her delicate brows tightening as she looked at his pained expression. Chen Mo closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Pushing through wouldn't work, his body wouldn't allow it. But lying here would only solidify the suspicion against him. What to do? His mind raced until an idea suddenly flashed. He opened his eyes, glancing at the phone on the bedside table, then at Xiaomai beside him. I've thought of a way, but I need your help. A trace of helplessness crossed Chen Mo's face. What is it, senior? Wait a sec, I'm gonna call the manager to ask for leave. Chen Mo pointed at his phone. You just, I need you to say something, how should I put it? Intimate, like what couples would say. I got it. Before Chen Mo could finish, Xiaomai nodded quickly. Senior just wants me to pretend to be your girlfriend, right? Understood. Meisham, yeah, seeing how readily she agreed, Chen Mo actually felt a bit embarrassed. Then he added, also, make sure the other end of the line can hear it, but not too clearly. Leave it to me. Wheat replied resolutely. MHM. Chen Mo glanced at her, then picked up his phone and dialed manager Su's number. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound as normal as possible, though every breath tugged at his wounds. Hello? Manager Su, it's me, Chen Mo. Instantly, Su Dishing's enthusiastic voice came through the receiver. Ah, little brother. How many times do I have to tell you, no need to be so formal with me. Between you and me, who stands on ceremony? Chen Mo cleared his throat. I have something to attend to today and would like to take the day off. Oh, what's the matter? Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious, came the voice from the other end of the line, as warm and enthusiastic as ever. Well, how should I put this? Chen Mo deliberately adopted a tone of awkward hesitation, pretending it was difficult to bring up. Right at that moment, Xiaomai leaned in gently, her warm body nearly pressing against Chen Mo's arm, her faint fragrance drifting into his nostrils. She brought her cheek close to the phone's microphone and, in a languid, coquettish tone, softly murmured, who is it? Just 5 more minutes. Chen Mo felt a sudden soft touch on his arm, his heart skipped a beat, he could even sense Xiaomai's warm breath brushing past his earlobe. Su Dishing froze on the other end of the line. A woman, Chen Mo was with a woman. His mind raced wildly. Could it possibly be Chairman Lin? At this thought, he immediately straightened up and his tone took on a suggestive note. Oh, so that's how it is. I get it. My man, impressive. He lowered his voice, adopting a universally understood masculine tone. I knew it. Young folks, gotta make the most of your time, absolutely gotta. As you should. Chen Mo's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to retort. That sham. Approved. Absolutely approved. Manager Sue's voice was resolute. Take as many days as you need. Don't worry about work with your old pal here. I'll make sure everything's handled properly. You just focus on accompanying. Focus on resting. Just rest. Thank you then, Manager Sue. Chen Mo hung up quickly, suppressing both amusement and pain. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Xiao Mai, who was still leaning against him in his arms. It wasn't until he groaned softly in pain that she quickly jumped away, somewhat embarrassed as she smoothed her hair before asking with concern. I'm sorry, Senior. Are you okay? It's nothing. Chen Mo shook his head, then gave her a thumbs up. You did great just now. Xiao Mai giggled sheepishly. So, I can still be useful, right? Chen Mo nodded, his taut nerves finally relaxing before he collapsed weakly onto the bed. The leave request was reasonable enough, but whether it would truly slip past scrutiny was entirely up to fate. He exhaled a long breath, then seemed to remember something as he turned to look at Xiao Mai. By the way, I still don't know your real name? Xiao Mai froze momentarily before replying. I'm Mai Dongqing. Dong as in winter, Qing as in sunny. She spoke with a faint smile on her face, like warm sunlight on a winter's day. Chapter 31, The Crime Scene. At dawn, as the sky paled slightly, the tranquility of the affluent neighborhood was shattered by the piercing wail of police sirens. Lin Yunqi's sports car came to a steady stop amidst the flashing red and blue lights. The window rolled down, revealing the girl's delicate face. She frowned slightly, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the surroundings. Outside Zhou Tianhao's villa, police tape had long been strung up, and the metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air. On the ground, traces of dried blood were faintly visible. Several white-shrouded corpses lay silent, grim testaments to the recent massacre. Lin Yunqi stepped out of the car, her expression icy as she crossed beneath the crime scene tape. A senior officer immediately approached, his demeanor deferential. Warrior Princess, you've arrived. She gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged courtyard. How are things looking? Initial assessment indicates over 20 fatalities, all Zhou Tianhao's bodyguards. Zhou Tianhao himself was found by the poolside. Preliminary determination indicates death by drowning, the officer reported in hushed tones. Lin Yunqi slightly furrowed her brows and strode directly toward the villa's main entrance. The heavy oak door stood wide open, revealing an even more gruesome scene inside. The luxurious decor had been utterly devastated, the expensive carpet saturated with blood, bullet holes riddling the walls, even scorch marks left by energy impacts. In the center of the hall, a tall and upright figure stood with his back to the doorway, his silver-white short hair strikingly conspicuous under the swaying light of the chandelier. Even amidst the bloody chaos around him, the man remained utterly composed, standing straight as an unsheathed sword. Lin Yunqi's steps faltered slightly as she immediately recognized the man before her. A veteran of the association, S-Class hero White Eagle, Gao Yuan. Uncle Gao. Lin Yunqi stepped forward, a trace of excitement in her voice. White Eagle Gao Yuan slowly turned around, his face devoid of any superfluous expression. Xiao Shi, you're here too. After what happened, I had to come. Lin Yunqi looked around. Found anything? Gao Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. It's more complicated than we thought. All surveillance footage from the villa has been deleted. The tech team believes the network connection here was somehow blocked during the incident. Hacker attack? Lin Yunqi asked doubtfully. That seems to be the case. The other party was clearly well prepared. Gao Yuan's gaze was profound. Our team is currently trying to recover the data, but the chances are slim. He paced a few steps, then halted before a vast pool of blood. After gazing down at it for a while, he let out a faint sigh and said, Speaking of which, I just looked him up a few days ago. Lin Yunqi looked at him with some surprise but said nothing. I originally intended to invite him to join Tartarus Task Force. Who could have imagined he'd be gone in the blink of an eye? It seems I've caused his death. Gao Yuan continued, his tone tinged with regret. Life is unpredictable. This wasn't your fault, Lin Yunqi offered briefly in consolation. Of course, this is entirely Tartarus doing. That bastard is growing increasingly brazen. Gao Yuan's voice suddenly sharpened with intensity. We can't afford to stay passive any longer. The task force must be assembled at once. Has the list been finalized? Lin Yunqi asked. It's basically settled. Your inclusion was unanimously approved by the committee. Gao Yuan looked at her. Also, there's someone you know among them. Someone I know? A flicker of curiosity passed through Lin Yunqi's eyes. Storm daughter, Xiaolan. Hearing this name, Lin Yunqi's tensed expression finally broke into a genuine smile. Lan is joining too? That's fantastic. Gao Yuan's gaze softened for a fleeting moment. It's been quite some time since you all graduated and last saw each other, hasn't it? Lin Yunqi nodded vigorously. It's been almost 2 years after graduation. She was transferred to Yenshin without even saying goodbye to me. There was a hint of complaint in her tone, but far more prominent was the note of anticipation. Well, she's back now, so you two can finally catch up. Gao Yuan's voice remained steady, though the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle tilt. Lin Yunqi burst into laughter upon hearing this, then said helplessly, I just wonder if she's managed to temper her short fuse. Let's hope she doesn't flip the task force's table on the very first day. Gao Yuan looked at her, the falcon-like sharpness in his eyes finally softening a little. You too. He shook his head slightly, as if recalling something from the past, and was about to continue speaking when the senior officer from earlier hurried over with an unusual expression. Sir White Eagle, Lady Battle Maiden, we've discovered a hidden room in Zhou Tianhao's master bedroom, behind the walk-in closet. The two exchanged a glance and immediately followed the officer to the second floor. Zhou Tianhao's master bedroom was extravagantly luxurious, but now lay in complete disarray. The walls were cracked, decorations and lighting fixtures shattered across the floor. Only the walk-in closet remained relatively intact. The officer stepped forward, pushed aside the clothes blocking the entrance, and revealed a hidden passage leading downward. A chilly, damp odor surged from below, carrying a sickeningly sweet and metallic stench. The two exchanged glances for a moment before nodding in unison. Gao Yuan led the way down, with Lin Yunqi following closely. The basement was compact, dimly lit, with rows of massive glass vats lining the walls. When she saw what was inside those glass containers, even battle-hardened Lin Yunqi couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath as her stomach lurched violently. Inside, soaking in the turbid formalin solution, were unmistakably the corpses of young women. Their faces were frozen in horrified contortions, their entrails and eyeballs all extracted, presenting an utterly gruesome sight. A rough count revealed at least 7 or 8 such jars. The entire secret chamber was like a living hell from the collection of a deranged sociopath. Lin Yunqi's face turned ashen in an instant, her eyes blazing with fury. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palms. Whatever fleeting sympathy she'd felt upon hearing of Zhou Tianhao's demise had completely evaporated, replaced by bone-chilling revulsion. Ha! Finally, she forced out a cold laugh through gritted teeth, her voice like ice. Perhaps Zhou Tianhao got exactly what he deserved. Gao Yuan stood before those glass jars, his expression equally grim, yet his eyes remained composed. He spoke with a tinge of helplessness. Tianhao does have some character flaws, but whether he's guilty should be determined by the law and dealt with by the association. Then he turned around, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Lin Yunqi, and continued. It's not Tartarus's place to settle this. Besides, we all know that Guy isn't motivated by anything resembling justice. His tone was adamant, brooking no argument. Lin Yunqi didn't refute him, merely turning her gaze back to those cold glass containers with inscrutable eyes. A seed of doubt even began to sprout in her heart. Could Tartarus actually be punishing evil and promoting good? No, she absolutely refused to believe that. Chapter 32 Deductive Reasoning. The air inside the Public Security Bureau was so thick it felt almost solid. Under the glare of fluorescent lights, uniformed officers moved about urgently, their hurried footsteps mingling with the rustle of documents and atmosphere tense enough to make anyone nervous. Zhou Tianhao's death was nothing short of staggering. As a long-standing member of the Heroes Association, this incident was far more serious than anything prior. The simultaneous appearance of Eagle Gao Yuan and Thunder Valkyrie Lin Yunqi only amplified the suffocating tension that now blanketed the entire floor. Everyone was on edge, even breathing cautiously, afraid of the slightest oversight. Lin Yunqi's fingertips brushed over the freshly printed report, the paper still warm from the printer. Her brow slightly furrowed as her gaze lingered on the vehicle information column. Are you sure the killer was driving a BYD? Her voice carried a barely noticeable trace of doubt. A young agent nearby immediately responded, yes, Battle Maiden. Based on the depth, width, and tread pattern of the tire marks left at the scene, we can basically confirm it's one of BYD's common household car models. Moreover, the agent added, the suspect rammed through the villa's metal gate directly with the car. The front of the vehicle must show significant damage. Lin Yunqi lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, lost in thought. Something's wrong. Gao Yuan, standing beside her, cast an inquiring glance, his entire being radiating an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. What are you thinking? He asked. Tartarus. Lin Yunqi looked up at Gao Yuan, the weapon he broke during his fight with Electro. It was extraordinarily unusual. Unusual in what sense? I've never seen anything like it, Lin Yunqi continued. It could actually harm high-level superhumans, but our tech division still can't figure out how it operates or where its energy comes from. That thing is so advanced, it's like technology from another era. Gao Yuan crossed his arms, lost in thought for a moment before replying. That's not entirely unreasonable. Those megacorporations have been secretly developing weapons against superhumans for years. If Tartarus is indeed a member of some powerful family as we suspect, obtaining such equipment wouldn't be difficult for him. Then why would he drive a BYD? Lin Yunqi countered. A person armed with such high-tech weapons, the girl continued. Why would he choose such an ordinary vehicle? It's like a fully armored knight equipped with the finest armor and weapons, but riding a donkey instead of a warhorse. Perhaps it's just to avoid drawing attention? Gao Yuan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, trying to stay as low-key as possible, disguising himself as an ordinary person. No, That absolutely couldn't be the reason. He was Tartarus. The extraordinary nature of his displayed abilities and weapons had already revealed his remarkable identity. Deliberately driving a cheap car wouldn't fool anyone. Though she thought this, Lin Yunqi didn't refute Gao Yuan's words. Maybe, she conceded, shifting gears with a suggestion. We should immediately investigate recent car transactions, especially in the used car market. Pay close attention to BYD models. At the same time, notify all auto repair shops and 4S dealerships citywide to watch for any BYD vehicles with front-end damage brought in recently. Let's do it that way. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. Then he saw Lin Yunqi flip to the second page of the report. This is the initial blood sample analysis. An agent nearby quickly pointed to the second page of the report. Aside from Zhou Tianhao himself, most of the blood at the scene belongs to non-superhumans, likely his bodyguards. Detailed DNA comparison results will take a few more days. Lin Yunqi gave a slight nod. The report only indicated that Tartarus had sustained no injuries during the battle, which was hardly surprising. In her recollection, Zhou Tianhao, despite his seniority, wasn't particularly high-ranking in terms of supernatural abilities, likely only at the second tier, and his powers leaned more toward the defensive side. After exchanging a few more words with Gao Yuan, they discussed their next course of action, until a senior officer walked into the office, cutting off their conversation. His steps were hurried, his face tinged with excitement. Sir Bald Eagle, Lady Valkyrie, we've got a new lead. Both of them turned their gaze toward him at the same time. We've reviewed the surveillance footage around Zhou Tianhao's villa compound, the inspector said briskly. The records show that on the night of the incident, around 6 p.m., a ride-hailing car arrived at the villa's entrance. Ride-hailing? Lin Yunqi immediately seized the key point. Who called the car? We contacted the driver, and according to him, the ride was called by a lady from City of Nightlights KTV. City of Nightlights. Lin Yunqi's gaze sharpened. Isn't Zhou Tianhao the owner of that shop? The car arrived at 6, and the incident happened around 10. This woman most likely witnessed the whole thing, Gao Yuan mused, resting his chin on his hand. I'll head to Lumina City right now. Lin Yunqi made up her mind on the spot. Just as she was about to leave, the office door was pushed open once again. A brisk figure barged in. Her waist-length silver-gray hair swayed gently with her movements, while her sharp and bright gray eyes fixed on her. For a moment, Lin Yunqi froze. The familiar figure before her was none other than Storm Daughter, Xiaolan. She wore a dark blue jacket and black jeans, her Doc Martens clicking crisply against the floor. Sister Yunqi! Xiaolan's eyes instantly lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Yunqi. She took a few steps forward, completely ignoring the solemn atmosphere around her, and gave Lin Yunqi a warm, tight hug. You're really here. I heard you joined the task force. I rushed over straight from the airport. Lin Yunqi was caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm, taking half a step back as the tension in her features instantly softened. A helpless yet doting smile crept onto her lips. She reached out and lightly flicked Xiaolan's pert nose with her fingertip. You silly girl, still so careless as ever, not even checking the occasion. Hee, I just missed you. Xiaolan chuckled, her gaze shifting to Gao Yuan beside her, her smile softening just slightly, but only just. Oh, what's this, old eagle's here too? Gao Yuan merely nodded slightly at the somewhat impolite greeting, paying it no mind. Xiaolan, you're just in time. His tone remained calm. We've just uncovered a lead that might be related to Zhou Tianhao's case. He then briefly outlined the general details of the current case. After hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Xiaolan's eyes. Who would have thought we'd run into such a big incident right after arriving? Since you're here, Gao Yuan glanced at Lin Yunqi and Xiaolan, you might as well split up and act separately. Xiaolan, take a squad to the Moonlight City KTV. Find that hostess and question her thoroughly. Lin Yunqi, you're responsible for tracking down the vehicle leads, checking repair shops and second-hand car markets. Alright, Xiaolan responded crisply, rubbing his hands together eagerly, almost impatient to begin. No problem, Lin Yunqi nodded in agreement. After assigning the tasks, Gao Yuan turned to deal with other matters, and the scene quickly returned to its previous tense and bustling state. Xiaolan leaned closer to Lin Yunqi and whispered, Yunqi Jia, is this Tartarus really that powerful? Even Zhou Tianhao fell to him, though, admittedly, that fatso wasn't much to begin with. Honestly, must you speak so disrespectfully of the dead? Lin Yunqi shook her head. Respect? That fat bastard was no good, he deserved to die. Xiaolan dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Lin Yunqi looked at her close friend and understood. But Xiaolan wasn't entirely wrong. Once again, the scenes from the secret chamber flashed through her mind, the glass tubes, the corpses inside. Zhou Tianhao had indeed deserved his fate, but that didn't excuse Tartarus's crimes. Bid? Lost in thought, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Chen Mo. She vaguely remembered that Chen Mo drove a BYD. This thought emerged like a stone cast into still water, sending ripples outward. How could it be such a coincidence? Impossible. Chen Mo was just an ordinary person. She had personally verified it, his DNA sequence showed no abnormalities whatsoever. How could a being on the level of Tartarus possibly be a regular office worker? She inwardly dismissed the idea. But then, why a BYD of all things? Why does it seem like Chen Mo's shadow always lingers around every incident involving Tartarus? That was the case the last 2 times, and now it's happening again. Coincidence? Once as happenstance, but twice? Reason told her it was absurd. Yet some intuition, an acute awareness born of being a top-tier hero, kept sounding alarms in her heart. She needed confirmation. Rather than sitting here conjuring wild thoughts, she might as well go see for herself. Look at Chen Mo, look at that car of his. If only to completely dispel this absurd notion. Lin Yunxi took a deep breath, her gaze turning resolute. She commanded the subordinates standing by. Keep working on the vehicle inspection, stay in touch. I have another matter to attend to. With that, she turned and walked briskly out of the security bureau. Chapter 33, Progress in the Investigation. The hollow sound of boots striking the concrete floor echoed through the empty warehouse, dust dancing in the sunlight. Lin Yunxi strode urgently past rows of shelves, her eyes scanning the surroundings before finally resting on the vacant workspace in the corner, Chen Mo's station, now conspicuously empty. She frowned slightly and pulled out her phone to dial a number. Before long, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Manager Su came panting over, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Chairman Lin, what brings you here? Where is Chen Mo? Lin Yunxi asked coldly. Ha, he didn't come with you? A trace of surprise flashed across Su Dishing's face. With me? Lin Yunxi furrowed her brow, her face a portrait of skepticism. Why would you think he'd be with me? Su Dishing's smile froze, and he blurted out instinctively, he called in sick this morning, but I heard a woman's voice on the other end of the line, so I thought. The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized what he had said. His face turned deathly pale as he hurriedly raised a hand to cover his lips, his eyes wide with panic. A woman? Lin Yunxi's voice dropped several degrees in an instant. Her gaze sharpened like a hawk's, locking onto Su Dishing. Are you implying that he was with a woman? No, absolutely not. Chairman Lin, you must have misheard. No, I misheard. It was definitely my mistake. Brother Chen just wasn't feeling well and took a sick day. That's all. Su Dishing's head shook like a rattle drum as he waved his hands frantically in denial. Lin Yunxi took a step forward, her overwhelming aura suffocating Su Dishing's breath. Explain clearly, don't even think of fooling me. Su Dishing's forehead beaded with even more sweat. Seeing no way to hide the truth, he finally lowered his hand from his mouth, his face twisting into an expression of dramatic anguish as he began to rant. No, it's Chen Mo, that kid. He took leave this morning. On the phone, I heard a woman's voice. I assumed it was you. What? Lin Yunxi shot him a venomous glare. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Damned be my loose tongue, I deserve death, I'm guilty. Su Dishing began slapping his own face repeatedly with loud smacks. Enough. Why did he take leave? Lin Yunxi's icy gaze carried a trace of impatience. He didn't specify, just said he had something to attend to. Then I heard a woman's voice on the phone. TSK, he always seemed so meek and honest, who would have thought? That voice too, you could tell just by listening, definitely not a respectable sort. That punk, utterly disgraceful. To betray a woman? This clue dropped like a pebble into the deep pool of her thoughts. Whatever Su Dishing said afterward, she wasn't listening. Fragments flashed through her mind, the BYD car, Chen Mo's absence, and the escort girl Zhou Tianhao had called before his death. These seemingly unrelated incidents faintly connected into a hazy thread in her mind. An absurd suspicion rose within her, so preposterous even she found it hard to believe, yet the doubt lingered stubbornly. She ignored Su Dishing's continuing chatter, turned on her heel, and strode briskly out of the warehouse, her boots striking the ground with urgent, resolute taps. Su Dishing stood frozen, staring at her retreating figure, then stomped his foot in frustration and clutched his head. Damn it. It's all over now. Gazing at the empty warehouse entrance, he couldn't help but gripe to the air. Chen Mo, you idiot. You've got heaven-sent luck handed to you on a platter, and you actually. His voice dripped with vexation, the frustration of watching talent squandered. Blow City KTV. Deafening music intertwined with flashing neon lights, the air thick with the mingled scents of alcohol and perfume. Xiao Lan, accompanied by 2 officers from the Public Safety Bureau, pushed through the rowdy crowd. Guided by the manager, they located a woman sitting alone in a corner booth. The woman wore a revealing miniskirt and held a powder compact in her hand, meticulously applying her makeup. She was none other than Xiaomai Dongqing. It was already 6 in the evening. After tending to Chen Mo, she had returned to the karaoke bar and was now touching up her makeup before the customers arrived. Xiao Lan strode over to her and demanded sharply, "You're Mai Dongqing?" Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable force. Mai Dongqing suddenly lifted her head, stunned by the piercing coldness in Xiao Lan's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, what she'd feared had come to pass. She knew her visit to Zhou Tianhao wouldn't stay hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before security uncovered it. The real question was, how should she handle this now? Her mind raced as her fingers unconsciously tightened around her makeup case. The deafening music suddenly felt sharper, more grating. Then, in an instant, a practiced, alluring smile bloomed across her face, as if she'd rehearsed it countless times, her voice lilting with sweet artifice. Ah, dear sister, what could you possibly want with me? Cut the crap. Tell me, where were you last night? Xiaolan got straight to the point without any detours. Oh my, what a temper. My Dongqing's eyes flickered as she leaned back slightly, arms crossed over her chest. With a toss of her chin, she exuded the languid air particular to women of the demi-monde. Who knows, with so many customers, how could I possibly remember them all? A young officer nearby immediately stepped forward and barked sharply. Enough with your slick talk, do you know who you're speaking to? This is the Stormborn, Lady Xiaolan. A mere bar hostess like you should learn your place. Oh, who do you think you're scaring? My Dongqing sneered, squirming even more intensely like a slippery loach. I don't care who you are, we've got one rule here, if you want to chat, you'd better pay up. With that, she extended her hand adorned with shimmering pink nail polish and made a pinching gesture for money. Xiaolan frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience passing through his eyes. Listen up, this is official business. If you refuse to cooperate, we have the authority to detain you. Wanting to play tough, huh? My Dongqing seemed to have heard the joke of the century as she plopped down onto the cold ground, slapping the floor with both hands before bursting into loud sobs. Help! This is an outrage. Superheroes resorting to violent enforcement, bullying ordinary citizens, oppressing the weak with their power. I can't go on living, she screamed while secretly watching Xiaolan's reaction from the corner of her eye. Don't think throwing a tantrum will stop me. Xiaolan was clearly provoked into a rage. Arrest me then. Go ahead. It's not like I've never been locked up before. I warn you, push me too far and I'll clam up during questioning or start spouting nonsense. See how you handle that. You. At this, Xiaolan suddenly hauled her up by the collar, fist clenched tight. My Dongqing's heart lurched violently as she watched the raised fist poised threateningly before her, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. She understood the consequences all too well. Her adversary was a superpowered being who could crush her like an ant if desired. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but she had no choice. At worst it would mean death, and this borrowed life had been saved by someone else anyway. If her provocation got her killed, perhaps it would even simplify matters. The trail would end here, making her senior colleague safer. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she steeled herself, shut her eyes tightly, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Murder! A superhero is committing murder! This outburst completely threw Xiaolan off balance. She had only meant to frighten her opponent, never expecting such an unflinching reaction that completely defied her intimidation tactics. The shouting drew people around who gathered to whisper and gossip, some even pointing fingers. Xiaolan and the two other officers looked visibly furious. She glared at the unreasonable woman with tightly knitted brows, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt and disgust. Such typical marketplace rogue tactics only made her stomach churn with revulsion. Worse yet, she had no good way to counter them. Eventually she shook her head, releasing her grip as she said, "Show me your payment QR code." My Dongqing's wailing suddenly stopped. She was even somewhat surprised. Suspiciously eyeing Xiaolan, she pulled out her phone from her bag and opened the payment QR code. Xiaolan also took out her phone and aligned it with my screen. Ding dong! My Dongqing's phone chimed with a notification. Her eyes widened instantly when she looked down and saw the number on the screen. Received, 15,000? The figure made her heart race. Nightglow City was arguably the finest KTV in town, but even there, the standard appearance fee for hostesses was just 2,000 per session, and that was only for the popular ones. New girls couldn't even command that price. That's way too generous. The money's handed over, now can you talk? Xiaolan's tone remained icy, carrying a condescending scrutiny. My Dongqing knew perfectly well there was no avoiding this hurdle now. The question was how to spin it. In this information age, lies left too many gaps. She had to bend the truth favorably, mixing facts with fiction to make it credible. Thinking this, her face switched back to an ingratiating smile as she leaned forward slightly, her voice turning sickly sweet. Oh dear, sir, you should have said so earlier. Just a misunderstanding, really. Ask whatever you like. Last night, you visited Zhou Tianhao's villa. Xiaolan stated, her gaze locked onto my Dongqing's eyes, not missing the slightest flicker of emotion. I did. My Dongqing's eyes darted briefly before steadying, her tone turning playful. But I left soon after. Why? After a moment's thought, my Dongqing leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice with the knowing smirk of someone who'd been there before. Why else? Boss Joe, TSK, he just couldn't perform, you know? Over in a flash. So naturally, nothing happened, and I left. Though he warned me not to talk about it afterward. The young officer beside them couldn't hold back a sudden snort of laughter. Immediately realizing the inappropriateness, he schooled his features into sternness and rebuked my Dongqing. Such vulgar language, utterly shameless. How dare you spout nonsense before his lordship? Xiaolan's ears burned with an uncontrollable flush of pink. Yet she waved a dismissive hand, forcing composure as she asked, "Where did you go after leaving?" After leaving? My Dongjing seemed to recall for a moment, then naturally spread her hands and rolled her eyes. Walked to the nearby bus stop, got bored waiting, so I casually messaged an old client to come pick me up. Simple as that. Why contact an old client to pick you up? Xiao Lan pressed further. My Dongjing looked at Xiao Lan with an "how can you not get this" expression, her tone growing even more exaggerated. Listen sis, I have normal needs too. Didn't get satisfied at Boss Joe's place, so I needed somewhere to make up for it. Otherwise, how was I supposed to endure such a long, lonely night? Ugh. Xiao Lan was utterly speechless at these words, her stomach churning with nausea as she instinctively took 2 steps back. This foul-mouthed woman before her had no sense of shame, there was clearly nothing useful to be gleaned from her. Turning away without another glance at my Dongjing, she commanded, "Let's go." "Yes, ma'am." The officer hurried after her. Emerging into the night breeze outside the corridor, the foul air dissipated slightly. Xiao Lan could no longer contain herself, stamping her foot in angry frustration. She vented through gritted teeth. Vile, snobbish, unreasonable. People like her deserve exactly the life they're living. Yes, you're absolutely right, sir, the 2 officers chimed in unison. Inside the police station, the air was thick with the mingled scents of antiseptic and paper documents. Lin Yunxi pushed open the door to the temporarily assigned task force office, her boots clicking against the floor with a crisp, rhythmic sound. She draped her trench coat over her arm and walked to the window, her gaze settling on the bustling street outside, a slight frown knitting her brows. On the other side of the office, Gao Yuan sat upright in his chair, his spine straight as a ruler, his meticulously combed silver hair gleaming under the fluorescent lights. A file lay open before him, his sharp eyes scanning its contents. After a moment of silent deliberation, Lin Yunxi turned and made her way toward Gao Yuan. "Uncle Gao," she began, her voice cool and measured, "I've been wondering, could there exist some kind of superhuman who can completely conceal their energy signatures? Someone who might even evade our most sophisticated detection systems?" Gao Yuan lifted his head, his deep brown eyes fixed on Lin Yunxi. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "I've been with the association for so many years, yet I've never heard of such an ability. Energy means existence, and existence leaves traces." However, he paused before continuing, "Nothing is absolute. Theoretically, such an extreme outlier might exist." Then, he set down the document, leaning slightly forward, his gaze carrying a hint of puzzlement. "Xiaoxi, why are you suddenly asking this? Have you found any clues?" "No, just a speculation," Lin Yunxi hurriedly replied. At that moment, the office door was pushed open again, and Xiao Lan walked in, bringing with her the chill of the night wind. Her expression wasn't great, with remnants of obvious disgust lingering between her brows, but upon seeing Lin Yunxi, her frown instantly smoothed away. "Yunxi Jie." Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Lin Yunxi smiled and patted the other person's head before asking, "Finished questioning over there?" "Finished." Xiao Lan's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "That woman named Mai Dongqing admitted she went to Zhou Tianhao's villa last night but left very quickly." She paused, either organizing her words or struggling to speak them, eventually repeating with a trace of disdain. "She said, it was because Zhou Tianhao couldn't perform, she wasn't satisfied, took the money and left. Afterwards at a nearby bus stop, she found another regular customer to take her home." Lin Yunxi listened quietly, fingers unconsciously tapping the desk, her gaze resting on Xiao Lan. "What was the name of that regular customer who picked her up?" "Ha!" Xiao Lan froze, then slapped her forehead in frustration, her silver gray hair swaying with emotion. "Ah, I was so angry I forgot to ask. I'll go back and ask right now." She turned and was about to rush out. "No need." Lin Yunxi's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly stopped her. Xiao Lan halted her steps and turned back in confusion. Lin Yunxi's gaze grew calm, carrying an understanding that seemed to see through everything. "I know who that person is." Chapter 34, The Inevitable Meeting. The sharp ringtone shattered the silence in the room, making Chen Mo, lying in bed, furrow his brows in discomfort. Gritting his teeth against the stabbing pain in his abdomen, he reached for his phone on the nightstand, the screen flashing with the name Manager Su. "Hello, Manager Su." "Chen Mo, what the hell are you playing at?" Su Dishing's voice on the other end of the line was practically bursting through the receiver. "I've heard all about it. How could you do something to betray Chairman Lin? No, that poor girl Lin Xiaojie. Ha, have you lost your damn mind? Chairman Lin treated you so well, and after all the good words I put in for you with old Su here, and this is how you repay us? What, sorry Chairman Lin?" Chen Mo closed his eyes and silently pondered the situation. Thinking it through carefully, Su Dishing had indeed always misunderstood this matter. Now, suddenly calling again in such an agitated state indicated he must have spoken with Lin Yunxi, meaning Lin Yunxi now knew he hadn't shown up for work, and might very well be suspecting him again. This was trouble. Rubbing his forehead, he found himself at a loss for words. What do you mean you? Don't explain to me, go explain to Chairman Lin. Tomorrow, you damn well better report back to the warehouse for work. Su Dishing cut him off, his tone softening slightly but taking on the condescending cadence of an elder lecturing a junior. Listen to your old pal's advice. Find a chance to properly apologize to Chairman Lin, got it? It's for your own good, don't wreck your own future, understand? Got it, Chun Amo replied absent-mindedly, not registering a single word Su Dishing had said. His thoughts were entirely consumed by strategizing his next move. Alright, that's more like it. Be on time tomorrow. Su Dishing hung up the phone, satisfied. Chen Mo tossed his phone back onto the nightstand. This simple motion aggravated his injuries, drawing a muffled groan from him. Before long, the lock clicked softly as my Donching walked in carrying takeout. Spotting Chen Mo's pallid complexion, she immediately approached with concern. Senior, are you okay? You look so pale. It's nothing. Chen Mo shook his head. She put down her things, sat on the low stool by the bed, and lowered her voice. By the way, Senior, today, Security Bureau agents went to City of Neon Lights. Chen Mo's gaze instantly sharpened as he looked at her. They've tracked me down, asking about last night, Xiao Mai said. What did you tell them? Chen Mo's voice tensed up. I didn't dare lie completely, so I said. Zhou Tianhao finished fast, I left early, and feeling unsatisfied, I found another regular customer. At this point, Xiao Mai's voice involuntarily dropped, seeming slightly embarrassed, before raising her head again to ask uncertainly, was that the right response? Chen Mo nodded in approval. You did well. You can't lie completely, or the truth will come out even faster. Hearing Chen Mo's affirmation, Xiao Mai's face immediately lit up with a smile. However, Chen Mo couldn't find any joy at this moment. Su Dishing's phone call and Lin Yunqi once again focusing the spotlight on him, this was trouble. There was no avoiding it now. Tomorrow, he had to return to the warehouse. The wounds still ached faintly. After a day of rest, the pain had lessened compared to yesterday, but it was far from healed. Leaning against the bed, he could feel the lingering discomfort in his body, and his mind was anything but peaceful. Had he been exposed? Even if he had, it wouldn't be surprising. This reckless act had left behind too many clues. Being injured in the fight with Zhou Tianhao and the blood traces left at the scene, he wasn't unaware of the implications. But in that state, there really hadn't been much he could do. Should he bring Tartarus's equipment with him, just in case the worst happens? His fingers subconsciously curled and then relaxed. But if he went to the warehouse fully armed, there would be no turning back. Thunder Valkyrie, a 7th-tier superhuman, could he defeat her? The answer was obvious. In the end, a flash of resolve flickered in his eyes. He had to take the gamble. After all, he was just an ordinary man, with no criminal record in the Security Bureau's files. That was his advantage. There was no guarantee they would trace it back to him. And the truth was, he had no choice but to bet, because in his current state, if he faced Lin Yunqi, he stood absolutely no chance. Early the next morning, sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains. Chen Mo slowly sat up in bed, every movement deliberate, careful not to aggravate his wounds. He stood up. Xiao Mai had left a large bag of spare clothes by his side. He began rummaging through it, a shirt, trousers. He carefully picked out 2 pieces of clothing, putting them on with slow, stiff movements. After dressing, he glanced at the mirror again. His reflection still looked somewhat pale. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a slightly thick gray sweater from the bag and layered it over his shirt, then draped a jacket on top, all to conceal his injuries. Finally, he adjusted his collar in the mirror, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to leave. Inside the Security Bureau, data and reports silently refreshed on screens, the air tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lin Yunqi sat behind her desk, fingertips skimming across an electronic report. The screen's glow illuminated her focused yet visibly weary expression. The report detailed the recent activities between Chen Mo and Mai Dongqing, showing they had indeed met privately several times, dining together and even attending a movie. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as her fingers tapped lightly on the screen, as if weighing something. Just then, the communicator on the desk buzzed, displaying the name Su Dishing. Lin Yunqi answered with a calm tone. Hey, CEO Lin. CEO Lin. Good news. That kid Chen Mo came to work today. Su Dishing's overly enthusiastic voice burst from the receiver, oozing obvious ingratiation. Noted. Lin Yunqi's voice remained utterly flat, her gaze still fixed on the screen. Gee, got it. So when would you like to come over? Or, perhaps tonight? Su Dishing cautiously inquired. Alright, I'll go see him after work. Lin Yunqi replied calmly. Perfect, rest assured, I'll make sure to keep an eye on that kid before you arrive. On the other end of the phone, Su Dishing bowed emphatically. Mei Chem, that's settled then, Lin Yunqi said, then promptly ended the call without waiting for a response. Xiaolan across the table looked up, her silver-gray eyes inquisitive as they focused on Lin Yunqi. She had been quietly reviewing documents until this brief phone call piqued her interest. Who was that, Yunqi? Who still calls these days? Just a man, Lin Yunqi answered offhandedly, taking a sip from the water glass beside her. A man? The response instantly sparked Xiao Lan's curiosity. She arched an eyebrow, her face alight with intrigue. To her surprise, Sister Yunshi actually mentioned a man, which was quite unusual. She quickly followed up with another question. What man? Lin Yunshi didn't answer. She gently set down her water glass, tapped her fingers lightly on the table as if making some decision, and finally turned to look at Xiaolan before asking, "Any plans tonight?" Xiaolan shook her head decisively. "None, on standby at all times." "Then, would you accompany me to meet someone?" Lin Yunshi asked calmly. "Sure." Xiaolan immediately agreed, leaning slightly forward with a gossipy expression. "Is it that man?" Lin Yunshi nodded. This action made Xiaolan take a sharp breath, followed by a faint smirk. Chapter 35, Off to Eat. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the high windows of the warehouse, casting mottled patches of light on the slightly dusty concrete floor. Fine dust and a faint smell of machine oil floated in the air. A taxi pulled to a stop outside the warehouse entrance. Lin Yunshi pushed open the door, her crisp trench coat making her stand out in the somewhat chaotic surroundings. Following closely behind, Xiaolan stepped out with her silver gray hair tied into a high ponytail, her deep blue jacket accentuating her upright posture as her sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Then she saw Su Disheng, who had been waiting there for a long time. "Chairman Lin." The man quickly ran over as soon as he noticed them, his face instantly brimming with an enthusiastic smile. "You're here. Please, come in, come in." As he spoke, he led the two towards the warehouse while casting a glance at Xiaolan. "Ah, and this young lady is..." Lin Yunshi was about to speak when Su Disheng continued. "Don't remind me, I remember, that signature gray hair, it must be, yes, Storm Daughter, Xiaolan, the chief hero of Yancheng. You seem to know quite a lot." Hearing himself addressed as the chief hero, Xiaolan couldn't help but feel pleased. "Of course, I buy every issue of the superhero magazine, never missed a single movie either. You guys are literally the role models of this world." Su Disheng's voice carried both pride and obsequiousness. "Excellent, I like her. Sister Yunshi, this subordinate of yours is quite impressive, a real talent. She deserves a promotion," Xiaolan said with a laugh. "I am Miss Xiao, you flatter me." Su Disheng couldn't contain his delight. Lin Yunshi could only shake her head helplessly, then replied to Xiaolan with slight fondness. "Got it." As they spoke, the trio entered the warehouse. "Chen Mo." Su Disheng immediately called out to Chen Mo, waving frantically while flashing him urgent come-hither glances. Chen Mo raised his head, his heart suddenly tightening as his fingers unconsciously clenched around the label in his hand. He saw Lin Yunshi and the silver-haired woman standing beside her, radiating an equally formidable aura, sending a wave of intense wariness surging through him. Yet he betrayed nothing on his face, maintaining his usual composure as he set down what he was holding. Su Disheng beckoned to Chen Mo while hastily addressing Lin Yunshi. "Chairman Lin, you see, this kid Chen Mo knows he was wrong. I've already given him a stern lecture. He promises it'll never happen again." After speaking, he turned and shouted at Chen Mo, who was still rooted to the spot. "Chen Mo, come apologize to Chairman Lin right now. What are you standing there dumbstruck for?" At the sight of Chen Mo, Lin Yunshi's expression instantly turned icy again. Her gaze swept indifferently past Su Disheng's excessively enthusiastic face before settling on Chen Mo standing a few steps away. Observing him, Chen Mo still looked somewhat pale, bundled up in a thick sweater and coat. He appeared as ordinary as ever, even carrying a trace of timidity. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly said, "No need for apologies, just treat me to a meal." The tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Ah?" Su Disheng froze for a moment, then his face broke into a radiant smile as he nodded repeatedly. "Dinner is good. Dinner is wonderful. Absolutely, absolutely. Chen Mo, did you hear that? Chairman Lin is giving you a chance." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. What game was Lin Yunshi playing now? Did she suspect him again? He lifted his gaze to meet her profound eyes, trying to decipher any hidden meaning, but all he saw was undisturbed serenity. Regardless, he knew he couldn't refuse, nor could he show hesitation, so he mustered a smile. "Oh, okay, Chairman Lin. By the way, Chairman Lin, did you not drive here today?" Su Disheng asked while glancing around. Standing beside Lin Yunshi, Xiaolan chimed in. "Yeah, Sister Yunshi said she didn't feel like driving today." Oh, Su Disheng quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Yunshi stood there, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth as her gaze shifted toward Chen Mo. "Since Chen Mo is treating us to dinner, naturally we should ride in his car." "Makes sense. Absolutely makes sense." Su Disheng immediately chimed in, looking at Chen Mo with eyes full of expectation. The group walked toward the parking lot outside the warehouse, arriving beside Chen Mo's somewhat outdated BYD. Lin Yunshi's gaze subtly swept over the front of the car, lingering for a moment on the mixed old and new collision scrape on the right side of the bumper. Her eyes widened abruptly. There really was evidence of a collision. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Could he really be? She pondered what to do next. Should she forcibly impound the car here and take it back to the security bureau for comparison? But first of all, that wouldn't follow proper procedure. Moreover, if the other party really was Tartarus, impounding the car and waiting for the evidence to come through would leave far too large a gap. It would be like scaring the snake in the grass. To be honest, she didn't want to alert him before she was absolutely certain of his identity. And if he wasn't the one, her acting so rashly would likely make things unbearably awkward between them in the future. Wait, why was she even worrying about this? She couldn't help but feel a little surprised at herself. Still, after spending so much time interacting with him over the Tartarus case, they had grown familiar enough that they could at least be considered acquaintances, if not friends. Facing someone she knew, she found it hard to act purely by the book. Just as Lin Yunqi was still wrestling with her thoughts, Xiaolan beside her gazed at the car ahead, a flicker of surprise passing through her gray eyes. Ha! Another BYD. At Xiaolan's exclamation, Lin Yunqi whipped her head around to stare at Chen Mo, watching to see how he'd react, yet the man before her showed no particular change in expression. Chen Mo's heart pounded, his fingers tightening subconsciously around the car keys, but his face remained perfectly composed, playing the part of someone who hadn't understood a word. What's wrong, Miss Xiao? Is there something wrong with this car? Su Dishing asked in confusion. Xiaolan turned her head slightly towards Su Dishing and replied nonchalantly. Recent investigations on Tartarus show the latest clue indicates that Guy committed his crimes while driving a BYD. These words sent another wave of turmoil through Chen Mo's heart. He could feel his heartbeat growing violently faster by the second. To make matters worse, Lin Yunqi seemed to be watching him. He could sense her gaze. He had to do something immediately, or his expression might give him away. At this thought, he spoke up first. You're saying that the mighty Tartarus actually drives just a BYD? Upon hearing his words, Xiaolan seemed to have found a kindred spirit and exclaimed. Exactly. You think it's weird too, right? Yes, it's so strange. Or rather, so beneath his dignity. Su Dishing nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lin Yunqi remained silently observing Chen Mo till the very end. She noticed nothing unusual. He even naturally joined their discussion. Had she truly made a mistake, or was he just exceptionally good at hiding it? The best verification method was indeed confiscating the car, yet after Xiaolan's disruption just now, it became even harder for her to bring it up. No, she had to do something. Perhaps there was a way to discreetly confirm his identity. Then, an idea suddenly struck her. Turning to the group, she said, Alright, enough chatting. Let's think about where to eat. We can figure it out on the way, Xiaolan said as she opened the car door first and naturally settled into the back seat. Lin Yunqi took the passenger seat. Finally, it was Chen Mo's turn. He took a deep breath, opened the driver's door, and got in. Chairman Lin, Miss Xiao, take care on your way. Su Dishing stood by the car, waving with a beaming smile. Chen Mo started the car, the engine emitting a dull roar. He took a deep breath to steady himself, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he slowly drove away from the warehouse. The afternoon sunlight fell behind them, yet the air inside the car felt unbearably heavy for him. Chapter 36, A Meal. The muffled hum of the BYD's engine droned through the afternoon streets, like a suppressed heartbeat. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression tense. He could distinctly feel the gaze coming from his right. Lin Yunqi sat there, calm as a sculpture yet radiating intangible pressure. Chairman Lin, I don't usually have much money, so I probably can't afford anywhere too expensive. Chen Mo's voice came out slightly hoarse as he attempted to break the suffocating silence. Lin Yunqi's voice came faintly, betraying no emotion. It's alright, today I just feel like having some home-cooked dishes. Ah, that's good then. The words were softly spoken, yet they sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine. The rearview mirror reflected Xiaolan's curious face, her gray eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. The gaze held a hint of pure gossip. Sister Yunqi, you seem to be in a good mood today? Lin Yunqi's lips curled slightly. Occasionally experiencing a different kind of life is quite nice. Her gaze still lingered faintly on Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt like a specimen placed under a microscope, with every subtle reaction being observed and recorded. Finally, they arrived at a large commercial complex. In his memory, there seemed to be a particularly popular restaurant on the 5th floor recently, and the prices were quite reasonable too. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards the mall. Two women walked ahead, Lin Yunqi clad in a stylish trench coat that exuded an aura of formidable presence. Xiaolan, on the other hand, wore a dashing jacket paired with combat pants, radiating heroic vigor. Their tall, striking figures and outstanding looks instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Chen Mo trailed behind, feeling somewhat out of place between them, and worse still, he was actually the shortest of the three. Finally, arriving at the restaurant entrance, a long queue had already formed, with the clamor hitting him like a wave. Bright lights, the aroma of food, and the mingling laughter of young men and women intertwined in the air. Chen Mo took a waiting number before gesturing to the two of them. Looks like we'll have to wait a while. Lin Yunqi neither agreed nor disagreed, simply finding a bench to sit on. Xiaolan also sat down beside her, surveying the surroundings with great interest. As expected, the two soon attracted stares from people around them once again. Both were long accustomed to such attention. Only Chen Mo kept his head down, pretending to look at his phone. Having always been invisible to others, this feeling of being watched was truly unsettling. After some time, the waiter's voice called out, "Guest A37, your meal is ready." Chen Mo perked up eagerly and quickly responded, "Over here." He was about to move forward when suddenly a man in a floral shirt shoved past him, heading straight for the waiter. "Table A38, right here, can you let me in first? I'm in a hurry." The waiter hesitated. "Sir, the guest's at a 37R. What's the big deal between 37 and 38? Just one number difference. I've been waiting forever." The man grew visibly impatient. Chen Mo frowned and stepped forward. "Sir, we were here first. Please line up." The floral-shirt man shot Chen Mo a disdainful sidelong glance. "Who the hell are you? Nobody's talking to you. Get lost." His tone was brash, dripping with arrogance. Chen Mo wanted to argue some more, but Xiaolan beside him had already stood up. Moving swift as lightning, she grabbed the flower-shirt man by his collar and actually lifted him straight off the ground. "Cutting in line and still arguing? What are you doing? Let go." The terrified man struggled desperately, legs flailing in midair. In his panic, he just started reaching for his phone to call the police when his half-extended hand froze. After staring at the two for a moment, his face drained of color. "Thunder Valkyrie? The Storm Queen?" Lin Yunxi called out. Only then did Xiaolan release her grip. The moment the man's feet touched the ground, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. All his former arrogance vanished without a trace. "I'm sorry, so sorry. I didn't realize you were heroes. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die." This immediately caught the attention of everyone in the waiting area, and even some diners inside the restaurant. "Oh my god, it's Thunder Valkyrie and Storm Maiden. It's really them. They're real. My idol." In an instant, gasps and exclamations erupted in unison. More people surged forward, pulling out their phones to take photos and videos. The crowd's gaze surged like a tidal wave: excitement, admiration, curiosity. At the same time, these gazes unconsciously focused on Chen Mo. This utterly ordinary man was actually having a meal with two top-tier superheroes? Who is he? What's his background? Countless questions and speculations spread through the crowd. The restaurant's floor manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion, sweat pouring down his face as he plastered on an obsequious smile. "Our deepest apologies, esteemed guests. This was entirely due to our negligence." Xiaolan scratched his head, watching the growing crowd gathering around them, and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, Sister Yunxi, looks like we won't be having this meal after all." The manager, upon hearing this, promptly bowed repeatedly and said, No problem. We happen to have a small private room available. We'll arrange it for you right away. Please, this way please." Lin Yunxi didn't respond but instead looked towards Chen Mo. "What do you think? Private room works too," Chen Mo replied. And so, under the gaze of everyone, the three of them walked toward the back of the restaurant. The private room was small but quiet, shutting out the noise of the outside world. The waiter swiftly brought menus and tea, his attitude bordering on reverence. The three of them sat down, the atmosphere still slightly awkward. Chen Mo lowered his head to look at the menu, but his thoughts were completely elsewhere. To think he, the mighty Tartarus, was now sitting at the same table with Thunder Valkyrie and Storm Maiden, two superheroes who were supposed to capture him. The absurdity and terror of it all left him speechless. The food arrived quickly, simple home-style dishes that matched Lin Yunxi's preferences. Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, dry-fried green beans. The aroma was tantalizing, yet Chen Mo had little appetite. The two girls had already started eating with their chopsticks. He could hear Xiaolan chatting away beside him, but paid no attention to what she was saying, until Lin Yunxi suddenly called out, "Chen Mo." The voice wasn't loud, yet it made Chen Mo's heart skip a beat. He looked up, meeting Lin Yunxi's penetrating gaze. "Who was that woman that night?" Her tone was casual, as if chatting about everyday matters, but the content was explosive. Cough cough. Xiaolan beside him nearly spat out her soup, choking with a fit of coughing. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Chen Mo, then raised her voice sharply. "What? You actually? In the end, she couldn't bring herself to say the word cheating. Chen Mo's mind went blank at that moment. He didn't know what Lin Yunxi's purpose was in asking this. Was it simply to confirm whether he'd been with Xiaomai that night? The question was, how should he answer? Admit it? Deny it? He should admit it. This wasn't something he could hide. The key point was admitting it wouldn't prove anything anyway. At this thought, he nodded calmly. She's a hostess I knew from before." "What?" Xiaolan's jaw dropped. She could no longer comprehend the current situation. Not only had Chen Mo admitted it so frankly, but he even seemed somewhat righteous about it, without a shred of guilt. Just what kind of shameless man was this? "Machem, as I thought." Lin Yunxi nodded, picking up her teacup and taking a delicate sip. "Alright, I'll let it go this time." His tone was casual, as if he were merely handling some trivial matter. Xiaolan's eyes widened like saucers, utterly bewildered by what was happening between the two of them. She couldn't help but blurt out, Yun Shijie, how can you just forgive him so easily? Cheating scum, he absolutely must not be let off lightly. She was practically bursting with righteous indignation, ready to demand justice for her best friend. Lin Yunxi set down her teacup and turned her gaze toward Xiaolan, a trace of sly amusement in her eyes. She extended a finger and lightly tapped it against the tabletop. What can we do about it? Her voice carried a hint of lazy laughter, but her eyes flicked once more toward the now frozen Chen Mo. Who asked him to delight me so much? She emphasized the word delight with particular weight. As her words fell, the air in the private room seemed to instantly solidify. Xiaolan's face of anger and excitement petrified in an instant, transforming into complete stupor. She opened her mouth, looking at Lin Yunxi, then at Chen Mo, as if unable to comprehend what she had just heard. As for Chen Mo, he was equally stunned. Wait, Joy? What was Lin Yunxi talking about? Wasn't she doubting him? Then what did this sudden statement mean now? This joke has gone too far. Chapter 37, The Test. The dinner party ended in an eerie silence. The leftover dishes lay cold, mirroring the frozen atmosphere of the moment. Lin Yunxi dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her movements graceful, yet her gaze never left Chen Mo. She rose to her feet. It's getting late. It's time to head back. Chen Mo instinctively stood up. Mr. Lin, let me see you off. Lin Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, her tone still indifferent. No need. We'd prefer to call our own car. Xiaolan also rose to her feet, her face still etched with lingering astonishment and a touch of resentment. Until Chen Mo's figure disappeared, she suddenly slapped her forehead and said to Lin Yunxi, who was about to hail a cab, "Oh, I just remembered something. I need to make a quick trip to the South District. Sister Yunxi, you go back first." Without waiting for Lin Yunxi's response, she strode briskly out of the restaurant. Except the direction she took seemed to lead straight to the parking lot. Lin Yunxi glanced at Xiaolan's retreating figure without a word, a faint hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chen Mo walked alone toward the parking lot, his heartbeat still erratic. That meal just now had been the longest in his life. Lin Yunxi's final utterance, happiness, hovered in his mind like an incantation. What exactly did she mean? What was she trying to test? He didn't dare dwell on it. The frigid air filled his lungs, slightly cooling the restless heat within. Locating his old car, he reached to pull open the door. A figure suddenly blocked the path. It was Xiaolan. She stood with arms crossed, her gray eyes filled with unmistakable hostility as she sized up Chen Mo from head to toe. Stop right there. Her voice was icy, delivering an indisputable command. Chen Mo's heart tightened as he thought, this doesn't look good. Miss Xiao, is there anything else you need? He forced a smile. Xiaolan let out a cold humph and took a menacing step forward. Her tall stature radiated overwhelming intimidation. Chen Mo, confess honestly, what exactly is going on between you and Sister Yunxi? And who is this woman Sister Yunxi mentioned? Her interrogations came rapid fire, charged with a sharpness intent on shredding through lies. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Mo's forehead as his mind raced furiously. Miss Xiao, this is all just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiaolan's eyebrows shot up as her anger flared even hotter. Even Sister Yunxi said it, and you're telling me it's just a misunderstanding? She suddenly clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking faintly with a soft pop. I don't care what sweet lies you used to deceive Sister Yunxi, but making her cry is unacceptable. Today, I'll teach you a proper lesson on Sister Yunxi's behalf, you heartless scoundrel. Before the words fully faded, Xiaolan's fist came whistling through the air with vicious force. Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he instinctively tried to dodge. Yet he was just an ordinary man after all. Even an average martial artist could easily land a hit on him, let alone a superhero. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Chen Mo's left cheek. The force wasn't particularly strong, at least not from Xiaolan's perspective, but for Chen Mo, the blow sent stars flashing before his eyes as a deafening buzz filled his skull. Staggering backward, he collided with the cold metal of a car door. Miss Xiao, let me explain. Explanation is just excuse. Xiaolan refused to listen. Another fist came flying toward his abdomen. Thud. With a dull thud, the blow landed precisely on his injured area, sending a piercing pain radiating from his stomach. The wound seemed to rip open again, a wave of excruciating pain instantly washing over his entire body. Chen Mo let out a muffled groan as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His body went limp, and he slid down against the car door, collapsing onto the ground. Far away, atop the roof of a tall building, Lin Yunxi stood there, the night breeze fluttering the hem of her trench coat. She watched everything happening in the parking lot, her expression complex. All of this was intentional. She needed to utilize Xiaolan's impulsiveness to test Chen Mo. Faced with Xiaolan's assault, she wanted to see how long Chen Mo could endure. If he truly was Tartarus, would he be unable to resist retaliating? Of course, even if he kept pretending, it wouldn't matter, because a superhuman's physical strength far beyond ordinary people cannot be hidden. If Chen Mo were truly superhuman, the force Lan Sha was using wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. So whether Chen Mo fought back or not, this beating would reveal his identity. Inside the parking lot, Chen Mo curled up on the ground, his face burning as bruises began to form, the searing pain in his abdomen making it nearly impossible to breathe. Darkness flickered before his eyes as his consciousness started to fade. Xiaolan looked at the motionless Chen Mo on the ground, her anger slightly subsiding, yet she still showed no intention of stopping. She crouched down and gave Chen Mo's shoulder another couple of shoves. Hey, quit playing dead. Get up and explain yourself. Though those shoves were light in force, they were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The excruciating pain, compounded by the previous impact, plunged Chen Mo into complete darkness. Briefly, he lost consciousness. His body went completely limp, motionless. Hey, Chen Mo? Xiaolan froze at the sight. He gave a push, but there was no response. Checking for breath, he could barely detect a faint whisper. Now, Xiaolan was genuinely panicked. The anger on his face instantly turned to terror. Hey, Chen Mo, wake up, don't you die on me. She shook Chen Mo's shoulders fiercely, her voice trembling with tears. How am I supposed to explain this to Sister Yunqi if you die? Hey! Lin Yunqi's face on the rooftop also instantly changed color. Xiaolan should have shown restraint. How could this happen? Chen Mo's physique is truly too fragile to withstand even a breeze. Her hand instinctively reached for the phone in her pocket, fingertips already brushing against the emergency call button. At this moment, Chen Mo, who was being violently shaken by Xiaolan, gradually regained consciousness due to a fresh wave of excruciating pain from his wounds. He struggled to open his eyes and spoke weakly. Cough, cough. Stop shaking me anymore, and I'll really die. Xiaolan froze mid-action and hastily let go. His face showed both lingering fear and embarrassment. Are you okay? She asked cautiously. Chen Mo gasped heavily for a few breaths, feeling slightly recovered. Then he said somewhat dazedly, just now, I think I saw a white-bearded old man waving at me from the sky. Xiaolan looked at Chen Mo, who now had a bruised and swollen face, with blood still at the corner of his mouth. Xiaolan felt a pang of guilt in her heart, yet stubbornly refused to back down verbally. She turned her face away, scoffed, but her tone had noticeably weakened. Who told you to betray Yunqi Jie first? Seeing you in such a state, I'll let it go just this once. She stood up, brushing the dust off her pants. Never do that again. Do you hear me? Having said that, as if afraid Chen Mo might say something more, she hurriedly walked away from the parking lot in a somewhat flustered manner. Chen Mo slumped onto the cold ground, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death's door, with his entire body chilled to the bone. Cold sweat soaked through his back. For a moment, he truly thought this might be the end. Leaning against the car door, he struggled to stand up. Every movement sent a searing pain tearing through his abdominal wound. Rooftop. Lin Yunqi let out a long exhale and lowered her finger from the dial button. Watching Xiaolan's near Pan Am flight off, she shook her head helplessly. The basic objective had been achieved. Judging by how Chen Mo was beaten, he was completely an ordinary person, even more fragile than average folks. In fact, although Xiaolan acted on impulse, she controlled her strength precisely, keeping it at the level of an average adult male. Yet Chen Mo actually passed out after just 2 punches, which truly exceeded her expectations. Superhumans? Tartarus? The likelihood is already extremely slim. But, can we really rule out the suspicion entirely? Lin Yunqi frowned. Perhaps he wasn't the mastermind, but an accomplice? Having been inadvertently saved by Tartarus, it's not impossible that she began idolizing him, even secretly aiding him. Just as these turbulent thoughts swirled through Lin Yunqi's mind, her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. A name flickered on the screen, Bald Eagle. Her heart skipped a beat as she swiftly answered the call. Uncle Gao, what's the matter? Gao Yuan's voice on the other end remained calm, yet Lin Yunqi could detect a faint undercurrent of excitement. The tech department has made a breakthrough. They successfully restored the surveillance footage from outside the institute's gate. Lin Yunqi perked up. Really? Good. Even if it's a bit blurry, it should be enough. I'm heading back to the station right now, Lin Yunqi said urgently. She hung up the phone and took one last look toward the parking lot. Chen Mo had already gotten into his car. Without further hesitation, she turned and vanished into the shadows of the rooftop. City Security Bureau, Technical Analysis Center. The lights blazed brightly, the atmosphere tense. Lin Yunqi hurried into the room, and Bald Eagle Gao Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet her. Xiao Shi, look. He pointed to a massive display screen. On the screen, a restored surveillance video was playing. The screen shook with static, but the content was barely discernible. Late at night, outside the gates of a luxurious villa, a black unlicensed car violently rammed through the closed metal gates. The door opened, and a figure clad in a black trench coat with a mask stepped out. It was Tartarus. Several bodyguard-clad men burst out of the villa. Tartarus' eyes emitted laser beams. At this point, the scene abruptly ended. See clearly now, that car. Gao Yuan pointed at the frozen frame on the screen. Lin Yunqi's gaze was firmly locked onto the black sedan that had rammed through the gate. It was a black BYD. Not Chen Mo's car. Lin Yunqi froze. Her mind buzzed chaotically. It wasn't Chen Mo, but someone else entirely. In an instant, her emotions became overwhelmingly complex. There was a sense of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Chen Mo's suspicion seemed completely cleared, yet at the same time, a deeper sense of frustration welled up inside her. The hard-won lead had snapped once again. Who truly is Tartarus? Everything seems to have returned to square one. Chapter 38, Returning to a Quiet Life. City Security Bureau, Technical Analysis Center. The air froze solid, thick with an intangible pressure. The screen froze on a black BYD. Lin Yunqi stared intently at the car, her expression gloomy. Not Chen Mo's car. The lead had dead-ended once again. What should she do next? Honestly, she wasn't sure. Still haven't gone home. Gao Yuan's voice came from behind her. And Gao. Lin Yunqi turned her head, looking somewhat weary. Gao Yuan nodded, then handed over a report. What's this? Lin Yunqi took it with one hand, lifting it to read for a moment. The detailed blood sample analysis report. Aside from a few samples damaged by high heat and rendered untestable, the rest show no abnormalities, all matched to Zhou Tianhao's deceased bodyguards. He paused there, then sighed. No traces belonging to Tartarus were found. Expected, yet frustrating. Lin Yunqi leaned against the cold metal workbench, feeling a wave of dizziness as she pressed her fingertips against her temples. Xiaoxi, don't be so hard on yourself. Gao Yuan patted her shoulder. 8 years, he's been hidden for 8 years. You can't expect to catch him so easily. I know. Lin Yunqi's voice sounded muffled. It's just, I can't help feeling resentful. Every time I thought I was getting closer to the truth, reality would always douse me with a bucket of cold water. Gao Yuan poured her a cup of warm water. Go back and get some rest. If the string is pulled too taut, it's likely to snap. Lin Yunqi took the cup. Rest? But she was in no mood for it. Besides, what could she even do if she went back? For some reason, Chen Mo's face suddenly surfaced in my mind, not his usual expression, but the look he wore after being beaten. I nearly forgot to test him. I deliberately let him take a beating from Shaolin. And until now, I still haven't gone to see how he's doing. A pang of guilt quietly crept into my heart. Thinking this, she set down the glass of water. I got it, Uncle Gao. I'll go back and rest now. Uncle Gao, I'm heading out for a bit. Lin Yunqi put down the water glass. All right, Gao Yuan nodded. West District, Old Warehouse Area. It was already late afternoon, nearing quitting time. Chen Mo sat on his rusty office chair, his abdomen still throbbing with pain. His face was a patchwork of blue and purple bruises, quite a pitiful sight. Su Dishing stood nearby berating him, saying he deserved the beating. At that moment, the roar of a sports car's engine sounded from outside, growing closer. Su Dishing's ears perked up, his eyes instantly lighting up. That sound, it's Chairman Lin. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Why is she here again? Su Dishing leapt to his feet and agilely rushed out the door. Soon, his fawning voice carried in from outside. Chairman Lin, what brings you here? Please, come in, come in. A moment later, Su Dishing bowed and scraped as he ushered Lin Yunqi inside. Lin Yunqi still maintained her aloof demeanor, yet she held an exquisite paper bag in her hand. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mo's face, and she gave a slight start. Chen Mo instinctively rose to his feet. Su Dishing eagerly fetched a relatively clean chair. Chairman Lin, please have a seat. He then turned and snapped at Chen Mo. What are you standing around for? Go pour Chairman Lin some water. Just as Chen Mo was about to rise, Lin Yunqi waved her hand. No need for the trouble. Her gaze settled again on Chen Mo's injury. She spoke halfway and then paused, falling silent for a moment before speaking again. I'm truly sorry about what happened yesterday. Chen Mo froze. Su Dishing also widened his eyes, glancing at Lin Yunqi and then back at Chen Mo. My best friend has a rather impulsive personality and doesn't know her own strength, Lin Yunqi continued to explain. I apologize on her behalf. As she spoke, she handed the paper bag to Chen Mo. Chen Mo was somewhat stunned. He looked at the bag, then at Lin Yunqi, momentarily forgetting to accept it. It was Su Dishing on the side who quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Chairman Lin, you really shouldn't have brought anything when visiting. While saying this, he took the bag from Chen Mo, all the while continuously winking at him. Only then did Chen Mo react, retrieving the bag from Su Dishing's hands. It felt unexpectedly heavy. Looking down, he saw an exquisitely packaged fruit basket inside. Then Su Dishing continued speaking. Oh no, I just remembered there's a batch of goods I haven't accounted for yet. Chairman Lin, Chen Mo, you chat, I've got to get to work. With that, he hastily bowed to Lin Yunqi several times before scurrying out of the warehouse. The vast space was suddenly left with just Chen Mo and Lin Yunqi, along with stacks of goods in the corners and the lingering scent of dust in the air. Neither spoke for a moment, and an awkward silence settled between them. Lin Yunqi coughed twice, then stood up. How about some fruit? She randomly struck up a conversation. Seeing Chen Mo nod, she pulled a bunch of grapes from the basket, washed them, and placed them on the table. Then she peeled one and handed it to Chen Mo. Once again, silence fell between them. Chen Mo felt overwhelming pressure. This was even more torturous than when he'd been under suspicion. If he didn't say something, he felt he might go mad. Then he looked at those grapes. Each one was unusually plump, with a deep hue, completely different from the ones he usually bought at the supermarket. After thinking for a long while, he finally said, "Director Lin, you really didn't have to go to such expense. These must have cost quite a bit, right?" Lin Yunqi gazed at him calmly and replied casually, "It's fine, just a little over 1,000 yuan. 1,000, she said just as Chen Mo was popping a grape into his mouth. Hearing that figure, he started so abruptly that the grape rolled straight down his throat. He thumped his chest repeatedly before finally managing to swallow it down. Then he asked in disbelief, This basket costs over 1,000? Lin Yunqi gave a slight shake of her head and pointed at the grapes on the table. "Not a basket, just this bunch." Chen Mo nearly spat out his drink, completely dumbfounded. He stared at the grapes in his hand, then at Lin Yunqi, his brain short-circuiting as if he'd heard some absurd fairy tale. A single bunch of grapes costing over 1,000 yuan? Lin Yunqi simply gazed at him calmly, seemingly not understanding his reaction. Then she stood up, smoothed her clothes, and said, "I have things to attend to and must leave now. You should get some proper rest." Chen Mo nodded blankly, staring dazedly as the other person turned and walked away, becoming increasingly distant until they disappeared from sight. Finally, he glanced at the bunch of grapes and then at the fruit basket again. 1,000 yuan grapes, wouldn't it be too wasteful to eat them? If only he could sell them instead. After more than 10 days of recuperation, the pain in Chen Mo's abdomen had mostly healed. There had been no further movement from Lin Yunqi's side either. Had he really managed to evade the situation? Could it be that the blood sample truly hadn't been traced back to him? Gradually, the tension in his nerves began to ease. Then, he turned his attention back to Zhou Tianhao's superpowered organ, that nauseating lump of belly flesh. How could it be utilized? After several days of pondering, a rough but feasible plan took shape in his mind. Afterwards, he created an additional inner layer inside the combat suit, then extracted the fat from the piece of flesh and injected it into the inner layer. Through vibration and pressure, he evenly distributed it. The entire process was somewhat disgusting, and he completed it while suppressing the urge to vomit. Finally, he sealed the inner layer, and it was done. Then came the final step, testing the effect. He found a discarded metal shelf, hung the modified combat suit on it, and adjusted its shape. He then stepped back a few paces, put on the Tartarus mask, and pressed the button on it. 2 beams of laser shot out, and upon touching the combat suit, the air around the armor rippled and distorted like water waves before swiftly calming down. The lasers dissipated, leaving the suit's surface completely unharmed, not even a single scorch mark. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy and fired several more bursts, adjusting the angle and distance each time. Each laser was silently absorbed by the fat insulation layer. Good, the defensive capabilities were indeed enhanced. Nodding in satisfaction, he carefully stored the suit and mask. In the evening, Chen Mo returned to his apartment. The moment he closed the door, he noticed an unfamiliar package lying on the floor, devoid of any sender information. Who sent this? Puzzled, he picked up the package and tore it open. Inside lay an old-style flip phone and a sleek, futuristic-looking earpiece communicator. Just as he picked up the phone, the screen abruptly lit up with no warning, accompanied by a shrill ringing tone. His heart skipped a beat, and instinctively, he pressed the answer button. "Hello?" His voice sounded dry and hoarse. A raspy male voice came through the phone, low and deliberate. "Mr. Tartarus." Chen Mo froze, his blood running cold. Gripping the phone tightly, he forced himself to respond calmly. "You've got the wrong number." "No, we didn't dial wrong. You are Tartarus." What surprises us is how utterly amateurish the legendary hero killer operates, forcing us to clean up your mess in the end. "You people?" He swallowed hard, asking with a slight tremor in his voice, "Who the hell are you?" The voice on the phone paused briefly before responding in a lowered tone. "We are the Shadow League." Chapter 39, The Training Invitation. The Shadow League. This name was like cold embers suddenly reignited by the voice on the other end of the line. Chen Mo remembered this name. Back when he'd looked into Zhou Tianhao's records, his greatest achievement had been single-handedly destroying their headquarters. After all these years, they still exist. He instinctively swallowed hard, his fingers tightening slightly around the phone. "Hi, have heard of you." The hoarse male voice on the other end chuckled lightly, seeming rather pleased with himself. "It is our honor to be noticed by Mr. Tartarus. Zhou Tianhao was our enemy, and we've been monitoring him for a long time, waiting for the right opportunity. We just never expected you would beat us to it. He's already dead, so your grudge is settled. Why come to me?" Chen Mo replied, trying to keep his tone calm. "He is indeed dead. But this is far from over," the voice on the phone continued. "The darkness lurking behind this goes beyond your imagination. We need your help, Mr. Tartarus." "My help?" Chen Mo felt a twinge of unease. That's right, the hoarse voice affirmed, and this is what you owe us. If we hadn't cleaned up after you, do you really think you'd be safely answering this call right now? Chen Mo was momentarily speechless. In truth, he knew exactly how reckless he'd been that time. He'd even mentally prepared for his identity to be exposed. The other party didn't seem in any hurry for a reply, abruptly changing the subject. However, it's too early to discuss this now. What you need to do is recover from your injuries. When the time comes, we'll naturally tell you what needs to be done. With that, before Chen Mo could ask any more questions, the call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone echoed in his ears, sounding especially harsh. Chen Mo slowly lowered his phone, feeling as if all his strength had been drained from his body, and collapsed onto the sofa. The old flip phone and that sleek earphone lay quietly on the coffee table, like two ticking time bombs. I thought that by eliminating Zhou Tianhao, everything would return to normal, allowing me to continue my ordinary, uneventful life. Little did I know, an even greater whirlpool had silently pulled me in. The Shadow League. They now know my true identity inside out, yet I know nothing about them. The enemy lurks in darkness, while I stand exposed in the light. There was no escaping now. This thought surfaced clearly in my mind. But they were right about one thing, I truly was too green at this. Ever since losing my memory, not a single victory had come without sheer luck. Killing Zhao Xiang was the same, and taking down Li Tianyao and Zhou Tianhao followed the same pattern. If it weren't for their overwhelming arrogance, how could I have possibly emerged victorious? But this kind of good fortune couldn't last forever. To survive, I had to become stronger. True strength comes from within, not just relying on this equipment. Physical fitness, combat skills, tactical awareness, these were his most glaring deficiencies right now. Especially combat ability, this was the top priority for improvement. No more flailing around on instinct whenever danger struck. With this in mind, he pulled out his phone and began searching for terms like combat training and boxing gym. Soon, he found a boxing gym not too far from his apartment. According to the introduction, it seemed quite professional. More importantly, they offered free trial classes. Chen Mo bookmarked it, planning to check it out that weekend. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Early Saturday morning, a sharp ringtone jolted Chen Mo from his shallow sleep. A completely unfamiliar number. Who would call him this early in the morning? He picked up the phone with puzzled hesitation. Hello? Chen Mo? A clear, slightly haughty female voice called out. Chen Mo froze, that voice sounded somewhat familiar. I'm Xiaolan. The other party announced her name. Xiaolan? The Storm Maiden? What did she want with him now? Did she want to beat him up again? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Mo's mind in an instant. Miss Xiao, what can I do for you? He tried his best to keep his voice steady. Come meet me. I've sent you the address. Xiaolan's tone brooked no argument. Right now? Yes, now. You've got half an hour. With that, the other party hung up directly, leaving Chen Mo holding his phone with a dazed expression. A moment later, a text message arrived on his phone with the address of a cafe. Though full of doubts, this person was after all Lin Yunqi's friend and also a superhero. No matter what, his surface identity remained just an ordinary person. Thinking this, Chen Mo quickly washed up, changed clothes, and rushed to the meeting place. The cafe had an elegant ambience with few customers. He spotted Xiaolan by the window at a glance. Her waist-length, silver-gray hair cascaded loosely, with a few strands framing her cheeks. She wore a simple black tank top and snug leggings, accentuating her athletic and powerful physique. Her piercing gray eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were fixed intently on him. Chen Mo sat down opposite her and asked calmly, Miss Xiao, what can I do for you? Well, last time, let's just say I was in the wrong. My apologies. Xiaolan got straight to the point, yet her tone carried little genuine remorse. It felt more like she was going through some obligatory routine. Chen Mo responded with a polite wave of his hand. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Exactly, it's just a misunderstanding. Xiaolan immediately shouted. Chen Mo was speechless. This woman really knew how to push her luck. Then she shouted again at the top of her voice. You're partly to blame too. Ha! Chen Mo's face was full of question marks when he heard Xiaolan continue. Despite being so weak, powerless, and utterly ordinary looking, the kind that disappears instantly in a crowd. Well, about that. It just had to be Yunqi's boyfriend, she exclaimed. Wait, hadn't Lin Yunqi explained things clearly to her yet? Chen Mo scratched his head helplessly and said, Miss Xiao, actually this matter. But, Xiaolan suddenly interjected, cutting Chen Mo off mid-sentence. Since Yunqi chose you, I have no choice but to accept it. Though the current you absolutely doesn't deserve her. Chen Mo remained silent with. She had already stood up by now, holding her head high as she gazed at the sky, almost lifting a foot to step on the table. Yunqi Jie is a superhero standing at the very top. Her partner, even if they can't possess superpowers, must never be some frail and useless weakling. After finishing, she lightly cleared her throat and lowered her gaze to Chen Mo, her eyes turning sharp as if crackling with electricity. So, I've decided to personally train you. Ha? Chen Mo was utterly dumbfounded, questioning whether he'd misheard. What was she saying? She wanted to train him? Xiaolan scanned Chen Mo from head to toe as if evaluating his physical condition, then coughed twice before speaking. Of course, giving you superpowers is already impossible. She paused again. But at the very least, you should have an enviable physique. Fluid muscle definition. Physical abilities far beyond normal humans. And top-tier combat skills. Suddenly, she leaned forward until her face was inches from Chen Mo's, her eyes burning with fanaticism. They were so close he could feel her breath against his skin. Yes, I'm going to forge you into the strongest ordinary human alive, she declared with unshakable conviction. Chen Mo looked at her, his thoughts racing wildly. This sudden training invitation, wasn't this exactly what he'd been hoping for? Though her attitude rubbed him the wrong way, receiving combat guidance from an actual superhero was infinitely better than stumbling around martial arts dojos alone. He raised his head to meet Xiaolan's piercing gaze. I agree. I knew you'd object. Wait, what? What did you just say? Xiaolan froze for a moment, doubting his own hearing. Chen Mo repeated it again, his voice not loud but crystal clear. I said, I agree. Xiaolan stared blankly for a beat before excitement sparked in his eyes. Good. She slammed the table sharply. That's the attitude I want. Now, get ready for some hellish training. Chapter 40, Official Training. On a quiet Sunday morning, the ringtone of a phone shattered the silence, yanking Chen Mo from his slumber. Groping for the phone on his bedside table, he answered it, only to be met with Xiaolan's piercing voice on the other end. Awake? Come over if you are. Ha? Didn't we agree yesterday? I'm going to train you. Address sent. Hurry up, don't keep me waiting. Before Chen Mo could respond, the call had already ended. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the location shared on WeChat. So soon? They'd only just discussed it yesterday, and here they were kicking things off today? No, he corrected himself, this was exactly how it should be. Their efficiency far outstripped his own. With that thought, he got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and headed out. Driving his car, he followed the navigation to an abandoned port warehouse, parked, and pushed open the heavy gate. With a creaking sound, a cloud of dust rushed straight into his face, making him cough uncontrollably. Raising his head, his gaze swept across the surroundings, and he froze momentarily. The expected scene of dilapidation didn't appear. Instead, the interior of the warehouse had been completely transformed into a rugged yet professional training ground. Bench presses, squat racks, and various unnamable metal equipment stood ominously in the corners, while thick cushioning mats covered the floor. A beam of sunlight streamed down from the ceiling, perfectly illuminating a cleared space at the center of the warehouse. Xiaolan stood there, having waited for him for quite some time. She wore the same black tank top and leggings as the day before, her silver-gray hair casually tied back. Hurry up, time waits for no one, she said coldly. Chen Mo said nothing, merely quickening his pace to stand before her, catching his breath as he prepared for the impending training. The rules are simple. Xiaolan raised a finger. You do exactly what I say. No questions, no slacking, no giving up. Understood? Understood, Chen Mo replied. Good, she said, circling around Chen Mo while giving him another once-over from head to toe before continuing. To be honest, your foundation is the worst I've ever seen. Your muscles are weak, your core strength is lacking, and your coordination, practically non-existent. To be honest, being criticized like this by someone so much younger than him didn't sit well with Chen Mo at all, even if he had to admit that every word she said was true. Alright then, let's start with the basics. Run laps around this area. Don't stop until I say so. She pointed to the painted running track along the outermost perimeter of the warehouse. Without hesitation, Chen Mo immediately began jogging down the track. Xiaolan remained standing still, her gaze following Chen Mo's figure as she kept shouting. Faster, even faster. 1 lap, 2 laps. Chen Mo felt his lungs wheezing like a bellows, his legs as heavy as if filled with lead. Sweat soaked through his clothes, trickling down his temples and dripping into his eyes, bringing a sharp sting. He clenched his teeth and pushed on, but his feet no longer obeyed, and a dull pressure tightened in his chest. Why are you slowing down? Didn't you eat? Xiaolan's icy voice lashed like a whip across Chen Mo's frayed nerves. Chen Mo abruptly sped up, staggering slightly and nearly tripping. He steadied himself and kept moving. His vision blurred slightly, the warehouse's outline trembling at the edges. After running countless laps until Chen Mo felt on the verge of collapse, Xiaolan's voice finally sounded again. Stop. Chen Mo braced his hands on his knees, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down like a creek. His throat was parched, burning as if about to smoke. Come here, Xiaolan's command brooked no argument. Chen Mo dragged his heavy footsteps forward until he stood before her. Xiaolan sized him up with an utterly indifferent gaze. Physical fitness is the very foundation. If this is your limit, you're not even worthy of tying Yunqi's shoelaces. Her words remained as blunt as ever. She then pointed to a slightly rusted barbell rack nearby. Next is strength training. Standard bench press, 100 reps. What? Oh, 100? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. I said, Do what I tell you to do, no questions asked. This. Chen Mo helplessly stared at the barbell, estimating its weight. By the looks of it, forget doing 100 reps, he'd be lucky to finish 10. Yet under Xiaolan's piercing gaze, he seemed to have no choice left. With a resigned sigh, he lay back on the cold weight bench, gripping the barbell tightly with both hands as he prepared to exert himself. With a grunt, the barbell was barely lifted, arms trembling slightly as it descended. 2 punches in, his breathing grew ragged, the muscles in his chest aching with strain. 3 strikes later, sweat blurred his vision as he gritted his teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my arms felt like they were filled with lead, every single push demanding every ounce of my strength. 8, 9. The barbell let out a dull thud as it returned to the rack. Chen Mo felt like his arms had lost all sensation. Continue, Xiaolan's voice was flat, as if commanding a machine. Chen Mo tried to exert force again, but his arms refused to obey. The barbell didn't budge an inch. I can't do anymore, he panted, his voice hoarse. Xiaolan shook her head, a flash of disappointment or perhaps the expected disdain flickering in her eyes. Get up, she commanded. Chen Mo struggled to sit up from the weight bench, thinking he might finally catch his breath. However, the moment he steadied himself, Xiaolan suddenly kicked hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. He coughed a few times, bracing against the ground as he tried to get up. Just as he had halfway risen, Xiaolan's fist mercilessly struck his abdomen. His stomach churned violently, and Chen Mo crumpled to the ground again, his vision darkening. Get up! The icy voice came once more. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to stagger back to his feet. Why won't you fight back? Xiaolan crossed her arms, looking at him with clear dissatisfaction. Fight back? How could he fight back? Without his equipment now, relying solely on his meager combat skills, hitting his opponent would be a question in itself. Can I even defeat you? Chen Mo's voice carried a suppressed hint of fury. That's no excuse. Xiaolan's tone suddenly turned stern. If I were going to kill you, would you just wait to die because you can't win? What matters isn't whether you can win, but whether you dare to fight back. Chen Mo was stunned. He had never seen this expression on Xiaolan's face before, or that intense seriousness. It was as if she had become a different person. Perhaps this was the true Xiaolan, the Storm Daughter. A long-suppressed ferocity surged violently from the depths of his heart, scattering his exhaustion and pain. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze no longer timid and submissive, but flashing with a glint of icy killing intent. Almost instinctively, he leaned forward and threw a straight punch aimed straight at Xiaolan's face. Xiaolan simply tilted her body slightly, effortlessly dodging the fist. At the same time, she twisted her wrist with precision, gripping Chen Mo's arm and pulling it forward with momentum. Chen Mo felt a deft force transmit through him, losing his balance as he staggered forward. Xiaolan gave him no chance to adjust, transforming her other hand into a blade and striking the back of his neck. The force was perfectly controlled enough to cause excruciating pain but not enough to knock him out. Too many unnecessary movements, full of openings, Xiaolan shouted. Chen Mo endured the sharp pain, rolled to his feet, and lunged again with a clumsy yet desperate ferocity. Xiaolan toyed with him, sometimes blocking, sometimes dodging, then seizing every opening to drive him back step by step. Straight punches need to be fast, and hooks come from the waist. Her movements were fluid yet lethal, each strike accompanied by instruction. Chen Mo winced from the blows until suddenly he mustered strength in his legs and launched a flying kick, one of the few moves he'd mastered through actual combat. Yet she effortlessly blocked it before sweeping him to the ground with a whip-like leg strike. Lower stance unstable, center of gravity too high. Xiaolan's voice rang out again. It all comes down to imperfect form. You must maintain constant awareness to develop proper muscle memory. Another thing, your reactions are far too slow. The elbow strike landed on his chest with a dull thud. Chen Mo kept getting knocked down but rose again each time, the ferocity in his eyes growing more intense. The warehouse echoed with the sounds of colliding limbs and labored breathing. Sweat mingled with dust, streaking his body with grimy trails. Time blurred. Only when the last vestiges of daylight vanished and darkness swallowed the warehouse did Xiaolan finally relent. Chen Mo collapsed to the ground, every muscle screaming, gulping air as if starved, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Seems your stamina's slightly better than I thought, Xiaolan remarked, wiping a faint sheen of sweat from her temple, amusement seeping into her tone. You just wanted an excuse to hit me, didn't you? Chen Mo replied weakly, his voice hoarse. Xiaolan walked up to him and smiled faintly. Since you can't persist with regular training, there's no choice but to use this method. This kind of live combat not only improves your stamina but also trains your ability to take hits while honing fighting techniques. She paused briefly before adding, more importantly, it's much more fun than pure strength training. You think this is fun, but I'm the one taking all the hits. Chen Mo panted heavily as he stood up. Xiaolan stood with her arms crossed in the shadows, a hint of smugness on her face. Consider this payback for wronging Yunxi. If you don't like it, try hitting me back. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Chen Mo's disheveled state, then added, that's it for today, we'll continue tomorrow night. Another session tomorrow night? Chen Mo's voice involuntarily rose. Xiao Lan seemed amused by his reaction, the corners of her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. Then let's make it the day after, she said casually, waving her hand dismissively before suddenly leaning in closer to Chen Mo. Her gaze sharpened instantly. But remember this, you must practice on your own regularly. Don't even think about slacking off. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Chapter 41 The Appointment of the Shadow League. During these days, Chen Mo spent his mornings practicing strength training alone in the warehouse, while at night he received guidance from Xiao Lan. All things considered, Xiao Lan had gone easy on him, shifting the nightly training sessions from their original daily schedule to an alternating day frequency. After enduring this grueling routine, he sensed his body gradually adapting to the intensity. His general energy levels had noticeably improved, his posture straightened naturally when walking, with his spine erect and shoulders squared. Even strolling down the streets now carried an undercurrent of newfound confidence that didn't stem from Tartarus, but from Chen Mo himself, as an ordinary man. That evening, after another exhausting training session, he dragged his weary body back to his apartment. Fresh from a soothing shower, just as he was about to unwind, the clamshell phone on the table suddenly blared to life. Its shrill ringtone shattered the silence of the room. Chen Mo's heart gave a sudden jolt as his eyes locked onto the phone. It was the Shadow Alliance. After nearly a week, they'd finally called him back. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello. His voice came out raspy. Mr. Tartarus. The familiar male voice came through the phone again, grating like sandpaper on metal, carrying an icy texture. I presume your injuries have healed by now. It's time to fulfill your promise. Now, turn on your computer. Chen Mo walked to the computer desk and obediently powered it on. The screen lit up, its faint glow reflecting on his face. Target materials have been sent, the hoarse voice continued. An encrypted file popped up on the desktop. After decompression, a personal dossier unfolded before his eyes. He clicked open one of the pages, and the first thing that caught his eye was a close-up portrait photo. The man in the photo appeared to be around 40 years old, with a lean face, triangular eyes, and an air of sinister malice. The adjacent page contained information such as his address and daily routines. His name is Lu Shiming, codename Lizard, a Tier 2 superhuman, the hoarse voice on the phone said. We need you to take him out. Another superhuman, but of course, that was to be expected. What powers does he have? Chen Mo asked calmly. Unfortunately, even we don't know that, replied the voice on the phone. You don't know? Chen Mo found this answer somewhat unbelievable. Because he's not a registered hero with the association, nor does he seek the spotlight, the voice explained. He belongs to his own family and company, yet holds no key position in either. Indeed, if they are officially registered heroes with the association, their information is usually publicly available. Beyond maintaining public security, these individuals often serve as celebrities, publishing books, holding concerts, starring in movies, and selling merchandise like figurines. But not all superhumans in this world join, or even qualify to join, the association. Chen Mo's brows furrowed slightly before he tapped his phone. One thing I need to make clear, I don't kill innocent people. The other end chuckled softly before replying. Don't worry about that. Every target we want you to handle is dirty. The speaker paused here, as if carefully choosing his words, then added, Ever heard of the Red Room? Chen Mo searched his limited memories but finally shook his head blankly. Nothing. This is an underground club that has been rooted in this city for many years, dealing in black market business. The man's voice grew even colder. It mainly provides murder performances for wealthy clients with particular tastes. They also harvest organs from the deceased to sell on the black market. Its members even share their killing videos with each other for entertainment. Such a thing exists? The words on the other end sent an involuntary wave of nausea churning through Chen Mo's stomach. Zhou Tianhao was one of the club's members, the hoarse voice continued explaining. We've been monitoring him not just for revenge, but also to follow the trail and locate their secret gathering place. It's just a shame. So, I messed up your operation? Chen Mo asked. No, this is our own issue, and killing Zhou Tianhao is necessary, the other party replied. So, Chen Mo's voice grew heavy. This Lu Shiming, the lizard, is also a member of the Red Room? Correct, came the affirmative response. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the desk. But why should I believe what you're saying? Indeed, strictly speaking, everything was just his side of the story. It was entirely possible that I was being used as a pawn. The other side hesitated for a moment, then replied again. Your hesitation makes sense. But remember those bodies in Zhou Tianhao's basement? They weren't just murdered, they were mutilated with all organs removed. That's the Red Room's hallmark, squeezing every last drop of value from the dead. Zhou didn't kill merely to satisfy his perversions, he was primarily profiting through the club's channels. A chilling cold crept up Chen Mo's spine. The greasy, bloated face of Zhou Tianhao surfaced in his mind once more. The person across from him spoke with such conviction, yet it still proved nothing. This proves nothing. Indeed, but Mr. Tartarus, I don't believe you have many options here. The other party chuckled. Chen Mo felt a wave of nausea. True enough, as his opponent had pointed out, his identity had been exposed, leaving him completely cornered. However, the other party suddenly changed their tone and said, "But to be honest, we would much rather cooperate with you than force you. You can verify it yourself. Get close to Lu Shiming, go to his home, and see what kind of person he really is. If I'm not mistaken, there should also be a secret room in his house, similar to Zhou Tianhao's. When the time comes, whether to kill him or not will be entirely your decision." The caller seemed very patient, waiting for Chen Mo's response. Chen Mo stared at the screen at the photo of Lu Shiming, the lizard, whose cold, triangular eyes seemed to pierce through the screen and lock onto him. The Shadow Alliance didn't seem to be lying. If this man truly was a demon who took pleasure in torture and sold organs, then there really was nothing left to hesitate about. Okay. In the end, Chen Mo uttered just one word. Regardless of the other party's motives, if this red room truly existed, if everything the voice on the phone said was true, then this Lu Shiming deserved to die. Even without the Shadow Alliance, he would end the man himself. Very well. The hoarse voice seemed to carry a hint of satisfaction. Once you're ready, we'll do everything in our power to assist you in completing the mission. The call ended, replaced by a dial tone. Chen Mo closed his phone, and the room fell into dead silence once more. Only the glow of the computer screen reflected the unpredictable emotions flickering across his face: pain, rage, murderous intent, all churning together in a turbulent mix. He clicked open Lu Shiming's profile again, studying every line meticulously. Address, habits, vehicle information. Each word weighed on his heart like a block of ice. Chapter 42. Entering the lizard's lair. Clad in combat armor and a trench coat, Chen Mo sat in the car, feeling the weight of his equipment. A hoarse voice came through his earpiece. Calm. Ready, Mr. Tartarus? MHM. Chen Mo responded, regulating his breath. Very well. We'll disable nearby surveillance to ensure your mission proceeds smoothly. Chen Mo replied in a low voice. You'd better be telling the truth about him being a scoundrel. A soft chuckle came through the comms. You'll see it with your own eyes. The night was as dark as ink. Chen Mo took a deep breath, opened the car door, and walked toward a standalone villa not far away. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only a few scattered nightlights glowing in the villa's courtyard. There's a breach in the security net on the left wall. You can climb over there directly, a hoarse voice instructed. Following the directions, Chen Mo located the gap and, with the explosive force of his mechanical legs, effortlessly scaled the wall. His landing made no sound as he crouched low, surveying the courtyard. After confirming no one was around, he approached the door. Iris and fingerprint lock, connected to the network. Give me 3 seconds. The voice from the communicator spoke again. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the electronic lock emitted a faint beep and clicked open. He slipped inside, greeted by a mingled scent of aromatic oils and disinfectant. All indoor surveillance feeds have been looped into our system with pre-recorded footage. Still, given your prior performance, we advise exercising caution. Mind you don't leave too many traces. Understood. Chen Mo furrowed his brows slightly but offered no further comment. He moved through the extravagant, empty living room where polished marble floors gleamed like mirrors. Every piece of furniture was exquisitely expensive, reflecting the owner's affluent lifestyle. We suggest you check out the study on the second floor first, the communicator repeated. Chen Mo acknowledged with a grunt and went straight upstairs. The door to the second floor study was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and was immediately hit by a strong fragrance. Perfume? Why would there be such an overpowering scent of perfume in a study? He began searching drawers, gaps between bookshelves, walls, inspecting each location meticulously. Minute by minute passed, yet beyond some business documents, nothing was found. Don't rush, check beneath the desk. The voice from the communicator spoke again. Hearing the instruction, he frowned once more before reaching underneath the desk. His fingers brushed against a tiny protrusion. Pressing lightly yielded no response. He furrowed his brow and tried twisting it instead. Click. A soft sound. A wooden panel on the side of the desk slid open silently, revealing a narrow hidden compartment. Inside was only a single folded slip of paper. Chen Mo picked up the slip of paper and unfolded it. The heading read Red Room Brother Theater Weekly Program Schedule. Below were listed strange names: Amber Night, every Monday; Heaven Sent Delicacies, every Tuesday; Greenhouse Diagnosis, every Wednesday. What is this? Chen Mo wondered. The schedule was exquisitely designed, printed on high-quality paper. This is the evidence, came the firm reply through the communicator. It's just an ordinary program schedule, he retorted. But have you heard of the opera name mentioned earlier? The other person said. No, never did, but that doesn't prove anything. He remained skeptical. Keep looking. Bookshelf, 3rd row, 7th book from the left, Atlas of Anatomy. Chen Mo found the book. Its surface felt icy to the touch. Pull it halfway out. Following the instructions, the bookshelf beside him emitted a faint mechanical click and silently slid aside. A gloomy entrance was revealed. A pungent smell of formaldehyde mixed with the metallic tang of blood rushed out instantly. Chenmo's stomach churned as he forcefully suppressed his nausea and switched on his helmet's headlamp. The beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the interior of the secret chamber. He gasped sharply, his pupils contracting suddenly. The chamber wasn't large, but its walls were lined with massive glass containers. The tank was submerged in a murky, pale yellow liquid. Suspended in the liquid were the naked corpses of young men. Their faces were twisted in agony, their bodies covered with horrifying wounds. Some had missing limbs, their internal organs brutally hollowed out. The chilling scene left Chun-Mo utterly dumbfounded. The voice of the Shadow Alliance crackled through the communicator once more. Now do you believe? You'd investigated everything long ago, yet chose to play riddles with me. I just wanted you to experience it firsthand. Moreover, while we can uncover these little secrets, the final step can only be completed by you. Of course, we'll need to keep him alive for now until we get the Red Room's location. The voice from the communicator was icy, about to say more when it suddenly hissed, "Wait, he's back." At the same moment, Chen-Mo heard the sound of a car engine shutting off downstairs, followed by the creak of a door opening. "Hurry, close the secret room and find a hiding place." The voice from the communicator was urgent. Chen-Mo swiftly slid the book back into place, and the bookshelf silently sealed shut. The smell of formaldehyde still lingered in the air. He glanced around the study and quickly concealed himself in the shadows of the corner. Footsteps approached steadily, firm and unhurried. Leather shoes tapped rhythmically against the wooden stairs. Footsteps halted outside the study door. Chen-Mo held his breath, his heart pounding wildly. The doorknob turned, and in walked a refined man dressed in an elegant suit with gold-rimmed glasses. It was none other than the lizard Lu Shiming. He habitually adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the study. Suddenly, his nose twitched slightly, and his brows furrowed. He let out a puzzled murmur, sniffing the air with heightened sensitivity. The strongest scent in the air was still that perfume, yet simultaneously, there was a faint chemical odor, one that had always been present but seemed unusually potent today. Lu Shiming's eyes instantly turned sharp. He didn't turn on the lights immediately, but slowly moved towards the desk instead, keeping his hands raised defensively. Chen-Mo could sense the other person approaching. Just as the man was about to pass by him, he suddenly leaped out from the shadows, his mechanical leg unleashing astonishing power. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, a whip-like kick slicing through the air toward Lu Shiming's flank. Bang! Unexpectedly, Lu Shiming reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body at an impossible angle to narrowly avoid the strike. Chen-Mo's leg strike grazed past the hem of his clothes and smashed viciously into the wall behind him. The wall shattered, sending countless bricks flying through the air. "Who are you?" Lu Shiming was shocked, completely losing his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Yet his reflexes were commendable. Instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing a fierce uppercut towards Chen-Mo. The speed was extraordinary, beyond that of a normal person. Thud! A dull impact sounded. The fist struck the abdomen armor, sending ripples through the air. Lu Shiming felt as if his punch had landed on cotton. Glancing at Chen-Mo, he saw the man hadn't budged an inch. What? A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen-Mo drove his knee upward. Lu Shiming once again displayed agility belying his appearance, retreating swiftly to evade the knee strike while simultaneously shoving the nearby desk toward Chen-Mo. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Chen-Mo lifted a leg and kicked the desk into splinters. Then he launched another assault toward Lu Shiming. The sound of successive impacts echoed through the study. The desk was shoved out of position, sending documents scattering across the floor. Chen-Mo's mechanical leg activated again, moving so fast it left afterimages. A relentless flurry of flying kicks, torrential as a storm, enveloped Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming could only dodge in panic as bookshelves, desk lamps, and ornaments were kicked into splinters. Wooden shards and glass fragments flew everywhere. This guy's reflexes seemed faster than anyone he'd encountered before. Meanwhile, Chen-Mo noticed another detail. Throughout the entire fight, his opponent had only been using ordinary punches and kicks, never revealing his superpower. This made Chen-Mo somewhat uneasy. What was this guy's ability anyway? His codename was Lizard. What kind of power would be associated with a lizard? Chen-Mo pondered this even as he intensified his attacks without missing a beat. Whatever the case, finishing this quickly was the safest approach. At this thought, he abruptly halted his kicks. Just as Lu Shiming was puzzled, a flash of red light gleamed from the eye sockets of the skull mask. Two scorching lasers suddenly shot out, aimed straight at Lu Shiming's shoulders. His pupils constricted sharply as he executed a clumsy donkey roll, barely dodging the attack in a panic. The lasers grazed his scalp, leaving two charred holes in the wall behind him. Dust and smoke filled the air. Lu Shiming climbed up from the ground, his suit covered in dust, the top of his head burned bald. 2 abilities, no, 3 abilities. He stared at Chen-Mo with a trace of panic. Are you Tartarus? Chen-Mo didn't answer. He advanced step by step, his metal combat boots crunching on the shattered floor. Judging from their earlier clash, the outcome seemed already decided. He possessed close-quarters combat skills, long-range attacks, and absolute defense. Even though Lu Shiming was a second-level superhuman, he now appeared completely outmatched. Chapter 43, The Fatal Blow. The battle continues. Chen Mo's assault was like a sudden squall, every kick slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Lu Shiming resembled a tiny boat tossed in stormy waves, barely managing to parry each strike with increasing disarray. Splintered wood, shattered glass, and scattered documents littered the floor while dust and the increasingly pungent chemical odor saturated the air. Lu Shiming's every dodge was perilously close, nearly getting hit several times, his suit jacket now in tatters. Yet deep in his eyes, there was a flicker of icy composure that escaped notice. Chen Mo's attacks grew increasingly fierce until another brutal kick landed squarely on Lu Shiming's chest. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground, howling in pain. Chen Mo retracted his leg, gazing at him impassively. "That's enough, you can't beat me." Lu Shiming crawled a few steps on the ground before raising his head and replying indignantly. "So what? Should I just sit back and wait for death? Answer a few questions for me, and I might spare your life," Chen Mo continued. Of course, this was a lie. Ever since seeing the corpses in the secret room, he'd never intended to let Lu Shiming live. "Problem?" A flicker of vigilance crossed Lu Shiming's eyes. "What problem?" "The Red Room," Chen Mo spat out the name. "Where is it?" "Ha!" Lu Shiming let out a brief, peculiar laugh. "That's your question? I can tell you." He paused, greedily sucking in air as if gathering strength. "But how can you guarantee that after I talk, you'll keep your promise and let me go? What do you want?" Impatience crept into Chen Mo's voice. Lu Shiming stared at him, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. After a moment of consideration, he said, "Pinky promise." "What?" Chen Mo was taken aback, briefly wondering if he'd misheard. "Pinky swear." Lu Shiming's voice suddenly rose sharply, carrying an almost manic stubbornness. "Are you a child? Pinky swear. Otherwise I'll take it to my grave." Lu Shiming stubbornly repeated, stubbornly sticking out the little finger of his left hand. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, crouched down, and also extended a finger. Their little fingers intertwined. "Pinky promise, sealed for 100 years, never to change." Lu Shiming chanted this childish vow, yet his voice carried an ominous chill. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly shot toward Chen Mo's neck, his nails rapidly elongating into razor-sharp beast-like claws. They precisely grazed the side of his neck. And that spot happened to be where the mask and armor connected, a minuscule gap just wide enough to expose a sliver of skin. Chen Mo felt only a sharp sting on his neck. In horror, he instinctively leaped back, then kicked out at Lu Shiming. The kick landed squarely once more, sending Lu Shiming flying backward. He crashed into a massive bookshelf, shattering it on impact, wooden frame splintering, books scattering across the ground in a chaotic heap. Chen Mo withdrew his leg, barely stabilizing himself when an abrupt numbness erupted from the puncture on his neck, spreading rapidly. The sensation surged at lightning speed, instantly overwhelming his nerves. His legs buckled without warning. Thud, he collapsed to his knees. His arms, torso, every muscle fiber grew unnaturally leaden. What is happening? Chen Mo's heart was engulfed in raging waves of shock. He struggled to stand, but his body felt unbearably heavy, as if it no longer belonged to him. Amidst the swirling dust, Lu Shiming staggered to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his face wore a sickly excitement. His fingernails had completely transformed into bestial talons, glinting with an eerie emerald sheen. "Ha, ah ha ha ha." Lu Shiming let out a hoarse, manic laughter. "You took the bait, fool." He staggered forward step by step, yet carried himself with the bearing of a victor. "How does my poison taste?" Lu Shiming extended his tongue to lick the blood at his lips. The tongue was unnaturally long and thin, forked like a lizard's. "The toxin may not be lethal, but it will paralyze your entire body. Even the mightiest superhuman can't resist it." His eyes flashed with cruel delight. "Though I confess, I didn't expect the paralysis to work this fast. I thought I'd have to endure a few more punches before." The numbness grew heavier, nearly overwhelming Chen Mo's control over his own body. He slumped to the ground, his back against the cold wall, breathing heavily. "Tartarus, what's wrong with you? Get up, now." An anxious voice screamed through the communicator. He wanted to reply but found he could no longer open his mouth. His vision grew blurry, he could barely make out Lu Shiming's figure approaching, bending down before him as if mocking him. "No, I can't fall now." Gritting his teeth, he mustered the last of his strength to raise his right arm. Inch by inch, he reached for his mask. Lu Shiming crossed his arms, watching his final struggles with great interest, his twisted smile brimming with cruel delight. "Save your strength." His voice was drawn out, hoarse and grating. "My toxin has already infiltrated your central nervous system. Soon you won't even be able to move a finger, let alone use your abilities." Chen Mo ignored him entirely, his vision narrowing to that singular target, the switch near the right temple of the skull mask that activated the ocular lasers. With trembling effort, his index finger finally made contact with that patch of cold metal. Summoning the last vestiges of will and strength, he pressed down with all his might. A faint click sounded, followed by the sudden eruption of two scorching laser beams. Put! The laser precisely pierced through Lu Shiming's chest, leaving two charred holes behind. The intense heat instantly scorched his internal organs and clothing, filling the air with the revolting stench of burnt protein. Truth be told, given Lu Shiming's abilities, dodging these two laser beams shouldn't have been particularly difficult. Yet he never anticipated Chun Mo could still attack and made no preparations whatsoever. By the time he realized, it was already too late. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, then stared incredulously at Chun Mo. How is possible? His lips trembled, his face filled with confusion and shock. He simply couldn't comprehend how the other man could still use his supernatural abilities while paralyzed. But sadly, he would never get his answer. Lu Shiming swayed a few times before finally collapsing, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Watching his opponent fall, Chen Mo couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief while silently complaining in his heart. Sorry, but I'm not a superhuman. Then complete numbness overwhelmed him, and the world seemed to plunge into darkness. How long had passed? An hour? Perhaps longer. A slight prickling sensation spread through his fingertips, like countless tiny ants crawling across his skin. Chen Mo's consciousness gradually returned. The numbness was slowly fading, and control of his body was steadily returning. Tartarus, are you alright? Thank goodness, you're alive. A nearly hoarse shout came through the communicator. The person on the other end had clearly lost their mind from panic. Chen Mo tried moving his throat, managing only a weak whisper. I'm fine. This guy's superpower is neurotoxin. But if the power was poisoning, why call it lizard? Viper would have been more fitting, at least then he might have been somewhat prepared. He silently grumbled to himself again. The person on the other end of the communication let out a long sigh. This guy must be a transformation-type superhuman. We failed to identify his abilities, that's our mistake. Don't blame yourselves. Chen Mo slowly propped himself up, leaning against the wall to sit upright as he surveyed the surroundings. The study had been completely reduced to rubble. Amid the fragments, he caught sight of that Red Room Opera House program again. Sorry, I couldn't get any leads about the Red Room. It's unavoidable, and you've done your best, Mr. Tartarus, the voice from the communicator said. He let out a bitter laugh without replying, shifting his gaze to Lu Shiming's corpse. The corpse's fingernails remained transformed into glowing green claws. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of the subject's superhuman organ. Thinking this, Chen Mo reactivated the laser in his eye to begin cutting through the claw. Chapter 44, A New Target. At Mai Dongqing's home, Chen Mo lay on the sofa as the cool stethoscope pressed against his chest, bringing a slight chill. Xiaomai listened attentively, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing again. She was currently giving Chen Mo a physical examination. Beside them lay an array of medical instruments, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and more scattered across the table. After completing all the tests, she finally let out a relieved sigh, her tone noticeably lighter now. His pulse, body temperature, and blood pressure have all nearly returned to normal. I don't think there's any serious issue, but he still needs to take it easy for the next few days. Sorry to bother you again. Chun Mo nodded absent-mindedly, his fingers tapping on his phone screen where several gun-wielding anime girls ran and fought monsters under his command. Xiaomai then brought over a cup of warm water and said, You're too kind, Senior. This is just what I should do. But Senior, you seem to be pushing yourself too hard, never considering your own. Her expression grew complicated as she spoke, mixing worry with admiration. Don't worry. After this accidental poisoning incident, even the Shadow League agrees I should take a few days off to monitor my condition. At the mention of Shadow League, Xiaomai's eyes dimmed. She muttered softly, It's my fault for getting you used as a pawn. Used as a pawn? That's partly true, but Lizard Lu Shiming was indeed a villain. Thinking this, he said to the dejected Xiaomai, I also discovered a secret room in Lu Shiming's house. Xiaomai raised her head, her sparkling eyes gazing up at him. Just like Zhou Tianhao's house, completely filled with corpses, he paused slightly, then continued, so even without the Shadow Alliance, I wouldn't have spared him. Senior. With that, he smiled, stood up, and patted Xiaomai's head. Alright, don't overthink it. Xiaomai nodded lightly. After that, he left Xiaomai's home and returned to the warehouse. This was his true lair. The useless scrap piled up everywhere allowed him to modify and craft one superpowered device after another. Chen Mo sat down at his workstation and poured out Lu Shiming's pair of claws from a black bag. The claws still bore that eerie dark green hue, smooth on the surface but with edges sharp enough to be startling. Since they're superpowered organs, the toxicity must still be intact. Chen Mo pondered, though he certainly didn't dare test it. He even wore thick gloves while processing and modifying them. This modification was simpler than ever, because the talons themselves were already perfect weapons. He simply attached them to the gloves while adding a retractable mechanism. Controlled by an inconspicuous button on the inner wrist, the talons could spring out instantly when needed. During ordinary times, they would retract behind the glove, hugging the forearm closely to minimize accidental injuries. He then tested it by pressing the button. Click! A faint mechanical snap sounded as the dark green talons suddenly sprang forth, carving a cold arc through the lamplight. Clicking the button again *snap*, the claws retracted smoothly. Chen-mo nodded in satisfaction, feeling at that moment like Wolverine, a venomous Wolverine, no less. And so Chen-mo resumed his routine of commuting between work and home, all while continuing Shaolan's training regimen. Several more peaceful days passed until one evening, just as he returned to his apartment after training, the clamshell phone rang once more the moment he stepped inside. Chen-mo quickly answered the phone while simultaneously turning on his computer. Soon, new data was transmitted to his device, and a man's photo appeared on the screen. This is the next target. The voice on the other end remained as calm and emotionless as ever. Chueja, codename Vulture, a second-tier shapeshifter. The man in the photo had a fierce appearance, his sharp eyes resembling those of an eagle, with high cheekbones that gave off an untamed, defiant aura. Know his abilities? Chen-mo stared at the information on the screen, rapidly scanning through the details. Flying. The answer on the other end of the line was succinct. Flying? Chen-mo sounded somewhat surprised. Yes, he can grow wings and fly, the other person replied. Nothing else? Chen-mo asked uncertainly. That's all we can confirm, the voice on the phone said. The ability is wings? Doesn't sound very powerful at first glance. The person on the phone seemed to share the same opinion, continuing. We believe the main challenge this time is preventing his escape. Once he gets airborne, the situation becomes extremely difficult. Mr. Tartarus, please ensure you're fully prepared for all contingencies. Got it. Chen-mo hung up the phone, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. Flying enemies truly are tricky. Among his current superpowered equipment, the mechanical legs were for close combat, so were the claws. Only his laser eyes served as a ranged attack, though he wasn't sure about the enemy's speed. An ambush could also work, finish them off with one strike using the poison from his claws. But to be safe, he'd need a way to restrict the enemy's movements. The more options, the better. Lost in thought, he began rummaging through the warehouse. As a discarded storage for superhero gear, this place always had some unexpectedly useful finds. Soon, inside a dust-covered metal crate, he discovered several pieces of half-finished equipment, a precisely engineered grappling hook launcher and an unpainted net gun that was still in progress. Exactly what he wanted. Chen-mo examined them. The material strength of both devices was quite impressive, far surpassing standard police-grade equipment for superhero use. All that remained was assembling them into working order. And so he gathered his tools and set to work, the clang of metal and the whir of tightening screws echoing through the empty warehouse. After finishing, he repainted both weapons with matte black spray to conceal the original markings. Finally, it was time to give them some Tartarus flair. He somehow managed to find some metal skull ornaments and attach them to the guns as decorations. And thus, Tartarus's signature weapons were completed. Cold, dark, and exuding an aura of death. Alright, this is getting a bit Chunibu of me. Chen-mo shook his head and holstered both guns on his belt. At this moment, he felt like Batman, the only difference being that he lacked the Dark Knight's agile physique, top-tier combat skills, and razor-sharp detective mind. Well, reality proves that actual people can't compare with comic book characters. Chen-mo took a deep breath to calm himself down. Vulture Chueja, huh? He murmured the name under his breath. Wait and see, the hunt is about to begin. Chapter 45, The Arrival of Tartarus. The fading sunlight bathed the streets in a warm golden hue. It was dismissal time, and clusters of students could be seen everywhere along the road. On a relatively quiet street, several uniformed schoolgirls walked together, chattering and laughing with crystalline clarity. At a fork in the road, a girl with her hair tied in a ponytail waved goodbye to her companions. She turned alone into a narrow path, her steps light and quick, humming an uneven tune under her breath. Little did she know, behind her, a sleek black luxury car turned into the same street. In the back seat of the sedan, Evil Eagle Chueja clenched a cigar between his teeth, his eyes fixed greedily on the girl's retreating figure as the corners of his lips curled upward involuntarily. He licked his dry lips and whispered a few instructions to the bodyguard beside him. The car accelerated slightly, quietly closing in on the girl. Just as they passed by, the rear door suddenly flung open. A burly figure leaned out, covering the girl's mouth and nose in a flash, and before she could react, yanked her into the car. The door slammed shut, and the car immediately sped away as if nothing had happened. Only the girl's backpack remained lying quietly on the ground. Not far away, Chen-mo sat in the car, witnessing everything, his grip on the steering wheel tightening so hard that it produced a crisp crack sound. A man's voice came through the communicator. Stay calm. The streets are crowded. It's not the right place to act. Crime can abduct people in broad daylight, yet justice has to operate in the shadows? Chen-mo muttered under his breath. The world is like this, and precisely because it is, we need you, Tartarus. You must ensure flawless execution. If even you fail, that girl will truly be beyond saving. The liaison's voice remained steady. Understood, I was just venting. Chen Mo took a deep breath, started the car, and followed the black sedan at a discreet distance. The black sedan weaved through the city, eventually entering an upscale residential area and pulling up in front of a skyscraper that pierced the clouds. The exterior of this skyscraper was almost entirely clad in sleek glass curtain walls. Its streamlined design makes it look like a polished giant obsidian, piercing straight into the sky. The sedan drove into the underground parking lot. Chen Mo parked his car in the shadows across the street, killed the engine, and fixed his gaze on the top floor of the building. There, in the nest of vulture Chuasia, the penthouse of the skyscraper was an entire floor of opulent mansion. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. The interior was even more extravagant, marble floors covered with expensive carpets, walls adorned with bold abstract paintings, and a life-sized bronze statue standing in a corner of the grand hall. What's even more eye-catching is the outdoor swimming pool outside the window. The pool's water is specially channeled to overflow from the top edge, forming a thin curtain-like waterfall that flows gently in the night breeze. The girl was roughly dragged into the bedroom by the bodyguards and then thrown onto a large bed. She curled up in a corner of the bed, tear stains covering her face, her body trembling violently from fear. "Get out!" Chuasia waved his hand dismissively, and the bodyguard immediately bowed his head and left, quietly closing the door behind him. In the bedroom, only he and the trembling girl remained. The surroundings were utterly silent, save for the faint sound of flowing water outside. Chuasia wore an irrepressibly lecherous grin on his face. "Help, please let me go," the girl pleaded, her voice trembling with terror. Her fear seemed to delight Chuasia, twisting his smile even further. "Don't be scared, little one. Uncle will make you feel really good." As he spoke, he leisurely pulled a syringe from his pocket, its barrel filled with an unknown pale yellow liquid, the needle glinting coldly. "Soon, you'll forget all about fear and only know pleasure." Chuasia stepped closer, his voice dripping with coaxing temptation. "No, please, I beg you." The girl's eyes widened in terror as she desperately shrank back, silent tears streaming down to soak the pillow. Despair surged over her like a drowning tide. The needle tip inched closer to her arm. In that moment, the very air seemed to freeze solid. Just at this critical juncture, a dull thud suddenly came from outside the door, followed by what sounded like a heavy object collapsing to the ground. Chuasia's movements abruptly stilled. His brows knitted together as a flicker of irritation crossed his face. He first lifted his head and shouted outside, "What's wrong?" Yet the surroundings remained as silent as ever, and he received no response. This only deepened his irritation. Setting down the syringe, he turned toward the door and called out impatiently, "I said, what are you doing out there?" Then he pulled open the door and immediately froze, stunned by the sight before him. His most trusted bodyguard lay sprawled like a lump of rotten mud in the hallway outside, eyes rolled back, unconscious and devoid of life. Instantly, waves of cold fear rose within him. What the hell happened? Yet before he could even think, a dark figure lunged at him from the side like a ghostly apparition. A flash of icy metal glinted, slicing through the air with a shrieking whistle. He barely had time to register the cold gust rushing toward his neck, no time to think, nor even to look. Pure instinct made him bend backward at the waist. After all, he was a second-tier superhuman, his reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. Narrowly, just barely, he managed to evade the ambush. The venomous claws swept inches above his skull, the force of their passing raising every hair on his body. Yet even as he dodged the claws, he couldn't avoid Chen Mo's kick. His crouched position stripped him of any advantage. When Chen Mo's whip-like leg lashed toward him, there was no escaping, no blocking, only the solid, punishing impact. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Chuasia felt like he'd been hit by a speeding truck, his entire body flung uncontrollably backward. Crash! He smashed through the decorative wall separating the bedroom from the living room, tumbling back into the bedroom. Rolling across the floor, he finally collided with the foot of the bed, shattering it completely. The impact even terrified the girl on the bed into screaming hysterically. Chuasia struggled to his feet. A mouthful of blood sprayed uncontrollably from his lips, staining the white carpet crimson. Excruciating pain radiated through his chest. He gazed in disbelief at the doorway before clearly seeing the figure's appearance. Clad in a pitch-black trenchcoat with a hood, wearing a menacing skull mask, its eye sockets faintly glowing with an eerie red light. "Why you? Who the hell are you?" Chuasia shouted through the pain, his voice trembling with fury and fear. The intruder halted by the shattered wall, those skull-like eye sockets fixed on Chuasia, making his blood run cold. Then, the man spoke in a deep voice, and Chuasia heard the most terrifying name of his life. Tartarus. Chapter 46, Dogfight in the Sky. Tartarus. Chuasia muttered the name, his chest burning with a mix of terror and fury. He suddenly let out a roar as the muscles on his back bulged and tore apart violently. Amidst the bloodied flesh, two wings covered in gray-black feathers burst forth from his body, veined with sticky blood, unfolding from his back like those of a fallen angel. Chen Mo had anticipated this. He'd already drawn his net gun beforehand, waiting only for his opponent to spread his wings before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A large black net shot out, precisely ensnaring Treasure and bundling him into a tangled mass. Yet in barely a second, Treasure gave another furious roar, violently flapping his wings. The specially made net seemed to have been sliced apart by some sharp object, shattering instantly and falling in torn fragments. During this, several feathers even flew out. One of them even embedded itself into the wall near the headboard, terrifying the girl on the bed and making her scream again. Chen-mo turned his head to glance at that feather, his pupils contracting slightly. This feather, with this kind of ability, isn't its hardness a bit exaggerated? How exactly did it manage to fly like that? But there was no time for careful thought. The moment he broke free from the net, Shueisha turned and shattered the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, darting outside. Hovering mid-air, he then began flapping his wings toward the room. Accompanied by a whirlwind, countless feathers rained down upon the bedroom like a storm. Oh no! Seeing this, Chen-mo didn't have time to think. He immediately spread his arms and shielded the girl with his body. Feathers fell like arrows. Those that struck Chen-mo sent rippling waves across his armored suit as their force dissipated harmlessly on impact. Those that missed him tore through the bedroom like machine gun fire, reducing beds, cabinets, and light fixtures to splinters. The girl cowered behind Chen-mo, hands clamped over her ears, her screams never ceasing. After the first volley, Shueisha froze in disbelief. His opponent remained completely unscathed. A glint of ruthlessness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he flapped his wings, attempting to flee into the sky. Yet, Chen-mo wouldn't let him succeed. He drew his grappling gun and took aim once more. A grappling hook shot out, precisely wrapping around Shueisha's ankle. Fucking hell! Shueisha felt his ankle tighten and, looking down to see the coiled hook, erupted in a furious curse. He struggled to break free, but two red laser beams shot toward him in the next instant, nearly hitting his wings. Upon seeing this, he dared not hesitate any longer, choosing instead to suddenly soar upward, yanking Chen-mo off the rooftop along with him. And so the two began grappling, one above the other, darting between the city's skyscrapers. Shueisha frantically flapped his wings, desperately trying to shake off the deadweight beneath him. He changed direction again and again, dragging Chen-mo violently toward the massive billboards erected on the rooftops. Boom! Crash! The metal billboards deformed and shattered upon impact, neon tubes exploding with sparks flying everywhere. Each collision carried immense force. Had it been his former self, he would have surely died already. But now, protected by Zhou Tianhao's extraordinary ability, such impacts couldn't harm him in the slightest. He clenched his teeth and gripped the grappling gun's handle tightly, letting his body swing and collide in midair. At the same time, the red lights in his mask's eye sockets suddenly flared. Zzz. Two scorching crimson laser beams shot from the skull's eye sockets, heading straight for Shueisha above. The laser grazed Shueisha's body, its scorching heat even igniting a few of his feathers. Blistering waves of heat assaulted his face, startling him into a cold sweat as he cursed uncontrollably. Madman! You absolute madman! Are you trying to kill us both? At this altitude, we'd both die from the fall. Yet in his heart, he knew he had no real advantage as nearly a second-tier superhuman. A fall from this height would be undeniably fatal. But what about this eerie Tartarus? What rank is he? The fact that he dares to do this probably means he isn't afraid of falling at all. Fear grew stronger within him. Just as his mind was wandering, a laser beam unexpectedly grazed past his spine. Zzzt. Flesh sizzled as a spray of blood shot out. Ah! Shueisha let out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain made his body shudder, instantly destabilizing his flight path. He no longer dared to stay airborne. Enduring the agony in his back, he carried Chen-mo as they flew back to the mansion. Boom! With a deafening crash, both of them slammed onto the edge of the swimming pool. After tumbling several times on the ground, Chen-mo quickly scrambled to his feet. He raised his head, ready to unleash the laser again, only to see Shueisha had somehow seized the kidnapped girl. He tightened his grip around the girl's neck, using her as a human shield. The girl trembled in terror, unable to even whimper. Stay back! Shueisha gasped for breath, his threatening roar belying his inner fear. One more step and I'll kill her. Chen-mo stopped his hand from pressing the button and stared at Shueisha through the cold mask, reassessing the situation. The pool water flowed as usual, cascading down the building's edge to form a thin waterfall. Shueisha, holding the girl hostage, stepped backward inch by inch. As he neared the edge, a ferocious grin suddenly twisted his face, and with a sudden forceful motion, he hurled the girl toward the building's exterior. Ah! The girl let out a despairing scream as her body began to plummet with the rushing water. Chen-mo reacted swiftly, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow the moment Shueisha moved. Just as the girl was about to plummet off the platform, he grabbed her wrist. The intense pull sent sharp pain shooting through his joints. Gritting his teeth, he channeled strength from his core and arms, and perhaps due to Xiao-Lan's relentless training during this time, he managed to pull the girl back to safety with sheer brute strength. Before Chen-mo could steady himself or catch his breath, a chain suddenly lashed out from behind, coiling around his neck with deadly precision. Chen-mo gasped in shock, quickly grabbing the chain and pulling it toward himself. But in terms of brute strength, he was no match for his opponent. The iron loop around his neck gradually tightened, suffocating him. The constriction burned like a knife stab, probably drawing blood already. Zhou Tianhao's special ability was utterly useless in this situation, but he found himself still able to remain calm. He'd faced crises multiple times before. Compared to his past experiences, the current situation hardly registered as significant. He didn't continue using brute force. Instead, he raised his other hand to the laser eye switch, gently turning it to lower the power output. Then he lowered his head and aimed at the section gripped by his hand. As the laser seared into it, the metal visibly reddened and softened at an alarming rate. Feeling it was about right, he extended his claws and hooked them onto the red-hot chain link. With a sudden, forceful yank, a crisp snap rang out as the chain broke cleanly and scattered to the ground. Chuizhi stared at the severed chain, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. He needed to run. However, Chen Mo would no longer give him another chance. The moment the chains broke, Chen Mo had already lunged forward, pouncing onto Chuizhi's back with full force just as he turned around. The two tumbled into the room, with Chen Mo flipping over to pin him down, knee pressed firmly against his waist. At the same time, he readjusted his laser eye to maximum power and pressed the firing button. ZZZZT. The laser swept across like the sharpest scalpel, slicing through the base of one wing. Chuizhi's agonized screams filled my ears while the smell of charred flesh lingered in my nostrils. After the cut was complete, he grabbed the base of the wing and ripped it upward with a violent yank. PFTHH. A tearing sound rang out. The entire wing, along with a large chunk of flesh, was ripped straight from his back. Aga-a-wa-a-wa-ya. Chuizhi's bone-chilling scream rent the air as he rolled violently, throwing Chen Mo off his back. Flapping his sole remaining wing, he thrashed madly across the floor like a chicken with its throat slit, blood staining the carpet crimson. Chen Mo rose unhurriedly from the ground and advanced toward Chuizhi at a measured pace, his combat boots striking the marble floor, each step hammering against Chuizhi's heart. He struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his back made it impossible, forcing him to desperately crawl backward, leaving a trail of blood. Stay away, keep flying, don't you just love it? Chen Mo's voice was low and icy as he approached Chuizhi, planting his foot on his last remaining wing. Red light glowed once more in his eyes. Chapter 47, At least I can end you. The night wind blew through the empty house, scattering what warmth remained. Chuizhi lay on the ground, his back a bloody ruin. The wings he had once taken such pride in, the symbol of his superpowers, now lay discarded on the living room floor. An incoherent groan escaped his throat as excruciating pain racked his body with spasms, sweat soaking through the tattered remains of his clothing. Chen Mo gazed impassively for a moment before bending down to grab a fistful of hair and dragging him outside. No! What else are you going to do? Stop! Chuizhi shrieked, writhing on the ground and leaving a long smear of blood behind him. Chen Mo dragged him step by step toward the edge of the skyscraper, with a bottomless abyss beneath their feet. The city lights shimmered like fallen stars, illuminating the endless flow of traffic below. With a loud thud, Chuizhi was slammed onto the ground, half of his body dangling over the edge. The biting high-altitude wind rushed into his mouth and nose, bringing with it a suffocating dizziness. No, wait, don't kill me. Chuizhi glanced downward, and instant terror weighed him down as incoherent pleas tumbled from his lips. Then tell me, where is the red room? Chen Mo's voice struck Chuizhi's frayed nerves like cold, unfeeling metal. Red room? Don't make me ask again, Chen Mo roared. I'll talk. Chuizhi blubbered through tears, his words tumbling out at breakneck speed. It's downtown, Radiance Grand Theater. You know the Radiance Grand Theater, right? Chen Mo's movements paused subtly, and even the comm device on the other end seemed to transmit the faintest electrical whisper. Of course he knew the Radiance Grand Theater, the city's largest performance venue located in the commercial district, usually teeming with crowds and buzzing with noise. The Red Room, in a place like that? How is this possible? He felt an overwhelming sense of surreal absurdity. Chuizhi seemed to grasp his thoughts from that slight hesitation, his pain-contorted face twisting into an eerie grin. Didn't expect that, did you? Ha ha, the most obvious place is also the safest. Elegant opera above, murder theater below. Just then, a voice crackled through the communicator. Ask him who owns the Red Room. Who's the boss of the Red Room? Chen Mo continued asking in a low, threatening voice. It's Mr. J, Chuizhi gasped out, a flash of fervor appearing in his eyes when mentioning the name. That's just a code name. I want his real identity. Chen Mo abruptly tightened his grip, grabbing Chuizhi by the collar. Don't know. Chuizhi shook his head vigorously, terror creeping back across his face. Or rather, almost nobody knows. He never shows his true appearance or uses his powers in front of anyone, so it's impossible to uncover his identity. As Chuizhi's fragmented words trailed off, an uneasy silence once again fell over the communicator. Chuizhi cast a glance at Chen Mo before smiling and continuing. Actually, asking these questions is pointless. What could you possibly do even if you knew? You can't touch the Red Room. You say I can't touch the Red Room? Seems like you still haven't figured out who I am. Humph, Tartarus, the hero killer. Though your reputation precedes you, do you truly understand the Red Room? He paused here, as if carefully choosing his words, then continued. Do you know how many superhumans are among the Red Room's members? Just those at my level number at least a dozen, not to mention those of higher ranks. Do you really think you can take on so many? And let's not even mention Mr. J. Though I don't know his exact rank, I can sense how terrifying he is. He's different from everyone around him. He's more frightening than you. As he spoke, Chuejia's eyes shimmered with indescribable fear. After a while, he heard Chuejia speak again in broken tones. All these years the Red Room has stood untouched. Do you know why? Because no one dares to touch it, not even the Security Bureau. Even the Hero Association won't intervene. What can you possibly do alone? What do you even hope to accomplish? Chen Mo listened quietly to the other's ramblings, withdrawing his gaze from the cityscape. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly reached out, helped Chuejia to his feet, and then said in a flat tone, "Haven't thought of the rest yet, but at least for now, I can start by dealing with you." Chuejia, freshly pulled up, still harbored a glimmer of hope, having momentarily believed the other might truly let him go. But as these words were spoken, like ice water poured over his head, he froze first, then the color drained from his face. "No, you can't do this. I've already told you. I've confessed," he shrieked in terror, scrambling desperately toward the building on all fours, only to be blocked by Chen Mo. "When did I ever say that confessing would save your life?" Chen Mo retorted, his voice colder and sharper than the night wind. Chuejia still wanted to scream something, but Chen Mo's foot was already pressed against his abdomen, then came the kick. A shrill scream pierced the night sky as Chuejia tumbled from the building, plummeting downward and shrinking into an ever smaller black dot. A few seconds later, with a dull thud, Chuejia had already fallen to his death on the icy asphalt road below. Blood quickly oozed from the deformed back of his head, spreading across the ground to form an irregular pool of dark crimson. Chen Mo still stood at the edge of the rooftop, the cold wind rustling his clothes as he quietly observed the scene before him. A moment later, he raised his hand and pressed the communication device by his ear. "You should have heard everything." The other end of the communication remained silent for a few seconds, accompanied only by faint static. "Yes," a simple reply, carrying an undeniable weariness. Then came another suffocating silence, as if the air itself had frozen solid. After about half a minute, the voice spoke again, slow and ponderous. "Thank you for your assistance these past days, Mr. Tartarus. Let us consider this matter concluded." Before Chen Mo could respond, the communication was abruptly severed, leaving only the monotonous drone of the dial tone. Chen Mo expressionlessly removed the earpiece and stuffed it into his pocket. He then turned around, his gaze fixing on another skyscraper of equal height in the near distance. His eyes lingered on that building's rooftop for a moment before turning back to the trembling girl huddled in the corner. Then he said, "It's okay now, call the police after I leave." The girl blinked her frightened eyes, her body still trembling slightly, but after hearing Chen Mo's words, she managed a small nod. Relieved to see she could still respond, he let out a sigh before walking back to the living room. Picking up the two blood-stained wings from the floor, he turned and left the mansion. Chapter 48, The True Form of the Shadow League. A cool night breeze swept across the city's neon lights. On the rooftop of another skyscraper, a petite figure sat holding a telescope in hand with a laptop resting on her lap, observing the situation atop another building across the way. After a long while, she put away the telescope and laptop, then removed a headset communicator as well. With practiced efficiency, the girl stuffed all these items into a backpack printed with a cute kitten design. The bag was covered with various anime merchandise, creating a whimsical contrast with the equipment inside. She wore an oversized windbreaker zipped up high, nearly covering half her face. Paired with cargo shorts and chunky sneakers, the outfit looked energetic yet subtly rebellious. With everything confirmed, she hoisted the somewhat heavy backpack over her shoulder and turned toward the safety exit leading downstairs, her figure soon vanishing into the darkness. Down on the street below, vehicles flowed by in a blur of lights and shadows. Just as the girl reached the edge of the sidewalk, an ordinary white BYD sedan glided to a silent stop before her. The window rolled down slowly to reveal an utterly unremarkable face in the driver's seat. It was Chen Mo. Shadow Alliance. Chen Mo's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the girl's ears with perfect clarity. The girl stiffened, gripping her backpack strap subconsciously while casting panicked glances around. Putting on an exaggeratedly poor act, she stammered, What alliance? I don't understand." Chen Mo's calm gaze settled on the girl's slightly flustered face. "Stop pretending. I saw you during the fight earlier." "Ha, stop bragging," the girl shot back immediately. "What, do you think you have eagle eyes? If you could see all that, I'd sooner believe in ghosts than you." Then she realized she'd let something slip and quickly covered her mouth. A brief silence followed, broken only by the hum of passing cars. The girl seemed to weigh her options for a few seconds before suddenly yanking open the passenger door and plopping down inside, decisive and unhesitating. The car door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off the noise from the street. At the same moment, the car started up and slowly merged into traffic. Chen Mo kept his eyes on the road ahead and casually asked, "Where are you going?" The girl didn't answer. Instead, she quickly entered an address into the navigation app on her phone, then placed it in the air vent holder. Navigation begins, traffic light ahead in 500 meters. The crisp electronic female voice promptly rang out. The car moved forward slowly. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, glancing at the girl beside him. Never thought the famous Shadow Alliance would just be a little girl. "Hey, I'm already an adult. Thank you very much." The girl immediately bristled, glaring at Chen Mo with displeasure. Not just an adult, but also an early university graduate. Chen Mo's lips twitched as if he wanted to smile, but he restrained himself. "Fine, I was wrong," he admitted flatly. The car fell silent again, with only the navigation system tirelessly announcing traffic updates. After a long while, the girl suddenly asked, "How did you find me?" "Thanks to Chuasia living in a place high enough, there's only one spot here with a view of that location," Chen Mo replied. "That easy?" The girl seemed incredulous. "That easy," Chen Mo answered. Truthfully, he hadn't overthought it. Ever since his first encounter with the lizard-like Lu Shiming, he'd realized from the opponent's reactions that someone had been observing his movements. Back then, the surrounding area had been too complex to pinpoint their location, but this time it was much simpler. The girl was somewhat speechless, then continued, "Have you ever considered I might be using a drone?" He had actually thought of that, but there was one reason that ruled out this possibility. Drones are banned in the city, aren't they? TCH, just because they ban them, does that mean I really have no way around it? The girl retorted defiantly. "So you can actually use drones?" Chen Mo asked. The girl then replied, "No, those bastards have set up too many detection devices. They can not only locate the drones but also track down the operators. I do have the ability to deal with them, but there are just too many to handle." Chen Mo felt a bit speechless. After another moment, he spoke again. "So in other words, the so-called Shadow Alliance identity, taking revenge on Zhou Tianhao, it was all made up by you? Just the fantasy of some Chu Uni girl in the end. Takes one to know one." The girl shot back without backing down. "I thought the legendary Tartarus would be so impressive, but turns out you're just a reckless fool. If it weren't for me, you'd have been caught by security bureau long ago." Chen Mo was momentarily speechless, because every word the girl spoke was true. Had it not been for her covert assistance, he would never have succeeded so smoothly. The atmosphere inside the car grew subtly tense. After a long silence, the girl's voice suddenly softened, carrying a hint of barely perceptible complexity. "My father, he was once a member of the Shadow League." Chen's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly as emotions stirred within him. After a moment of silence, he finally responded in a low voice, "I'm sorry. He's not dead." The girl's tone suddenly turned light again, even with a hint of teasing. "Alive and well, fishing and enjoying retirement at home." Chen Mo was speechless again. The little girl was clearly toying with him. But, the girl's voice grew quiet once more. "The others from the Shadow Alliance, they're all dead. Zhou Tianhao killed them. So, I wanted to do something for those who died," the girl continued, her voice soft and calm. "Using my skills, I hacked into Zhou Tianhao's security system, monitored him, and gathered evidence of his crimes, hoping to find a way to bring him down. Then, I met you." She tilted her head to look at Chen Mo, her gaze complicated. "A reckless fool, charging in without a care. It looked like you didn't stand a chance at all, just a suicidal idiot rushing to his death." "Then I really am sorry about that," Chen Mo replied. "Yes, you're the dumbest person I've ever met, yet somehow you, of all people, actually succeeded." Her voice softened again. "You really killed Bastion Zhou Tianhao. Did what no one else even dared to imagine? You even gave me hope." Chen Mo listened quietly as the car turned a corner under the guidance of the navigation. He spoke again. "So, why did you decide to give up?" A bitter smile appeared on the girl's face. "Because Chuaisha's words made me realize. He was right, Red House isn't one person, but an organization, a group of people." Another silence hung in the air for a few seconds before she spoke once more. "You know why superheroes in comics always triumph over evil? Many believe it's because they're strong and righteous enough, but they overlook the most crucial point: they have the police backing them up." Chen Mo didn't respond, but he understood the girl's meaning. Just as Batman can stop crime in Gotham because he has an incorruptible Gordon behind him, otherwise, no matter how skilled he is and how many criminals he catches, if there's no judicial system to hold them accountable, it's all for nothing. And what is behind him? Nothing. Tartarus might kill a Zhao Xiang, a Zhou Tianhao, even a Chuaisia, but behind the Red House lies a web of entrenched interests, with hundreds, even thousands of people like them. How can one person fight against an entire system? Chen Mo sank into thought as well. The girl was right, it was time to stop. This voice had echoed in his heart all along. He also understood deep down, without an entire system upholding justice, how far could one man alone truly go? Approaching destination. Navigation concluded. The GPS announcement shattered the silence inside the car. They pulled over outside an ordinary residential complex. The girl unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the car door. Thanks. What are you planning to do next? Chen Mo asked. Live an ordinary life, I guess. The girl shrugged, her face carrying the relief of having shed a heavy burden. Play some games, watch anime, have a few drinks, just like anyone else my age. She paused, pulled out her phone, and opened her WeChat QR code. By the way, do you play games? I do. Chen Mo also took out his phone, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. We can play together sometime then. I play all kinds of games, the girl added. Sounds good. Chen Mo looked at her, then suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Oh, I never got your name, by the way. The girl flashed a sly smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Su Xiaolu, remember this well. She waved her hand, carrying the oversized backpack that seemed mismatched with her petite frame, then turned around and swiped her card to enter the neighborhood. Her small figure quickly melted into the glow of the apartment lights under the darkened sky. Chen Mo watched her leave and stood still for a moment. An ordinary life. Wasn't that what I always wanted? Perhaps this really would be the last time. After this, he would erase all these memories and live out his lifetime in peace. With that thought, he turned on the car radio, restarted the engine, drove out of the neighborhood, and merged into the city traffic flow. Chapter 49, Flight Gear. Chen Mo returned once again to his dull daily routine. The warehouse remained as stuffy as ever, with nothing much to do either. By now, he had developed a habit of daily workouts. After completing the training regimen Xiaolan had prescribed, he wiped the sweat off his body and sat back down behind his corner desk. His fingers absently tapped against the wooden surface as his gaze wandered somewhere indefinite. Su Xiaolu's words still seemed to echo in his ears. As night fell, he drove to the training room once more. Xiaolan's figure moved like a ghost, knocking him down again and again. Not fast enough, not ruthless enough. Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, sweat soaking through his thin training uniform, though he no longer knew what purpose these drills could possibly serve now. Of course, there were also those wings. 3 days had passed since I took out Chuasia, and those wings still lay quietly in the corner of the warehouse, wrapped in black cloth, untouched all this time. But leaving them as they were wasn't an option. Far better to figure out what to make from them than leave them lying around and risk exposure. So Chen Mo finally lifted the black cloth and took out the wings. To be honest, Chen Mo had never seen such wings before. Every feather seemed to shimmer with a metallic luster, yet from a distance, they still looked like ordinary feathers. When Chen Mo reached out to touch them, his fingertips registered a peculiar texture, neither flesh nor metal, utterly indescribable. As for their purpose, the most obvious thought was flight equipment. But to be honest, these wings were far too massive. If turned into gear, how would they be stowed? Carrying them constantly during combat would be too cumbersome. Perhaps the only solution was to create detachable flight wings for on-the-go use. But first, he had to figure out how they worked. Chen Mo once again fetched wires and an adjustable power source, connecting them to the base of the wings. Considering the wings also had feather-projecting attack capabilities, he didn't dare take chances. He even donned Tartarus's armor just in case. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo slowly pushed the power switch, allowing a weak current to flow in. The faint sizzling sound was particularly clear in the quiet warehouse. His eyes fixed on the pair of wings, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The current intensity gradually increased. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The massive wings didn't flap as anticipated but instead sharply contracted and folded inward at an astonishing speed. With a dull thud, the experiment table burst into flames. Chen Mo instinctively shielded his eyes. When he lowered his hands to look again, the pair of wings had vanished, replaced by two fist-sized lumps of flesh covered in fine black scales. What just happened? Chen Mo stood frozen, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. Staring at these two lumps, was this truly the same wings from moments ago? How was this possible? How could such large wings shrink to this size? He found it hard to believe it defied all laws of physics. But to verify, he reconnected the power supply and adjusted it to the same current intensity as before. The miracle happened again. The two lumps of flesh rapidly expanded and stretched upon receiving the electric current, transforming back into enormous black wings in the blink of an eye. So that's how it is. Besides being shocked, Chen Mo felt a surge of ecstasy. He finally understood how Chuasia concealed these wings within his body. This contracting and expanding ability was simply beyond imagination. In the following days, Chen Mo devoted nearly all his spare time to studying the wings. This modification was more challenging than any previous one. Extending, folding, flying, gliding, ascending, descending, angle adjustment, and controlling feather projectiles all required precise electric stimulation of varying intensities to different areas. It was far more difficult than modifying Zhao Xiang's leg bones or Li Tianyao's eyes. The former involved single-function organs, whereas these wings encompassed an entire set of intricate biological flight mechanisms. He needed to mark every reaction point like drafting a circuit diagram, recording corresponding electrical parameters. Sometimes the slightest current deviation would cause the wings to flap uncontrollably or make the launched feathers miss their targets. The corner of the warehouse frequently echoed with the clang of metal and the dull thud of feathers embedding into walls. Yet Chen Mo tirelessly repeated his process of recording in trial and error, a monotonous yet perilous endeavor. Completing full functionality tests alone consumed 10 entire days for Chen Mo, drenched in a mixture of sweat and machine oil. His sunken eyes betrayed an unusually exhilarated spirit. Each successful test brought him immense satisfaction. By the time all data was collected and the design blueprint fully formed in his mind, nearly half a month had passed. With barely a month left until the Lunar New Year, the streets were already adorned with festive lanterns and decorations, the holiday atmosphere thickening daily. The final product was a metallic backpack mounted on the back, its shell pitch black with sharp, angular lines matching the aesthetic of combat armor. The contracted flesh wings were carefully housed inside the pack, connected via precision mechanical linkages to an energy interface. The control mechanism is concealed within the forearm armor. When needed, pressing a button on the wrist causes two miniature remote control levers to be ejected precisely into the palm via a spring-loaded mechanism. Each control lever has 4 buttons apiece, creating 8 total keys that correspond to the wing's core functions: deploy/retract, ascend/descend, glide/hover, and feather launch. Through rapid finger combinations and joystick manipulation, theoretically this allows for extremely agile aerial maneuvers. At the moment the new equipment was completed, Chen Mo exhaled deeply with apparent satisfaction at the outcome. Of course, possessing the gear doesn't mean immediate mastery of the skies. Flight, especially using such complex equipment, requires extensive practice. He didn't dare test it outside, so he had to choose the warehouse interior. The warehouse was reasonably spacious, but for a first-timer like him, the space still felt cramped. On his first attempt, the wings suddenly unfurled, their tremendous lift instantly carrying him off the ground. Startled, he flailed in panic, lost his balance, and nearly crashed into the high shelves. Frantically pulling the control lever, he barely managed to avoid them, wobbling unsteadily through the air. Landings were equally awkward, usually ending with him on his backside. For several days in a row, the warehouse was filled with the sound of flapping wings and Chen Mo's occasional curses. After countless attempts and training sessions, he gradually began to grasp the knack of flying. Though his movements remained clumsy, at least he could stay airborne. Standing in the center of the warehouse, feeling the weight of the folded wings against his back, Chen Mo felt an indescribable satisfaction surge within him. Laser eyes, strength-enhancing legs, defensive armor, venomous claws, and now flight wings. Tartarus's armory was gradually being perfected. With all these, it seemed, he could live an ordinary life with more confidence? The moment this thought surfaced, Chen Mo shook his head self-deprecatingly. No, why was he building killing tools again? Didn't he swear to return to an ordinary life? It seemed all this had long become a habit, an instinct deeply rooted in his soul. To live an ordinary life, was that truly his desire? He gazed at the scattered tools and parts on the workbench, then at the cold suit of armor encasing his body, his heart filled with conflict and confusion. Then he took out his phone and opened the chat window with Su Xiaolu on WeChat. Chapter 50, The Decision. When Chen Mo tried to invite Su Xiaolu to meet, she flatly refused him outright. Shortly after, she sent a detailed address, saying if he had anything to discuss he could come to her place, along with an additional note. I usually don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly, then drove to the address. When he first entered Su Xiaolu's home, he was almost shocked. It resembled a miniature anime museum, with posters covering practically every inch of the 4 walls. He stood at the entrance, surveying his surroundings. Everywhere his gaze landed was saturated with anime elements. Various figurines were displayed on the bedside table, while manga and light novels were neatly arranged on the bookshelf. Several customized glass cabinets housed what appeared to be rare and expensive limited edition merchandise. Against the wall, a computer desk held 3 monitors lined up side by side, each screensaver featuring different anime characters. The desktop was cluttered with snack wrappers and half-empty drink cans, leaving barely any space to place anything. The air conditioner hummed in the room as Su Xiaolu lounged at the computer, one leg crossed over the other. She wore a black t-shirt and ultra-short hot pants, revealing her slender, pale legs. Now that's otaku culture at its finest, Chen Mo couldn't help but remark, shaking his head. Su Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him, casually grabbed a potato chip from the bed, and stuffed it into her mouth. Hey, get to the point. What do you want? I've been thinking about something. Chen Mo walked over to her side, pushing a few empty cans aside on the table. Maybe we can't destroy the entire red room, but perhaps we can take out the biggest boss. You mean that legendary Mr. J? Su Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit unrealistic? We don't even know who he is. Chen Mo shook his head and said calmly, we don't need to know this Mr. J's true identity. Just confirming he'll appear at the Red Room is enough. Su Xiaolu frowned, wrapped her fingers on the table countering. But first we don't know the opponent's strength, and second, like Chuizha said, with so many superpowered individuals in the Red Room, even if you're Tartarus, breaking in alone won't be that easy. Chen Mo listened, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes flickering with a sly glint as he countered softly. Who said I planned to charge in headfirst? Su Xiaolu's previously languid expression vanished instantly as she abruptly straightened up. You're planning an assassination? Chen Mo nodded. Now that I have Lu Shiming the lizard's paralyzing toxin, as long as I can ambush them successfully, no matter what abilities they have, it'll be useless. The only thing I need is to figure out a way to infiltrate their ranks. Su Xiaolu furrowed her brows. Putting down the potato chips in her hand, she then said, no, it's too risky. Now I also have Chuizha's flying ability, so escaping won't be a problem anymore, Chen Mo continued. Su Xiaolu glanced at him, then let out a deep sigh. I'm curious, why are you so determined to do this? Chen Mo fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. These past few days, I've thought it through. I have to do this. If I don't go, there won't be anyone else to stop them. The Red Room will keep existing, and they'll keep killing people. He said this in a calm tone, yet it carried an unbearable weight. Su Xiaolu tilted her head and studied him for a while, then suddenly said, I get it now. You've become addicted to killing superhumans. Ha! Chen Mo froze for a moment. But then he saw Su Xiaolu stretch lazily, change her posture, sit cross-legged, and continue. Maybe it was just a whim at first, but over time these things gradually became habits. By the time you realize it, you can't go back anymore. Not only can you not go back, but you also become dissatisfied with the status quo and start seeking stronger stimulations, like this Mr. J for example. Was that it? Did he do these things out of habit? No, he did these things because he was Tartarus, because only he could do them. That should be the case, right? For some reason, hearing these words from the other person, Chen Mo suddenly found himself unsure of his true motives. He was deep in thought when he suddenly heard Su Xiaolu speak again. I'm just joking. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless. Then he saw Su Xiaolu turn back to her computer, her fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard as her expression grew serious, her tone carrying a new weight of sincerity. I can think of a way to sneak in, but you'll need to give me a few days to work it out. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, Lin Yunqi sat in her office, brows furrowed with palpable agitation as she kept glancing at the time on her phone. A half-drunk cup of now-cold coffee rested on her desk. After a while, steady footsteps echoed from the corridor. She looked up to see White Eagle Cao Yuan push open the door and enter. At the sight of him, Lin Yunqi immediately rose to her feet. Uncle Gao, what's the verdict? Yet she saw Gao Yuan shake his head slightly, his voice low and measured. They didn't approve it. Lin Yunqi froze for a moment before slamming both palms onto the desk. The coffee cup trembled, spilling droplets of brown liquid that stained the documents. Then her roar echoed throughout the entire security bureau. Dragging it out for half a month, only to get a flat rejection? Is this really the association's final answer? Calm down, is this really something worth losing your composure over? Gao Yuan tried to mediate from the side. Sorry, Uncle Gao, Lin Yunqi's voice trailed off. Gao Yuan looked at her, then sighed and walked over to sit in the chair opposite her. With his hands folded on his knees, he spoke calmly. You must understand, the two deceased were espers from the Yoshikawa group. As long as their side disapproves, the association can't easily intervene. A flicker of anger flashed through Lin Yunqi's eyes again, but she quickly suppressed it, replying as calmly as possible. But this case involves Tartarus. They know this perfectly well, yet they're deliberately obstructing. As she spoke, she casually flipped open the file on the table. The first page bore photographs of the two victims, none other than Lizard Lu Shiming and Vulture Chuizha. Lin Yunqi stared at the photo, indignation swelling within her once more. Twice, a full 2 times. I arrived at the scene with the security bureau team, only to find it cordoned off in advance. The Kikoa group's people had cleared the area before we even got there. What the hell are they playing at? Yao Yuan merely gazed calmly before slowly speaking. I understand you, Xiaoxi, but there are some things we really shouldn't interfere with. You should know that the Kikoa group makes annual donations to the association. Lin Yunqi stared blankly at Gao Yuan, her lips slightly parted as if she still wanted to say something. But in the end, she gave up, only letting out a slow sigh before tidying the documents and stuffing them back into the drawer. Just then, the office door swung open again, and Xiaolan strode in. She had just returned from a mission outside and seemed to have overheard the commotion in the room, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yunqi Jia, Uncle Gao, what were you two talking about? Lin Yunqi's expression darkened. She waved her hand dismissively but said nothing. Gao Yuan said with a hint of kindness, we were talking about the Yoshikawa group. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan immediately replied, Oh, I know about them. Isn't that the Japanese company that spent a fortune acquiring the Radiant Theater? What about them? It spends money to bribe the association every year, Lin Yunshi said angrily. Chapter 51, The Extortionist. A few more days passed, and in order to discuss matters regarding the Red Room, Chen Mo once again came to Su Xiaolu's home. As usual, Su Xiaolu was sitting in front of her computer, legs crossed. She had changed into a hoodie printed with cartoon patterns and, for some reason, was wearing glasses, just the frames, without any lenses. After these past few days of reflection, I've indeed come up with a viable solution, she said to Chen Mo while swiveling her chair. However, before explaining, there's one thing I don't quite understand. She gently adjusted her glasses and asked with visible confusion, why did you bring her along when you came? As she spoke, her finger pointed towards the figure standing beside Chen Mo Xiaomai, who was holding onto his sleeve with an obedient expression. Ahem, well, Chen Mo cleared his throat before responding, since you already know both our identities, for the sake of fairness, Xiaomai should get to know you too, he said, gently patting Xiaomai to reassure her. And one more person means one more idea, right? Su Xiaolu curled her lips, sizing up Xiaomai from head to toe before speaking. Getting to know each other is fine, but offering ideas? That's a job for the highly educated and intellectually gifted. Xiaomai's face darkened instantly, a flicker of defiance flashing through his eyes. I was once a medical school student too. Oh, show me your diploma then. I don't have one. Xiaomai flushed crimson, forcing out the words after a long pause. Without a diploma, that's not something to say lightly. Besides, since you're a medical school student, why aren't you working at a hospital? Su Xiaolu said in an extremely flat tone, delivering an extremely cutting remark. You? Xiaomai was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Mo glanced at Xiaomai, then turned to look at Su Xiaolu before suddenly saying, Hey, you didn't suddenly put on those glasses just to flaunt so-called high education and high IQ, did you? Su Xiaolu's face flushed instantly, then she removed her glasses frame, adding, psychological studies show that simulating an intellectual persona can temporarily boost one's intelligence. I see, so you're pretending to be highly intelligent, Chen Mo replied thoughtfully. Okay, let's end the small talk and get down to business, Su Xiaolu suddenly said. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Then he saw Su Xiaolu turn to face the computer, her slender fingers flying across the keyboard. Within seconds, the screen displayed the profile and photo of a middle-aged man. This man, she pointed at the composed and reliable-looking face on the screen, is named Lin Yuan. He's one of the key members of the Red Room, codenamed the Physician, the person you need to deal with this time. Chen Mo stepped closer to the screen, examining the photo carefully before muttering to himself. The Physician, so his superpower should be related to healing or restoration? As he was thinking, he saw Su Xiaolu shaking her head, then suppressing a laugh as she said with a serious expression. No, he got that nickname because his actual job is being the head of surgery at Huajian Hospital. That doesn't even sound like a nickname anymore, it's literally just his profession, right? Chen Mo was rendered speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, inwardly grumbling. Then he saw Su Xiaolu shrug and continue speaking. This mission isn't about killing him, but persuading him to help you infiltrate the Red Room. Chen Mo frowned and asked dubiously. Persuade? Would he be willing to help me? Of course not, Su Xiaolu replied. This is pointless, Chen Mo grumbled internally once more. Then he heard Su Xiaolu add, so we'll use this instead. As she spoke, she retrieved from the drawer a neck collar adorned with glowing red fluorescence at its center. Chen Mo accepted the collar, examining it carefully. What's this? He could tell the material was quite unusual, yet it didn't seem like any high-tech product. Self-detonating collar, Su Xiaolu suddenly said. Just press the switch, and it'll blow the wearer's head clean off. Chen Mo froze, staring in horror at the neck ring in his hand. Wait, how the hell do you even have something like this? Su Xiaolu finally couldn't help but laugh, then waved her hand. Of course it's fake, but if Tartarus were to present it, the other party would definitely believe it. A sly gleam flickered in her eyes. Xiaomai listened nearby, her expression growing increasingly grim. She already understood what the two were planning and hastily cried out. No, this is too dangerous. Her eyes brimmed with concern as she unconsciously gripped Chen Mo's sleeve. What if they find out it's fake? If they find out, then they find out, Su Xiaolu said nonchalantly from the side. What? Xiaomai turned to look at her in disbelief. But then they heard Su Xiaolu continue. Getting caught would just mean the plan fails, and it's actually good to stop this fool from taking risks. Besides, failure isn't even a possibility. When she spoke this last line, she deliberately lowered her voice. At that moment, Chen Mo gently patted Xiaomai's hand and smiled. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Though his words were light, his tone carried an air of unwavering resolve. Xiaomai looked at Chen Mo's expression and ultimately didn't stop him, merely saying, Senior, then please be very careful and make sure to return safely. After a whole day of preparation, Chen Mo was finally ready to make his move against the guy known as the Physician. Once more donning the battle armor, he made final adjustments to the flight apparatus on his back. As night fell and the city lights twinkled like stars, he unfurled his wings in the darkness, silently ascending like a bird of prey. Tracing an almost imperceptible path through the air, he landed soundlessly on Lin Yuan's balcony. Next, he calibrated his laser vision's intensity and with surgical precision cut a perfect circle through the balcony's glass door. Reaching inside, he disengaged the lock mechanism. The apartment was tidy and luxurious. After scanning the empty rooms, he settled into the optimal ambush position within the living room and began his patient vigil. In less than half an hour, the sound of a turning lock echoed, followed by footsteps of leather shoes tapping against the floor. Lin Yuan entered the apartment, loosened his tie, and habitually switched on the hallway light before heading toward the living room. As Lin Yuan passed the corner where Chen Mo lay in wait, the latter emerged swiftly like a shadow, his right claw decisively unsheathed, poised to strike. At that very moment, however, Su Xiaolu's unhurried voice came through the communicator. "Oh, by the way, one small thing, he's not an enhanced." "What?" Chen Mo was stunned, yet his hand's movement had already been unleashed. In his haste, he swiftly retracted his venomous claws and clenched his fingers into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to Lin Yuan's nose. Lin Yuan took the blow head-on and was immediately sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. Blood gushed from his nose in an instant, and he clutched his face with a pain howl. "Ah, my nose! Who's there? Help!" Chen Mo didn't give him time to react. He stepped forward swiftly, pressing one hand on his shoulder while pulling out a neck cuff with the other and clamping it around Lin Yuan's neck. With just a click sound, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something around his neck. A shiver ran down his spine as his eyes widened in horror, and he stammered out, What is this? What did you just put on me?" Chen Mo raised a finger to his lips with a shushing gesture, then spoke in an icy tone. "Listen carefully, I am Tartarus." What? Lin Yuan gasped in terror upon hearing the name, but was once again silenced by Chen Mo's finger pressing against his lips. Chen Mo then pointed at the device around Lin Yuan's neck and continued. "And what you're wearing now is a self-detonating collar. With one press of this button, it'll blow your head right off your shoulders." The effect of these words was more profound than Chen Mo had anticipated. Lin Yuan's face drained of all color instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then, to Chen Mo's surprise, a pungent odor arose from the man's trousers. His victim had wet himself. "No, please don't kill me, I beg you," Lin Yuan pleaded through tears, blood from his nose mingling with his sobs as he clasped his hands together in desperate supplication. "I have a wife, children, please spare my life." Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that just a couple of sentences could frighten the other person so much. He adjusted his tone and continued his threat. "Of course, as long as you obey me and help me with one little task, I might consider sparing your life, for now." Lin Yuan clung to this lifeline like a drowning man, urgently cutting in. "Anything, I'll do anything, just let me live, I'll do whatever you say." Watching the other person in this state, a faint smile couldn't help but appear beneath Chen Mo's mask. The situation was progressing far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Chapter 52 Entering the Red Room. Beneath the Lumiere Grand Theater lay the performance space of the Red Room, designed in a structure resembling a Roman gladiatorial arena. Surrounding the vast circular floor were tiers of rising spectator seats, with the overhead lights focused on the central performance area. In the backstage of this arena were several dim and damp rooms, lined with rows of iron cages, rusted from the harsh environment. Inside the cages, young men and women were crammed together, each curled up in tattered clothes with hollow, lifeless eyes. In one corner of a cage sat a pair of sisters, the elder holding the younger tightly as they clung to each other. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed from outside. A burly guard strode into the room, his leather boots striking the floor with a dull thump. The moment he appeared, nearly everyone in the cages simultaneously lowered their heads, shrinking into themselves, desperate to avoid drawing attention. The guard examined cage after cage before finally stopping in front of the sisters' enclosure. He pulled out his electric baton and struck the iron bars with a violent clang, the sound of metal reverberating through the confined space. "Today it's your turn to perform, sisters. Don't disappoint the audience." Hearing this, the younger sister's body trembled violently as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, her quiet sobs immediately catching the guard's attention. His gaze lingered on the younger sister's face, and after a long pause, a trace of greed flickered in his eyes. Quite pretty when you look closely. Seems a shame to just let her die like this." He licked his lips and muttered to himself, might as well have some fun with her before she kicks the bucket. With that, he pulled out a key, unlocked the iron cage door, and reached in to grab the younger sister. "No, stop, let go of me." The younger sister immediately screamed, kicking wildly with her legs, but her childlike strength was no match for him. "Don't touch her." At that moment, the older sister sprang up from the ground, her eyes blazing with fury. She lunged at the guard like a wild animal. He sank his teeth into the guard's arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth. "Ah!" The guard cried out in pain, shoving the younger sister away before grabbing the elder sister by her hair and yanking her to the ground. "Damn bitch! You dare bite me," he roared, raising his baton to strike her. The moment the electrified weapon made contact, sparks flew with crackling bursts of current. The elder sister let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing in agony, yet she stubbornly shielded her younger sister, refusing to loosen her protective embrace for even a second. Like a madman, the guard repeatedly swung the baton, strike after savage strike raining down on both sisters. Only when exhaustion finally overcame his fury did the brutal assault cease. "That's a lesson for you," he spat, slamming the iron door shut with a vengeance. "Go die a slow death," he tossed over his shoulder before finally walking away. In the cage, the two sisters clung tightly to each other, their bodies trembling from the lingering pain of the electric shocks. The younger sister's sobs had faded into sporadic hiccups. "Big sister, I'm so scared." Her sister struggled to raise her hand, gently patting her younger sister's back. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu, it'll be over soon." Her voice was weak yet tender, tears glistening in her eyes. "Then we'll be able to see Mom and Dad again." Not far from the radiant Grand Theater, Chen Mo sat quietly in Lin Yuan's car dressed in Tartarus costume, gazing toward the theater. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan hunched his shoulders beside him, his voice trembling slightly. "The performances in the Red Room usually start after 8:30. By this time, people should be arriving." As soon as these words were spoken, several luxury cars slowly pulled into the circular plaza in front of the Grand Theater. The doors opened, and men and women dressed in lavish evening gowns stepped out one after another, each wearing exquisite masks on their faces. "These are all prominent figures from high society," Lin Yuan explained in a hushed voice, his fingers unconsciously touching the black collar around his neck before straightening his shirt collar to cover it. "The Red Room has always kept its promise to protect its members' privacy. No matter who you are, you must wear a mask to enter." He swallowed hard as he spoke. Chen Mo nodded. Lin Yuan then added, "Once it's done, we can evacuate directly from Mr. J's private box. There's a secret passage that leads straight to Huffing Street. You'll need to take me with you when the time comes." Chen Mo nodded again, his calm gaze sweeping across the scene before him, until the crisp voice of Su Xiaolu came through his earpiece. "Almost there, the surveillance cameras in the vicinity have been disabled. We can move now." "Got it." Just as he was about to step out of the car, he heard Su Xiaolu add, "By the way, even though we're supposed to assassinate Mr. J, there's no need to do it today. We can scope out the situation first and familiarize ourselves with the environment." "Understood," Chen Mo replied. "Then, stay safe." Chen Mo nodded subconsciously, then stretched his neck slightly before pushing the car door open and stepping out. "Let's go." "Okay, got it." Lin Yuan quickly followed behind, stepping off the vehicle while pulling on a rat mask. His hurried footsteps caught up as he continued to remind, "Don't forget now, whatever you do, don't leave me behind, or I'm dead for sure." Chen Mo nodded for the third time, his mind already racing with plans for what to do next. The two men traversed the opulent hall of the Radiance Grand Theater, with Lin Yuan leading Chen Mo through several turns until they reached a secluded corner hidden behind thick curtains. With practiced ease, Lin Yuan pressed a specific spot on the wall 3 times, and a concealed elevator door slid open. As they stepped inside, the sensation of descent convinced Chen Mo they were heading deep underground. When the elevator stopped, Lin Yuan led the way through several dimly lit corridors, turning a few corners as the air grew increasingly damp and stifling. Eventually, they halted before a heavy crimson metal door. On either side stood 2 burly guards, the contours of firearms faintly visible beneath their black suits, their gazes icy as they scrutinized the newcomers. "Invitation." The guard on the left extended his hand, his voice hoarse and brooking no refusal. "Did you two really not recognize me?" Lin Yuan raised his voice, an unmistakable edge of displeasure in his tone. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, the 2 guards' pupils slightly contracted, instantly shifting from vigilance to respect. "So it's Mr. Doctor. We sincerely apologize for earlier." All right, Lin Yuan waved his hand, then pointed to Chen Mo. "This is my friend, and also a distinguished guest of Mr. J. He's here today to join the membership." The 2 guards exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and stepped aside to make way. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief before turning to Chen Mo and saying, "Then, my friend, prepare yourself for Mr. J's grand banquet." Though these words were purely for the benefit of the 2 guards, Chen Mo could still detect genuine excitement beneath Lin Yuan's theatrical tone. With these words, the grand doors slowly swung open, unleashing a wave of raucous noise upon them. Then Chen Mo saw it, that magnificent structure reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. At the center of the circular arena lay crimson-red sand, surrounded by tier upon tier of ascending spectator stands. It was truly unbelievable. How could they have constructed such a colossal structure underground? What kind of financial power would this require? He saw men and women filling every level of the stands, all wearing masks, standing or sitting, raising glasses in toast, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The overhead lights focused entirely on the central arena, leaving the surrounding spectator seats bathed in ambiguous shadows. Along the narrow walkways, bunny girls wearing rabbit masks moved about clad in body-hugging outfits, their slender legs encased in fishnet stockings, ample cleavage spilling from their necklines, and perky buttocks adorned with fluffy white pom-pom tails that trembled slightly with each step. They glided past the guest seats, smiling as they accepted whatever hands reached for them, whether caressing their thighs or slapping their backsides. They appeared utterly indifferent. Is this the Red Room? Chen Mo gazed at everything before him, his expression involuntarily turning solemn. Chapter 53, Possibly a Trap. Just as Chen Mo was taking in the sight, Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Follow me, the latter said in a hushed, slightly nervous voice. Chen Mo nodded and followed him through the layers of spectator stands. The noise of the crowd gradually faded away, and the air grew stifling. They entered a dimly lit corridor, finally arriving at a backstage room. The moment the door was pushed open, Chen Mo's breath caught. Inside the gloomy room stood countless iron cages, imprisoning men and women in tattered clothes, huddled inside like lambs awaiting slaughter. Could this truly be a scene from modern society? Waves of horrified chills ran through him. His footsteps instinctively slowed as he approached the cages. The imprisoned people sensed someone drawing near and immediately lowered their heads, their bodies beginning to tremble violently. At this moment, Lin Yuan returned, offering an ingratiating smile toward him. Don't take it too hard. These people, they're performers, Lin Yuan explained. After a pause, he added, there are too many of them. You can't help them all. As he looked at them, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable weight pressing on his chest and indescribable heaviness. Yet he knew Lin Yuan spoke the truth. He had more pressing matters now, there was no way he could intervene on their behalf. At this thought, he let out a long sigh, then nodded at Yuan Lin and said, let's go. The two continued forward, passing through the rooms holding detainees before climbing up the stairs. Eventually, they arrived inside the main building at the center of the Colosseum's spectator stands. Yuan Lin suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to say, wait here for a moment. I'll go inform Mr. J. Then she added worriedly, don't go anywhere. With that, she walked toward the room at the building's highest point, leaving Chen Mo standing where he was. She arrived at the door and gently knocked 3 times. Please come in. A cheerful voice came from inside. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and entered the room. It was a special VIP booth, spacious and bright, with a row of floor-to-ceiling windows offering an excellent view of the central performance area. In the center of the booth, a man dressed in a bright red tuxedo and wearing a clown mask lounged casually on a chair. In his right hand, he held a gentleman's cane, while his left hand cradled a wineglass filled with a swirling red liquid. Beside him stood a voluptuous woman, exceptionally beautiful with smooth, long hair. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black professional suit. Respected Mr. J, Lin Yuan shivered slightly upon seeing the man. He swallowed hard unconsciously before bowing and speaking. Respected Mr. J. Mr. J slowly turned his head, the eyes beneath his mask fixed intently on Lin Yuan. After a brief silence, he let out a string of light chuckles. Isn't this doctor? What brings you here suddenly? Is there something you need? Well, it's nothing too important. It's just that I have a friend who's very interested in the Red Room performances. He'd like to become a member. Ah, this is wonderful news. New companions joining means more money too. I've no reason to refuse. With Mr. J's laughter, his cane tapped crisply on the floor several times. Hayashi's body twitched. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then forced himself to continue speaking. He's also always admired you, sir. He's been wanting to meet you for a long time. A long silence followed. Mr. J stopped tapping his cane, tilting his head as he stared at Lin Yuan until the latter's hair stood on end. Only then did he speak. That's even better. You must know, we always provide our clients with the ultimate experience. His voice was low and gentle, yet it made Lin Yuan's blood run cold. Nodding stiffly, his hand unconsciously touched the collar around his neck before he continued in an inquiring tone. Then, I'll call him over now. Seeing Mr. J nod, he hastily bowed and scrambled out of the room in a fluster. After Lin Yuan left, the woman immediately approached Mr. J and said in a low voice, that guy is acting strange today. Mr. J swirled the wineglass in his hand a few times before replying. Doctors already face immense daily pressure, and he's timid by nature to begin with. But what's that around his neck? I don't recall him having a habit of wearing accessories, the woman remarked further. It's really nothing serious, just that he's brought a little mouse in with him. Mr. J actually laughed after saying that. That kind of traitor should just be killed outright, the woman replied. How boring that would be, Mr. J continued, a hint of amusement in his tone. After pondering for a moment, he added, tell Mad Dog to come here. The woman nodded and quickly took out her phone to make the call. On the other side, Chen Mo gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the central performance area. The lights shone on the empty stage, making the floor uncomfortably bright. For some reason, his thoughts returned to the people trapped in cages, their hunched figures and filthy clothes. Who could have imagined all of this was happening beneath a bustling downtown theater? Just as he was lost in thought, Su Xiaolu's urgent voice suddenly crackled through the communicator. Chen Mo, the situation has changed. Someone just entered the theater. You need to abort the mission immediately. Su Xiaolu's words left him puzzled. Just one person? He replied softly. Calm down, it's just one person. No, you don't understand, that person, he's different. Su Xiaolu's voice was urgent, even slightly incoherent. I can't explain it, but the operation must be cancelled. Just then, Lin Yuan's voice came from behind. Mr. J is willing to see you now. This has to be a trap. Su Xiaolu's voice continued shouting through the communicator. Chen Mo stood still, his eyes flickering as he pondered his options. To be honest, it seemed rather exaggerated for just one person to frighten the girl like this, but he also understood there must be good reason behind Su Xiaolu urging him to leave. Whoever was coming couldn't be ordinary. As he was thinking, the theater's speakers suddenly crackled to life, and Mr. J's voice echoed through every corner of the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Room's special performance tonight. We're honored to present to you this evening a pair of extraordinarily special performers. They are a pair of sisters, the beautiful twin blossoms, the younger leaning on the elder, while the elder guards the younger. They lived happily together, until one day, a beast broke into their home. Confronted by the beast, what could the sisters do? Would the older sister be able to protect the younger one? Let's enjoy today's show, The Elegy of Twins. I declare the performance begins. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. As Mr. J made the announcement, all lights focused on the central stage. Then, Chen Mo saw two young girls being dragged to the center of the performance area. Their clothes were disheveled, with tear stains on their faces, and both looked impossibly young. The older sister appeared to be barely in her teens, while the younger one hadn't even begun puberty yet. Chen Mo was stunned, his eyes widening in shock for a moment before he heard the crowd erupt in cheers once more. Chapter 54, The Entrance of Tartaros. The performance in the Red Room had already begun. On stage, the two sisters huddled together, the younger one sobbing while the elder patted her back reassuringly. Then, a sharpened wooden stick was tossed at their feet. The sister hesitantly and cautiously picked up the wooden stick. At that very moment, the iron gate across the field slammed open. With heavy, thudding footsteps, a burly figure stepped into the arena. He was clad in metal armor, wearing an iron helmet, his face obscured by a mask, and in his hand he gripped a cleaver, its blade crusted with dried blood. As the man entered the field, the audience atop the stands erupted into cheers. Seizing the moment, he removed his mask, revealing a face twisted with brutish aggression. Upon seeing his face, the sister's expression contorted instantly. She recognized this man. It was none other than the very guard who had attempted to assault her younger sister. Ha 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 ha. The guard's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the arena as he grinned smugly at the sisters. Hello again, pretty little thing. Bet you didn't expect me to play the butcher today. He licked his lips as he spoke. In the end, you still couldn't protect your sister. At that moment, both sisters despaired. The older one trembled as she shielded her younger sister, raising a wooden stick in defense only to be met with the man's merciless sneers. Inside the spectator stands, Chen Mo stood there, facing Lin Yuan. Su Xiaolu's voice shouted through the communicator. Tartarus, get out of there immediately. We have all the time in the world, no need to rush now. Do you hear me? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Su Xiaolu had never issued such an urgent warning before. Her judgment was always accurate, and he trusted her completely. After careful consideration, Chen Mo turned around and strode back the way he had come. Lin Yuan looked at him with confusion, his face full of bewilderment. Hey, aren't we going to see Mr. J anymore? Chen Mo ignored him. Then what about this collar around my neck? Chen Mo still didn't answer, continuing to walk forward. The cheering around him grew louder, signaling the climax of the performance. Even without looking, he could guess what was happening below. In Mr. J's private booth, watching the surveillance footage, he observed Chen Mo's retreating figure with a hint of disappointment on his face. The rat is slipping away, the woman muttered coldly. Let him go then. Mr. J's tone was calm, as if discussing some trivial matter. Is that really all right? The woman raised her brows again. Mr. J swirled the wine glass in his hand, the red liquid sloshing inside like flowing blood. He didn't make the first move. By the rules, he's still our guest. Acting rashly against a guest would frighten everyone. He chuckled softly. After all, we're running a business here. But he's already got his eyes on you. The woman went on. Indeed, ever since my abilities evolved, I knew he'd come for me sooner or later. But when you think about it, isn't this also an opportunity? Don't tell me you're trying to. Mr. J simply let out a light chuckle. Let him go for now, we should start getting ready ourselves. Before he knew it, Chen Mo had already returned to the exit. All he had to do was open the door to leave this place. Behind him, even more frenzied cheers and shouts erupted, mixed with a girl's sobs and screams. Yet he hesitated to pull the door open. The surrounding noise remained as chaotic as ever. He raised his head to look at the highest private box in the theater, that so-called Mr. J should be there. But when he thought about it carefully, what difference would killing him make? When he saw these insane spectators in the audience, he'd already realized one truth. Whether Mr. J lived or died, the Red Room would always exist. As long as this world remained unchanged, such performances would repeat over and over in the city, impossible to stop. The cheers continued unabated, and Su Xiaolu's incessant chatter could still be heard through the communicator. Chen Mo, are you out yet? Listen carefully, the operation is cancelled. Abort the assassination, you have to trust me. She was so frantic she'd even resorted to calling him by his full name. Chen Mo stood motionless, remaining silent for a long moment before finally sighing and whispering into his communicator. I understand. I've decided to give up on assassinating Mr. J. Phew, there seemed to be a sigh of relief from Su Xiaolu's end. Good that you understand. Come back first, and we'll figure things out. But I don't plan to leave just like this. What? Wait, what are you trying to do? Chen Mo. At the center of the stage, the guard's machete flashed coldly as it slashed down brutally onto her sister's back. Ah! The elder sister screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground. Blood immediately gushed from her wound, staining her thin clothing crimson. The wooden club rolled away, coming to rest a few steps away. Sis, no! The younger sister shrieked as she threw herself forward at that moment. Her face was streaked with tears, tiny hands desperately trying to stem the blood flowing from her sister's back only to have them drenched red in return. Gasping in agony, the elder sister nevertheless raised a trembling hand to gently wipe the tears from her sister's face, whispering comfort. Don't cry. The spectators in the stands had already gone mad, their roaring cheers rising wave after wave to fill the crimson room. Some whistled, others clapped and stomped, while a few even stood up to shout encouragement. They could no longer be called human, they were like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. The guard licked his lips and slowly stepped toward the sisters, the gleam of his cleaver icy under the lights. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he grinned savagely. So, which part should I chop off first? From the stands came a cacophony of voices. Cut off her legs. Cut them off. Her eyes. Gouge out her eyes first. Rip open her belly. As the frenzied shouts surrounded them, the light in my sister's eyes finally extinguished. Death was now inevitable. Her only thought was to protect her younger sister at all costs. Summoning her last remaining strength, she turned and embraced her sister tightly, using her own body as a final shield. Don't look, close your eyes, she whispered in her sister's ear before shutting her own eyes tightly, awaiting death's arrival. Behind them, the guard had already raised his cleaver high, the steel slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Farewell, little beauty. The guard sneered as his machete descended, followed by a dull thud. Warm liquid splattered onto her sister's back and hair, carrying a thick metallic scent of blood. Strangely, the anticipated pain never came. Was she still alive? Puzzled, she slowly opened her eyes. When her vision refocused, she gasped in shock. The guard now lay crumpled on the ground, his skull completely shattered. Brain matter and blood mingled as they spread across the stage floor, forming a grotesque crimson lake. Even more shocking was the towering black figure that had silently appeared before the two sisters, its combat boots still stained with fresh blood. When the shadowy figure turned its head, both sisters froze simultaneously. They saw a human skull nestled within the inky hood, its surface gleaming with metallic luster, while flickering crimson ghost fires danced within its eye sockets, a sight that chilled them to their core. The entire red room fell into deathly silence. Inside the VIP booth, Mr. J stood dumbfounded. He had witnessed Chen Mo leap from the stands with his own eyes, crushing a guard's head with a single kick. That guy didn't come for me after all, nor did he choose to leave. Instead, he saved two completely unrelated ordinary people. Was this really the person he remembered? Wasn't he here to steal his powers? For a moment, Mr. J felt his thoughts were in disarray, but then he couldn't stop trembling, followed by an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. He abruptly stood up, spread his arms wide, grabbed the microphone, and shouted at the top of his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most unprecedented performance the Red Room has seen in years. For once, it's not the prey who lies dead, but the butcher. Let us applaud the divine justice that has descended upon us, Tartarus. The spectators in the stands froze in stunned silence at first. What? That man is Tartarus? Hero killer Tartarus? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the entire stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Chapter 55, The Hero Saves Beauty Script. Inside the private box, Mr. J stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms spread wide, his masked voice oozing delight. A hero descends from the heavens to save the damsel in distress, what a familiar trope. He tapped his cane on the ground again, letting out another eerie laugh, but the question is, how long can you protect them both? As his words faded, several steel doors on the opposite side of the arena slid open simultaneously, followed by the crisp, synchronized footsteps of an entire squad of mercenaries clad in tactical gear and wielding rifles. Their muzzles snapped into perfect alignment, all pointing at the trio. Chen Mo immediately stepped forward, shielding the two sisters with his body. "Stay behind me, don't move no matter what happens." "Oh, okay." The mercenaries roared as they pulled their triggers, the deafening gunfire sending a torrent of bullets raining down. The moment they touched Chen Mo, rippling waves blocked them, causing the bullets to clatter to the ground. "What?" The mercenaries' faces twisted in horror. Before they could react, Chen Mo had already pressed the switch on his mask. Two laser beams shot straight out, carving crimson lines of death through the crowd. Wherever the lasers touched, the mercenaries' bodies were instantly pierced, collapsing one after another. Fall back, fall back." The survivors tried to flee, but the iron door behind them had already sealed shut. They could only continue firing in despair before being systematically executed one by one. In the elevated VIP room, Mr. J watched the one-sided massacre with keen interest. Suddenly, knocking sounded at the door behind him. A fully armed tactical team leader burst into the room, dropping to one knee with bowed head. "Mr. J, I apologize for my negligence. It was my oversight that allowed Tartarus to infiltrate." Mr. J waved his hand dismissively, a smirk barely visible beneath his mask. "Save your apologies. Have your squad joined the battle below?" The squad leader hesitated, his eyes flickering with doubt. "But sir, they're all only Tier 1 recruits. You don't need to defeat Tartarus." Mr. J pointed his cane downward sharply. "Just kill those two girls." The squad leader's eyes turned sharp as he nodded briskly. "Got it." He raised the walkie-talkie on his wrist and calmly issued the order, "Raptor Squad, move in. Targets are those two girls." Below in the battlefield, Chen Mo had just finished dealing with the last mercenary when another door at the edge of the arena opened. 4 men and 1 woman stepped out slowly. Like the previous mercenaries, they wore tactical gear, but unlike them, none carried any weapons. Someone in the stands immediately recognized them. The Raptor Squad. Even Mr. J has sent out his personal guard. Every single one of them is a power-type superhuman. As the 5 entered the arena, the crowd seemed to grow even more excited. The 5 took their positions, all simultaneously locking eyes with Chen Mo, who calmly stepped forward to assess this new group of adversaries. The two sides stood in a stalemate until the leader among them gave a sharp whistle. The 5 men quickly dispersed, surrounding Chen Mo with practiced tactical precision. Chen Mo had long been ready. The moment the 5 charged, red light once again flared from the eye sockets of his mask, shooting directly into the leader's chest. The man didn't even have time to scream before his chest was pierced, collapsing heavily to the ground. The remaining 4 team members were horrified at the sight, then attacked simultaneously from different angles, their fists and legs whistling through the air straight for vital points. Chen Mo remained utterly composed, making no attempt to dodge as their blows landed on him. Zhou Tianhao's superpower began activating. Each impact sent rippling waves across his armor's surface, dispersing every ounce of force harmlessly. At the same time, he locked onto one of them, relentlessly pressing the attack, knee strikes, side kicks, axe kicks, each movement precise and vicious, driving his opponent back step by step as the man desperately tried to disengage. But Chen Mo gave him no quarter. Ignoring the assaults from the other 3, he pushed off the ground like an arrow loosed from its bow, closing the distance instantly. 3 rapid-fire flying kicks hammered into the man's chest in succession, finally breaking his stance with a spray of blood before he collapsed heavily. In an instant, 5 adversaries dwindled to 3. "Damn it," shrieked the sole female team member, her voice frayed with panic. "Forget him. Kill the 2 women first." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, one of the men instantly broke away from the fight and charged toward the sister's position. Chen Mo sensed the danger and tried to intercept, but found himself tightly entangled by another team member. "Move!" Chen Mo roared, his razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly as they slashed across the man's cheek. The man screamed in pain but still refused to back down. Without hesitation, Chen Mo launched a flying kick right into the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. When I turned back to look, the man had already rushed in front of my sister and raised his fist. Chen Mo was horrified, but the two were now so close together that their figures almost overlapped. In such a situation, he dared not use his laser eyes. In the blink of an eye, he drew the grappling gun from his waist and pulled the trigger. The metal hook whistled through the air, wrapping around his opponent's wrist with deadly precision. What? Perhaps the man wasn't expecting this, for Chen Mo actually managed to catch his fist mid-swing. The 2 men were locked in a brief stalemate. Chen Mo summoned every ounce of strength he had, gripping the rope with white-knuckled desperation as veins bulged across his forehead. But as an ordinary man facing a Tier 1 superhuman with brute strength, his resistance was ultimately futile. With a thunderous roar, the man wrenched his arm backward, the tremendous force yanking Chen Mo clean off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air toward his opponent. But this time, Chen Mo wasn't as panicked as in previous battles. It seemed Shaolan's training had truly borne fruit. In that fleeting moment, he actually adjusted his stance mid-air and used the pull force to deliver a flying kick straight toward the man's face. Bang! The man was hit and fell to the ground. Chen Mo rolled with the landing momentum and pinned his opponent's chest before the other could rise. Simultaneously, he raised his clawed right hand and drove it mercilessly toward the man's eyes. Even for superhumans with enhanced physical abilities, the eyes remain the most vulnerable spot. Ah! With a piercing scream, the man's eyes were gouged out in an instant, blood splattering and staining Chen Mo's mask and armor crimson. The body convulsed violently a few times before falling into unconsciousness. On the other side of the venue, the sole female team member turned deathly pale at the sight, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Then a stream of liquid trickled down her pants, soaking them. With a sudden shriek, she spun around and bolted for the exit. Chen Mo slowly stood up, and the eyes on his mask once again shot out lasers. One of the beams pierced straight through the back of the female team member's neck. Her body stiffened for a moment, then she collapsed like a broken marionette, lifeless. After killing the woman, Chen Mo returned to the man whose eyes had been gouged out, raised his foot, and stomped down hard on his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. The man vomited a mouthful of blood and then fell silent forever. Meanwhile, the last man, whose face had been slashed by the claws, was already collapsed on the ground. The paralyzing toxin on the claws had completely taken effect by now, rendering him unable to move even an inch. Seeing this, Chen Mo wasn't in any hurry. He simply walked slowly toward the building where Mr. J was located. As he passed by him, he casually turned his head and unleashed the lasers from his eyes once more, ruthlessly piercing through the other's heart. Then he raised his head and looked toward the private room where Mr. J was. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Mr. J could feel his gaze. He smiled faintly before beginning to clap his hands. Chapter 56. Next up are second-tier mutants. Mr. J slowly stood up amidst utter silence after finishing his applause. Gentlemen, I announce, his voice echoed through the entire arena via loudspeakers. Whoever defeats Tartarus shall be rewarded with 12 vials of sacred blood elixir. What? Sacred blood elixir? Am I hearing correctly? A full dozen of them. Hearing Mr. J's words, the stage immediately erupted with wild cheers, and many spectators began to stir with excitement. Chen Mo stood at the center of the square, scanning the stands warily. Though he didn't know what the so-called sacred blood elixir Mr. J mentioned was, the crowd's reaction made it clear it must be something extraordinary, and where there are great rewards, there will always be daring volunteers. Sure enough, from the middle of the stands, a man and woman whispered briefly to each other before jumping down together. Both wore identical masks, the man burly and muscular, the woman slender and graceful. Since Mr. J has made his offer, why not let us siblings spar with Tartarus, the man shouted, his voice rough and forceful. With that, the two of them simultaneously assumed their fighting stances. At that very moment, another voice rang out from the stage. How interesting. Why not count me in too? Then, a bald man wearing a golden mask leaped down from the spectator stands, landing steadily on the ground. How about it? The bald man crossed his arms and turned to look at the brother and sister. The siblings exchanged a glance, visibly hesitating. That's Tartarus we're talking about. Can you two guarantee we'll walk away unscathed? Don't end up making money you can't live to spend, the bald man said. Splitting it 3 ways, each still gets 4 doses. Not too shabby. The man fell into contemplation once more. Chen Mo was growing somewhat impatient as he watched. Stop wasting time, come at me all together. His voice was bone-chillingly cold. The man had no choice but to turn to look at the woman. Seeing her give a slight nod, he then said, "Deal." Then the three took their positions, forming a fan shape to surround Chen Mo. Suddenly, the man let out a loud shout and charged at Chen Mo alongside the bald-headed one. Without hesitation, Chen Mo activated the laser device in his mask, sending 2 red beams shooting straight ahead. However, at the same instant, 2 white beams fired from the opposite side, perfectly countering his lasers. Chen Mo was startled, then noticed they were being emitted from the woman's eyes. The 2 energies clashed midair, producing a piercing hum. Soon, the white light began gradually overpowering the red. Chen Mo frowned. He had already maxed out the power output, yet his opponent's energy was still stronger. The clash point inched steadily closer toward him. What's worse, as the white light approached, he could feel a bone-chilling cold rushing toward his face. The situation was dire, the point of contact was getting closer. At the very moment the light was about to touch him, he retracted his laser and rolled aside. The beam grazed his body and struck the ground, instantly freezing a large patch of ice crystals on the floor with a faint crack sound. Chen Mo tumbled and barely managed to stand when the man was already upon him, throwing a steel-hard punch. Caught off guard, Chen Mo instinctively kicked out, leg meeting fist in a direct clash that sent up a cloud of dust. Amid the dust, the man stood unmoved, while Chen Mo was flung backward by the recoil. He flipped twice midair before landing firmly on his feet. Before he could even catch his breath, the iron-fisted man advanced again, throwing another punch. This time, instead of blocking head-on, Chen Mo leaped straight into the air the instant the attack came, propelled by a powerful push from his legs. Iron Fist looked up in shock as Chen Mo's claws snapped out, poised to stab at his eyes. In that split second, the bald man suddenly leaped up from behind Iron Fist, his hands sprouting 4 bone claws each like a wild beast, clamping down on Shenmo's blades. What the? Shenmo gasped in alarm, but his body was already being yanked back to the ground. Their claws interlocked in a deadlock, neither able to break free. Just as they remained locked in stalemate, a beam of white light suddenly struck Shenmo's back. It was the woman. While the three were entangled in combat, she had circled around behind him. Rippling energy shimmered across his trench coat, mitigating the direct damage from the beam, but the piercing cold seeped through unimpeded, creeping from his armor into his very skin. Shenmo felt a sharp sting as his back instantly suffered frostbite. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Fist drove another punch into his waist, sending him flying backward. He crashed against the wall with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the private room, Mr. J watched the battle with great interest, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Cold Eyes, Bronze Fist, and the Warman are all second tier, he muttered to himself. Once these powers are used, won't my identity be exposed? The woman standing beside him frowned with dissatisfaction. We already lost an entire team of superhumans, those were expensive to train. Now you're sacrificing such a valuable artifact too, is it really worth it? Mr. J shook his head slightly with a smile. What's the loss of a few tier 1s when we can measure how many superpowers he possesses now? He raised his glass and took a sip. As for the holy blood serum, those who come here aren't short on money. Without some high stakes, why would they risk their lives? The woman snorted softly and glanced downward once more. What if these three actually win? Only to see Mr. J wave his hand dismissively. Then it doesn't matter. Then he turned his gaze back to the arena and saw Shenmo stand up again from the rubble by the wall. Shenmo stared intently at the three. The iron-fisted man's punch hadn't hurt him, it had been completely neutralized by his armor, but it was noticeably stronger than the force in his legs. Similarly, the woman's freezing ray was more powerful than his own first-order laser. All signs pointed to the three of them likely being second-order. Right now, the woman posed the only real threat to him. As long as he took her out, the other two would be easy enough to deal with. But from the start, she had been standing at the edge of the field, keeping her distance. The two men, meanwhile, were holding his attention at the front. These three individuals possessed abilities and tactical strategies that were perfectly tailored to counter him. Of course, had that not been the case, they wouldn't have dared to descend in the first place. The battle raged on. Bronze Fist's punch landed squarely on him, sending ripples through the air once more as the damage dissipated. Even though the strike couldn't injure him, the sheer momentum still sent him staggering back several meters. No sooner had he regained his footing than the werewolf pounced again, swinging its bone claws in a flurry of attacks. Each strike pierced his body only to be swiftly deflected by the rippling barrier. Seizing an opening, he retaliated with a swipe of his own claws against the werewolf's body, yet again, to no effect. The physique of a second-tier superhuman was indeed massively enhanced. No matter how sharp or sturdy his venomous claws were, his own strength remained pitifully limited. His only option was to target the softest parts of the human body, and since he couldn't even cut through his opponent's skin, poisoning them was out of the question. As he was pondering, the white light struck again, precisely hitting his right leg. Shenmo's pupils constricted violently as an icy cold sensation spread from his leg, as if millions of tiny needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. The frigid air condensed into solid ice crystals, freezing his entire leg to the ground in an instant, immobilizing him completely. His heart lurched as he tried to use laser beams to melt the ice, but the werewolf suddenly appeared behind him. With lightning speed, it seized both his arms, the strength of a tier 2 superhuman rendering him utterly powerless. For that moment, Shenmo was completely immobilized. Bronze Fist chose that moment to step forward, raising his arm high before delivering a punch squarely to the face, an area unprotected by the armor. In truth, the armor responded as the punch was thrown, emitting faint ripples in an attempt to dissipate the impact. While it managed to neutralize part of the force, some still remained unmitigated. The Iron Fist ultimately landed heavily on the mask, sending a surge of force that jerked his head backward involuntarily. His teeth bit into his lips, drawing a metallic taste of blood. The world spun around him, ears flooded with a deafening buzz. Then, warmth spilled down his forehead, fresh blood sliding over the mask before finally dripping onto the ground. Chapter 57. Come down here if you dare. Still unsatisfied, Bronze Fist swiftly followed it up with 2 more punches. After taking 3 consecutive punches, Shenmo only felt his skull buzzing, as if his consciousness was starting to drift away. Seeing Shenmo's head beginning to droop, he took a few steps back and said to the woman behind him, "Sis, your turn. Finish him off." The woman nodded, stepping forward twice as azure light began to shimmer in her eyes. Just as the blue light was about to shoot out, a wooden stick suddenly flew over and hit the back of her head with little effect. Lang Yin frowned, the light in her eyes instantly extinguished, and then she turned to look. She saw a girl standing there, trembling all over but still maintaining the throwing posture. It was the older sister of the pair of sisters, whose teeth were chattering from fear, yet she still mustered the courage to shout. Let him go." Lang Yin snorted coldly. "I almost forgot about you too. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll gladly oblige you first." With that, she aimed at the girl, and icy blue rays began rapidly gathering in her eyes. At this critical moment, Chun Mo activated the flight apparatus on his back. A pair of enormous black wings suddenly unfurled from his shoulders, their force so immense that it sent the werewolf catapulting backward. Then, with a mighty flap, the razor-sharp edges of his wings sliced through the ice encasing his legs, shattering it instantly. The powerful updraft lifted Chen Mo's body as he spiraled upward into the sky. What the hell is that thing? Bronze Fist staggered back in shock, his face contorted in disbelief. He never expected the opponent to have such a trump card. Cold Eyes also turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. 5 abilities, he actually has 5 superpowers. His voice was laced with fear, yet tinged with a hint of envy. The werewolf came running back from the distance, his face betraying an instinctive fear. Damn, does he have any other abilities he hasn't used yet? At this moment, Chen Mo had already surged to the highest point, hovering midair as he looked down upon the 3 below. Beneath the black hood, that metallic skull mask stood out starkly, while the black wings behind him stretched fully, blotting out all the lights from the ceiling. In an instant, the entire red room darkened. Faced with such a spectacle, gasps erupted from the audience seats. People rose to their feet, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the figure above. Some screamed, others cheered, and a few even fell to their knees. What kind of monster is this? Bronze Fist clenched his fists tightly, his voice laced with indignation. Meanwhile, Werewolf crouched low, hands planted on the ground, his back arched as if ready to pounce at Chun Mo in the air. And Cold Eyes once again concentrated the light, preparing to strike. But it was already too late for them. With a sudden flap of his wings, countless feathers tore away and showered toward the 3 on the ground like sharp arrows. Bronze Fist paled in shock, hurriedly raising his arms to block. The feathers rained down, shattering the mask on his face and slicing across his body, leaving thin cuts in their wake. Wolfman, meanwhile, had just leaped into the air when the feathers met him head-on, smashing him back to the ground where he howled in pain. Feathers poured down like rain, lasting nearly half a minute. When the assault finally ceased, Bronze Fist slowly lowered his arms and turned to look at his companions. Everyone okay? He glanced at the werewolf, who was struggling to rise from the ground, covered in dust with cuts on his head and hands. Though he looked battered, nothing seemed seriously wrong. Then he turned to his sister, and his expression froze instantly. He saw Cold Eyes standing motionless, her entire body pierced through by black feathers like a pincushion. Her eyes, chest, arms, legs, all skewered with them. Cold Eyes' mouth gaped, no longer capable of human speech, only emitting broken, wheezing whimpers before toppling stiffly to the ground. The blue glow in her eyes flickered one final time, then went dark. Sister! Bronze Fist roared as he rushed to Cold Eyes' side, dropping to his knees to cradle her lifeless body. Blood seeped slowly from her wounds, pooling into a dark crimson stain on the ground. You killed my sister. I'll kill you. Chen Mo landed back on the ground and retracted his wings into the backpack. No sooner had he steadied himself than he saw Bronze Fist charging toward him like a madman, his attacks now wild and uncontrolled in his blind rage. Werewolf could tell Bronze Fist had lost all reason, but with one life already lost and the situation critical, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward with him. The 3 clashed again. Chen Mo, now fearless, took the initiative and swung his razor-sharp claws, targeting their wounds with every strike. The werewolf was the first to fall victim. The claws sliced open the wound on his arm, drawing another spurt of blood. He gasped in pain, hastily backing away. Bronze Fist finally realized something was wrong. Earlier, when they were unharmed and Chen Mo's claws couldn't penetrate their defenses, they hadn't cared about the poison coating them. But now, everything had changed. Staring at the countless gashes covering his hands, clarity rushed back to him in an instant. No longer reckless, he began falling back, fighting defensively as he retreated. Yet relentless defense is tantamount to awaiting death. You might withstand many attacks, but a single misstep is all it takes for everything to end. Finally, when he failed to dodge in time, the claws slashed across the wound on his shoulder. It's over, this is really over. A flash of despair flickered in Bronze Fist's eyes, only to be instantly replaced by boundless fury. I'll fight you to the death. He stopped dodging and began throwing punches with desperate force, each strike thrown with all his might as if determined to pound Chun Mo into pulp. Yet when his fists landed on Chen Mo's body, they only created rippling waves before the force was completely dissipated. As time passed, Bronze Fist's movements began slowing down. His limbs gradually numbed, and the world before his eyes blurred. Ultimately, he could no longer hold on, his massive body dropped to its knees. Chen Mo walked up to him, cupping his face in hand until their eyes met. Then Chen Mo's eyes began to glow, lasers piercing through Bronze Fist's pupils before eventually burning through his skull. Bronze Fist's body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. After dealing with Bronze Fist, Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Wolfman, only to find him still standing, panting heavily. You're actually unharmed? The werewolf bared a pained and savage grin. My superpower, immunity to all toxins. Oh, Chen Mo nodded impassively. The next instant, the laser fired again, slicing cleanly through the werewolf's abdomen. He howled in agony, clutching at his stomach to no avail as his entrails spilled from the wound. Staggering a few final steps, he collapsed into a spreading pool of blood, life rapidly draining away. Chen Mo walked up to him, glanced at the bone claws on his hands, and quipped, "Light years behind Wolverine." After dealing with the three, he first turned to look at the sisters. After confirming they were unharmed, he scanned the spectator stands, took a deep breath to fill his lungs, and finally let out an earth-shaking roar. "Anyone else with a death wish, come on down." The entire arena fell into deathly silence. No one dared to come forward to challenge anymore. Every spectator held their breath. After a moment, a woman's scream pierced the air. "Tartarus, I love you." That scream seemed to break some unspoken taboo, as the stand suddenly erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. "Looking ridiculously handsome. That's what a real man is. Tartarus, Tartarus." The audience roared with frenzy, cheering for this bloody yet thrilling battle. Many among them even stood up, applauding and saluting the victor in the arena. Mr. J looked down at everything from the private booth, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers as he let out a soft chuckle. "You still have the nerve to laugh," the woman beside him grumbled. "Isn't this amusing? Look, even the audience is thrilled." "This is definitely Red Room's most sensational show ever," Mr. J said leisurely. "How are we supposed to wrap this up then?" the woman asked again. Mr. J stroked his chin before continuing, "Go tell Mad Dog it's his turn to step in." Chapter 58. A Tier 3 Opponent. The iron gate creaked open once more, followed by the thunderous footfalls of an approaching figure. A massive silhouette emerged from within. His stature was extraordinarily imposing, like a small mountain. Standing easily over 2 meters tall with a frame twice Chen Mo's size, his mere presence radiated overwhelming pressure. As he stepped into the arena, the clamor from the spectator stands died instantly, leaving only the sound of stifled breathing hanging in the air. Chen Mo stood calmly in place, staring steadily at his opponent. Though the man's imposing physique appeared intimidating, he didn't find him particularly frightening. After all, an Esper's strength lay in their supernatural abilities, not their size. Yet when his gaze drifted to the man's face, he couldn't suppress a ripple of surprise. The giant's mouth was entirely encased in a black leather wire muzzle, the unmistakable kind used to prevent large dogs from biting. Then he heard someone in the stands exclaim, "It's Rabid! That's Rabid! Oh my god, Mr. J actually let him out. That's a Tier 3 superhuman. Now this is going to be interesting. Rank 3. The moment he heard his opponent's tier, Chen Mo instantly grew alert. In the arena, the two men stood at a distance, sizing each other up as their gazes locked midair. After a brief standoff, the battle erupted abruptly. Mad Dog struck first. His massive body lunged forward, a fist the size of a rice bowl whistling through the air toward Chen Mo with tremendous force. The punch carried such weight it seemed capable of bursting the very air. Knowing his opponent's rank, Chen Mo dared not block it head-on. Recalling Shaolan's training during this period, he deftly swayed and dodged the blow. The fist wind grazed past the top of his head, stirring a faint current of air. While dodging, his right leg lashed out like a whip, striking square on the opponent's flank with precision. It was a kick that combined the full force of his sonic speed legs, yet the moment it struck Mad Dog, the man didn't budge as if merely patted lightly. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly sensed impending disaster. Rabid seized the opening and threw a punch, landing a brutal blow to Chen Mo's abdomen. The tremendous impact struck Chen Mo's slender frame, sending him flying uncontrollably once more. His body slammed heavily against the edge of the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust and shattered debris. In the spectator stands, a few voices cheered Rabid for that strike, but far more held their breath, their gazes fixed on the spot where Chen Mo had fallen. Moments later, amidst the swirling dust and scattered wreckage, Chen Mo stood up again. Dusting himself off, he strode back into the center of the arena. The entire venue erupted into even more rapturous cheers. But Chen Mo wasn't unscathed. He could feel a throbbing pain in his abdomen. His opponent's strength had surpassed the defensive limits of his combat armor. Though he'd neutralized the majority of the impact force, a small fraction had still penetrated through, striking the flesh beneath the armored plating. The residual force was roughly equivalent to taking a solid punch during an ordinary fistfight. If the one being beaten were Zhou Tianhao himself, relying on the superhuman physique of an evolved, he could naturally have disregarded it. But unfortunately, Chen Mo was ultimately not an evolved. Beneath that armor lay nothing but an ordinary mortal body. Yet even as he felt the pain, he stood there motionless, pretending as if nothing had happened. Then, he pressed the button on the side of his mask, unleashing 2 scorching laser beams that struck Mad Dog squarely in the chest. To everyone's astonishment, the laser beam left no damage whatsoever on the opponent's skin. Mad Dog charged straight through the sustained laser beam, closing the distance in an instant. Another devastating punch sent Chen Mo flying again, tracing a parabola through the air. Mr. J observed the battle below through the glass from his private booth, an amused smile playing across his face. He watched as Chen Mo was sent flying once more, crashing into the wall again. What an evenly matched fight! The woman behind him suddenly spoke up, commenting, "Neither side can effectively harm the other." Mr. J, however, kept his gaze fixed on Chen Mo. After a long pause, that inexplicable smile curled at the corners of his lips again as he softly countered, "Is that really the case?" Then he casually waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Picking up the microphone beside him, he shouted to the audience below, "Mad Dog, stop fooling around, go all out against him." The rabid dog in the arena suddenly stopped upon hearing Mr. J's command. He raised his arm and reached for his face, then, before the eyes of everyone present, yanked off the muzzle. Chen Mo was stunned. What he saw was an indescribable face, a monster beyond comprehension. A dog's maw bristling with fangs, crudely stitched onto a human face, drool dripping endlessly. Then, the dog's jaws parted and let out a near-splitting howl. Amidst the howl, the mad dog suddenly dropped to all fours and lunged forward like a true beast. It moved so fast that by the time Chen Mo reacted, he was already knocked to the ground. The stitched muzzle snapped open and clamped down fiercely on his calf. The jaws began to tighten relentlessly. The combat armor's surface rippled with vibrations, attempting to dissipate the force, but it rapidly shattered under the terrifying bite strength. An excruciating pain instantly shot through Chen Mo's calf, as if his bones were about to be gnawed through in the next second. Cold sweat drenched his clothes beneath the armor in an instant. This was the first time since gaining his defensive abilities that he had felt such a lethal threat. In desperation, Chen Mo endured the intense pain and aimed at the mad dog's head. A red light flashed in his eyes as twin beams of laser struck the dog's eyes. The dog whimpered in pain and let go with a howl. Chen Mo seized this critical moment, his wings suddenly spreading out behind him as he swiftly soared into the air. He hovered high above, gazing down at Mad Dog. By now, the man had recovered, his eyes reopening. The one struck by laser beams seemed slightly swollen, with a bruise staining the white, but otherwise, he was unharmed. So even first-tier abilities are completely ineffective against a third-tier superhuman now? Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. But this wasn't the time for such thoughts. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on his joystick, causing the wings behind him to tremble violently as dozens of feathers shot forward like a torrential storm. Bullets struck the ground and tore into his opponent, kicking up waves of dust that veiled everything beneath. Yet Chen Mo didn't let up. He kept firing for nearly a full minute before finally releasing the trigger. Then he quietly watched as the smoke and dust cleared, revealing Rabid Dog standing in the same spot, unharmed, without a single scratch, despite the feathers embedded in the ground around him. At that moment, Mr. J's unhurried voice echoed once more through the arena's speakers. "Did you know? Though Rabid Dog possesses a shape-shifting ability, his true power lies in physical enhancement. His body rivals, no, surpasses, the durability of a strength type at the same tier. You'll need far more than that to scratch him." Mr. J's amused laughter crackled through the speakers while Chen Mo's expression darkened. Chapter 59 The Last Trump Card. Mr. J's words plunged Chen Mo into deep contemplation. He was painfully aware that he had exhausted all options, every attack method had been tried, yet none could inflict even the slightest harm upon his opponent. If anything remained untested, it was the lizard's neurotoxin. The crux was, he couldn't even manage to nick his adversary, let alone deliver the venom. Truly at his wit's end, he hovered midair, gazing helplessly at Rabid Dog below, who merely stared back without launching another assault. From the moment Chen Mo took to the skies, it could be said that Mad Dog, with his purely melee abilities, could no longer reach him. The situation had turned into one where neither could harm the other, and so, the battle came to a standstill. This, in turn, drew discontent from the spectators in the stands. "Hey, why'd you stop fighting? Fight, keep fighting. We want to see the battle." In the private room, the woman also started complaining. "Now that you've said that, he definitely won't come down." Mr. J simply stared downward, remaining silent. The woman complained again. "When the time comes, he'll back off when he sees how tough it is and just withdraw." No, Mr. J spoke up at this point, "He won't." Then, he picked up the microphone again and shouted, "Mad Dog, attack those sisters." Upon receiving the command, Mad Dog began snarling and charging toward the two sisters at the edge of the field. Both girls' faces instantly turned as pale as paper. The younger sister immediately burst into hysterical tears, while the elder sister hugged her tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Chen Mo's heart sank as he witnessed the scene, silently cursing his misfortune. With no other choice, he folded his wings and plunged downward, landing heavily back on the ground. His heavy metal boots kicked up a small cloud of dust as they impacted the sandy soil. He quickly adjusted his stance, positioning himself as a barrier between Mad Dog and the sisters. Mad Dog's charge came to an abrupt halt, his crimson gaze locking onto this reappearing obstacle. The battle began once again. Chen Mo devoted almost all his energy to dodging, desperately avoiding Mad Dog's fangs. Yet even if he could evade the bites, he couldn't escape the punches and kicks. A massive fist came crashing down, sending him flying backward. He tumbled awkwardly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just as he got up, he was brutally kicked again by his opponent. Time and again, he was struck by that brutal force. Time and again, he was sent flying like a ragdoll. Every attack added another wound to his battered body. He could no longer remember exactly how many blows he had endured. Every joint in his body, even every muscle, groaned in agony. He knew all too well that if this war of attrition dragged on like this, defeat was only a matter of time. But what should he do? His mind was in chaos, unable to find any effective solution. The urge to flee surged up uncontrollably once more. With his current flight ability, if he were truly determined to leave, Rabid Dog couldn't possibly stop him. Retreating now didn't seem entirely shameful. After all, he'd already tried everything he could. He had done his best. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but faced with such an implacable opponent, his abilities genuinely had limits. What's the point of continuing? Maybe I should just give up. This thought swirled in his mind, nearly gaining the upper hand. He instinctively glanced at the sisters at the edge of the field, only to find them watching him too, with looks of trust, with eyes that firmly believed justice would prevail. No, we can't retreat. I am Tartarus, their only hope. But what other options are there? The only power he hasn't used yet among all his abilities is the lizard's venom. Wait, perhaps there really is a way. He suddenly thought of an extremely risky idea. Even whether this method would work remained questionable. And if he fails, what awaits him is utter destruction. His heart was tangled in conflict. Should he try? Was any of this worth it? No, he must attempt it. He couldn't retreat or flee. This wasn't about worth, it was a matter of principle. When he lifted his head again, his eyes burned with resolve. Not far away, the rabid hound howled and charged at him again. Unfazed, he flicked out the razor-sharp claws on his hands and, the moment the beast closed in, thrust them straight into its gaping maw. Crunch! As expected, the claws failed to pierce Mad Dog. Instead, his entire hand was seized between the other's teeth, with most of his forearm disappearing into that gaping maw. His jaw clenched tight once more, the mounting pressure pulsing through him as waves of searing pain radiated down his arms. From the stands came a cacophony of shouts. Mad Dog, well done. Tartarus, fight back. Mad Dog, tear him apart. Don't lose, Tartarus. Some were for the rabid dogs, others were for him. Yet he made no further movement, merely gritting his teeth and silently enduring it all. The bones in his arm had begun to creak, and he could feel the other's tongue licking his hand along with the sharp claws upon it. But still he remained motionless, resisting nothing, struggling not at all, as if he had already begun to give up and wait for death. Gradually, even the spectators on the platform began to show disappointment. It's over. Tartarus is finished. Mad Dog wins. So this is the extent of the hero killer after all? Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Mr. J watched everything intently without uttering a word. What a fool, the woman beside him said coldly. Mr. J nodded but remained silent, even withdrawing his smile. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, they suddenly saw Mad Dog voluntarily loosen his bite, his mouth gaping wide as he began backing away step by step, his eyes growing unfocused. Just as everyone wondered what was happening, they saw him collapse to the ground with a thud. After a brief bout of convulsing limbs, he lay still, drool spilling uncontrollably from his jaws onto the floor. The stage erupted into chaos again in an instant. What's going on? Mad Dog, how did Mad Dog go down? What just happened? Chen Mo stood gasping for breath, shaking out his arm, still mobile. Thankfully, the bone wasn't broken. But that moment had been terrifying beyond words. This was almost the last trick he could think of. If poisoning through wounds wouldn't work, he'd try feeding the toxin directly. But honestly, he wasn't even sure if it would be effective. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, as different toxins have distinct transmission methods. For instance, neurotoxins can only spread through motor nerves and muscles. The problem was, the lizard's venom wasn't naturally occurring but a supernatural ability. Whether it even qualified as a neurotoxin was still up for debate. That's what drove him to take the gamble. Even if the odds were against him, even if he'd most likely die, he refused to back down. To an ordinary person, this might seem utterly foolish, but it was his conviction. Wasn't this exactly why he had chosen to become Tartarus? If he couldn't uphold it to the very end, he might as well die. Yet, in the end, he won the gamble. Mad Dog had fallen into complete paralysis, unable to move a muscle. Inside the private room, the woman's eyes widened in stunned silence. Beside her, Mr. J could no longer contain himself. He clutched his forehead and burst into delirious laughter. Aha, beautiful, magnificent, truly befitting of Tartarus. Only someone like you is worthy of being my opponent. Hey, Chen Mo, what the hell are you doing? Why haven't you left yet? At that moment, Su Xiaolu's voice came through the communicator again. Gasping for breath, Chen Mo spoke in broken phrases. I'm saving people. So many people, how are you going to save them all? This isn't something passion alone can achieve. Su Xiaolu's voice was on the verge of breaking. She was right. Chen Mo glanced at Mad Dog lying unconscious on the ground. Though he defeated him, it was merely temporary paralysis. Within an hour, possibly sooner, the villain would regain mobility. Only one method remained. Truth be told, the moment Chen Mo leapt from the stands to save the sisters, he'd already conceived a way to rescue everyone. But it was a last resort, more dangerous than attempting the rescue alone, which was why he'd resisted using it. Now, with no alternatives left, Chen Mo exhaled softly, steadied himself, and murmured into the communicator to Su Xiaolu. Little dear, I need you to call the police and inform the security bureau that Tartarus is at the Radiant Grand Theater. What? Do you have any idea what this means? The voice on the other end of the communicator practically bristled with alarm at that moment. I do. You have no idea. What do you even know? The moment this call goes out, Lin Yunqi will come for you. She's a tier 7 superhero. Yes, that's exactly what I want, Chen Mo replied calmly. What? Su Xiaolu froze for a moment. That's right, Thunder Valkyrie, Lin Yunqi, a class 7 superhuman. She was his final trump card. The name Tartarus alone would be enough to draw her in, and now all he had to do was keep fighting, stalling until she arrived. Call the police. I'm ready. When he said these words, his tone was utterly resolute.